After Rebirth I am the white moonlight of all big brothers chapter 1 to chapter 79. As the sun set, the drifting clouds dyed the sky a large orange red. After school, the campus was excessively quiet. Apart from the faint shouts of boys playing football on the field, the teaching building was empty. Only the faint sound of voices could be heard from the women's restroom on one floor. Xianxia, do you think you're worthy? Why don't you take a look at yourself? How could Xianxia like a bad student like you? Lu Mingyue woke up to the noise and looked at the chattering woman in front of her, her eyes momentarily blank. Wasn't she dead? Where was this? Unfortunately, no one could give her an answer. Fortunately, this blankness didn't last long. Her vigilance and strong adaptability forced her to calm down in the shortest amount of time, and then she quickly looked around. First of all, this was a women's restroom. The half-peeling walls and bumpy tiles silently told her that it was old and shabby. Any property under her name, even the most unmodern old bungalow with the worst living conditions, had a better restroom than this one. Secondly, there were 4 people present. Besides Lu Mingyue herself, the chattering woman in front of her was one of them. The other 2 didn't speak, but their eyes were unfriendly, like a tiger watching its prey. The 3 of them were working together to surround her. Finally, and most importantly, they were all wearing school uniforms, including Lu Mingyue. On the right front of their chests was a big red school emblem, and below it were 4 small words, Linan First High School. After roughly understanding her surroundings and confirming that there was no danger, Lu Mingyue's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you usually very arrogant? You're obviously ugly and stupid, but you still have to put on a high and mighty appearance. Do you think you're the heroine of a novel after reading too many novels? The woman, oh no, it should only be a girl, said harsh words as soon as she opened her mouth. Lu Mingyue didn't have time to pay attention, because some memories that didn't belong to her were crazily rushing into her mind. She was reborn, her current identity was Xianxia, a second-year student of Linan High School. Because of a love letter she had written to a handsome boy, she had been targeted by the handsome boy's crush, Jianghan, who was the fat girl in front of her. As soon as class ended, she was dragged into the female restroom for a routine warning. Then, Lu Mingyue arrived. Sister Han, why isn't she reacting at all? Lackey number 1 asked. That's too much. He actually dares to ignore us. Lackey number 2 said. Jianghan frowned, the muscles on his face twitching. He poked Xianxua's shoulder with his finger and said, I'm just giving you a small warning today. If you know what's good for you, don't provoke Xianxia anymore. Even if you see him in the future, please take a detour. Otherwise, I'll shut down your little pancake stall at any time. Ugh. Lu Mingyue abruptly looked up, and the noise stopped abruptly. His pitch-black pupils and indifferent gaze instantly made it seem as if the vast galaxy had sunk into them. They were as calm as the sea and as vast as the wilderness. Then, his gaze lightly landed on Jianghan's face. Even though it didn't carry any weight, it was as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. This was the aura that belonged to the legend of the capital, the head of the Lu family, Lu Mingyue. At this moment, it was pressing down on the shoulder of a middle school student. Boom, Jianghan's mind went blank. Her hands and feet turned cold, and a chill crept up her spine to her neck. She began to tremble uncontrollably. You. Out of instinctive fear, she unconsciously retreated. The 2 lackeys wanted to go forward and help, but they realized that their legs were nailed to the ground and couldn't be pulled out. Their knees went soft, and they almost knelt down. Since when did Jiangxia become so terrifying? She was even scarier than the head of teaching, Scram. Her voice was as cold as a chime, chilling to the bone. The 3 of them couldn't escape in time. Lu Mingyue twitched the corner of her mouth and walked to the corner to pick up her school bag. She looked at it with disdain, but in the end, she resigned to her fate and hung it on her shoulder. After she slowly washed her hands, she walked out of the female restroom. In the midsummer evening, the wind was warm. When it blew on one's face, it felt stuffy and hot. There was no one in the school anymore. It was eerily quiet. Even the boys playing soccer on the field had gone home. As far as the eye could see, the field was as empty as the wilderness. Lu Mingyue, no, she should be called Xianxia now. She walked out of the school gate with her head lowered. Even now, she still couldn't react. Just a second ago, she was lying in a pool of blood. She watched helplessly as the person closest to her stabbed her in the chest. Her unwillingness and resentment seemed to be entangled in her soul, unable to be released. How did she become another person in the next second? She had a memory that didn't belong to her. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered her ears. Jiang Fuyue's body stiffened, and she abruptly raised her head. She saw that the huge LED screen in front of the school square was broadcasting an interview from the finance channel. It seems that everyone is well informed. That's right, Lu Corporation will complete the acquisition of Seoul Technology on the 1st of next month. This will be the first time Lu Corporation has acquired a new Third Avenue company. At the same time, it also signifies Lu Corporation's determination to enter the technology industry. The woman on the screen was dressed in a suit. She was calm and composed. At this moment, she was speaking frankly and confidently in front of the reporters and cameras. The screen switched back to the host. The CEO of Lu Corporation has personally admitted to the media that he will be acquiring Seoul Technology soon. How will this affect Lu Corporation, which has always focused on real estate? How will this affect the technology industry in the future? Next, let's invite the finance expert, Mr. Xiao Qihua, to analyze and answer. The CEO of Lu Corporation? Jiang Fuyue's pupils constricted. She squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth: Lu Ming. Xian, her half-sister, a good student whom she had taught hand in hand, was also the executioner who stabbed her in the chest. The hatred and unwillingness that she had forcefully suppressed surged up at this moment. However, Jiang Fuyue furrowed her brows. She had just died. With Lu Mingxin's status, it was impossible for her to take control of the corporation and become the CEO in such a short period of time. Suddenly, the girl's gaze froze. She stared at the bottom right corner of the screen. Her gaze went from confusion to bewilderment, and finally, shock and disbelief. 2050, 20 years later, yes, although the Lu Mingxin in the news had exquisite makeup, she was overly mature. Her hair, in particular, was tied up in a bun. She looked dignified, but she also looked very old. What if she didn't look old but was actually old? That wouldn't be strange. 20 years, not 20 days, not 20 hours. It was enough to change anything. So, those people couldn't protect her in the end. Jiang Fuyue was momentarily disappointed. However, this disappointment didn't last long. When she raised her head again, the helplessness on her face gradually faded. At least she was still alive, right? She still had plenty of time to slowly settle accounts with those who had caused her death. She only hoped that after 20 years, they would still be alive and kicking. The sun gradually set. Jiang Fuyue didn't waste any more time and turned to leave. The financial news was still playing behind her. The Reno Corporation has a strong background and abundant capital. However, it hasn't been able to step out of the real estate industry for the past 20 years, so this transformation is very significant. Jiang Fuyue's house wasn't far from the school. It was about a 20-minute walk. She walked slowly and familiarized herself with her surroundings. Her surroundings hadn't changed much from 20 years ago, except that the buildings were taller and the roads were more congested. Relying on the original owner's memory, she walked through the old market. A few low-rise apartment buildings appeared before her eyes. However, because they were too old, the outer walls were mottled. Jiang Fuyue's house was in Unit 24-1. She carried her bag and climbed up the stairs. Just as she took out her key and inserted it into the keyhole, the door opened from the inside before she could turn it. A short radish head appeared in front of her. He looked at her timidly, then pursed his lips and called out softly, "Sis." There were 4 members of the Jiang family: Jian Tar, Han Yunru and her husband, Jiang Fuyue, and Jiang Chenxing and her brother. Jiang Xiaodi was 6 years older than Jiang Fuyue. He was 12 years old this year and would be in the first year of junior high school in September. He developed slower than other boys his age. She estimated that he was less than 1.5 meters tall. He was thin and small. Although his skin was fair and he had a handsome face, he was still a little delicate. He looked like a girl. However, he had a quiet personality and didn't talk much. At first glance, he looked easier to bully. The relationship between the siblings wasn't good, so Jiang Fuyue imitated the original owner's tone and coldly said, Jiang Xiaodi hesitantly moved aside. He waited for her to enter the house before he quietly closed the door. He glanced at his sister's back and lowered his eyes to hide his dimness. Then, he adjusted the corner of his apron and turned back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Soon, the sound of cooking with a spatula could be heard. Half an hour later, the aroma of food filled the entire living room. Jiang Xiaodi walked to the sofa, lowered his head, and said in a small voice, Sister, it's time to eat. Oh. Jiang Fuyue put down her phone and walked to the dining room. She had already gone online to get a general understanding of this world. What happened 20 years ago hadn't changed. This meant that the timeline was still the same. The rules and common sense of this society were the same as what she understood in her previous life. The only special thing about her was that she directly jumped from the time of Lu Mingyue's death 20 years ago to the time of Jiang Fuyue was bullied by Jiang Han in the school's female washroom 20 years later. She didn't follow the normal timeline and completed the teleportation in the blink of an eye. She was about to scoop the rice when she paused and calmly retracted her hand. It wasn't that Jiang Fuyue was lazy, but that the original owner never did these things. Jiang Xiaodi did it for her. Now that the original owner had changed, even if she wanted to change, she had to take it slow. Sure enough, Jiang Xiaodi skillfully scooped the rice for her, and then, began to eat by himself. Jiang Fuyue, ? Sister. The young boy shrank his neck. Why are you looking at me? Jiang Fuyue was about to look away when she suddenly remembered the terrible way this pair of siblings got along. She looked up and glared at him. Eat your food. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Oh. Jiang Xiaodi's eyes became timid, and he continued to bury his head in the bowl. She silently searched through the original owner's memories. It turned out that Jiang Xiaodi was a big eater. At the age of 3, he could eat 2 big bowls of noodles and 4 trays of steamed buns. As he got older, his appetite became more and more terrifying. Now, he ate more than the other 3 people in his family combined, and that was under the premise that he didn't open his stomach. Jiang Fuyue's parents took him to see a doctor, and the results showed that everything was normal. In the end, they could only leave it unsettled. However, for such a family that wasn't rich, eating a lot was equivalent to spending a lot. Jiang Qinxing's parents had a pancake stall. They left early and returned late, and their monthly income was about 7,000 yuan. Almost half of it was spent on food in Xianxia, and the other half was used to pay for the siblings' school fees and daily expenses. Naturally, they didn't give much to Jiang Fuyue. This was why the original owner hated Jiang Xiaodi. I'm full. She put down the bowl and chopsticks. Jiang Xiaodi suddenly looked over. His eyes were filled with expectation. Jiang Fuyue silently looked at the little leftovers in the bowl and got up to leave. After she left, Jiang Xiaodi happily dragged the bowl over and finished the remaining food. He was instantly satisfied, but there was a flash of doubt in his eyes. In the past, his sister would rather throw away the leftovers in her bowl than give it to him. Why today? He shrunk his head into his collar and was secretly happy. Jiang Fuyue stood in the bathroom and looked at her reflection in the mirror. She didn't know what to say. What was with this non-mainstream hairstyle? Her large bangs drooped in front of her forehead and her eyebrows were all covered. Her eyes were pretty, but they were bald without eyebrows. Her palm-sized face was covered by 2 tufts of hair. Together with her forehead, it looked like it was framed by the word mouth. A ghost was a ghost, so ugly that she wanted to cry. Jiang Qinxing, bring a pair of scissors over. 15 minutes later. When Jiang Fuyue looked at the mirror again, she couldn't help but be stunned. She saw a girl with a delicate oval face. Her eyebrows were thick and shaped like autumn waves. Her peach blossom eyes were bright and charming. Her skin was a cold ivory white, which made her cherry lips red and her cheeks like peach blossoms. After seeing Jiang Xiaodi, she guessed that the original owner wasn't ugly, but she didn't expect her to be such a beauty. In her previous life, Lu Mingyue was also beautiful, but because she was born weak, she looked sickly and delicate. How could she be so healthy and bright? Jiang Xiaodi, who was leaning against the door, was also stunned. When his sister graduated from the third year of middle school, she cut her bangs to cover her forehead and eyes. His parents said it didn't look good, and he also thought it was ugly, but his sister liked it. How is it? Jiang Fuyue suddenly turned her head. Huh? Jiang Shaodi was confused. Does it look good? Yes, it looks good. Louder. A man should act like a man. It looks good. After shouting, Jiang Shaodi was stunned. Jiang Fuyue walked past him and said lightly, "It's barely passable." It was night. Everything was quiet. Jiang Shaodi had a regular schedule and was already asleep. Jiang Fuyue was lying on the bottom bunk with her hands behind her head, staring at the top of the bed. Occasionally, when Jiang Shaodi turned over, there would be a creaking sound, but she didn't even blink. After some time, there was a faint noise in the living room. Be gentle, don't wake the children. Han Yunru lowered her voice. Jantar gently closed the door. Okay, I'll be gentle. You go take care of the two little ones, I'll clean up here. When the door was opened, Jiang Fuyue suddenly closed her eyes. After a while, the thin blanket that was half-draped around her stomach was gently pulled up to cover her chest. Good night, Yaya. It was a gentle and pleasant voice. The next day. Sister, wake up. Jiang Fuyue sat up, put on her slippers, and quickly washed up. Jiang Shaodi stood by the bed, a little confused. Why didn't sister lose her temper today? He was secretly happy. Jantar and his wife had already set up a stall and left breakfast on the stove for the siblings. It was still warm. The moment the girl stepped into the classroom, it was as if she pressed the pause button. The class, which was as noisy as a vegetable market, instantly fell silent. The sun shone on the side of her face, her small white face was flawless, as if you could see the blue veins under her skin. Her eyebrows were black without drawing, her lips were red without lipstick, and even her eyelashes were longer than ordinary people. When that pair of peach blossom eyes lightly swept over, everyone felt a spiritual aura flowing and vitality radiating in all directions. Jiang Fuyue carried her backpack on one shoulder and found her seat based on the memory of the original owner. She was tall and her strides were wide, making her body appear longer and her legs longer. She was slender and free, completely different from the original owner's gloomy and solitary appearance. The whole journey took only a few seconds, but the students who looked at her felt like they were watching a movie in slow motion. No. Why did she sit in Jiang Fuyue's seat? Did our class say that there's a new student? Anyway, I didn't hear old Sue mention it. This girl definitely isn't from our school. Otherwise, with her looks and figure, she would at least be the prettiest girl in the class, right? She actually put on makeup, she's dead if Tai Zhuang catches her. Tai Zhuang, the nickname of the second year's teaching director. Open your titanium dog eyes wide, she's barefaced, okay? I'm dead. Damn. Someone reacted, look at her backpack. Why is it the same as Jiang Fuyue's? I don't think there's such a coincidence, right? The other students also reacted, damn. Jiang Fuyue, did she have plastic surgery? Why do I feel like she changed her head? The classroom returned to its previous noisy state. Jiang Fuyue didn't hear those discussions, but her expression didn't change as she calmly took out her English textbook. The girl sitting at the same table couldn't help but sneak a glance at her and was immediately stunned. Because she was close, she was sure that Jiang Fuyue didn't put on any makeup. Her naturally cold white skin couldn't even find a single pore. Of course, Jiang Fuyue had always been very white, but today she was especially eye-catching. From the moment she stepped into the classroom, the entire class became sunflowers, and Jiang Fuyue was the sun that attracted them to chase after. It was so beautiful that it was dazzling and dazzling. A look of envy flashed across Wan Shoutong's face, but the moment Jiang Fuyue looked over, it turned into nervousness and panic. I wasn't looking at you. Thinking of her deskmate's unpredictable personality, she hurriedly tried to clear her name, but she forgot what it meant to reveal 300 taels of silver here. Wan Shoutong was annoyed. She shrank her neck and waited for Jiang Fuyue's cold eyes or sarcasm. This was the original owner, gloomy and unkind, antisocial and extreme, just like any young girl in the second year of middle school. In addition, she didn't like to talk, which made her seem even more deep and dark, making people fear her. Wan Shoutong had been her deskmate since the first year of high school. There weren't any big conflicts, but Jiang Fuyue would occasionally look at her like she was an idiot. This kind of silent humiliation was more hurtful than verbal attacks. Wan Shoutong was scared and avoided Jiang Fuyue as much as possible. But it was different this time. Wan Shoutong didn't see the familiar disdain and disgust in that pair of eyes. It was as if it was just an ordinary glance. It was faint, casual, and indifferent. For the first time, she realized that Jiang Fuyue's eyes were so beautiful. At 7:50, the morning reading ended. Jiang Fuyue finished reading the English book and began to read the Chinese book. This time she was faster, as if she was just casually flipping through it for fun, but she took care of every page and didn't miss a single one. Wan Shoutong? At this time, the class representative stood up and said, "Everyone, please pass the math homework to the front." Jiang Fuyue was sitting in the last row. It was reasonable to say that this group should start with her, but the desk in front didn't wait for her and passed the homework to the front. When the class representative was counting, he looked at each student from front to back and finally his eyes fell on Jiang Fuyue's face. He instantly understood. Without saying anything, he hugged a stack of exercise books and left in a hurry. Jiang Fuyue suddenly understood. She almost forgot that the original owner was a bad student and never handed in her homework. At 8 o'clock, class officially started. The first and second periods were all about Chinese. The young and beautiful female teacher stood on the podium. Even though she was teaching classical Chinese, many students listened with great interest. Jiang Fuyue had already finished flipping through mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and history. Her brand new textbooks were casually stacked on the top left corner of her desk. She had also flipped through half of the politics book in her arms, leaving only geography untouched. During class, Jiang Fuyue went to the bathroom. The desk in front immediately turned around and asked, "Tong Tong, what's going on?" "Ah?" Wan Shoutong looked up blankly. "Jiang Fuyue." Lin Qiao stomped her feet and asked, "Why did she suddenly change so much? I almost didn't recognize her." "I don't know either." 10 minutes into the second period, Jiang Fuyue finished reading the geography book and went to sleep. Next, let's summarize the polysemy in this classical Chinese text. Starting from the word lead, we'll talk about the meaning of the text and list a few other meanings. I'll ask the students to get up and answer. Cui Jiaying's beautiful eyes fell on the back row of the classroom and frowned slightly. "Jiang Fuyue, you do it." "Wan Shoutong, wake up. The teacher is calling you." Jiang Fuyue was pushed awake. The moment she looked up, her eyes suddenly became clear and she found that everyone, including the language teacher, was looking at her. She stood up steadily. In the text, lead and lead a pot of wine to drink from it means to take, to take. Cui Jiaying was a little surprised. Jiang Fuyue was the unshakable last place in the third grade, and her attitude towards learning was also extremely unserious. Originally, she didn't care. Like the other teachers, she wanted to draw a line with this problematic student and live their own lives. However, Jiang Fuyue was too much this time. She actually dared to sleep in her class. Cui Jiaying felt that she had to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, the other students would follow suit. "Very good," the young teacher nodded slightly. Her mind was full of thoughts, but there was an expectant and encouraging smile on her face. "Say a few other meanings. Remember to bring the original text." Jiang Fuyue's expression didn't change. A year later, the barbarians entered the fortress. The strong men drew their bows and fought. From Misfortune of the Old Man, page 82, line 6. Draw is a verb, it means to pull the bow. Seeing Lianpe, Xianru drew the carriage to hide. From the biographies of Lianpe and Lin Xianru, excerpt, page 109, line 9. Draw means to pull. On the next page, line 3, 9 guests were invited to the court to lead Zhao's envoy, Lin Xianru. The lead here means to summon. Daring to disdain, respectfully brief. From the preface of Prince Ting's Pavilion, page 128, line 5. Draw means preface and preface. Do not belittle yourself, and draw the wrong metaphor. From The Exemplars of the Former Masters, page 77, practice 3 after class. Draw means to quote. Jiang Fuyue finished in one breath. She saw that the whole class was stunned and the language teacher was also staring at her. She couldn't help but frown. Was the textbook not enough? Did she need to expand it outside of class? The entire classroom was silent. Suddenly, someone broke the silence and exclaimed, "Holy sh**t." Just like a signal, the entire class couldn't remain calm anymore. Even Cui Jiaying couldn't react in time. Jiang Fuyue's frown deepened as she wondered if there was an end to this. Just as she was about to continue, the teacher suddenly interjected, "Silence." The heated discussion instantly turned into whispers. "Student Jiang, you've answered very well. Please take a seat." Teacher Cui maintained her smile, but it seemed a little forced. How could it not be good? Not only did she point out the source of the original text, but she also clearly stated where it was written in the book. The last part of the book, History of the Han, Year 5-7, was even more godly. Ding, the bell rang, and Cui Jiaying packed up her lesson plans and left the classroom in her high heels. She walked much faster than usual. I swear, Cui Xian'er's face stiffened. I was going to make an example out of her, but who would have thought that she would be the one to retaliate? Sister USKR, ruthless person, no, ruthless chicken. There was a 20-minute break between classes. Jiang Fuyue was about to lie back down and continue sleeping when she suddenly recalled something and turned to her deskmate. "Thanks for just now." Wan Xiaotong was startled. Jiang Fuyue said thanks to her? "Why, you're welcome." She was so nervous that her body stiffened, and her decibel level rose sharply. It was as though someone was holding a knife to her neck. Jiang Fuyue's lips curled up subconsciously. She turned her head back to rest on her arm and fell asleep. Wan Xiaotong's mind was still replaying that unintentional smile. She was killed again. Ugh, Jiang Fuyue listened to the math class for 15 minutes and found it uninteresting, so she lay back down on her desk and continued sleeping. This time, she wasn't called to answer any questions. Instead, she was called to the office after class. Ahem. Su Jing coughed softly and set down his teacup. "You didn't sleep well last night?" He was both the math teacher and the homeroom teacher of the third class. Jiang Fuyue, yep. Su Jing, ? The two of them were eerily silent for 3 seconds. Su Jing, I heard that you also slept in Chinese class? Jiang Fuyue nodded. No. Even if you're tired, you can't fall asleep. Class time is precious, if you don't pay attention. I heard it. Jiang Fuyue interrupted him. Su Jing didn't believe her. She looked at the tall and thin girl in front of her. Just as she was about to sigh like she used to, her gaze suddenly paused. Eh? Your hair, Jiang Fuyue, cut it short. Oh, that's pretty good. Why would a young lady care about society? Wouldn't it be nice to be refreshed like this? Jiang Fuyue stood straight and stared at him with her dark eyes. Su Jing retracted her gaze and sternly said, "Don't sleep in class anymore." She didn't say anything. Su Jing almost laughed out of anger. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yes. She really dared to say that. What difficulties? Too boring. No matter if it was Chinese or mathematics, the things taught in class were all too boring. Even though Su Jing had a good temper and was well-mannered, he almost exploded when he heard this. He hurriedly took a sip of tea to calm himself down. Then what should you say that's not boring? Eating, drinking, and having fun? Skipping class and fighting? Jiang Fuyue had done all of these things before. I think this is quite interesting. She pointed at her desk. Su Jing looked over and was stunned in the next second. It was a very ordinary piece of draft paper. He had casually copied a proof question on it, and the back of the paper was filled with formulas and numbers. Because he was in a hurry to go to class, he left it halfway and planned to continue when he came back. Jiang Fuyue, there's a problem with your train of thought. What? Su Jing was confused. Not only will you not be able to prove anything by drawing auxiliary lines like this, you might even fall into a logical loop. At this moment, the bell for class rang. Jiang Fuyue, If there's nothing else, I'm going back to the classroom. Okay, go back. Su Jing waved his hand and looked at the back of the student as he left. He shook his head and laughed. Kids these days are really full of tricks to deal with teachers. Actually, Jiang Fuyue's actions were quite scary. If she wasn't the last in class, and if the question in front of him wasn't taken from this year's mathematical Olympiad, he would have believed it. So far, none of the Olympiad math teachers in the district could solve it. Su Jing sighed and picked up a pen. He took out a new piece of draft paper and continued to verify his previous train of thought. After the last political science class, Jiang Fuyue followed the crowd into the cafeteria. Wan Shoutong followed her from a distance. She wanted to get closer, but she didn't dare to go forward. Finally, after the two of them got their food, she mustered her courage and said, "Jiang Fuyue, can I sit with you?" As time passed by, the light in the girl's eyes gradually dimmed. Would she still be rejected? Suddenly, okay. Wan Shoutong suddenly looked up and stared at Jiang Fuyue in a daze. The latter had already found a seat and sat down. Thank you. Jiang Fuyue found that the other party had a pair of cute dimples. Her eyes were clear and bright, but she was used to lowering her head. She was shy and timid, so she didn't have much of a presence in class. She was also ignored, but her situation was different from the original Jiang Fuyue. The original Jiang Fuyue was ignored because she was a loner and didn't like to interact with people. After a long time, people didn't want to get close to her. But it couldn't be denied that she was very recognizable. For example, she had the title of 10,000 years last, the glorious deeds of not liking to study and often skipping classes. Even the punk's idiotic style. They all became the original Jiang Fuyue's different label. But Wan Shoutong was ignored because she was too ordinary. She looked like a pretty girl from a humble family, had a lukewarm personality, was from an ordinary family, and didn't have good grades. She wasn't the best, but she couldn't be the worst either. She was stuck in the middle and became the majority of the ordinary students. This kind of person was the easiest to ignore. Not only the students, but also the teachers. "You're amazing today." She chewed on a piece of pork rib and said to Jiang Fuyue in a small voice. Jiang Fuyue's first reaction was to remind her not to talk during the meal. Her brows were already furrowed when she remembered that this was not the Liu family, where rules were strict. She was also not the head of the Liu family who had to maintain her dignity at all times. She softly acknowledged. Wan Shoutong didn't mind her indifference. Instead, she was happy because of her response. Jiang Fuyue didn't even bother to talk to her before. Okay, to be precise, she didn't bother to talk to anyone in class. But just now, she actually responded to her. "I saw that you flipped through all the books. Do you want to memorize them?" Jiang Fuyue acknowledged again. She didn't want to memorize them. She had already memorized them. But she didn't correct her. Wan Shoutong was seeing stars again. "You're really amazing." Shouldn't normal people think that she was talking nonsense and fantasizing? In short, Jiang Fuyue didn't say anything during the meal. She just acknowledged her twice and effortlessly gained a little fangirl. "Sister you? ? A little confused. After the meal, they went back to the classroom for lunch break. Jiang Fuyue had just sat down when a voice suddenly came from the classroom door. The person who passed on the message was a girl from the same class. She wasn't familiar with Jiang Fuyue since there was no such person in the original owner's memories. She didn't know if her voice was naturally loud or if she did it on purpose, but her voice was exceptionally loud. When Jiang Fuyue got up to leave, countless gossipy eyes followed her. "Ling Xian." A girl muttered in a daze, "Why is he looking for Jiang Fuyue?" In the hallway. Ling Xian looked at the girl in front of him and couldn't help being stunned. Her small face was as big as a palm, and her skin was as white as snow. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, revealing her bright and clean forehead. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were like ripples, cold and transparent. The moment she looked at him, it was as if there was a magical attraction, decadent and seductive. "What's the matter?" Compared to the other party's attentive gaze, Jiang Fuyue only coldly glanced at him. She had to admit that this was a handsome boy. He was tall, had white skin, was thin and had flat shoulders and long legs. Even if he was wearing the most ordinary school uniform, it was hard to hide his confidence. She just didn't think that the original owner, who was so disobedient, would like this kind of person. But thinking about it, it wasn't strange that people would yearn for something that didn't have it. Jiang Fuyue? Ling Xian came back to his senses and put away his loss of self-control. It had only been one night, how did this girl change into a different person? What's the matter? She asked again with a trace of impatience in her eyes. Ling Xian raised his eyebrows. This reaction, a bit interesting. I came to tell you that I have a girl I like, so I can't accept your confession. Sorry. His tone was sincere and his attitude was sincere. Even his guilty expression was on point. It was a pity that he didn't lower his voice and exposed his evil intentions. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the crowd that was eavesdropping because of this shocking gossip and her eyes suddenly turned cold. Ling Xian didn't seem to notice and continued to play the role of a distressed boy who was being confessed to and was gentle even when rejected. Jiang Fuyue looked at him and suddenly pulled out a smile. It's just a bet, I didn't expect you to believe it. 30% evil, 70% sarcastic. The boy was slightly stunned. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. Jiang Fuyue had already turned around and returned to the classroom as if nothing had happened. In the afternoon, a rumor spread like wildfire. She didn't expect Ling Xian. +1. +10086. It's not polite for a boy to reject a girl's confession in front of so many people. According to the comment above, as long as it's a girl, Ling Xian must accept her confession. Otherwise, it's not polite. Haha, I finally see how the trolls reply today. Please look carefully, I emphasized in front of so many people, do you understand? The school is so big, why do you have to say it in front of the classroom? Just say it, is it that hard to keep your voice down? Ling Xian is indeed inappropriate, but Jiang Fuyue is worse. She made a bet with Ling Xian. She wasn't punished, but Ling Xian was criticized. Where are your brains? The school forum never lacked popularity, especially when it was related to the school hunk. In just a few hours, there were hundreds of comments. There were those who helped Ling Xian and those who belittled him. Jiang Fuyue, on the other hand, was not mentioned much. It was mainly because she had a bad reputation. As the saying goes, a dead pig is not afraid of being scalded by hot water. Ling Xian was different. As the famous school hunk, as well as the top student in the second year of high school, this person was a high and mighty god, an existence that was looked up to and worshipped. But a god suddenly fell to the ground, how could everyone not be excited? Jiang Fuyue smiled. She stuffed her phone into the hole in the table and looked up at the blackboard. Well, this physics lesson was not bad. Year 2 Class 1. F***CK. Did these people have sh**T in their heads? Instead of scolding Jiang Fuyue, they're blaming you? The boy's hand holding the pen paused and he suddenly looked up. You also think that she confessed to me because of the bet? Isn't it? It can't be because she likes you, right? Sun Qing blurted out without thinking. Ling Xian narrowed his eyes. Why? Huh? What do you mean why? The boy's jaw tightened and his eyes flashed with seriousness. Why can't she like me? He was not joking. He was really asking a question. Sun Cheng's expression was strange. Like Jiang Fuyue? She would like someone else? He shuddered and goosebumps appeared all over his body. It's hard to imagine. Ling Xian frowned. Besides, you two don't have much interaction. You haven't even spoken much, right? She has no reason to like you. Well, although you're the school hunk, I feel that Jiang Fuyue's taste is different from ordinary people. Ling Xian understood why everyone believed in Jiang Fuyue. Because, this girl was too bad. No, Xian. Sun Qing reacted and his eyes widened. Don't tell me you have feelings for her. Ling Xian's eyes darkened. Never. That's true. You definitely won't like this kind of girl. Do you want to take care of this post? Do you want me to help you? Sun Qing made a throat-slitting gesture. Don't bother. It's just a bunch of boring people. But Jiang Fuyue, he kept feeling that something was off. Yesterday, the girl who had mustered up the courage to stand in front of him, lowered her eyes, and shyly said the 4 words "I like you." Was it really the same girl who had coldly countered him today? Ling Xian couldn't be more familiar with this kind of unintentional nervousness and shyness. All the girls who confessed to him were like this. It couldn't be fate, so, what was Jiang Fuyue trying to do? Did she want to do the opposite? To show off her uniqueness? Or did she want to play hard to get and arouse his interest in her? Ling Xian was deep in thought. If he had known, he wouldn't have thrown the love letter. He should have opened it. By the way, Xian, Sun Qing suddenly said. Have you finished the competition prediction paper that old Su gave you? I thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out the last proof question. The physics teacher was a middle-aged internet addict who loved to surf the internet. As soon as the post on the school forum came out, he had been silently watching it. During the afternoon class, it was inevitable that he would pay extra attention to the female lead, Jiang Fuyue. Now that he was paying attention, the last-place student was actually listening to him attentively. Yu Wenzhou thought that he had to give the poor student a chance to improve. Then, he clicked on Jiang Fuyue to answer the question. Hey, she even got it right. Classmate Jiang, keep up the good work. Here you go. After class, Yu Wenzhou passed by her and suddenly threw this sentence at her. This was the last class. Jiang Fuyue put away her bag and slung it over her shoulder. Before she could go downstairs, she was blocked. Looking at the fat girl in front of her, she smiled. Jiang Han couldn't sleep last night. She was lying on the big bed, tossing and turning. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. How could she be frightened by Jiang Fuyue's gaze? Jiang Han was one of the top students in No. 1 middle school. She might not be able to summon the wind and summon the rain, but she was still respected. She was the one who brought people to warn Jiang Fuyue, but she was frightened by Jiang Fuyue instead. How shameful, Sister Han thought about it all night. She clenched her teeth so hard that they hurt. She couldn't take it lying down. She didn't skip the morning and afternoon classes. After school, she went straight to Class 3's floor and waited at the corner of the corridor. She was waiting for this moment. Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Han put his hands in his pockets and smiled maliciously. Do you want to go to the toilet or the playground today? Both of these places were good places to fix people. Jiang Fuyue said, toilet. It was nearby. It was a familiar place, a familiar smell, and the same 4 people. Sister Han, I've checked. There's no one. Lackey number 1 checked every squatting spot and reported in a low voice. The door is also closed. Lackey number 2 followed closely. Jiang Han's face suddenly darkened. He looked at Jiang Fuyue as if he was looking at a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. Go, take off her bag. Lackey number 1 heard him and moved. But in the next second, bang, the sound of heavy meat falling to the ground was heavy and dull. Before anyone could react, lackey number 1 had already landed on the ground with a dull expression. Jiang Fuyue, on the other hand, stood firmly on the spot with her school bag hanging on her shoulder. She looked down at them condescendingly. Then her eyes fell on Jiang Han's face and she smiled. You're here? Jiang Han's legs went soft. Jiang Fuyue stepped closer. Her dark eyes were like the calm deep sea under the night sky. It's here. The feeling of being eroded by darkness and frozen in an ice house is here again. Jiang Han's legs trembled and he unconsciously retreated. When he couldn't retreat any further, Jiang Fuyue leaned forward and supported herself against the wall with one hand. At this moment, Jiang Han's face was so pale that it was impossible to look at it. Cold sweat also slid down from his forehead along his cheeks. You. What do you want to do? Her lips trembled. Jiang Fuyue curled her lips and her eyes sparkled. 5 minutes later. Jiang Han squatted in the corner and scratched his head at the math exercise book in front of him. It is known that the function f(x) is an odd function defined on -1, 1, and she knew every single word, but when they were put together, they became incomprehensible. The more she read, the more she wanted to sleep. The 2 lackeys beside him weren't any better. Sister Han, what does the slope of the tangent line at the p-point is 2 mean? Jiang Han, ? How much is ln2? Jiang Han? What's the next line? I know this, the symbol depends on the quadrant. Sister Han is still the best. Hee, you're too kind. Jiang Fuyue, who was standing on the side and listening to the whole process, 20 minutes later. Jiang Han looked at the exercise book that was still the same as before and fell into deep despair. So much so that the disgusting smell of the toilet became insignificant. The two lackeys had already secretly wiped their tears. At this moment, their eyes were red as they stared at Jiang Han, hoping that big sister could take them out of the sea of suffering. Unfortunately, they didn't get any response. Jiang Fuyue leisurely leaned against the railing of the corridor, facing the direction of the female toilet. From this angle, she could monitor the three of them and couldn't smell the stench. During this time, she casually filled in 2 math papers, 2 physics papers, and 26 pages of English close exercises. Seeing that it was about time, she put the papers into her bag. Then she pointed at lackey number 1, "You, come here." The pain from the previous fall seemed to come back. Number 1 trembled all over, but he had to bite the bullet and walk forward. Jiang Fuyue, take the exercise book. Oh. Name? The lackey was stunned. Gu Meng. Jiang Fuyue didn't look up. She glanced at it and quickly flipped the pages. All 32 multiple-choice questions wrong. You're a genius. Lackey number 1 lowered his eyelids in shame. Jiang Fuyue called number 2. 15 fill-in-the-blanks questions, all 3 square root. She actually guessed one right. Finally, it was Jiang Han's turn. As expected, it was a blank. We'll continue tomorrow. After speaking, Jiang Fuyue turned around and left. The 3 lackeys, ? Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. She turned around and smiled, but it wasn't pleasing to the eyes. You can run away if you want, but you have to be mentally prepared. As for what mental preparation, Jiang Fuyue didn't say. But it was enough to make Jiang Han and the 2 lackeys tense up and the soles of their feet cold. Outside the school gate, it was no longer rush hour. There were only a few students crossing the road. Jiang Fuyue, the voice came from behind. Before she could turn around, a tall figure had already jumped in front of her. Jiang Fuyue stepped back and stood still. She looked up and sized up the other party. She saw a tall boy wearing a basketball uniform. The sweat-soaked fabric clung to his chest, outlining the beautiful lines of his muscles. It wasn't the exaggerated muscles piled up by protein powder in the gym. It was a natural outline formed by long-term exercise. Red lips, white teeth, and sweat. If it wasn't for the colorful short hair and the unruly smile on his face, he would undoubtedly be an extremely beautiful boy. He had a basketball in his left hand and a cigarette in his right. He was smoking like a hooligan, but strangely, he was full of youthfulness. ECI, Linan First Middle School's top student, who was as famous as Ling Xian. He was the famous school bully. But, the original owner didn't seem to have any interaction with him. Jiang Fuyue said lightly, "What's the matter?" TSK, the boy's presumptuous gaze swept over her and was surprised. "I heard that you cheated Ling Xian today? Does it have anything to do with you?" EC's smile suddenly disappeared. He looked at her with a hint of coldness. "Classmate, are you very picky?" "Thank you. You're in my way." "Excuse me." ECI narrowed his eyes. A dangerous look flashed in his eyes. At the same time, there was a hidden interest. "Ling Xian and I are sworn enemies," he said. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She didn't move. The boy suddenly lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Why don't we work together?" With a chuckle, it seemed that he was up to no good. Jiang Fuyue suddenly turned her head and looked into his eyes. ECI wasn't prepared at all. In the blink of an eye, the girl's fair face appeared in front of her. Along with her light breathing, there was a lingering fragrance that couldn't be wiped away. He jumped back and instantly distanced himself from Jiang Fuyue. But the back of his neck was quietly covered with a layer of pink. "What are you doing?" The boy's expression was twisted and his tone was fierce. But only he knew how much of that fierceness was just a facade and how much of it was just a bluff. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue's expressionless face didn't show the slightest bit of embarrassment. Her eyes didn't move at all. Compared to the two, ECI was like a weak chicken. He almost dropped the cigarette. In the next second, Jiang Fuyue pulled it out and skillfully shook it between her fingers. The white smoke dispersed in front of the boy's eyes. Even the faint smile on the girl's face became hazy and mysterious. That's right, the teenager swallowed. Screw him. What if I don't agree? ECI suppressed her uneasiness and smiled as she took out a pink envelope from her bag. Does this look familiar? His tone was harsh and provocative. Jiang Fuyue frowned. I didn't expect your writing to be so good, but your handwriting is a little ugly. No wonder Ling Xian didn't even look at it. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his jaw. ECI was stunned. Jiang Fuyue bent her elbow and pinned him against the wall. The teenager smelled the faint fragrance again and loosened his grip. The basketball that was originally held in a net suddenly fell to the ground, bounced a few times, and stopped moving. However, his heart could not calm down. Thump, thump, it kept bouncing. Jiang Fuyue took the opportunity to snatch the envelope from his hand. Her tone was calm, but her eyes were sharp. Where did you get this? ECI was still immersed in the strange and novel feeling and did not respond for a long time. Suddenly, Xianxia exerted force and almost suffocated him. I picked it up. Where did you pick it up? Next to the trash can in the corridor. He saw Ling Xian throw it casually, but he missed the target. Did you open it to see? No. Jiang Fuyue pressed him even harder. Did you read it or not? Cough, cough, cough. I can't breathe. Are you trying to kill me? Did you read it? I really didn't. If you don't believe me, you can check. The seal. It's not torn. Jiang Fuyue looked at it and saw that it was indeed intact. She immediately let go, put the envelope in her pocket, and turned to leave. Hey, ECI leaned against the wall and shouted at her back. Jiang Fuyue did not even look back. The teenager mumbled and touched his neck. Ouch, how cruel. He bent down to pick up the basketball and stomped out the cigarette but on the ground to vent his anger. Then, he strode away. All of this was clearly seen by the 3 pairs of eyes in the car. Yoho, I've already taken off my pants. That's it? The 17-year-old boy was slumped in the back seat, not looking proper at all. His long legs were trembling, as if he was not satisfied with the scene just now. Linan No. 1 High School, right? TSK. Looks like his high school life won't be too boring in the future. Sit properly. Suddenly, a cold voice came from beside him. The young man's body stiffened, and his legs stopped trembling. He quickly sat up straight. Uncle. The driver in the front row could hear a hint of flattery in his voice. The little prince of the Zhong family, the infamous devil incarnate in the capital, actually had such a day. However, looking at the other person sitting in the back seat, the driver was not surprised at all. The man's eyes were cold, and he sat upright. He could see the distance between them at a glance. Even though he had been driving for him for 3 years, he still did not dare to look directly at the other party's face. Some people, even when their feet are in the dust, are not in the mortal world. Uncle, school has already ended. Why don't we come back tomorrow? Anyway, it's not like we're in a hurry for a day or two. After you go in, someone will bring you to report. But, get out of the car. Zhongxiang braced himself and did not move. Can I get a raise in my allowance? The man coldly turned and looked at him. In an instant, the young man felt a chill in his face, causing him to shiver. Oh, forget I said anything. Then, he opened the car door and fled. After watching the young man enter the school gate, the man reluctantly retracted his gaze. The driver deliberated. Ninth master, do you want to wait for the young master? No need. Let's go back to the Imperial Palace. Yes. Suddenly, the phone rang along with the sound of the engine. The driver turned off the engine and looked at the screen. It's a call from the eldest miss. The man stretched out his hand. His skin was cold and pale, and the veins on the back of his hand could be seen faintly. The driver handed the phone over. The man put it to his ear. Big sister. Little Jiao, have you arrived at Linhui? How is Ziyang? Did he give you any trouble? The woman's voice was as gentle as water. "We're here. It's no trouble." The reply was concise and comprehensive. "Have you applied for the transfer?" "Yes." "Which school is it?" The man looked out of the window. "Linan First High School. It's one of the top 5 key high schools in Linhui City. It should be good." The man frowned, and the scene he saw just now flashed through his mind. The young girl held a cigarette in her hand and pushed the young man against the wall rudely and forcefully. The two seemed to be fighting over a pink envelope, or were they just flirting? In short, it was not the behavior of a normal high school student. Remembering that Xianxia was also a devil, Xia Dingyuan felt that his sister was too optimistic. "I don't think so." "Little Joe?" The woman heard and instantly became nervous. "Did Xiang get into trouble again?" "No." "That's good. Your brother-in-law and I can't control him anymore. He only listens to you now. You can hit or scold him, but you don't have to be soft-hearted. This time, he could cause such a big trouble. It's obvious how much he's been spoiled." Xia Yunzhao said a lot, but the man only listened quietly. Unless necessary, he rarely took the initiative to speak. After the call ended, Xia Dingyuan tiredly rubbed his temples and ordered the driver, "Let's go." Jiang Fuyue finished climbing the stairs and was about to take out her keys when the door opened. Jiang Xiaodi, wearing an apron, timidly stood behind the door and made way for her. "Sister." "Yes." Jiang Fuyue changed into slippers and walked in. Jiang Xiaodi was still the cook for dinner, but Jiang Fuyue took the initiative to take the bowls and chopsticks, set the table, and served the rice. Under Jiang Xiaodi's slightly surprised gaze, she calmly picked up a piece of tofu and put it in her mouth. After chewing, she said, "Don't you want to eat?" I want to eat." "Straighten your tongue before you speak." Jiang Xiaodi lowered his head in embarrassment and then obediently said, "Okay." Jiang Fuyue resisted the urge to rub his head, coughed softly, and continued to eat. Jiang Fuyue was already very calm when she saw Jiang Qinxing eating a full pot of rice and still looking as if he had not had his fill. "Sister, I'm going to wash the dishes." Jiang Fuyue nodded and didn't rush to do it. After washing the dishes, Jiang Xiaodi sealed the clean dishes for his parents with plastic wrap and put it in the fridge, swallowing his saliva. When he returned to the room, he found his sister standing in front of the desk, flipping through his exercise books. Jiang Qinxing's heart skipped a beat. "Sister." Jiang Fuyue turned around and said in a negotiating tone, "Let's each take half of the table, okay?" The original owner never did homework, so this desk was basically used by Jiang Xiaodi. "Yes. Of course. I'll put away the things." "No need, I'll sit here." The table was originally clean, but there was a pile of Jiang Xiaodi's textbooks in front of it, so it didn't affect the use of it. Jiang Qinxing ran to the living room and brought in a stool. He looked at her with a pair of bright eyes. "Sister, sit." When he was young, Jiang Qinxing liked to stick to Jiang Fuyue the most, but Jiang Fuyue had to go to school, so he could only stay at home alone. So he dreamed of going to school with his sister. But the reality was that the sister and brother were nearly 6 years apart, so it was impossible for them to be in the same grade or even in the same school. Because of this, Jiang Xiaodi hid and cried for a long time. Later, this wish evolved into doing homework with his sister. But in high school, Jiang Fuyue didn't do homework at all, and sometimes she didn't even bring her school bag home. His hopes were disappointed again, but Jiang Xiaodi still stubbornly left half of the table empty, hoping that a miracle would happen one day. Jiang Fuyue thanked him and sat down. Jiang Xiaodi's heart warmed. He realized that his sister, who didn't want Lu Hai, suddenly became very gentle. "Lu Hai? Is it my fault?" The siblings sat side by side, each at one end of the desk. The white energy-saving lamp lit up the room. Jiang Fuyue took out a stack of test papers and filled them in after scanning them. It was faster than copying answers. Jiang Xiaodi didn't care at first, but the more he read, the more stunned he became. What kind of new game is this? He knew that his sister didn't like to attend classes and hated exams even more. She never touched homework, but she might as well not do it at all. It's a waste of time to play. Jiang Xiaodi was really thinking for his sister. "Are you done?" Jiang Fuyue suddenly asked. She looked up and filled in the last blank. Jiang Qinqing was stunned. He nodded and then shook his head. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Are you done or not? Just tell me. Don't be shy like a little girl. You can take the initiative to express your thoughts and opinions. I've finished what the teacher assigned, but I haven't done anything else. Jiang Fuyue paused and pulled out a piece of draft paper from the exercise book that she had flipped open earlier. Do you mean the questions here? Jiang Xiaodi nodded subconsciously. He suddenly thought of something and said, yes. You copied it yourself? Yes. Mathematical Olympiad questions? Jiang Xiaodi's eyes lit up. Sister, you know? Jiang Fuyue didn't answer. She asked, you don't have a test paper? Otherwise, why would you copy it by hand? Only for mathematical Olympiad classes. Jiang Qinqing knew that his family didn't have the money to enroll him in classes, so he didn't mention it. However, he really liked it, so he borrowed his deskmate's test paper to copy the questions and answers. What about the questions you don't know? Jiang Xiaodi pursed his lips and lowered his head. Jiang Fuyue understood. With his personality, he wouldn't take the initiative to ask his classmates or teachers. He could only keep it to himself and forget about the questions he didn't know. Which questions do you not know? Jiang Qinqing abruptly looked up. He had a guess, but he didn't dare to believe it. He could only stare blankly at Jiang Fuyue. No? No, there is. His tongue began to roll again. This one, and the last three, the results are different from the answers. Jiang Fuyue glanced at it. Get me a new piece of draft paper. Jiang Xiaodi acted immediately. His peach blossom eyes, which were exactly the same as Jiang Fuyue's, were full of expectation and trust. He had completely forgotten that his biological sister was actually a bad student. Let's look at this first. Process a batch of parts. The original plan was to process 15 parts a day, and it would take several days to complete. When 3/5 of the processing task is completed, a new technology will be used, and the work efficiency will be increased by 20%. In essence, this is actually calculating the increase in efficiency first, then processing every day, sis. I understand now. Jiang Fuyue nodded. She did not continue with the following steps and immediately switched to the next question. A and B are on a 400-meter circular track, 15 minutes later. Jiang Qinqing looked at Jiang Fuyue with only admiration left in his eyes. Sis, you're amazing. Jiang Fuyue reached out and patted his head. It was only after she did she realize that this action was too intimate. She remembered that in her previous life, she had also poured such warmth and gentleness on the person she called her younger brother, but what she received in return was only abandonment and betrayal. Jiang Fuyue's expression suddenly turned cold. Her eyes were once again covered with indifference. She got up and left the bedroom for the living room. Jiang Qinqing held the pen in his hand. His eyes were blank, and his face immediately turned pale. Did he do something wrong? That night, the siblings did not speak again. Jiang Xiaodi wanted to say something several times, but he was stopped by Jiang Fuyue. In the end, he hung his head dejectedly, like a withered autumn grass. It was night, and all was quiet. Jiang Fuyue lay quietly on the bottom bunk. It was only when she heard Jantar and Han Yunru open the door that she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. She thought, Jiang Qinqing and Lu Mingshan are ultimately different. The next day, Jiang Fuyue did not need Jiang Xiaodi to wake her up. She quickly washed up, had breakfast, and went to school. You're handing in your homework? The person sitting in the front row opened his mouth wide in surprise. Jiang Fuyue did not say much. She directly handed the test papers and exercise books to him. Lu Bowen took them in a daze and passed them to the front in a daze. It was not until the first class bell rang that he realized, damn. The last in the grade handed in her homework? The sun did not rise from the west today. The first and second classes were Chinese classes again. This time, Jiang Fuyue did not fall asleep. She took out a physics exercise book and did it. Half of the semester had already passed. The books and exercise books of the original owner were almost new. She could only start from the beginning. Although she had already read and memorized the points yesterday, she was not a real high school student. Some of the questions still needed to be done once to get the hang of it. But Jiang Fuyue did not do all the questions. She only did the same type of questions once. If she encountered it again, she would directly skip it. So, from Wan Shoutong's point of view, she could only see her deskmate, who had been full of mystery since yesterday, randomly filling in the blanks in the physics exercise book. On average, she could turn 2 pages in 1 minute. For some big questions, she simply skipped the steps and directly wrote the answers. She did not use a piece of draft paper during this time. During the class, Wan Shoutong leaned over and whispered to her, "Are you doing the exercises?" "Yes." "So fast?" Her small mouth formed an O shape. "Are you going to get some water?" Jiang Fuyue took the cup. "Yes, yes." Wan Shoutong was flattered. After the bell rang, Su Jing came in with a stack of papers. "Everyone, tidy up the things on the table. Leave the pens and draft paper. We will do a small test." Suddenly, there was a cry. She did not know if it was an illusion, but Jiang Fuyue felt that Su Jing looked in her direction several times. After the exam began, only the soft sound of paper flipping could be heard in the large space. Jiang Fuyue used half a minute to look through the papers from beginning to end. Suddenly, her eyes slightly paused when she saw the additional questions. Then she suddenly looked up at Su Jing, who was sitting on the podium. Her eyes had a deep meaning. Su Jing seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at her. The next second, he quickly looked away. She could actually see a hint of guilt in his eyes. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Interesting. Without further delay, she began to immerse herself in writing. The multiple-choice questions, fill-in-the-blank questions, and answers took less than 5 minutes. There was no way to save steps for the proof questions. Jiang Fuyue could only write step by step. The answers were not difficult. With a set of formulas and numbers, they were easily solved. After Jiang Fuyue finished these, only 20 minutes had passed. In the end, there was only the additional question left. Tisk, 30 points. Only then did she take out her draft paper. Jiang Fuyue fell asleep in the second half of the exam. To be precise, it was the second half of the exam. She was only woken up by Wan Shoutong when the class representative called her to hand in the papers. She took the papers and handed them to the desk in front of her. Lu Bowen was shocked again. She actually filled in every blank. When the class representative gathered the test papers and handed them to Su Jing, he actually saw a hint of eagerness on the face of the teacher, who was known for being a Buddhist. This was especially so when he rubbed his hands together. It made people think of the phrase rubbing their hands together. When Su Jing returned to his office, his steps were bigger than usual. After the last class in the morning, Jiang Fuyue and Wan Shoutong went to the cafeteria together. As soon as they left the classroom, they saw their homeroom teacher, Su Jing, walking towards them. He looked impatient, but there was also a hint of suppressed excitement. In short, he was not as calm as he usually was. "Hello, Teacher Su." There were scattered greetings around them. Su Jing nodded in response and went straight to Jiang Fuyue. "Why didn't you finish the proof question?" he blurted out. Everyone pricked up their ears. What proof question? Wasn't it normal for Jiang Fuyue to not finish it? Wouldn't it be a problem if she finished it? Wan Shoutong subconsciously tensed up when the homeroom teacher approached her. She froze on the spot and did not dare to breathe. She was afraid of her teacher like a mouse was afraid of a cat. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Teacher Su, I haven't had lunch yet." Wan Shoutong, ? Su Jing, ? The onlookers, ? Jiang Fuyue calmly added, "I'm going to the cafeteria now." Su Jing took a while to react. Was she complaining that he was blocking her way? Ahem, he coughed softly and acted like a homeroom teacher. "There's no hurry. Follow me to the office first." Jiang Fuyue was called away just like that. "Oh no, I'm going to be criticized again. I can't even eat." Old Su is okay. He doesn't scold people. Did Jiang Fuyue hand in a blank paper again? I saw that she was sleeping during the exam. In the class office. Eh? Old Sue, you finished your lunch so quickly? The homeroom teacher of Class 7 had just stood up from his seat when he saw Su Jing walking in. He then realized that there was a female student following behind him. He was a little surprised. Su Jing was a typical academic. His professional knowledge was excellent and his teaching ability was obvious to all. However, he was not very concerned about the management of the class. Other form teachers would invite their parents over every other day, but he was different. He rarely called his students over to his office, but today was a rare sight, but this female classmate looked gentle and quiet. She didn't seem to be disobedient. The form teacher of Class 7 sat back down. He was not in a hurry to eat. It was more important to watch the show. Jiang Fuyue calmly watched as Su Jing took out her test paper and spread it out. She then pointed at the additional question and asked, "What about the steps in the middle? Why is there only a beginning and a conclusion?" "I can't." There were not many places for additional questions to be written. What's more, this question was added by Su Jing at the last minute. It shouldn't have appeared in the first place. "You can prove it, right?" Su Jing's eyes lit up. Jiang Fuyue nodded. "Sure." Because the intermediate steps could not be written down, she could only complete them on draft paper. Among them, she had to use 3 self-proof theorems. In order to save space, she only put out the formula for each self-proof process, followed by the conclusion. That was why Su Jing asked about the intermediate steps. And the most important part of this question happened to be here. Seeing this, Su Jing's heart was itching. He couldn't wait to go to class and drag Jiang Fuyue over. Finally, when the bell rang, he was afraid that Jiang Fuyue would leave. He anxiously went to the classroom door to block her, which led to the previous scene. "Write it down for me to see." Su Jing pushed the draft paper and pen over. He was inexplicably excited. If this was really the case, he thought, he might have found a genius. Jiang Fuyue did not move. "Teacher Su, this question doesn't seem to be in the middle school syllabus." She smiled. Su Jing touched his nose and felt guilty. "If I remember correctly, this question is the one on your draft paper yesterday, right?" Cough cough. She felt even more guilty. Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes and said affirmatively, "You did it on purpose." "I just want to test everyone and see if there's anyone in the class who can do it." Jiang Fuyue asked in return, "Then did you solve it?" The huge office was dead silent for a moment. Even the form teacher of Class 7, who was watching from the side, could feel the awkwardness of being pinched to death. It might have only been a few seconds, or it might have been half a minute before he heard Su Jing's voice. He said, "No." "Oh." Jiang Fuyue did not have much of an expression. She took out a paper ball and said, "It's on here. Take a look at it yourself. I'm going to eat first." After saying that, she turned and left without waiting for Su Jing's agreement. After she left, the form teacher of Class 7 poked his head over from the opposite side. "Old Su, what's the situation? Is she a student in your class?" The girl was quite pretty, but why did he not have any impression of her? Su Jing did not even raise his head. He carefully opened the paper ball, flattened it, and eagerly scanned through every step. Then, his eyes lit up. "Why did Teacher Su look for you? Did he criticize you?" During lunch break, Wan Shoutong asked softly. "No." She heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good." In the afternoon, there was a physical education class, but Jiang Fuyue could not attend it because she was called to the office by Su Jing again. Clang, a test paper was placed in front of her. Su Jing said, "You have 40 minutes. Do as much as you can. The time starts now." Jiang Fuyue paused for a moment and then picked up her pen. It did not take 40 minutes at all. She only spent half an hour to return the test paper to Su Jing. "Why, you can't give me the correct answer after I finish?" Old Su, who was still in a daze, immediately reacted. "Yes. Now." 5 minutes later. Full marks?" Full marks. The first one was Su Jing, which was unbelievable. The second one was Jiang Fuyue, which was expected. He flipped the test paper over and over 3 times, not letting go of any details. Su Jing was horrified to find that he could not find any mistakes. Even the word solve for each question was written neatly. He could not find any fault in the test paper even if he wanted to. This was a full mark that he had watched her do, the kind that did not have the slightest bit of exaggeration. Su Jing was dumbfounded, followed by ecstasy. Student Jiang, do you know the IMO? The International Mathematical Olympiad. Yes. Have you participated in the training? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. No. It doesn't matter, listen to me. Su Jing took a deep breath and tried to adjust his emotions, but the way he looked at her still unconsciously stirred up waves. He pointed to the test paper. This is the prediction test paper from last year's provincial finals. Although it's not as difficult as the real questions, no one has ever gotten full marks. Last year, there were no finalists who did this set of test papers. Not long ago, he had assigned it as homework for the Olympiad training class, but there were no finalists. Even when he was doing it himself, there were mistakes. It was not that these questions were difficult for Su Jing, but the whole test paper was completed within the stipulated time without any mistakes and got full marks. It was difficult, but Jiang Fuyue did it. Moreover, she only took 30 minutes. Su Jing saw with his own eyes that she wrote the answers directly after reading the fill in the blanks and choice sections. There was no need to calculate at all. He once suspected that the other party was filling in the blanks, but it turned out that she was so tough. All the answers were correct. Lin'an First High School's Mathematical Olympiad class was very famous in Linhui City. First of all, Su Jing was a big shot. Talents were common, but talent scouts were rare. Second, in the past many years, this class could be said to be fruitful, and the honor it brought to the school was obvious to all. Every year, they would win the provincial first prize, not to mention the second and third prizes. There were also students who were shortlisted for the winter camp. It was said that 2 seniors had entered the national training team and finally stood on the podium of the IMO, winning glory for the country. Their photos were still hanging in the window. After the 2 of them, Su Jing had never met such a good seedling again. Ling Xian from Class 1 could barely be counted as one of them. He was also the most promising seeded player to enter the winter camp this year. Su Jing usually paid a lot of attention to her. But now, looking at Jiang Fuyue's back, he suddenly had a strong hunch that this girl would bring unexpected surprises to everyone in the near future. Old Su. Hey, the head teacher of Class 7 called him. She's already gone. Why are you still staring? You don't understand. He grinned happily. You just kidnapped a student into your mathematical Olympiad class. What are you so proud of? I seriously suspect that she agreed because of the 500 yuan monthly subsidy from the school. No matter what, just agree. Meng Zhijian finally looked him in the eye. Although Su Jing was lukewarm, in fact, he was more arrogant than anyone else. It wasn't that he was impolite, but when a person reached a certain height and realm, they would naturally look down on others. Many people and many things would easily not be able to enter their eyes. However, his eagerness just now, to the point where he even used the method of coaxing, was not like this person's usual style. Is that student really that good? Su Jing snorted and threw the test paper in front of him. Look at it yourself. 2 minutes later, full marks? Yes. Did you memorize the answers? I called it here at the last minute. Can you memorize it for me? Haha. No need for a duck. Su Jing picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said leisurely, there's finally something to look forward to this year. Be careful. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Go, go, go. You're saying that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. You're just jealous. Meng Zhijian was in disbelief. Me? Envious? What a joke. How many Ipo players do you plan to send to the national training team this year? Meng Zhijian withered instantly. Ipo, International Physics Olympiad. Their school had not even had a single student enter the provincial finals in the past 3 years, let alone the national team. Don't make fun of me. Meng Zhijian curled his lips and sat back down. I reckon they'll be dismissed by this time next year. Without good seedlings, it's useless to raise them. They won't be able to survive. I'll also have some peace, although he said that, there was a flash of regret in his eyes. Originally, Ling Xian was also talented. Unfortunately, his energy was limited. He could only choose between the mathematical Olympiad class and the competitive physics class. By the way, who is that student? Why don't I have any recollection of it? Logically speaking, this kind of good seedling should have already been famous in the grade. Oh, Jiang Fuyue. Su Jing played it down. Meng Zhijian almost spat out the mouthful of water he just drank. Who? Su Jing repeated good-naturedly. It was still the same 3 words. Teacher Meng was confused. Apart from the last in the grade, is there anyone else named Jiang Fuyue in our school? Probably not. After the last class in the afternoon, the classroom was soon empty. Sister Han, Gemeng carefully moved over. Are we still going? Jiang Han's heart was in a dilemma. One moment, it was Jiang Fuyue's dangerous eyes that could freeze people to death. The next moment, it was the torturous torture of facing the exercises. After a while, she gritted her teeth and seemed to have made up her mind. Let's go. Gemeng was pleasantly surprised. Her face was full of admiration and even moved to tears. She knew that Sister Han would not back down. She would definitely lead them to escape from Jiang Fuyue's evil clutches. Go, but the next second, Jiang Han said, the toilet smell is too disgusting. Don't you have a lot of earplugs? Give me a pair, I'll use them to block my nostrils. Gemeng, ? The other little lackey followed silently. When the 3 of them arrived, Jiang Fuyue was already standing in the same position as yesterday. Her back was leaning against the railing, calm and unruffled. Did you bring your homework? She asked. Jiang Han nodded hesitantly. Yes, I did. As for Gemeng and Lu Sisi behind her, they did not dare to speak. Then let's start. We've almost finished our homework after class. Really? Yes. Gemeng nodded quickly. Lu Sisi also followed. Oh? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Jiang Han quickly rummaged through her bag. If you don't believe me, I can show it to you, no need. Since we finished our homework, let's play something else. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Jiang Han's heart turned cold. 10 minutes later, on the field. Jiang Fuyue stood at the starting point and raised her chin. 5 laps. After that, we'll go home. Jiang Han wanted to fall to the ground and pretend to be in a coma. 5 laps? Wasn't this asking for her life? Don't. Let's talk about it slowly. Everything can be discussed. Jiang Fuyue's expression did not change. She only clenched her fists and stepped on the tip of her foot. Her seemingly casual movements made Jiang Han's scalp tighten. Gemeng jumped away immediately. She did not want to be kicked a second time. Sister Han, why don't we run? Jiang Han gritted her teeth. Run. In fact, her heart was bleeding. In the midsummer evening, the wind was warm. The ground was shrouded in steaming heat. The whole field was like a pot with a lid. Jiang Han began to pant after 2 steps. In less than half a lap, she was already sweating profusely. After the first lap, she looked as if she had been fished out of a river. Under the setting sun, the jiggling fat on her body seemed to be having a long-lost party. I can't. I can't run anymore. Jiang Fuyue rubbed her wrist and walked closer. Jiang Han's pupil shrank. I'll run, okay? On the 3rd lap, Jiang Han felt that her legs were not her own. In the last lap, Gemeng and Lu Sisi held her arms and walked to the finish line. At this time, Jiang Fuyue had finished 7 sets of mathematics papers and 10 sets of physics papers. She put away her bag, stood up, and turned to leave without saying anything. Wait. Jiang Han panted. Can I do my homework tomorrow? She was about to cry. How could running be better than homework? Jiang Fuyue did not look back. It depends on which subject you want to do. Sports homework was also homework. Write it. The handwritten kind. Jiang Han shouted. When they were out of sight, Jiang Han rested on the spot for more than 10 minutes before she recovered. Sister Han. Lu Cixi wanted to say something but hesitated. Just say it. Jiang Han opened the bottle of mineral water handed by Gumeng and gulped down half of it. Why should we tolerate Jiang Fuyue? Why should we be bullied by her? Who does she think she is? Jiang Han was stunned. Yes, why should she? It was not like she could not beat her. Cough. Well, even if she could not beat her, couldn't she ask for help? As soon as Jiang Fuyue stood still, the door opened. Jiang Shaodi stood behind the door, looking as timid as ever. Sister, how did you know I was back? It seemed that he would always open the door for her in time. I heard footsteps. Oh. Jiang Fuyue lowered her head to change her shoes. I brought the key. I can open the door myself in the future. You don't have to, it's okay. Jiang Shaodi suddenly interrupted her, and then his voice weakened. Well, the rice is ready. There's scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Jiang Fuyue took 2 steps and suddenly stopped in her tracks. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes was the original owner's favorite dish. Jiang Shaodi stared at her back and pursed his lips. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue suddenly turned around and called him. Come here. Huh? She had already walked to the sofa, and Jiang Shaodi hurried to follow. Sit. Jiang Fuyue pointed to the opposite side. The young boy obediently walked over. Raise your head. He obediently did as he was told, and at the same time, his thin back subconsciously straightened. He was so serious that it was a little cute. Jiang Fuyue chuckled. Why are you so nervous? Am I that scary? Jiang Qinqing subconsciously shook his head. Then he remembered that Jiang Fuyue didn't like this, so he said, You're not scary. Then why are you so careful every time you see me? I'm afraid that you'll be angry. Jiang Fuyue remembered the original owner's personality. Not only was she the same towards her classmates, but also towards her family. Jiang Qinqing. She called his full name. Jiang Shaodi looked up blankly. Let's get along peacefully in the future. After that, she walked straight to the dining table. Why are you still standing there? Eat. Jiang Shaodi seemed to be floating in the clouds. He was in a daze until his sister served the rice and pushed the pot in front of him. Sister, are you not angry with me anymore? When was I angry? Last night, Jiang Fuyue paused and raised her hand to touch his head. I'm not angry with you. Jiang Qinqing felt the moment of touch, as sweet as stealing honey. Then, he shyly shrunk his head into his collar, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Sister is really different now. After dinner, Jiang Qinqing washed the dishes while Jiang Fuyue swept the floor. The division of labor was clear. After cleaning up, the siblings huddled together at the same table as yesterday to do their homework. Jiang Qinqing, sister, I don't know how to answer this question. Su Jing was a woman of action. Yesterday, he said that he wanted Jiang Fuyue to participate in the Olympiad class. Today, he threw a pile of papers at her. Write as much as you can. After saying that, he took the teacup and left. This scene was seen by many students. Wan Xiaotong, why did old Su give you so many test papers? Do it. TSK. Why are they all Olympiad questions? Did you get the wrong one? No. Oh right. Wan Xiaotong was a little shy. She pursed her lips, and 2 small dimples appeared on her cheeks. I forgot 2 steps in the middle of the second major question. Did you write them down? Jiang Fuyue shook her head, but, I have them on my test paper. After saying that, she took out the test paper that she had casually stuffed into the hole under the table. Wan Xiaotong was stunned at one glance. 170 points? Her first reaction was that Jiang Fuyue added a 1 in front of 70. However, when she finished reading the entire test paper, she realized how wrong she was. Except for the additional questions, everything was correct. The additional questions were 30 points. Due to the incomplete steps, 10 points were deducted and 20 points were obtained. The total was exactly 170 points, the real deal. Wan Xiaotong stared at the test paper for a full 2 minutes. Then, she hugged Jiang Fuyue. Ah, Jiang Fuyue, you're too awesome. How can you be so awesome? Not only was Jiang Fuyue stunned by her, but the other students were also dumbfounded. It was mainly because Wan Shoutong was usually too inconspicuous in class. It seemed that she had never spoken loudly before. Her sudden outburst shocked everyone, including herself. Jiang, you got full marks. She reacted and her cheeks flushed. Although she deliberately lowered her voice, there was uncontrollable excitement in her eyes. How did you do it? How can you be so good? Could it be that one only needed to flip through all the textbooks to become a top student? Jiang, the person who was called raised an eyebrow. It sounded quite pleasant. Didn't you want to look at the steps? There are still 2 minutes before class starts. Ah. I'll copy it first and study it slowly. Looking at Wan Shoutong's flustered appearance, Jiang Fuyue smiled. Why is she so silly? Wan Shoutong glanced from the corner of her eyes. That gaze, oh. Sue's leg is broken. What should I do? There were a total of 36 papers given by Su Jing. By the time school ended in the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue had finished 20 papers in bits and pieces. The remaining 16 papers should not be a problem for her to finish by today. Wan Shoutong dawdled for a long time. Jiang Fuyue saw that she had been collecting her things. When everyone left the classroom, she was still not done. What are you doing? Student Wan stammered. Let's go together? No need. Okay then. A wave of disappointment surged in her heart. I'll go first. I have to do something. You're probably not used to that kind of scene, Jiang Fuyue said. Wan Shoutong's eyes regained their vigor. She smiled brightly at her. It's okay, you do what you need to do. I'll go home first. See you tomorrow. With this delay, when Jiang Fuyue reached the female toilet, Jiang Han was already squatting at the side with 2 little lackeys and starting to do homework. She was so obedient. I thought you wouldn't come. Jiang Fuyue leaned on the railing with a faint smile. Jiang Han was stared at by her and habitually broke out in a cold sweat. How could, in fact, she really did not want to come. Especially after listening to Lu Cici's words yesterday, the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Yes, she was the dignified Sister Han, rich and powerful. How could she lie down and be beaten by Jiang Fuyue? Later, Jiang Han figured it out. Of course, it was because Su Qingsong's fist was harder than hers. If she wanted to resist, she had to have the ability. The bruise on Gameng's leg was still there. She was not so stubborn that she had to test the law. After understanding this point, Jiang Han was suddenly not depressed anymore. She even had a lazy thought: it was homework, not running. What was so difficult about it? Jiang Fuyue looked at her with a mysterious and wonderful expression. Jiang Han said carefully, then, shall we continue? Okay. When Xie Dingyuan arrived, the teaching building was already empty. On the way, she received a call from Xie Yunzhao. Whether you hit or scold her, just teach her a lesson. Don't leave her any face. Xie Dingyuan was in the corridor when she suddenly stopped. She narrowed her eyes and said to the other end of the phone, Sister, I'll hang up first. Oh, okay, then you. Xie Dingyuan put away her phone and narrowed her eyes. She saw a figure leaning against the opposite corridor. The girl was wearing a black spaghetti strap. Her shoulders were thin and her frame was slender. Her exposed skin was cold and white, which was a sharp contrast with the black fabric. At this moment, she was holding a test paper and a pen high above her head and doodling lazily. Her raised neck was stretched into a tight arc. Her willowy arms were stretched to the extreme under the sun. Her ponytail swayed gently. She was beautiful, but it was not a scene that should be seen on campus. The man's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. There was a trace of disdain in his indifferent eyes. The sun was setting in the west, and the heat had not dissipated. Jiang Fuyue was standing in the corridor, and she was sweating profusely after a while. She simply took off her school uniform jacket and tied it around her waist, leaving only a camisole underneath. Fortunately, her body was slim and tall, and it was beautiful. Even with the tank top, it did not look vulgar, but elegant and graceful. At this time, the whole building was empty. Who would care about what she wore? On the other hand, Jiang Han frequently glanced over, her eyes filled with shock and envy. Why was she so thin? why was she so thin? Most importantly, she was so skinny, but she had so much strength that one kick could make people scream, so angry. After taking off her jacket, Jiang Fuyue felt much more refreshed, and it was easier for her to do the questions. There was a big question that needed to be illustrated. She put one hand on the bottom and raised her arm. The light suddenly brightened. She moved the tip of her pen, and an almost perfect oval appeared on the paper. She then added a few auxiliary lines. Amidst the myriad of thoughts, his train of thought was sorted out just like that. Just as she was about to move on to the next question, she suddenly felt a sense of prying from not far away. It was not dangerous, but it was definitely not friendly. Jiang Fuyue immediately stood up straight and turned to look at the opposite side. She saw the back of a man pushing the door open. In less than 2 seconds, the door closed, cutting off her gaze. The great office? Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes, and her eyes darkened. Zhongxiang's guardian? Yes. The man nodded slightly, and his reserved movements brought out an innate aristocratic aura. Meng Zhijian thought of the principal's instructions and guessed that this transfer student had an extraordinary background. Now that he saw the guardian's aura, he was indeed not an ordinary person. The smile on his face became more polite, but he was complaining in his heart. How was this sending him a student? It was more like sending him to his ancestors. Hello, I'm the form teacher of grade 2 class 7. My surname is Meng. Hello, teacher Meng. Are you Zhongxiang? I'm his uncle. Oh, it's like this. On the first day of Zhongxiang's transfer to another school, he was quite well behaved. Other than inquiring about some trivial things from his classmates, he was either sleeping or lying on the table playing with his phone. At least he didn't cause any trouble. Meng Zhijian was entrusted by the principal to inform all the teachers that they would turn a blind eye to Zhongxiang's behavior. If Zhongxiang behaved himself, then there would be no trouble. However, the next day, the little brat went to provoke ECI. There was no need to elaborate on the details. In the end, the two of them entered the office together. Since Xie Dingyuan came late, ECI had already been taken away by her parents. Zhongxiang was still standing in the corner, unremorseful. Instead, his eyes were unruly and calm. Only when Xie Dingyuan came in did he obediently greet him, "Uncle." "Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Meng. I've already understood the situation. I'll educate him well when I get back." "It's no trouble at all." After sending off his nephew and uncle, Meng Zhijian slumped in his seat and heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that sooner or later, he would be tortured to death by those brats from class 7. They were all rich second-generation heirs. Their families had either donated buildings to the school or invested money to renovate the cafeteria and library. They were all golden nuggets and treasures. He couldn't treat them lightly. Most of the time, he thought about teaching these rich young masters and ladies a lesson and letting them have a taste of what it was like to be beaten up by society. Unfortunately, he could only think about it and never put it into practice. It was too difficult for him. Xie Dingyuan walked in front with large strides. Zhongxiang followed behind listlessly, not daring to speak. After getting into the car, the two of them sat down. "Ninth Master?" the driver asked. "Back to Imperial Heaven residence." The engine started and the car was silent for a moment. Zhongxiang glanced to the side uneasily. When he saw his uncle's cold side profile, the uneasiness in his heart was magnified infinitely. Xie Dingyuan wasn't like Xie Yunzhao, who grabbed his ear and nagged until she burst into tears. He also wasn't like Zhong Yuni, who directly hit him with a stick and beat him up first. He only looked at you indifferently from a distance and silently gave you the cold shoulder until you couldn't hold it in anymore and collapsed first. Zhongxiang gritted his teeth. It was all a trick, but since he was young, he had been trapped by this kind of trick. Hold it in. This time, I must hold it in. He secretly cheered himself on. However, Xie Dingyuan didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. He got out of the car, ignored him, entered the villa, and went straight to the second floor. He didn't even come down for dinner. "Young master, do you want more rice?" Madame Lu asked with a smile. Zhongxiang pinched his chopsticks, his eyes drifting. "Then, shouldn't I call my uncle to eat?" "Sir said he's busy." "There's no need to call him. Oh. Xianxia picked up a piece of pork rib, but it was tasteless. Are you still begging? I'm not eating. He put down his chopsticks and got up to leave. So be it. Who doesn't know how to hide? Humph, Madame Lu smiled and shook her head helplessly. The niece and uncle are at it again, nighttime. Xianxia was so angry that he smashed the mouse, f*ck. He lost again. Lin Shimo, do you even know how to play? An innocent voice came from the earpiece. No, you guys dragged me in. Xianxia gritted his teeth. You're a smart kid, you're first in exams and competitions. How can you be so bad at games? Maybe this is what the legends say, when God opens a door for you, he's bound to close a window. Get lost. Yo, Ongzi, you're pretty bad-tempered today. Who pissed you off? Another voice interjected with obvious mockery. Xianxia ran his fingers through his hair. Tisk, it's prickly. Don't talk about it. It's annoying. Yo, what's the situation? You're already in Linhui. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. No one cares about you. Why are you still bothering me? Xianxia pursed his lips and snorted. Who said no one cares about me? You're talking about your uncle? Can he care about you? I don't believe it. Recalling Xie Dingyuan's cold and indifferent face, Xianxia began to feel irritated again. Bad luck. That's it for today. I'm going offline. Hey, I'm not done yet, a system notification popped up. Friend has gone offline. f*ck. Lin Shimo, another friend went offline. The night was getting darker, and everything was silent. In the study room, Xie Dingyuan closed his laptop and took off his glasses. His eyes were tired from concentrating for such a long time. He closed his eyes and rested for about 10 minutes. Then, he picked up his glass of water and got up. Before leaving, he meticulously checked the power supply and switches. Finally, he closed the windows, drew the curtains, and locked the study room. Every step was strict and orderly. There was a set of rules. In the dining room, Mrs. Lu had already prepared the meal according to the recipe. From the selection of ingredients to the dosage of seasonings used during the cooking process, everything had been strictly selected and accurately calculated. This ensured that the energy obtained from eating would reach the optimal value required by the body, not a bit more, not a bit less. It was like the optimal solution in a mathematics problem. Precise and perfect. Uncle. It was Xianxia. Xie Dingyuan put down the used napkin and folded it neatly. Mrs. Lu knew that this was the signal for the meal to be over. She quietly went forward and cleaned up. What's the matter? Xie Dingyuan sat down on the sofa. Xianxia stood opposite him with a bashful look on his face. If there's nothing else, I'm going out. He had the habit of taking a stroll after meals. Now, he sat down purely to listen to what his nephew had to say. Don't, uncle, don't go. I don't have that much time to play with you. Who said that his uncle was not good with words? His tongue could poison someone to death in minutes. Okay, Xianxia took a deep breath and told himself that he was used to it. It didn't matter, but he still felt like cursing. Don't you have anything to ask me? Xie Dingyuan pondered for a moment and said, tell me the reason for the fight. Don't you know? That bastard surname D is too arrogant. He walked past my desk and took my book down. How could he not pick it up? Who gave him the guts? He's too big. If I don't teach him a lesson, how can I, Zhong, show my face? Clatter, clatter, clatter. Student Zhong's spittle flew everywhere as if he was pouring beans. Xie Dingyuan understood and said. You still think that you're in the right. Zhongxiang thickened his neck and argued, I'm not in the wrong. What did I do wrong? Disobeying the school rules and fighting is your first mistake. Not knowing how to restrain yourself in front of the teacher is your second mistake. Refusing to reflect on your actions and being arrogant is your third mistake. You're in the wrong everywhere. The man's tone was calm but inexplicably pressuring. His cold eyes were almost emotionless. With just a glance, Zhongxiang was firmly nailed to the ground and his whole body stiffened. After a while, he found his voice, but he was still unconvinced. According to what you said, I can only be bullied and get beaten up. Xie Dingyuan said, you can deal with it in a smarter way. Xianxia said, for example? If you think his behavior is wrong, you can tell the form teacher or even the principal. You can even call the police. Since it can be resolved within the rules and you're the one in the right, why use violence and give the other party a chance to bite back? Uncle, you're already an adult. Can you stop talking about rules and regulations? I'm not a primary school student. Besides, there aren't many primary school students who follow the rules these days. You may be afraid, but I'm not. If he doesn't pick it up, I'll beat him up until he does. The man asked, did he pick it up? The fight had already started. Who would care so much? Xianxia muttered, I don't know. First of all, rules are rules. Since you're in this circle, you should abide by them. Secondly, following the rules had nothing to do with age. In the end, your disobedience caused you to lose more than you gained. This is a lesson. After saying that, he got up and left. Xianxia yelled at his back, I don't believe that you've never broken any rules in your life. Even if there isn't one now, there will definitely be in the future. Xie Dingyuan did not stop walking. He said coldly, never. This nephew and uncle parted on bad terms. The next day, Xianxia went to school as usual. He bumped into Eci at the school gate. Their eyes met, and they looked away at the same time. The atmosphere in Class 7 was not right for the whole morning. Xianxia thought, I must teach this guy a lesson. Only then will he know why the flowers are so red. Eci thought, the rich pigs from Beijing are just SOSO. They can't take a beating. On Jiang Fuyue's side, the price of staying up late to finish all the papers was that she slept the whole morning. During this period, the language teacher did not do anything. Su Jing turned a blind eye. However, Jiang Fuyue was called up twice in physics class. Once was to answer a question, and the other time was to go on stage to do a question. At the same time, Wan Xiutong and Lu Bowen, who sat in front of her, were called up. Wan Xiutong was a good student. She listened attentively in class, finished her homework on time, and never slacked off. Although this question had a certain level of difficulty, Yu Wenzhou had taught her a similar question before. Her notes were good, and she had just finished reviewing yesterday. Although her train of thought was a bit bumpy, at least she had the general direction. As for Lu Bowen, there was no need to worry. He was always first in class and was a proper top student. Only Jiang Fuyue, everyone thought that she was called up to do the question because she was sleeping. Yu Wenzhou wanted to take the opportunity to beat her up. In fact, Yu Wenzhou really did plan to do so. The day before yesterday, he had changed his opinion of this last-place student. After class, he walked over to her side and said a few words of encouragement. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, she would do something like this? Unfortunately, what happened next didn't go as most people expected. When Jiang Fuyue finished writing down the steps and asked Yu Wenzhou if she could go down, the whole class was silent because they were all stunned. Even Yu Wenzhou himself was dumbfounded. It's over? Jiang Fuyue, it's over. Lu Bowen paused and couldn't help but look to the side. He saw that the steps Jiang Fuyue had written down didn't even take up half of the blackboard. Sure enough, she had messed it up. He sighed and began to calculate the next step. At that moment, Yu Wenzhou finally reacted and said, the answer is correct. You can go down. Jiang Fuyue replied with an "oh" and went back to her seat. She folded her hands and lay down to continue sleeping. Yu Wenzhou, the students, from then on, the way Lu Bowen looked at Jiang Fuyue changed. He was caught red-handed by Wan Xiutong several times. Why are you staring at Jiang? I think it's strange. In the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue didn't go to class because she went to the math Olympiad class. The weekly Olympiad training was on Thursday afternoons. No matter what grade or class you were in, you had to drop your class schedule if you wanted to participate. The math Olympiad and competitive physics classes were held at the same time. There was also a competitive chemistry class, but it was cancelled a few years ago and had never been held again. When Jiang Fuyue walked in with her backpack, she once again put on the silent effect. The girl had one hand in her pocket and her backpack was slumped on her back. As she walked, her ponytail swayed. At first, her back was against the light, so they couldn't see her face clearly. However, when she left the glaring sun behind her and walked to the middle of the classroom, her overly beautiful face with hidden arrogance was caught off guard and entered everyone's eyes in an absolutely stunning manner. F***ck, why is she here? Sun Qing recognized Jiang Fuyue because of the post. Of course, it wasn't a good impression. When Ling Xian heard this, he pressed down on the test paper he had just taken out and frowned. Hey, Xian, she's a sticky candy. She actually came here. You're really in love, Det, don't talk nonsense. Ling Xian lowered his eyes, his half-closed eyelids covering the flash of annoyance in his eyes. But to be honest, she's become a lot prettier. Her skin is as white as snow and her eyes look like they have water flowing out of them. Her entire temperament is different. Why don't you take a look? Sun Qing smirked and bumped his brother's shoulder. Ling Xian scolded him. You don't have time to joke around. Have you finished the test paper? F***ck, I almost forgot. Hurry up and give me a reference. Didn't you solve that proof question? It's too late. Huh? When Su Jing arrived at the classroom, he immediately scanned the students below. He only looked away in satisfaction when he saw Jiang Fuyue. Before class officially starts, I'd like to introduce a new student to everyone. Jiang Fuyue, please come up. Jiang Fuyue stood up and walked to the podium. The girl was tall and had long legs. She arrived in a few steps. She stood there gracefully. Su Jing took half a step back and gave her the podium. Introduce yourself. The girl's slightly cold gaze swept across the crowd. She said flatly, Jiang Fuyue, grade 2, class 3. Then, there was no then. Ahem. Su Jing cleared his throat. Go down, let's start the class. One played it down, while the other was calm and composed. Little did they know that some people below the podium had already exploded. F***ck. F***ck. Jiang Fuyue entered our class? What the hell? How did she bribe old Su? Sun Cheng's face was full of question marks. Ling Xian also had doubts in his eyes, but he was still calm. Listen to the class first. Oh. There were a total of 26 students in the Mathematical Olympiad class. Half of them were grade 1 and grade 2 respectively. Most of the grade 2 students were like Ling Xian, who had been in grade 1 all this time. After all, good seedlings were the focus of attention as soon as they entered the school. As for Jiang Fuyue, there had never been someone like her who had joined the school halfway and ranked last in the grade. Sun Qing rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Old Su's actions are really impressive, Ling Xian frowned. If you want to nag, go nag. Don't nag beside me. Sun Qing pursed his lips. Who was he doing this for? The weekly training was carried out in the form of a special topic. Last time, they talked about inequality. This time, they continued. Soon, the class was over. Jiang Fuyue had to admit that Su Jing did have some skills. Not only was his professional knowledge excellent, but his ability to guide students' thinking was also perfect. For example, he could extend an inequality proof problem to the Chebyshev constant problem about the unit circle. Then, he could derive the square Chebyshev problem and the real interval standard Chebyshev problem. Alright, let's take a break. We'll talk about the papers next time. As soon as he left, the originally quiet classroom instantly became lively. Jiang Fuyue turned a deaf ear to her. She twirled the pen with one hand and looked at the blackboard casually. In fact, she was retesting Su Jing's steps and thinking about another simpler solution. Can you understand it? Suddenly, a slightly mocking voice sounded. Jiang Fuyue turned to look at him. She didn't recognize him, so she looked away again. Sun Qing, ? Hey! What are you doing here? He persisted. Jiang Fuyue couldn't be bothered with her. I know even if you don't say it. Is it to chase after Xian? Look at you, you're not ugly. Why are you so stubborn? Xian's standards are high. He definitely won't like you. As the saying goes, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Bye. The next one is better, you're so noisy. Jiang Fuyue looked at him coldly. Their eyes met. Sun Chen was caught off guard. Then, he blushed shamelessly. Ling Xian just went to the toilet. When he came back, he saw his good friend sitting in his seat with a dazed look. Sun Chen? He patted him on the shoulder. Huh? What's wrong with you? You've lost your soul, he said casually. Unexpectedly, Sun Chen was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He instantly became nervous. Is it that obvious? Ling Xian, ? Ling Xian didn't know what he was up to. He simply ignored him and flipped the paper over. His eyes fell on the proof question. He felt that something was wrong. That idiot Sun Chen was still mumbling at the side. I think I know why old Su is like this. When the bell rang, Su Jing appeared on time. She turned on the multimedia and directly projected the answers on the screen. This set of questions has a certain level of difficulty. After all, it's the district's league prediction paper. But it's not that difficult. I see that many people in our class have finished all the questions. Of course, I don't know if it's correct or not. Let's look at the first question first. Su Jing's current state was completely different from when he was in class. He was like a ferocious tiger that had discovered a superior prey. He was bound to bring out his most vigorous state and reveal his sharpest claws and teeth to complete a thorough and incisive hunt. There were no multiple-choice questions in the regular league exam. There were only fill-in-the-blanks and answer questions. There weren't many questions, but they were worth a lot of points. The first 8 fill-in-the-blanks questions were worth 8 points each, which added up to 64 points. The last 3 answer questions were worth 15, 15, and 26 points respectively. The full score was exactly 120 points. Among the answer questions, there was another inequality that proved that it was worth a lot. It was a total of 26 points. It was also the question that inevitably caused Su Jing to go astray. Therefore, he set aside enough time. If you guys can completely understand this question today, then you'll have mastered half of the inequality topic. Is there anyone who can solve it? As Su Jing spoke, she looked up and glanced at Jiang Fuyue several times. It was unknown whether she did it intentionally or not. However, the latter didn't even look at her. She lowered her head and was writing something. Su Jing felt a little stifled. She took a deep breath and said, "Then I'll call the roll. Ling Xian, Sun Qing, and Jiang Fuyue, the 3 of you come to the blackboard and write. The others are free to discuss." Obviously, it wasn't the first time that Ling Xian and Sun Qing were picked. They went up calmly. Anyway, it wasn't embarrassing to get this question wrong. Jiang Fuyue, on the other hand, was calm even though it was her first day here and she had unexpectedly won the prize. TSK, Sun Qing glanced at her, and the scene of their eyes meeting again appeared in his mind. His heart beat faster unconsciously. Damn it, he cursed under his breath and quickly looked away, not daring to look again. Jiang Fuyue didn't know anything about this. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't have any reaction. The 3 of them began to write on the blackboard silently with their backs facing each other. Jiang Fuyue was the first to finish. She put down the chalk and went back to her seat without waiting for Su Jing to say anything. She felt that it was frustrating. Sun Qing stopped writing, but it wasn't because he had finished writing. It was because he could only prove it to this point. Although he had seen Ling Xian's answer in advance, he still retained his original train of thought. "Teacher Su? Yes, you can go now." After another 7 or 8 minutes, Ling Xian finished. At this time, half of the blackboard was occupied by him. The densely packed steps and numbers were vivid on it. At first glance, it was quite spectacular. Compared to Jiang Fuyue's and Sun Qing's answers, it was so simple that it was unbearable to look at. "Ling Xian, I'm done." Su Jing retracted her gaze and nodded at him. "Go back to your seats." Then she asked everyone, "Did you all understand what the 3 of them wrote?" Some nodded, some shook their heads. Su Jing said again, "One of them got it right. If you think Sun Qing got it right, raise your hand for me to see." There were only a few people. "If you think Ling Xian got it right, raise your hand." Whoosh, there was a huge crowd. "If you think Jiang Fuyue got it right?" There was a sudden silence. In such silence, Jiang Fuyue raised her hand. She didn't look around. Her face was solemn and expressionless. When Su Jing asked, she answered, as if she was just answering a simple question. As for whether it had anything to do with her, it wasn't important. Chen Cheng, do you think Jiang Fuyue is right? Su Jing was a little surprised. The boy still had his hand raised. Hearing this, he thought for a moment and nodded cautiously. He was only in his first year of high school and had just entered this class. He was not familiar with the others and sat alone in the front row without a desk mate. Besides, he was usually quiet and did not take the initiative to communicate with others, so he was the type that had the least sense of presence in the class. Even Su Jing paused for a few seconds before remembering his name. Why? For the first time, Su Jing looked at the boy who was much shorter than his peers and was used to remaining silent most of the time. She asked, why do you think she's right? Chen Qing stood up. The surrounding gazes made him even more nervous. Because I followed classmate Zhang's line of thought and found no logical errors. Oh? Su Jing remained calm. Then according to you, Ling Xian's proof steps have logical errors? Yes. Chen Qing nodded. This time he was much more decisive. Tell me. In step 5, he used a point on the unit circle to make the inequality less than or equal to 4/n squared, and the constant is the best theorem. However, 4/n squared is the conclusion of this question, so it has been recognized as correct during the proof process. This is not logical. Su Jing did not expect that a proof question would produce two good seedlings. She nodded with satisfaction. Sit down. Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. His nervous red cheeks were particularly eye-catching. So, who was in the right? Suddenly, everyone began to feel uncertain. Even Ling Xian stared at the blackboard and fell into deep thought after hearing Chen Cheng's words. Su Jing did not keep them in suspense anymore. She walked to Jiang Fuyue's answer, bent her finger and knocked on it. This is the correct answer. Unfortunately, only one person in the class can solve it and understand it. F*ck, Sun Cheng's voice was particularly loud in the overly quiet classroom. Although it was a bit vulgar, it strangely fit everyone's mood at the moment. Wasn't that what the F*ck, not only did the last place enter the mathematical Olympiad class, but he also beat the two top students, Ling Xian and Sun Cheng, and answered the last question correctly. It sounded even more fantastical than a sow turning into a cicada. After all, looks could be fixed, but brains couldn't be changed. Did Jiang Fuyue cheat? Sun Cheng approached Ling Xian with a puzzled expression. However, Ling Xian himself was still in a daze. How could he have the time to reply to him? In the remaining half an hour, Su Jing explained to everyone according to Jiang Fuyue's idea. She didn't even write anything on the blackboard. Instead, she directly used Jiang Fuyue's words. When the bell rang, Su Jing said, "That's all for today. Jiang Fuyue, stay behind." Everyone carried their backpacks and walked out in a single file. Their eyes more or less fell on Jiang Fuyue, but the latter didn't even look at them. She packed up her things and walked to Su Jing. Some people noticed that she didn't stand below the podium. Instead, she walked to the same level as Su Jing and talked to her with an equal posture and without the slightest fear in her eyes. "How much did you do on the paper I gave you yesterday?" "I finished it." Su Jing staggered and pretended to be calm. You finished it?" However, her true emotions were exposed when she opened her mouth. Jiang Fuyue handed him the stack of papers in her hand, implying that he could take a look if he didn't believe her. When he took the papers, no one except Su Jing noticed that his hands were shaking. Jiang Fuyue retreated after completing her task. She bid farewell and left in a carefree manner. Su Jing was left alone for a long time. Then, she quickly rushed back to the office and gave her the answers to each paper. Meng Zhijin sat opposite her. When he saw this person, he was surprised and happy. He almost went crazy and was very surprised. "Old Su, did you find money?" "No, it's not money. It's treasure. Big treasure." "Oh my god." Jiang Fuyue didn't know how excited Su Jing was. However, when she looked at the tall boy standing at the corner, she couldn't feel excited at all. The boy was handsome. His straight shoulders had a kind of frailness. He was like a newly born willow in March. He looked soft but was tenacious. Their eyes met. Ling Xian looked at Jiang Fuyue's unwavering eyes. It was as if he was meeting this girl for the first time. He was sizing her up, scrutinizing her. The boy's unique sharpness. Jiang Fuyue didn't show any reaction. She walked away. Her disregard and indifference ignited a dark flame in the boy's eyes. Are you playing hard to get with me? Jiang Fuyue turned around. Ling Xian chuckled. His eyes wandered over her bright face. Actually, you're not ugly. But whether I like you or not has nothing to do with looks. If you're trying to squeeze into the math Olympiad class because of me. No, she said calmly. Her eyes were as cold as water. Ling Xian frowned. He went back to look for the confession letter that he threw away. However, the trash can was cleaned every day. He didn't know where it was. Although he didn't see what Jiang Fuyue wrote, he couldn't be wrong. She stood in front of him with her eyes half closed. Her cheeks were faintly red. Even the fingertips that were holding the envelope were trembling silently. If this wasn't like, then what was? Ling Xian, participating in the math Olympiad isn't a joke. If you don't understand its meaning, don't affect the whole class. Jiang Fuyue laughed. She looked at him with a brighter gaze. You're not fat either. The boy was shocked by this sudden laugh. When he heard it, he was a little confused. Why is your face so big? She said. Ling Xian was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His face darkened. Jiang Fuyue, who do you think you are? Her red lips parted slightly. Her calm voice carried a hint of innate arrogance. Do you think you're worthy? After saying that, she walked away. Her back was straight like a lotus stalk in the wind. It was neither bent nor broken. Xian, I'm done. Sun Qing jumped out of the toilet and put an arm around his shoulder. Ling Xian avoided him mercilessly. He strode forward with a cold face. Eh? Sun Qing followed. Who provoked you? Why's your face so ugly? Shut up. Sun Qing stopped talking. As a childhood friend, he had long been used to Ling Xian's temper. As he walked, he suddenly thought of something. Sun Qing grinned and laughed foolishly. Ling Xian frowned and looked at his eyes. It's broad daylight. What's wrong with you? Xian, let me ask you something. He leaned closer and rubbed his hands. Do you feel that Jiang Fuyue has become prettier? The boy's eyes suddenly emitted a cold light, but it was quickly restrained. Sun Qing did not notice that. His mind was filled with Jiang Fuyue's face and her pair of peach blossom eyes. She must be prettier when she smiles, but she doesn't seem to smile much. She was indeed prettier, but also more despicable. Ling Xian secretly gritted his teeth. What are you trying to say? Huh? Sun Qing mumbled, as if he was stumped by the question. She became prettier. Then? You fell in love with her at first sight? Ling Xian asked casually. Sun Qing choked. His face turned red. How is that possible? Love at first sight? What kind of joke is this? I just think she's pretty. I don't have any other thoughts. His words were incoherent, but he did not know that this was enough to explain the problem. Ling Xian sneered. You better not. Sun Qing, ? What did he mean by you better not? Hey, why are you walking so fast? Lin Yao asked me if I was free this weekend and asked you to come along. At the same time, in the female washroom of a certain floor of the teaching building. Sister Han, have you answered this question? Gameng grabbed the exercise book and stuck her head out. No. You actually answered the next question. Let me have a look first. Oh, then you can have a look first. I'll ask Cece. Yes, I did. Lu Cece scratched her pen so hard that her fingernails were almost worn flat. She said with a sad face, I wrote it randomly. Gameng said seriously, it's okay. Writing randomly is still writing. Jiang Han nodded. The three of them squatted in the corner, each holding an exercise book and communicating with each other. Jiang Fuyue was still standing in the same position. She leaned against the railing and her crossed legs were slanted because of this movement. Under the sunlight, they were unbelievably fair. Her slender neck was like a tender willow in the breeze. It was not difficult to imagine how soft and smooth it felt even without touching it. Eci and Xianxia, who had just come out of the office, saw this scene at the same time. They were both amazed. Jiang Fuyue, however, stood up straight and walked inside. The girl's slim and beautiful silhouette disappeared in front of them just like that. Xianxia retracted his gaze and did not think much of it. It was not like he had not seen beautiful girls before. What was so strange about it, but this guy? His gloomy eyes fell on Ici's face. Xianxia smiled maliciously. Don't think that this is the end. We're not finished. Ici sneered and did not lose her aura. Let's wait and see. Their eyes met and sparks flew. Then, they turned around at the same time and went their separate ways. Who wasn't a young master these days? On Jiang Fuyue's side, she took the three's exercise books and scanned through them. Jiang Han swallowed, Gameng looked nervous, and Lu Sisi looked depressed. It was less than 2 minutes, but it felt like 2 centuries. Finally, Jiang Fuyue said, out of 20 questions, 2 were correct. This, and this, who did it? Jiang Han immediately said, I did the fill-in-the-blank questions, and Gameng did the answer. What's wrong with being a little proud? Without waiting for Jiang Fuyue to speak, she continued, I even went to ask how to solve this kind of problem. It's a vector plus a vector, and the letters in the middle are bridged to form a new vector, blah. She was afraid that Jiang Fuyue wouldn't believe that she was the one who solved the problem, so she talked a lot about it. She even shared her thoughts and feelings. After saying that, she nudged Gameng again, indicating for her to continue. Jiang Fuyue, Gameng, blah. Finally, it was Lu Sisi's turn. She wasn't lying when she said that she was writing nonsense. Even Jiang Han and Gameng had made one each, but she still had nothing. Lu Sisi felt embarrassed and ashamed. This feeling was like, Ming University is full of sh*t, but the 2 of you grew flowers behind my back. Jiang Fuyue glanced at her, threw the exercise book back, and hung her school bag over her shoulder. She left. Jiang Han and Gameng felt relieved that they had escaped another disaster. Lu Sisi stared at the back view. Something seemed to flash in her eyes, but when she looked carefully, there was nothing. Sisi, let's go, okay. She stuffed the exercise book into her school bag and followed after her. The sun was setting, and the heat had not dissipated. Jiang Fuyue walked out of the school gate. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and tried to grab her wrist. She turned around and dodged it. Then, she took 2 steps back and looked at the other party coldly. Eci gritted his teeth. You're quite alert. But a lingering fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, lingering in the air. At the same time, it inevitably made his heart sway. What's the matter? Jiang Fuyue glanced at the bruised corner of his mouth. Ahem. I'm Eci. He remembered that he didn't introduce himself last time. E as in easy, Ci as in farewell. Question mark. What do you mean? Jiang Fuyue wanted to leave. Eci didn't let her go. He was tall, and his colorful hair reflected the setting sun. Even so, his face was still handsome. What's the hurry? We haven't talked about it yet. He smiled with a hint of evil. Jiang Fuyue stood still with her arms crossed. She looked even more relaxed than him. A hint of interest flashed across her eyes. Let's talk. I said last time that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So you want to be my friend? Wrong. Eci closed in, her phoenix eyes shining. She's not a friend, she's a girlfriend. Jiang Fuyue had lived for 2 lifetimes. This was the first time a man dared to stand in front of her and say something like that. Interesting. Very interesting. But, I refuse. Eci was stunned. Why? Your hair is too ugly. It's like a rainbow. My hair is too ugly, like a rainbow. For the first time, young mastery was associated with the word ugly. F*ck, he shouted at the girl's back as she walked away calmly. Are you blind? Jiang Fuyue didn't even look back. The chauffeur drove to the front of the school gate, only to see his young master grabbing the rope of the net and kicking a basketball in it. He seemed to be cursing something. He called out to Eci. Eci opened the door and sat in the back seat. "Young master, I'm sorry. There was a bit of traffic today, so I'm late." Oh. He was in low spirits. The driver was stunned. He didn't dare to say anything else. He was afraid that the young master was difficult to please. On the way, Eci suddenly said, "Old Huang, I have something to ask you." "Yes, young master." The young man pulled his hair irritably. "What do you think of my hairstyle?" Old Huang's eyes twitched. Just say it. "Why are you hesitating?" Eci was impatient. "I think it's quite stylish and cool." The young man snorted and looked at the reflection in the front seat. "I knew it. She must be blind. How dare she say that I look like a rainbow, ta? Which one? Is it a man or a woman?" Old Huang pondered and thought that the young man was quite honest. The incident at the school gate delayed Jiang Fuyue for a long time. She arrived home 15 minutes later than usual. As usual, Jiang Shaodi opened the door without waiting for her to take out her keys. "Sister. Are you living next door?" Footsteps couldn't be heard from the kitchen. Jiang Qinxing's eyes were shining and his cheeks were red. Jiang Fuyue changed her shoes and rubbed his head. The young man shyly buried his chin in his collar. After dinner, the siblings cleaned up and did their homework together. In fact, Jiang Fuyue didn't have much to do. She finished her homework in class and didn't leave any of the test papers that Su Jing gave her. Jiang Qinxing, on the other hand, had a heavy workload despite his young age. Jiang Fuyue saw him finish one test paper quickly and immediately changed to the next one. His little face was focused and he didn't stop. Suddenly, her gaze paused. "Why are the two test papers the same?" "Huh?" Jiang Shaodi looked up blankly and saw his sister staring at him. He was a little confused and a little confused. Jiang Fuyue asked again. He lowered his head. "I took the wrong one, Jiang Qinxing, never lie in front of me, unless." It was obviously a very light tone, but in the ears of those who heard it, it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. "From now on, you don't need my trust anymore. Sis." Jiang Shaodi was anxious. "I don't lie." "Okay, go ahead." She smiled, but there was no emotion in her eyes. "It's my classmates. They asked me to help them with their homework." "How many classmates?" Jiang Qinxing replied, 3. Jiang Fuyue's expression was calm. "Why didn't you refuse?" He pursed his lips and avoided her gaze. "Say something." The young boy gritted his teeth. "If I don't do it, they will pour water on my chair and put cockroaches in my drawer." "I can't find my books and pens often." Jiang Fuyue was still calm, but her eyes were slightly gloomy. "Did you tell your teacher about it?" "Yes." "How did your teacher deal with it?" Her tone became gentler. Jiang Shaodi choked but didn't cry. "My teacher asked them to go to the office and scolded them, but it's useless. They will do it again next time." "Did you tell Mom and Dad?" Jiang Shaodi shook his head. Jantar and Han Yunru left early and returned late. They didn't have time to care about the two children's lives. They only knew how to make money. They worked like a spinning top, but they didn't earn much. They worked hard and lived a mediocre life. This was the sorrow of ordinary people. They didn't do it for their dreams or pursuits. They only wanted to live. Jiang Fuyue sighed softly. "Don't be afraid." Jiang Shaodi looked at her in different eyes. Under the light, there was a gentle light flowing. It was so warm that it burned his heart. "Okay, I'm not afraid," he said. The next day, the siblings woke up on time. After breakfast, they went to school separately. Before they left, Jiang Fuyue suddenly said, "I'll pick you up after school in the afternoon." Jiang Shaodi's eyes lit up as if there were stars twinkling in them. During lunchtime, Jiang Fuyue found Jiang Han and his friends in the cafeteria. Now, Jiang Han had been tortured to the point of having a stress disorder. When he saw Jiang Fuyue coming from afar, the fear of being dominated by homework immediately came online. The fat on her body was trembling, and the drumstick in her hand was no longer fragrant. You, sister you. It's only morning, and I haven't even assigned homework yet. Aren't you here too early? Let's not do homework this time. Let's change the game. The second class in the afternoon is over. Gather at the wall behind the field. Shrimp? Jiang Fuyue didn't intend to break it down and explain it to her clearly. After giving her instructions, she left. Jiang Han pondered for a long time. Only when the food was cold did he come back to his senses. Is she asking us to skip the third afternoon class and climb over the wall? There was a wall behind the sports field. Anyone who knew how to walk would know that the ground was low and easy to climb. Gemeng nodded and stuffed a piece of rib into her mouth. I think so. Lu Sisi thought further. What does she want to do? Jiang Han waved his fat hand carelessly. Who cares what she wants to do? As long as it's not homework and jogging, anything is fine. In the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue finished 2 physics classes and began to pack her things. Wan Shoutong was puzzled. Finally, she saw her carrying her school bag and leaving. She couldn't help but ask, Jiang, what are you doing? Looking back, she smiled. Skipping class. A gust of wind blew, brushing the loose hair around her ears. Her deep eyes were scattered into a translucent brown under the bright sky. Cool light, moist frost soaked in snow. Wan Shoutong's eyes were dazed and infatuated. She was killed again. Skipping class was a common occurrence for the original owner. With those memories, Jiang Fuyue could do it with ease. Moreover, with the support of being a bad student, she was even more confident. Anyway, her classmates were already used to her behavior. Some read, some talked. It was calm as usual. As for Jiang Han, she didn't have to worry. Her record of skipping class was even better than the original owner. Sister Yu, you're here. Jiang Han rubbed her hands and greeted her with a smile. Let's go. Ah? Where to? On the other side, Jiang Fuyue had already pushed herself up the wall with both hands and landed steadily in the blink of an eye. That was called neat. Gemeng and Lu Sisi followed closely behind. The former was quite nimble and the latter was a bit embarrassed because of her movements. Jiang Han, she couldn't climb over the wall. Gemeng moved to the corner of the wall and pushed hard. The seemingly solid red brick fell to the ground and a large hole appeared in the wall. Why was it described as big? Because if it was too small, Jiang Han wouldn't be able to get through. Jiang Fuyue clicked her tongue. When Jiang Han came out, the 3 of them quickly put the brick back and restored it to its original state. Sister Yu, where are we going? Jiang Fuyue was fast and Jiang Han was out of breath. Hongguang Primary School. Primary school? Jiang Han was a little confused. What are we doing? Gemeng and Lu Sisi pricked up their ears at the same time. Jiang Fuyue smiled, but that smile made one's scalp go numb. She said, take care of people. 16:30. Class dismissed, stand. Up. Goodbye, students. Remember to finish your homework on time. Goodbye, teacher. A group of primary school students swarmed out. Outside the school gate, in an alley, Jiang Qinqing was dragged in by his school bag. He was not like usual. Today, he struggled very hard and stretched his neck to look outside. His eyes were anxiously searching. It seemed like he was looking for someone. Pudgy Boy walked over and gave him a kick. Big rice bucket, you're very arrogant today. Jiang Qinqing was kicked to a corner. His hand was bruised and his pants were dirty, but he did not cry. He just stared coldly at Pudgy Boy in front of him. He looked like a little puppy that was baring its teeth. Brother Fatty, Jiang Qinqing is staring at you. Pudgy Boy walked up and looked at him condescendingly. Who gave you the guts to not help us with our homework? Are you looking for a beating? Jiang Qinqing wanted to stand up. His sister said that a man should act like a man, whether he was 12 years old or 42 years old. But before he could get up, Pudgy Boy kicked him back again. This time, he used more force than last time. He was in so much pain that his face turned pale. Brother Fatty, Jiang Qinqing is not crying. Why isn't he crying? How annoying. Just as Pudgy Boy was about to give him a third kick, there was a crash. He was violently thrown to the ground like a tortoise with all four legs in the air. Jiang Han's strong figure loomed over him. His fat jiggled and he looked fierce. You bullied my boss's younger brother. Are you tired of living? After that, he raised his leg and gave him a kick. Pudgy Boy's butt was kicked and he was intimidated by such a huge monster. His whole body froze on the ground and he could not move. The other two little lackeys who were with him were also pressed to the ground by Gemeng and Lu Sisi. Are you missing an arm or a leg? Jiang Han narrowed his eyes and gave him another kick. This time, it landed on the other side of his butt. Pudgy Boy trembled. He looked up and saw that this woman's double chin had become multiple chins. His gaze slipped past her broad and majestic shoulders and arms. All of them were showing off her strength. And this kind of strength could crush him in minutes. With this knowledge, when Jiang Han raised his leg for the third time and was about to land it, Pudgy Boy let out a cry and burst into a howl that did not match his barbaric and domineering figure. It was earth-shattering. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Jiang Han raised his eyebrows and stepped on him, not letting him get up. What was wrong? Tell me. Snot and tears streamed down his face. Even someone like Jiang Han, who was not particular, frowned when she saw this. It was disgusting. What else? She pulled a long face. We shouldn't have asked Jiang Qinqing to help us with our homework. Do you dare to do it again? I won't. The same conversation was happening on the other two battlefields. Gemeng said. Call me Great Aunt. I'll count to 3. Great Aunt. Do you know the consequences of messing with your great aunt's younger brother? Who? The kid was confused, and his face was full of confusion. Gemeng coughed lightly and pouted in Jiang Qinqing's direction. Do you understand? Yes. He nodded and bowed. On the other side, Lu Sisi wasn't so rude. She just grabbed his ear and didn't let go. That was it. Ouch. Ouch. He sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Why aren't you crying? You're so annoying. Her tone was exactly the same, and her eyes were smiling. Wah, I'm crying, I'm really crying. Look, there are tears. Lu Sisi pursed her lips and waited for him to cry for a long time before letting go. Hurry up and get lost. The fat kid grabbed his bag and was about to run away when suddenly, wait. Jiang Han raised her voice. Gemeng, ? Lu Sisi, ? The three little brats, ? Take out your homework. Jiang Han smiled sinisterly, and a chill spread through the air. 5 minutes later. The fat kid squatted pitifully in a corner. He was practicing with his left hand and writing with his right, crying and writing. The other two obediently leaned against the wall and wrote at a fast speed. Jiang Han paced back and forth like a supervisor not far away. She was just short of holding a small leather whip. Hurry up and write. You're not allowed to go home until you're done. At this moment, she finally understood Jiang Fuyue's happiness. It was too good. Half an hour later, Jiang Han held the exercise book and poked the paper with her index finger. You got such a simple multiplication and division problem wrong? Is your brain made of sh*t? And you didn't even get one of the 10 fill-in-the-blank questions right. Are you a pig? Jiang Fuyue, who had finished examining Jiang Shaodi's wounds, was speechless. When the three little rascals ran away, Jiang Han instantly put away his ferocious look and approached Jiang Fuyue with a flattering smile. Hee. Sister Yu, how was my performance? Not bad. Of course. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm only kicking where there's more meat. I won't hurt your tendons or bones. At most, you'll be bruised for 2 days. I don't think those kids would dare to tell their parents. Gemeng and Lu Sisi also followed closely behind, nervously watching Jiang Fuyue's reaction. They probably didn't have to do homework today, right? Jiang Qinqing's curious gaze fell on the three sisters. He looked back and forth between them and Jiang Fuyue, full of curiosity. In the end, when his sister said yes, the other three were overjoyed. Jiang Shaodi was confused. On the way home. Sister. Jiang Qinxing tugged at her sleeve. Jiang Fuyue lowered her head. Yes? You were so good just now. The young boy's eyes were jumping with excitement. Why do you say that? I wasn't the one who helped you. It was the other three. But they all listened to you. Moreover, I don't know them. They have no reason to help me, unless you ask them to come. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Your logic is clear. You're not too stupid. Jiang Shaodi lowered his eyes shyly. You didn't cry today, she said. Yes. I didn't cry. The young boy raised his head proudly. Jiang Fuyue touched his head. You're barely a man now. Then when can you get rid of barely? When you're older. On the old market street, the setting sun stretched the shadows of the siblings very long. The next day was Saturday. There was no class. Jiang Fuyue slept in for the first time since her rebirth. It was already 9 o'clock when she woke up. The sun was shining outside the window. Jiang Shaodi was doing his homework. When he saw her wake up, he quickly ran to the kitchen to heat up some porridge. When Jiang Fuyue finished washing up and sat down, there was already a bowl of sweet potato porridge in front of her. There was also an egg and a meat bun on the plate. She only ate the porridge and pushed the egg and meat bun to Jiang Qinxing. Perhaps he knew that his family was poor, so he restrained himself every meal and only ate half of his fill. There were several times when Jiang Fuyue woke up in the middle of the night and heard her stomach grumbling. I'm not hungry. Jiang Shaodi pretended to push the food back. Jiang Fuyue glanced at him coldly. He pursed his lips. Just eat when I tell you to. I'm not that noble. I'm not trying to satisfy you. I really can't eat. In this world, no one could make her feel wronged. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. If a person didn't even love himself, then what right did he have to be loved? What right did he have to love? Jiang Shaodi was in charge of cooking for lunch. Although he was small, he handled the pot neatly and beautifully. Soon, a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a soup were on the table. They first set aside Jantar and Han Yunru's portions before the siblings started eating. Jiang Fuyue looked at the plate of stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers in front of her. From the corner of her eye, she saw that Jiang Shaodi didn't take much food and only stuffed rice into his mouth. Looking around, the walls were mottled and old everywhere. Most importantly, this house was rented. This house was really so poor. She had to think of a way to get some money. Otherwise, with this condition, they couldn't even afford a decent plate of meat, let alone for Jiang Shaodi to grow up properly. Sister, I'll bring food to Dad and Mom. Let's go together. Younger brother Jiang let out an ah and was quite surprised. Jiang Fuyue knew that the original owner hated her parents for setting up a stall near the school. She was afraid of bumping into classmates, so she never went there, let alone deliver food. She stood at the entrance and had already changed her shoes. Is there a problem? Jiang Shaodi shook his head like he was stuck. No, the stall wasn't far. It was just a quarter of an hour's walk from the back door of First Middle School. It wasn't busy at the moment. Han Yunru stood in front of the stall and lowered her head to wipe the stainless steel plate with a towel. Then, she changed to another towel to wipe the pancake maker. Not a single seam was missed. The bottles and jars on the stall were neatly arranged. Above the aluminum car, there was a banner with yellow words on a red background as a signboard. On it were the words Jiangji Restaurant's authentic and delicious pancakes. Mom, Han Yunru heard the voice and suddenly looked up. Her lips bloomed into a smile. Suddenly, her gaze froze and there was a bit of surprise in her eyes. The girl walking next to my son is. Hubby. Don't be in such a hurry. Yaya is here. Jantar was squatting on the ground washing things. When he heard this, he suddenly stood up. Yaya? He was also surprised. Yes, look, Jantar and Han Yunru only reacted when Jiang Fuyue walked in front of them and called them Mom and Dad. Why is Yaya here? Is it hot? Han Yunru took the lunchbox and handed it to Jantar. Then, she got a tissue for her daughter. Jiang Fuyue had heard this voice more than once before she went to bed. Especially when the woman said yeah so softly and precisely. It was like a cotton ball wrapped in fluff, soft and sticky. Jiang Fuyue looked up and saw a fair-skinned woman with a quiet smile and a gentle expression. The mother and daughter had the same eyebrows and eyes. Han Yunru was beautiful. Jiang Fuyue's beauty exceeded his expectations. In addition to her appearance, there was also her charm. Even when standing in front of the greasy pancake stall, the smoke from the hot oil blurred her beautiful face, she was still refined and elegant. Yes, yeah. At first glance, she didn't look like an ordinary person who struggled with daily necessities, but she was. She was at ease and contented with poverty. In the memory of the original owner, this couple had never quarreled. They rarely even bickered. Usually, Jantar would do whatever Han Yunru said. He wouldn't question, ask, or deny. In short, what the wife said was always right. Even if it was wrong, it had to be right. In terms of the relationship between the parents, the Jiang family was undoubtedly a very harmonious family. Except that they were too poor, the original owner matured early and was too competitive. Little by little, she tied herself down and developed a sinister and eccentric personality. Perhaps Jantar and Han Yunru also noticed that something was wrong with their daughter, so they became more and more careful, even to the point of not daring to interfere. But they didn't have a way to get to the bottom of it, nor did they have time to communicate with the original owner. They could only surround the pancake stall day after day, from morning to night, without stopping. Because first, they had to ensure that the two children were well fed, warm, and able to study normally. After satisfying these, they could think about other things. As for the rest, they were powerless. They could only let it go. Jiang Fuyue wiped her sweat and sat on the stool. At this time, a customer came. Han Yunru didn't have time to talk to her daughter. After asking for the other party's request, she put on disposable gloves and began to work. The batter was placed in the pot, she rotated it clockwise, brushed the sauce, cracked the eggs, added the ingredients, and finally wrapped it skillfully. I didn't expect the boss's wife to be so efficient. This was a regular customer. Han Yunru smiled. Can't compare to my husband, please bear with it. That person waved his hand and walked away with a smile. Jantar sat at the back and quickly finished his lunch. Han Yunru took his place in front of the stall. Don't be busy, I'll clean it. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. Jiang Fuyue looked into the lunchbox. More than half of the green pepper was gone, and the rest was mostly shredded meat. Not long after, Han Yunru's reproachful voice came, saying that she couldn't eat that much meat and left a few mouthfuls for him. Yeah, it's hot. Drink some water. Jantar placed the glass in front of his daughter. His large, tanned hand held the pinkish-blue neck of the glass. The contrast between the roughness and delicateness was a stark contrast, and he looked out of place. Knowing that she loved cleanliness, he explained, I just washed it. Your mother hasn't used it yet. Jiang Fuyue took it and smiled. Thank you, Dad. Oh, you're welcome. Jantar, a 1.8-meter-tall man, was at a loss when he heard his daughter's thanks. And the way she called him Dad made the rims of his eyes burn. How long had it been since Xianxia had called him that? Jantar couldn't remember. Are you short of money in school? Do you want Dad to give you some? He didn't say this behind Jiang Xiaoti's back, but Jiang Xiaoti didn't mind at all. In fact, he was very happy. Because he had spent a lot of money at home, his sister hadn't bought new clothes for a long time. She usually wore the school uniform, but the uniform was too short. Dad, give sister more. I know, Jantar said as he reached for the cash box. No need, I have enough for my living expenses. Also, I joined a training class in school, and I get a subsidy of 500 yuan a month. Huh? Jantar was shocked. Han Yunru, who was eating at the back, also came over. Yeah, what training class? It's fine if you don't pay, but why do you get a subsidy? Mathematical Olympiad class. Jantar and his wife looked at each other blankly. They knew what their daughter's grades were. What was the Mathematical Olympiad? They had set up a stall near number 1 middle school for a long time, so they had more or less heard about it. Now, their daughter, who was the last in the class, had joined the legendary training class that only elite students could join. Why did it feel like a dream? Aru, am I dreaming? Jantar looked at his wife innocently. Han Yunru immediately pinched his waist. How is it? Does it hurt? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The next second, the two of them looked at Jiang Fuyue in unison, but the latter was staring straight at the pancake machine. Jiang Qinxing wrung the handkerchief dry, shook it, and hung it on the crossbar to dry. He turned around and said loudly to his parents, "My sister is really good at math. All the questions she taught me were correct, and the teacher said it was the simplest solution. He even asked me how I came up with it." After a full 5 minutes, the two of them finally believed it when Jiang Fuyue nodded again. Jantar thought that his daughter was enlightened. Han Yunru felt that Yaya's grades were not good in the past because she did not want to be serious. Once she was serious, wouldn't she be amazing? Then you have to learn. Well. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Han Yunru suddenly hugged her and smiled gently and contentedly. Our Yaya has grown up. Jiang Fuyue was stunned that she did not feel repulsed by this kind of intimacy. Was it because of blood? No, it was not. In the past, she was also related to the Lu family by blood, but she could never reach this step. Therefore, Lu Mingyue lived alone. Now, she had found a home with a new identity in such a lively family. Jiang Fuyue tilted her head and leaned on Han Yunru's shoulder. Looking at the eaves of the shop across the street, she smiled gently. This life was pretty good. Master, give me a pancake with pork floss and bacon. Jantar stood up, put on his gloves, and started to get busy. Han Yunru quickly finished her meal and went to help before swallowing the food in her mouth. Soon, a small line formed in front of the stall. Dad, I'll do it. Jiang Fuyue put on a pair of disposable gloves, opened the plastic bag, put it on the pancake, and handed it to the customer. It was not a tiring job, but it could help Jantar save the 2 processes of filling and handing. He remembered that after his daughter entered high school, she did not like to come to the pancake stall. Jantar was not stupid. He vaguely felt that Yaya might be afraid of being seen by her classmates and embarrassing herself. As a father, he felt sad and deeply blamed himself. At the end of the day, it was because he was useless that his daughter was sensitive and felt inferior. Dad? Jiang Fuyue called him. Her eyes were clear, no longer the indifferent and paranoid appearance in his memory. She pointed at the pancake and reminded him in a low voice, "The eggs are not mixed." "Io. Look at me." No longer thinking about it, he immediately pulled himself together and concentrated on his work. Jiang Shaodi was responsible for collecting the money and giving the change. He also had to check the transfer amount. The family of 4 busied themselves with work. Yo! Old Jiang, you're finally willing to hire someone to help you? Isn't this little girl a bit too young? Why do I feel like she's a high school student? This is my daughter. Jantar opened his mouth, his smiling eyes were black and bright. Our son and daughter are so sensible. You, have good days ahead. Come, little Qinxing, take the money and give uncle 2. 5 yuan. This was the owner of the wine shop across the street. He was a loyal fan of Jiangji Restaurant's pancakes and would come every day at this time. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from not far away. Early in the morning, Sun Qing invited a few of his good friends to play online games. The internet cafe was near the school. With a wave of his hand, he booked the entire place. They played from 8 o'clock in the morning until just now. If not for the fact that they were too hungry, they could have played a few more rounds. They could have ordered takeout, but one of his friends strongly recommended a pancake stall in the back street. He patted his chest and said that it was delicious. A group of people came out of the internet cafe and circled around, just to eat pancakes. Sun Qing did not think much of it. He thought to himself, how delicious can pancakes be? But 10 minutes later, Uncle, your pancakes are so delicious. Sun Qing sat on a small folding stool at the side. He had nowhere to put his long legs, so he simply propped them up with a pancake in his mouth. As he spoke, he stole glances at Jiang Fuyue. She was so fair, and her legs were so beautiful. Diagonally opposite, Sun Qing and his friends were standing in a row with pancakes in their hands. They were eating while watching the show, I really want to ask Suncheng, does your face hurt? Just now, you were dawdling and refusing to come. Now, you're like a bootlicker. Don't I know him? He must have taken a fancy to that girl. Who? Some of them were slow to react. Did you see that? That girl in front of the pancake stall. She's fair and skinny. She's so beautiful. Hee hee. I'll take a picture. He took out his phone. After taking the picture, he thought for a while and sent a copy to Ling Xian. Video, come and watch Sun Cheng's online posting. He clicked to start the video. It was a quiet afternoon. After Ling Xian finished his piano practice, he went downstairs to the living room. He was about to get some water when his phone rang with a WeChat notification. He pressed the switch and unlocked the screen. He looked at the words first, smiled slightly, and clicked on the video. A familiar figure came into view. As the camera zoomed in, the girl's face became clear. It was a beauty that even high-quality video couldn't resist. However, her eyes were too calm and even indifferent. They were like the deep sea. Ling Xian couldn't help but think of her smile when she said that he was not worthy. TSK, so wild, the water was full, but he didn't want to drink anymore. He picked up his coat and strode out. He ordered the driver to prepare the car. While waiting, he replied to the other party, address, huh? That person held the pancake in his mouth and stared at the screen in a daze. What are you looking at? Ling Xian said, he's coming over right away? Let's wait here for a while. Huh? Instead of staying at home to study and practice the zither, a good student actually wants to mess around with us. How strange. It's too strange. What did you send him just now? It's just that Sun Cheng couldn't take his eyes off that woman and looked as if he was deeply in love with her. I think Ling Xian wants to laugh at him in his face. 15 minutes later. Ling Xian stood in front of the pancake stall, still wearing the same shirt, vest, and swallow-tailed jacket he wore when practicing the piano. His eyes were vacant. So, what was he trying to do by coming all the way here? Jiang Fuyue asked for the second time. Ling Ran, what do you want to eat? If you don't want to eat, then stand further away. Don't disturb my business. He pondered for a moment and said seriously. Give me a family portrait. Suncheng, ? Everyone, ? 5 minutes later, everyone was ready to go back to the internet cafe after filling their stomachs. Ling Xian was half dragged forward. Xian, since you're here, why don't you play a few rounds? Let's team up later. Suncheng deliberately lagged behind. Jiang Fuyue, I'll buy your pancakes again in the future. They're really delicious, really delicious. Ling Xian suddenly broke free from the person, turned back, and grabbed Suncheng. Are you done yet? Let's go. His voice was cold and his eyes impatient. Jiang Fuyue was taking off her gloves and did not respond. Ling Xian sneered and walked away quickly. Hey, let go of me. I can walk on my own. Why does it feel like I'm stepping on Hot Wheels? After finishing up with the business, Jantar urged Jiang Fuyue and Jiang Chenxing to go home. We still have to cook dinner. Business is good today. Wait for Dad to give you more food tonight. The siblings took their lunch boxes and left. On the way, they passed by a bookstore. Jiang Fuyue pushed the door open and went in. She did not buy anything and just walked around the bookshelves. Jiang Chenxing followed behind, looking left and right. When he saw a book he liked, he would stop and flip through it. The two of them stayed in the bookstore for almost half an hour before coming out. As Jantar had promised, there was an extra dish for dinner. A whole steamed chicken with seasoning was delicious and spicy. The siblings each got a drumstick. Jiang Fuyue tore half of it and gave it to Han Yunru. Yeah. She wanted to say that she was not hungry. However, when she met her daughter's clear eyes, she could no longer decline. She was touched. Jiang Shaodi followed suit. Dad, eat too. Okay. The next day was Sunday. Jiang Fuyue went to the pancake stall in the morning. She did not spend so much time looking at the pancakes yesterday for nothing. She could finally try the pancakes today. Not to mention, she was quite good at it. If one observed carefully, they would find that her technique was exactly the same as Jantar's, including some of the small movements. In the end, the final product was almost the same. "Hubby, did you notice?" Jantar wrung the handkerchief dry and turned around. "What did you notice?" Han Yunru said, "Our daughter is learning from you. She's quite good at it." "Of course. Yaya has been smart since she was a child." Han Yunru said helplessly, "You idiot, you don't understand what I said." Jantar was not angry at being scolded. Instead, he laughed foolishly. At first, Jiang Fuyue was indeed imitating Jantar. From the way she spread the pancakes to the time between each addition of seasoning, it was exactly the same. Later, she slowly summed up her experience in practice. She found that if the steps were done a few seconds earlier or later, or if the sauce was applied in a different order, the appearance and taste of the pancakes would be affected. After several improvements, she finally figured out the best method. It only took half a day. In the afternoon, the pancakes she spread out had already surpassed Jantar in terms of appearance. However, the father was so careless that he did not notice it at all. Han Yunru, on the other hand, noticed it. She thought to herself, "My Yaya is indeed amazing when she doesn't make a sound. Even spreading out pancakes is like learning." In the afternoon, the owner of the wine shop opposite came again. Jiang Fuyue was about to start. "Don't. Old Jiang, why don't you do it for me?" He did not trust Jiang Fuyue's cooking. Usually, he was even picky about the pancakes made by Han Yunru. He only recognized Jantar. "Okay." Jantar washed his hands and dried them. "Yaya, you've been standing for half a day. Go sit down and rest for a while. It'll cool down." Jiang Fuyue did not argue. She took off her gloves and sat next to Han Yunru. Jantar finished the pancake quickly and handed it to the owner. The owner of the wine shop rubbed his hands, took the pancake, and ate it while it was hot. "I like this. I feel uncomfortable if I don't eat it for a day." "Old Jiang, I'm not bragging, but your cooking skills are many times better than those online pancakes. You're not worse than Chao Ji's." Chao Ji's was a national chain. It was a big business. It started with pancakes a few years ago. Now, it had developed into a diversified and comprehensive restaurant brand. When he heard Chao Ji's, Jantar was stunned for a moment. He quickly recovered and waved his hand. "How can I compare? You think too highly of me." "I'm serious." The owner glared at him. "Yaya, you're not busy now. You can go home first." "Okay." Passing by the bookstore from yesterday, Jiang Fuyue paused. She thought for a while and pushed the door open. She went straight to the innermost row of bookshelves. There were two big words beside it, "Used books." The covers were old and dusty. They were not arranged neatly, and there was a rotten smell in the air. It was no wonder that no one was interested. "Are the books here for sale?" Jiang Fuyue found the shop assistant. "You want to buy?" The shop assistant was a little surprised. "Yes." "How much?" "This. I have to ask the boss." Because no one had ever bought, let alone asked for an inquiry. Soon, the boss came over. "You want to buy these old books?" Jiang Fuyue nodded. "This area needs to be cleaned up. There are too many old books and they take up too much space. Since you like them, I'll sell them cheaply. 5 yuan for one book. Pick whatever you want." "Thank you, boss. There's only one thing. It's a special price. No refunds. Just don't regret it after you buy it." "Don't worry, I won't." "Okay." The boss pointed to the shelves. "Take your time." Jiang Fuyue was very fast. She went to the front desk to settle the bill after a quarter of an hour. "Oh, you've already chosen?" The boss looked at her with a smile. "This girl looks really smart, but her brain is not very good." Jiang Fuyue nodded. "I've chosen 10 books. 50 yuan. The boss took a big plastic bag and packed it for her. He watched Jiang Fuyue leave and muttered to himself, "People actually buy books without covers." That's strange. Jiang Fuyue did not go home. Instead, she took the books to an internet cafe across the street. Please turn on the machine. The manager looked up. Student? She said calmly, I'm an adult. The manager did not ask for her ID. How long? 2 hours. 20 yuan. Cash or QR code? Jiangfu Yue. 1 hour is enough. For this, she used up the last 10 yuan she had. He walked to the innermost corner, which happened to be the blind spot of a few cameras. He turned on the computer and logged in. His fingers flew like the wind. The normal desktop of the computer froze for a moment, and the screen turned black. Jiangfu Yue ignored it and continued typing on the keyboard. Strings of codes appeared and quickly filled the entire screen. As he hit the enter key, the screen lit up and a website login page popped up. Jiangfu Yue entered the login name, My Worries. Then, a 6-digit password. After the login was successful, a cluster of fireworks appeared in the middle of the screen. Then, a large number of purple irises bloomed, as if a welcoming feast was being held. Jiangfu Yue cursed inwardly and immediately switched to stealth mode. In an instant, the iris withered and gradually disappeared from the table. She heaved a sigh of relief and took out her phone. She transferred the 10 book covers that she had bought from the bookstore to the computer. She then selected Hide Seller Information and set up the online auction mode. Time, 20 minutes. At the same time, in California, America, midnight. The old professor, who had taken off his glasses and was about to finish his work, looked up and saw a large number of withered irises appear on the table and disappear in the blink of an eye. His eyes widened, and in a trance, he couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. After a moment, he typed out the code with trembling hands. The screen changed and the website's homepage popped up. He was originally in the login state, but because he hadn't moved the mouse for a long time, the privacy protection clause activated the safe mode and he returned to the computer desktop. Fortunately, he was in the login state and didn't miss the scene of the iris being defeated. 20 years, this sea of purple flowers had disappeared for a whole 20 years, he put on his glasses and clicked on the system message. A red exclamation mark appeared, She 8 District Time 007, Founder My Worries is online. It's him. It's really him. Huaxia, the capital, the sun was scorching. Hugh University, Laboratory Building, Room 307. It appeared. It appeared. A young master's student watched as his supervisor stood up from his seat and stared at the computer screen like a madman. There was a flash of tears in his eyes. Professor Su? He stopped his experiment and prepared to go over. It's nothing. I'm just too happy. The old man stopped the student from approaching and then clicked on the system message. As expected, it's really him. Just then, the landline rang, but he didn't pick it up. He sat in front of the computer and quickly logged in with administrator privileges to check the other party's IP address. The landline stopped, and in the blink of an eye, the phone began to vibrate again. Su Kaiqing was about to hang up in frustration, but in the instant he glanced at the caller ID, he quickly pressed the answer button. Old Peter, he's appeared. Su. He's back. Both of them spoke at the same time and were stunned. Yes, they'd both seen it. Old Peter, I'm not an administrator, so I don't have the authority. Besides, California has been very strict with the internal network inspection recently. Immediately track the IP address and find Cho. We've already lost contact with him for 20 years. We can't wait another 20 years. Yes, I know. I'm checking. It's out. How is it? Silence. Su? Can you hear me? Hello? I haven't been online for long. I can't find it. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them fell silent. Suddenly, Su Kaiqing frowned. He saw an auction transaction authorization pop up in the administrator's back end. He was about to check the details, but it was approved first. It was approved, only the founder and the administrator had this authority, so, Old Peter. Old Peter. He's still online. He just approved an auction transaction. Auction? The sound of typing came from the other end. I saw it. Feynman's Physics Lectures Volumes 1, 2, and 3 went out of print in 1987. There are also 7 volumes of Wheeler's unpublished manuscripts. The originals are in the Estonian Museum. Copying has been banned since 2000. They're no longer in circulation on the market. Su Kai-ching, the auction ended 2 minutes ago. The transaction amount is 20 SA dollars. SA dollars were virtual banknotes for internal transactions on the website. 1 SA dollar was roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan. After the auction, the money would be temporarily transferred to an intermediate account. After the administrator approved it, it would be transferred to the seller's account. And this transaction was approved by Cho, so could it be assumed that Cho was the seller of these 10 out-of-print books? Su Kai-ching's eyes lit up. He was about to check the seller's information when a dialog box popped up in the administrator's back-end. Would Ji Cho Xin, long time no see, Su. Su, you're back? Would Ji Cho Xin, yes. Can I trouble you to exchange SA dollars? Su, of course. What currency do you want? Would Ji Cho Xin, RMB. Su Kai-ching's breath stopped. This meant, he was in Xianxia. Su, okay. Or transfer it to a space account? Would Ji Cho Xin, yes. 30 seconds later, Jiang Fuyue received a notification. Would Ji Cho Xin, thank you. Su, is it convenient for you to meet now? Peter and I were stuck in a dead end before we completed half of our experimental conjecture. Would Ji Cho Xin, no rush. When the time comes, we'll meet. After typing this sentence, the other party went offline. Su Kai-ching only tracked the IP address to Linhui, but he couldn't find the specific location. But this was enough to make him excited. Little Zhang, coming. Elder Su. The assistant heard him and ran in from outside. Su Kai-ching, help me book a flight to Linhui. Now? Yes. The sooner the better. I'll go back and pack my luggage right away and get the car to drive downstairs. After that, he took off his lab robe and strode away. Hello? Hello? Su, can you hear me? It turned out that the phone was still in the middle of a call. Old Peter's anxious voice came from the other end. Have you found Cho? No. But I have to go there personally. Okay, I'll book the flight right away. No, don't rush over. Wait until you find him. The most important thing now is to organize all the experimental data. I have a feeling that it will come in handy soon. Okay. Su Kai-ching ended the call and walked to the stairs before he realized that he had forgotten to take his laptop. He quickly turned back, took the laptop, and walked away like a gust of wind. But he neglected a detail. The laptop had been turned on, but now it was closed. The master's student exhaled softly with some lingering fear. Then he moved closer to a PhD student in the same laboratory. Brother, I have something to ask you. Yeah? What kind of website is SSA? The PhD student's expression changed slightly. Where did you hear about it? I helped Professor Su turn off his laptop, but I didn't mean to peek. Brother, this website. Is there anything special about it? I feel like the professor is secretive and doesn't want to talk about it. Actually, it's not as mysterious as you think. SSA, also known as the Science Auction website in China, is used to share and trade scientific data. It said that there are a lot of out-of-print scientific data and original manuscripts. He paused and added with a smile, the kind that can be collected. There's such a website? How come I've never heard of it? SSA has a membership system. Only the top scientists in the world have access to it. This group of people can be authorized to have 3 access slots. It said that there are less than 50 first-time members in the world. If these people all used the invitation, there would be less than 200 people in total. Small shrimps like us can't even reach that level. It would be strange if you've heard of it. I only found out about it last year. There's no information on the internet at all. The master's student let go of the mouse and looked stunned. It felt like Jiang Fuyue cleaned up the computer and erased all traces. Exactly 1 hour later. Outside the internet cafe, the sun was setting, and the fiery clouds dyed a corner of the sky orange. She didn't expect that after 20 years, SSA would not only not collapse, but also become better and better. Not only did the number of transactions increase, but the security and confidentiality were also greatly improved. Thinking back, she only started the website to share the results of experiments with a few foreign scientists. It was night, in the study on the second floor of the Imperial Palace. Xie Dingyuan had just received the data report from the laboratory and was about to import it into the computer when his phone rang. Hello. Where did you get the 7 volumes of Wheeler's manuscripts? He went straight to the point and didn't even bother with small talk. I bought it. Under the light, the man's pale skin was contrasted with his indifferent eyes, cold as the night snow. Where did you buy it? SSA. Just in time. The other party used the auction method and the transaction time was only 20 minutes. It was pure luck that he was able to get it. The person on the other end suddenly wailed. Why didn't I get it? It's the old man's 70th birthday this year, and I was thinking of giving him something meaningful. I didn't expect you to beat me to it. Maybe there's a piece of news that's more meaningful to the old man. Xie Dingyuan got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The night was dark, and the fog was bleak. What news? The purple iris has bloomed. On Monday, Jiang Fuyue walked into the classroom on the morning bell. Just as she sat down, Wan Shoutong came over. Jiang, you're in the mathematical Olympiad class? Yes. I knew it. Her face lit up. Ever since she saw the test paper with the heaven-defying score, Wan Shoutong had a premonition that this day would come. I admire you so much. Thank you. Whether it was in her previous life or in this life, she rarely heard such blatant praise, but it felt good. Thank you, but you can't just say it. Wan Shoutong blinked. Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment. I'll treat you to a meal. No. Wan Shoutong was afraid that she would take it seriously. She quickly waved her hand. I'm joking. There's a problem in my homework this time, can you explain it to me? Okay. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fuyue tapped her face with a pen. Is there a problem on my face? Ah? Then why do you keep looking at me? Wan Shoutong's cheeks flushed red. She didn't know if it was out of shyness or embarrassment. Who asked you to be so good-looking? After the third math class in the morning, Su Jing threw another stack of test papers to her without hesitation. It was even thicker than the last time. Do it well. If you don't know how to do it, you can come to the office and ask me. After saying that, he took the teacup and walked away. God knows how much effort it took him to suppress his excitement and put on a calm expression. Last time, she actually got all 36 of the real questions correct. Everything was right. Oh my God. Jiang Fuyue quietly put away the test papers and cleaned up the desk, leaving only a pen and draft paper. The next physics quiz. Jiang Fuyue finished it in 20 minutes. Then, she lay on the table and fell asleep. When the bell rang, she woke up. She handed the test paper over and turned to leave. What are you waiting for? Follow me. Ah? Wan Shoutong was confused. Where are we going? To eat. When Jiang Fuyue said to eat, it was not the cafeteria, but outside the school. Why are you suddenly treating me to a meal? Wan Shoutong sat in an exquisitely decorated small restaurant, looking a little uncomfortable. This restaurant was opened opposite the school. Because of the good environment and delicious food, it was once popular in the school. Last month, Li Shui invited everyone to celebrate her birthday here. It was said that she spent 10 to 20,000 yuan, Jiang Fuyue said, I promised. Wan Shoutong was about to cry, I was joking, I want to eat too. But this place is so expensive. Wan Shoutong lowered her voice, Jiang, why don't we just forget about it? Jiang Fuyue had already picked up the menu and quickly pointed at 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, and 1 soup. When she said that she wanted to eat, she was not lying at all. She was really craving meat. Wan Shoutong was dumbfounded, there are so many dishes. Can the two of us finish it? Jiang Fuyue nodded, I can. Soon, the dishes were served. The presentation was exquisite and the aroma was strong, but the portions were ordinary. Jiang Fuyue waved her hand and added 2 more meat dishes. Wan Shoutong almost choked. Jiang Fuyue looked serious, eat slowly. If it's not enough, we can order more. Delicious food always made people happy. At first, Wan Shoutong was a little uncomfortable, but she gradually got used to it. Jiang, this braised beef is so delicious. The beef is soft and mushy. Try it, ah. Isn't this the last place in the cohort? A girl was standing on the stairs leading to the second floor. Her chin was slightly raised and her eyes were full of mockery. There was a group of people behind her. There were both boys and girls, and they were all wearing school uniforms. It seemed that they had just finished eating and came down from the second floor. Li Shui, you're here to eat too. Wan Shoutong put down her chopsticks and greeted her in a low voice. Jiang Fuyue ate her own food and didn't even lift her eyelids. Li Shui was furious that she was ignored. She ran down the stairs and rushed to the table. Jiang Fuyue, didn't you hear me? Her tone was fierce and her eyes were unfriendly. Wan Shoutong shrank her neck. Li Shui, don't be like this, who are you to lecture me? Huh? Who do you think you are? And who do you think you are? Jiang Fuyue swallowed the beef in her mouth and said lightly. It did taste good. Li Shui widened her eyes in disbelief. You dare to talk to me like this? Why not? Aren't you afraid that I'll expose you? Go ahead. There was indeed a person called Li Shui in the original owner's memory. In the first year of high school, the original owner wasn't at the bottom. On the contrary, she was able to get into a key high school like number 1 middle school. Plus, she was willing to work hard. Although her grades weren't the best, they were still in the middle. At that time, Li Shui was at the bottom. She relied on her family's money and connections to squeeze into the 3rd class. By chance, she found out that Jiang Fuyue's family actually sold pancakes. Then, she thought of a wonderful way to help herself get out of the bottom. Why not let someone else be the last one? Unfortunately, the original owner became this unlucky person. The bottom that Li Shui mentioned was something that the original owner regarded as a disgrace. But it wasn't Jiang Fuyue's. Okay, Li Shui crossed her arms and nodded. Since you don't want face, don't blame me for not keeping my promise. Wan Shoutong and the others were confused. However, Jiang Fuyue remained unperturbed. By the way, are you treating? Li Shui suddenly asked Wan Shoutong. No. Jiang, please. Yo, Pancake Girl also has money to eat at this kind of place? How rare. Pancake Girl, who? Who else can it be? Of course, it's our Jiang Fuyue classmate. There, at the back door of the school, there's a pancake stall, do you know? Her parents opened it and it's an ancestral craft. I just want to know, does your house have a greasy smell? There's also sauce, the kind with bacon. Boom, everyone laughed. Wan Shoutong was also surprised for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal. She looked at Li Shui seriously. How can you talk like this? Why can't I? You're bullying, you're insulting her. That's right, Li Shui laughed, I'm bullying her. Insulting her. What can you do to me? Wan Shoutong was so angry that her whole body trembled and her eyes turned red. She pointed at Li Shui and wanted to fight back, but she didn't know what to say. It was unknown when Jiang Fuyue had stood up from her seat. She was 173 meters tall, a full shoulder taller than Li Shui. At this moment, she was looking down from above. Her indifferent eyes were empty, but they were like thunder. Li Shui subconsciously shuddered, the pain caused her face to turn pale. Noisy, Jiang Fuyue said and flung her hand away. Li Shui lost her balance and took 2 steps back. There was fear and confusion in her eyes. Jiang Fuyue, why was she different from before? Didn't she mind that her family's pancake stall was exposed? Didn't she just silently endure her bullying and become more and more gloomy? But this Jiang Fuyue in front of her, her peach blossom eyes were bright and terrifying. She looked at her with disdain. You admit that your family sells pancakes? Jiang Fuyue said, is there a need to admit it? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Li Shui stared at her as if she was a monster. She didn't want to miss any expression on her face. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Jiang Fuyue was unusually calm. My family sells pancakes, not adult products like yours. What's there to laugh at? Of course, if you're more mature, There's nothing to be embarrassed about selling adult products. Her words were like an earthquake. Especially the group of people behind Li Shui. Their expressions changed. Cheng, Ren. Are you serious? Isn't Li Shui's family very rich? Why would they sell that kind of thing? That kind of thing is the only way to make money, idiot. But she's never mentioned it. She definitely doesn't want everyone to know about such disgusting things. Do you think her house is filled with small discs? Or massages, something? Does she know how to use them herself? There were many boys in the group. They were reckless youths. They were full of curiosity and fantasies about the relationship between men and women. They dared to spit out all kinds of nonsense. Although they tried their best to lower their voices, they were too close. Li Shui wasn't deaf. She heard everything that she shouldn't hear. Her mind went blank. Her cheeks flushed red and she looked extremely embarrassed. Jiang Fuyue, what nonsense are you talking about? My family doesn't. Lin Hui Shiliang Brand Trading Company, Limited. Our main business is rubber products, husband and wife products, adult products. Jiang Fuyue recited the information she found out as if she was reciting a book. She added, your company is quite famous. There's even a special encyclopedia entry. If you don't believe me, you can check it online. Immediately, some people took out their phones and exclaimed, wow, it's true. Li Shui froze on the spot. The discussions and judgmental looks from the surrounding people were like poisonous arrows, shooting at her from head to toe. Jiang Fuyue. Her eyes were red, but she raised her chin and sneered, no matter what business my family does, we'll always be richer than yours. The clothes you haven't worn, I don't want to wear. The food you haven't eaten, I don't want to eat. Even this restaurant you haven't been to, I don't want to come back. Appearing in the same place as you is really degrading. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left with his head held high, as if he was a victorious cockfight. Excuse me, the boss, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened his mouth. You said you're not going to come again? That's right. Li Shui glared at him fiercely. I thought your restaurant was quite classy, but I didn't expect you to entertain a random cat or dog. I'll never come back again. When the boss heard this, the smile on his face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. His eyes were filled with arrogance. If that's the case, then I can only apologize. The restaurant is small and can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. After he finished speaking, he walked to the cashier and operated the computer. The balance on your card shows that you still have 2,928 yuan. I'll refund it to you. Would you like to pay by cash or bank transfer? Li Shui choked with anger again. At this time, shouldn't the boss be nodding and bowing like a grandson, trying to win her back and please her? It would be best if he kicked that poor B*tch Jiang Fuyue out, the boss. Haha, what a drama. Li Shui flew into a rage out of humiliation. I don't want it anymore. Bring all the good food and drinks here to that pancake girl. Take this money as a good deed to send away beggars. The group of people left in a hubbub. Jiang Fuyue poured a glass of lemon water for Wan Shoutong. Take a sip and calm down. Thank you. The girl held the glass, still in a state of shock. Jiang. She pursed her lips and the corners of her eyes turned red. Am I very useless? Jiang Fuyue was stunned. She reached out and rubbed the girl's head. Her voice was gentle. You're very brave. Wan Shoutong froze. Then, the pink color spread to her neck and spread to her cheeks and ears. She lowered her eyes shyly. So seductive. 10 minutes later. The boss stood by the table and introduced with a smile. These are the signature dishes of this restaurant. The two of you can eat first. There are 18 more dishes that will be served later. After that, he stepped back casually. Wan Shoutong was stunned. Jiang, what should we do? Jiang Fuyue calmly took a sip of herbal tea. What do you mean? These dishes were ordered by Li Shui. Why did the boss take it seriously? Jiang Fuyue chuckled. Isn't it good that someone is treating us? Are we really going to eat? Eat. She was firm. But, we can't finish all of this. We'll finish it. She smiled. 10 minutes later, 6 more dishes were served. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue's phone rang. Hello, where are you? Yes, come in directly. Wan Xiaotong pricked up her ears. Unfortunately, she couldn't hear what was said on the other end. Soon, a little boy appeared. He was still wearing the red light primary school uniform. He had red lips and white teeth, looking very handsome. When he saw Jiang Fuyue, his eyes lit up. He jogged to the table and called out happily, "Sister!" Wan Xiaotong! Jiang Fuyue asked him to sit down and asked the boss to add another set of chopsticks. This is my younger brother, Jiang Qinxing. Wan Xiaotong reacted instantly and hurriedly said, "Nice to meet you, little brother. You and your sister have such nice names. You look good too." "Sister, are you my sister's classmate?" Yes. Jiang Qinxing looked at her with friendlier eyes. "Let's eat." Jiang Fuyue patted the back of his head. Jiang Shaodi swallowed. In fact, from the moment he sat down, he couldn't take his eyes off the dishes. "Can I?" He looked up and asked carefully. "Yes." When the sweet and sour pork ribs entered his mouth and he tasted the sweet and sour taste on the tip of his tongue, Jiang Qinxing suddenly felt like crying. He didn't know why. In his memory, he had never felt as satisfied and happy as he did now. "Little brother, do you want to try the other dishes?" Wan Xiaotong kindly reminded him when she saw that he had been eating the sweet and sour pork ribs so much that his plate was almost empty. Jiang Shaodi shook his head and said seriously, "Let's eat this first, then we'll eat the other dishes." "What if I'm full and can't eat the other dishes?" "This beef is also very fragrant, and this handmade fish ball." Jiang Qinxing, no. He wouldn't be full, but he wouldn't be unable to eat. Wan Xiaotong took it as a casual remark and didn't force him. Jiang, the 3 of us still can't finish these dishes. Why don't you call a few more people over?" Jiang Fuyue said, "We can finish them." 30 minutes later, Wan Xiaotong finally understood the meaning of those 3 words. The table was full of dishes, and the plates were stacked on top of each other. At this moment, more than half of them had been finished. After Jiang Shaodi finished the sweet and sour pork ribs, braised beef, chestnut chicken, pan-fried fish fillet, he started on the plate of stir-fried chicken. "Jiang Fuyue, boss, please add another bowl of rice." More? Is there no more?" "Yes, there is. I steamed another pot." "I'll add 1 more, no, 2 more bowls." "No need." Jiang Fuyue raised her hand. "Just bring the pot up." The boss's mouth twitched. His originally calm demeanor had long disappeared after the first 2 bowls. This little classmate was too. She could eat too much. Wan Xiaotong was in a daze. Because she was too surprised, she didn't know what expression to put on. 42 dishes were served in 2 rounds. The rice was cooked in 3 big pots, and in the end, Jiang Shaodi finished them all. "Jiang Fuyue, are you full? Do you want to order more?" The boss was frightened and hurriedly looked at the kitchen. "Are there any more ingredients? Is there any rice left? Is there enough seasoning?" Jiang Shaodi nodded. "Yes." Suddenly, he thought of something and worry appeared in his eyes. "Sister, are these very expensive?" "I'm sorry, He couldn't control himself. "Do you remember what I said? If I tell you to eat, just eat. Don't worry about anything else." "Oh." Jiang Fuyue stood up to pay the bill. "How much is it?" The boss smiled. "That person has already paid." He used the balance in his card to pay for the dishes on Jiang Fuyue's table, not too much, not too little. Jiang Fuyue took out her phone, scanned the QR code, and transferred 3,000 yuan. Then, he waved at Wan Xiaotong and Jiang Qinxing. "Let's go." The boss was surprised. "There's really no need. Anyway, someone is rushing to treat us. Why do you have to do this? It would be a waste not to eat it." Jiang Fuyue's tone was light, but there was no room for discussion. "If she wants to invite me, that's her business. I can also choose not to accept." The boss was speechless as he watched the three of them leave. Diagonally opposite, two girls were holding their phones and whispering to each other. Did you manage to capture it? Got it. Got it. The kid is so cute. Let me see. His skin is so white, and his eyes are so wet. I feel hungry watching him eat. What dish is that? Sweet and sour pork ribs? Hee hee, I think I'm a little hungry too. Boss, when will the dishes be served? Coming. The boss answered from afar. Is this a professional Mukden broadcast? He's so good at cooking. There must be dozens of empty plates on the table. Let me make a vibrato so that everyone can see what kind of peerless appetite this little cutie is, ha ha ha. Xianxia, who did not know that he was being photographed, left the restaurant. In the blink of an eye, he was sent to a taxi by Jiang Fuyue. After paying the taxi fare, she gave him another 50 yuan. I don't want. Xianxia leaned against the car window and shook his head like a rattledrum. Jiang Fuyue looked at him indifferently and asked, Do you still have money on you now? Xianxia pursed his lips. His face was red, and there was a hint of cute embarrassment. He originally had 10 yuan, but he used it to take a taxi on the way here. Jiang Fuyue stuffed the money into his hand and then ordered the driver, drive. In the car. Little classmate, is that your sister? Xianxia pursed his lips and did not speak. He was still not used to talking to strangers. The driver did not mind and said with a smile, She's still a student, but she only knows how to spend money on her brother. You two must be very close, right? This time, Jiang Qinxing did not remain silent. He nodded seriously and said, Very good. So many things happened during lunch. She thought it was bad enough, but she did not expect that there would be something worse. In the afternoon, the news about Jiang Fuyue's family setting up a stall to sell pancakes spread throughout the class. It must be Li Shui. How could she do that? Wan Shoutong was so angry that she almost cried. Jiang Fuyue, the person involved, was unusually calm. She only looked thoughtful. After school that day, she went to the printing shop. When she came out, she had an extra bag of things in her hand. The next day, before the start of the morning reading class, each of the students in the 7th class had a flyer. It was a light yellow background with bold black text. It was small and fresh with an industrial style. The overall design was bold and eye-catching. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking method. Jiangji Restaurant's pancakes, the ultimate experience for the tip of the tongue, the ultimate luxury for the taste buds. If you love him, her, remember to buy pancakes for him, her. Looking at the attached picture, on the golden pancake, there was meat floss and bacon. Fresh lettuce was covered with a layer of salad dressing. The filter made the whole picture warm and full, as if it had its own fragrance. Gulp, no one knew who started, but the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard in the whole class. Look at the delicious pancakes, oh. I woke up late today and haven't eaten breakfast. Why are you showing me this kind of thing? Take it away, take it away. Don't, let me take another look. Maybe I'll be full after looking at it. Jiang Fuyue's family really sells pancakes? I've never heard her mention it before. Jiangji Restaurant. Did you see it? They both have the surname Jiang, so it must be. I've eaten pancakes from this restaurant. It's at the back of the school. It's super fragrant and cheap. Hey. Is it the one you bought for me last time? Yes, yes, yes. I bought it from his house. Damn, it's so fragrant. It's more fragrant than all the pancakes I've eaten before. I haven't eaten anything better since. Are you serious? Don't brag. Is it really that good? You can try it if you don't believe me. I'll be a fool if I lie to you. Li Shui saw that the development of the situation had completely deviated from her plan and was sliding in a strange direction. She angrily crumpled the flyer in her hand and threw it into the trash can. She couldn't understand why this was happening. Jiang Fuyue's family was so shabby and lowly. Not only did they not laugh at her and ridicule her, but they also wanted to eat pancakes. Were these people transformed from pigs? They only knew how to eat all day long. Sister Shui, let's go and buy some after school. The lackey met her fiery eyes and suddenly changed his tone and became fierce. By my ass. But it really smelled good. Li Shui and Jiang Fuyue sat in the last row, one leaning against the wall and the other leaning against the door. She turned her head to see Jiang Fuyue's expression at this moment. She must be proud and arrogant, like a hen shaking its feathers. TSK, however, when she craned her neck and finally caught a glimpse of Jiang Fuyue, she realized that she was flipping through an English book. Her calm side profile didn't show any emotion, even though she was the one who caused this heated discussion. Pretend. Let's see how long you can pretend. Li Shui gritted her teeth. Sister Shui, why don't we just let it go? I feel that Jiang Fuyue doesn't care at all. If we continue to cause trouble, won't we be doing free publicity for her family? Also, you used this to threaten her to be the last in the exam. It won't work now. The lackey criticized silently. Li Shui, on the other hand, was completely unaware of it. Or rather, she did not even think about it. Her mind was filled with the scene of Jiang Fuyue humiliating her in front of so many people the day before. Hatred filled her eyes in an instant. She was just a B*TCH. What right did she have? Jiang Fuyue thought for a while and said, "Buy 10, get 1 free." Okay. After class, she called Han Yunru and told her the details. Han Yunru was shocked and anxious. Yeah, why didn't you discuss it with us? Jiang Fuyue paused. Buy 10, get 1 free? Forget it. Although she was suspected of breaking her promise, she couldn't let her family suffer a loss. I'm not talking about that. Han Yunru stomped her feet and said in a panicked tone, You. By doing this, aren't you telling everyone that you're running a pancake stall at home? Mom, do you think selling pancakes is embarrassing? Jiang Fuyue's tone was indifferent. How can that be? I'm afraid. What was she afraid of? She was afraid that her yaya wouldn't be able to hold her head high in front of her classmates. She was afraid that her classmates would laugh at her. She was even more afraid that her daughter would be isolated by the school. Mom, don't be anxious. Listen to me. On the other end, Han Yunru was stunned. Her panicked mood gradually calmed down after hearing this. I was wrong in the past. I'm sorry. Yes, our family runs a stall, but you and Dad don't steal or rob. You rely on your own labor to support Jiangqinxing and me. You send us to school. You're not worse than other parents at all. I won't belittle myself and feel that I'm inferior to my classmates, because, Jiang Fuyue said word by word, it's you who gave me confidence and courage. So, please don't belittle yourself. Han Yunru didn't speak for a long time. Only the faint sound of blowing her nose could be heard. Jiang Fuyue didn't say anything either. The mother and daughter were so far away from the phone, but their hearts were getting closer and closer. After a while. Yeah, Mom got it. You're welcome to eat pancakes with your classmates. Okay. Without saying anything more, the mother and daughter ended the call. Jiang Fuyue put away her phone and was about to return to class when she bumped into Jiang Han and her 2 lackeys. Hee, sister you. Jiang Han rubbed his hands. If you have something to say, say it. Yesterday, after school, you didn't come to watch us do our homework. Did something happen? Yes. That. Jiang Han wanted to say something, but hesitated. Jiang Fuyue knew what she wanted to ask. You helped me last time. Our previous grievances are written off. You don't have to stay in front of the toilet to do your homework every day. After that, he walked past Jiang Han and went straight ahead. Who knew? Don't, sister you. Jiang Han threw himself at her and hugged her leg. His fat body almost made Jiang Fuyue stumble. The veins on her forehead were throbbing. She gritted her teeth. What are you doing? Sister you can't abandon us. As he spoke, he winked at Gumeng and Lu Sisi. The 2 of them reacted and immediately threw themselves at Jiang Fuyue's feet, but they didn't dare to reach out and hug her leg. Firstly, they were afraid. Secondly, Jiang Han was too big and took up all the space. They couldn't hug her even if they wanted to. Jiang Fuyue had her back to the 3 of them. Jiang Han couldn't see her cold expression, but he wasn't afraid. How can we write off our past? How can we write off our past? Look, the three of us are so arrogant and hateful. We blocked you in the toilet, warned you, and humiliated you. How can you forgive us just because we helped teach a few elementary school chickens a lesson? Jiang Han said bitterly, we don't deserve it. Gamang and Lu Sisi said, yes, we don't deserve it. Jiang Fuyue, ? I'll say it again. Let go. Jiang Han, then you can't leave. I'll count to 2, 1, 2, Jiang Han couldn't retreat in time. Didn't you say 3? Why did you change to 2? He muttered. Jiang Fuyue turned around. Jiang Han was still squatting. She lowered her head and she raised her head. One was majestic, the other was pitiful. Get up. Jiang Han did as he was told. And you guys. Gamang and Lu Sisi looked at each other and stood up. The three of them stood in a row, looking at each other nervously and uneasily. Jiang Fuyue, tell me, what's the situation? Jiang Han braced himself. Well, we just want to continue being watched. Do homework? Yes. Jiang Fuyue looked at her suspiciously. Was your brain kicked by a donkey? Jiang Han, if Jiang Fuyue had said write it off 2 days ago, Jiang Han would have been so happy that she would have jumped up in joy. But just yesterday, a sudden change had caught him off guard. She actually passed her math quiz? Not only was Jiang Han dumbfounded, but the teacher was also shocked. After all, this student's math score had never exceeded 50 since high school. Of course, the teacher was more pleased. After all, in the past 2 weeks, he had seen Jiang Han asking questions at the first place in class several times. She probably really wanted to focus on her studies. That night, the math teacher called Father Jiang. The content of the conversation was unknown, but after the call, Father Jiang's face was full of smiles. He held his daughter's round shoulders with his chubby hands and said earnestly, Hanin, you're finally sensible. Dad is very pleased. Jiang Han's eyes were blank. Ever since her mother passed away and that woman entered the family, her father had never praised her like this. In order to encourage you to study hard and make progress every day, Dad has decided to pass the family business to you from now on. What do you think of the apartment in the Zhongling Range Rover? I remember you used to like it very much. Huh? Not satisfied? Father Jiang pondered for a moment. How about adding a loft in Rosy Cloud Lake? In a daze, Jiang Han saw her stepmother's deathly pale face. Her brain, which had not been working very well, suddenly started working at high speed. She seemed to have unintentionally grabbed a certain someone's life. It turned out that her prank, which she thought she could teach that woman a lesson, didn't hurt her at all. Instead, not only did she get scolded every time, over time, she even pushed her biological father further and further away. No wonder she always said disgusting things and did disgusting things at home. Now that she thought about it, it was all to provoke her. Jiang Han's 18 years of wisdom were all focused on this moment. She first smiled and called him Dad intimately, then leaned her head on Jiang Guohui's shoulder and acted like a spoiled child like she did when she was a child. Then, she curled the corners of her mouth at her young stepmother, just like how she always did when she was trying to set her up, to see who could outdo who. Thank you, Dad. Don't worry, I'll definitely study hard and carry forward our Jiang family's rental business in the future. Then, I'll be a happy landlady. Good daughter, you're finally sensible. Dad is so happy. Tears streamed down his face. The next day, the 2 apartments were transferred to Jiang Han's name in a flash. Many middle-aged people couldn't afford to buy a house even if they worked hard for half their lives, but it was like she had picked it up for free. So? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Jiang Han raised her chin, her squinting eyes almost disappearing from her fat. In order to successfully inherit the family business, I have to work hard. Sister Yu, just keep an eye on me. You have to do the test anyway, right? Hee hee. I don't have high expectations. I just want to pass next time. You can still pass if you keep doing the questions and listen well. It's not the same. Jiang Han was so anxious that she scratched her ears and cheeks. You see, I didn't listen to the lecture or do my homework before. Now that you keep an eye on me, I listen to the lecture and finish my homework on time. Jiang Fuyue was puzzled. What does this have to do with me? I didn't realize it, but you forced me to realize it. It was that simple. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. She glanced at Gameng and Lu Sisi. What's your reason? Gameng said weakly. I also passed. Lu Sisi said. I'm 2 marks away from passing. So, the 3 of them wanted to be forced to study? Please, sister Yu. Jiang Han begged. Jiang Fuyue was unmoved. She turned and walked away. I'm busy. I don't have time. Jiang Han chased after her. Sister Yu's business is my business. Leave it to me. She should be free now, right? Jiang Fuyue paused and smiled faintly. Jiang Han was speechless. What's wrong with my neck being cold? During lunchtime, all the students saw a magical scene. Jiang Han, Gameng, and Lu Sisi were at the entrance of the canteen. Each of them had a stack of flyers in their hands. Coupled with their advertising, they attracted a lot of attention. Don't miss this opportunity. Walk 50 meters from the back door of the school. Jiangji Restaurant's pancakes are delicious. Are you hungry? If you're hungry, eat Jiangji Restaurant's pancakes. Sister Han's recommendation. It doesn't cost 998 yuan, 98 yuan, or 980 yuan. Just 9 yuan and you can take home a family photo package. If it's not delicious, I'll twist your head off. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it. Jiang Han was considered a celebrity in the school. Besides her extraordinary physique, she was also famous for her arrogance. She didn't expect that she would one day do something as stupid as handing out flyers and advertising. Tisk, is she under a curse? Why do I feel that it's more like a curse? Isn't she at odds with Jiang Fuyue? Why is she handing out flyers for her? Who knows? Speaking of which, is this pancake really that delicious? Why don't we buy one after school to try? Yes. Under the scorching sun, Jiang Han's face was oily and sweaty, but she was happy, hee. Student, here's the flyer. The man was shocked. He grabbed the flyer and walked forward quickly. Jiang Han, don't throw it, a classmate who had the same idea said. I won't throw it away. I won't throw it. Ah Xian, look. Isn't that Jiang Han? Sun Cheng hugged the basketball and pointed. What is she doing? Ling Xian only glanced at him before looking away. Sun Cheng stopped a classmate and asked. F***CK. Pancakes? Ling Xian, who was not far away, asked, what's going on? Sun Cheng let the student go, and the 2 of them walked to the cafeteria together. Jiang Han is helping Jiang Fuyue distribute flyers? After saying that, he didn't believe it himself. Jiang Han wiped her sweat. She had already distributed more than half of the flyers in her hand. She grinned with satisfaction. Suddenly, a shadow covered her head. Zaba, don't be my light, she was about to blurt out when she saw the young man's handsome and gentle face. Jiang Han was completely speechless and her eyes glazed over. Hey, are you okay? Sun Cheng stretched out a hand and waved it in front of her face. Jiang Han suddenly came back to her senses. Ling 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 ling, Sun Cheng coughed lightly. When did you have such a delicate name? Ling ling? Ling ling. Ling 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 Xian. Get lost. After a string of ling ling, Jiang Han finally found her normal pronunciation. Ling Xian, why are you here? To eat. Ah? It's so late and you haven't eaten yet? It's all leftovers. I was playing basketball. Strictly speaking, Ling Xian wasn't cold and aloof. On the contrary, he was very polite and all the teachers and students he came into contact with praised him. Even in the face of Jiang Han, who was feared by the entire school, he still maintained his gentleness and patience. At least, that was how it seemed on the surface. Sun Cheng, what are you doing? Jiang Han, handing out flyers. Doesn't this pancake stall belong to Jiang Fuyue's family? Yes, I'm helping Sister Yu distribute it. Sister Yu? Sun Cheng was stunned for 2 seconds and swallowed. You call her sister? The whole school knew how arrogant Jiang Han was. To be able to make her willingly call her sister and help hand out flyers under the hot sun, what kind of monster was Jiang Fuyue? Obviously, Ling Xian had the same doubts. First, he joined the mathematical Olympiad class and solved the final question in front of the whole class. Now, he had subdued Jiang Han and made her obedient. How could a person change so much in such a short period of time? Moreover, she was becoming more and more beautiful and dazzling. Damn it, people couldn't help but want to pay attention to her, understand her, and even get close to her. 2 days ago, he forgot himself and went to the pancake stall like a fool and asked for a family photo. Ling Xian looked down to hide the annoyance in his eyes and said to Sun Qing, "Let's go." Oh. Jiang Han watched the two teenagers walk away and stood there with a silly smile. Suddenly, he thought of something and his smile froze. "Sister, you seem to like Ling Xian too." Thanks to the power of the flyers, in just one day, the whole school knew that Jiang Fuyue, who ranked last in the 2nd grade, was a pancake seller. In the afternoon, in the grade office, a language teacher joked, "The copywriting is good. It's gimmicky and has a selling point. Most importantly, it's humorous." A mathematics teacher held a flyer and turned it over and over. "Unfortunately, there's no promotion on it. Otherwise, he could use his pen to calculate the best purchase plan." The chemistry teacher said, "Photos with filters will lose the original color and texture of the food." The biology teacher said, "The stall looks clean. Hygiene is very important." The physics teacher said, "The design of the cart is a bit interesting. Especially the pole, it can disperse the force." "I have a question. Does our school allow students to distribute flyers?" As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. At this time, the dean of teaching suddenly appeared at the door. "Is Teacher Su here?" According to the students, there are students in the 3rd class who distributed flyers in school and seriously affected discipline. He should criticize and educate those who should be punished as soon as possible. Dean Zhao, that old Su went to number 1 middle school for a competition guidance meeting. "Okay, I'll go there myself." The homeroom teacher of the 7th class knew that Su Jing had been particularly concerned about Jiang Fuyue and immediately called him. "That's the general situation. Zhao Taijun has already gone to her class to look for her. It's hard to say whether he'll be punished or not. I've never encountered such a situation before." "Me? Don't you know Zhao Taijun's temper? How can I protect her? Besides, I have no reason to. She's not a student in my class." Yes, I know you like her, like a genius." "Wait, don't tell me you want to rush back now? You're crazy." Jiang Fuyue was called out in class. Li Shuai looked down and restrained the gloating in her eyes, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Damn, Jiang Fuyue was called out by Tai Zhuang. I bet a pack of spicy sticks that she'll come back crying. I'll bet 2 packs. The two of you should be more considerate. If Tai Zhuang makes a move, he'll be punished. The whole class will be implicated. Don't even think about getting an award this year. What do we do now? Should we tell Teacher Su? It's no use. Teacher Su isn't here. Face the wind, young girl. In the corridor, Zhao Taijun stood with his hands behind his back. With his round belly and cold expression, the words "I'm fierce" were written all over his body. Jiang Fuyue stood still with her hands by her side. Her eyes were clear and her expression was calm. In Zhao Taijun's eyes, her appearance was unruly and rebellious. She actually dared to look him in the eyes. "What's the matter? Do you want to challenge the authority of the Dean of Teaching? Or do you think you're right?" "Jiang Fuyue, I heard that you were distributing flyers in school." She nodded and admitted to it. The interrogator was shocked that she had committed such a crime so easily. But who was Zhao Taijun? He was a veteran who worked hard to become a teaching director, took on the role of a black face, and never showed any emotions on his face. "Well, other than being fierce. Do you know that your behavior has seriously violated the school rules?" "Which rule? Which rule did I violate? Please point it out so that I can learn from my mistakes and turn over a new leaf." This, Zhao Taijun choked. He quickly went through the school rules in his mind, but he couldn't find any specific rule to convict Jiang Fuyue for distributing flyers. "You've affected other students." After a while, he brought up this point. Jiang Fuyue said, I distributed them before class ended and during the lunch break. It didn't affect the class or the students' afternoon naps. Zhao Tiejuan's eyes sharpened and he suddenly raised his voice with a thunderous momentum. You still dare to quibble? As a student, you brought advertising into school and gave the students a bad impression of you as a mercenary. This is an extremely wrong example. In addition, you've also damaged the image of number 1 middle school. What would happen if word got out? 1. No, 2 big accusations were placed on other students. If it were any other student, they would have been completely shamed. Jiang Fuyue's expression didn't change and her eyes were cold. Speaking of advertising, I have a few questions to ask Director Zhao. Is the banner of a certain brand of pure milk on the school gate considered advertising? What about the school window display, the talent display column, and the consultation hotline of a training institution? And the cafeteria? In addition, I remember that the student union will distribute flyers from time to time in order to attract corporate sponsorship. I don't know if this behavior has created a bad impression of you as a mercenary. Has it damaged the image of number 1 middle school? Is it appropriate to spread it? Lastly, it's class time now. Your voice was too loud just now. All the classes on this floor should have heard it. Then who was the one influencing the other students? Zhao Taijun was dumbfounded. Jiang Fuyue had just returned to the classroom when the bell rang. A group of people surrounded her and looked at her as if they were watching a rare animal. Even the physics teacher gave her a meaningful look when he walked past her. Jiang Fuyue? It turned out that the conversation between her and Zhao Taijun in the corridor had been heard clearly in the classroom. Student Jiang, did you grow up eating leopard guts? Or a bear's heart? Is Tai Zhuang's face blue or green? What's the difference between blue and green? Speaking of which, he didn't punish you, did he? Even the ECI from class 7 didn't dare to go head-to-head with Tai Zhuang. You're the only one who's ever done that. You're awesome. I'll blow up the phone for you. Everyone was talking at once, chattering non-stop. Jiang Fuyue was annoyed by the noise. She made an excuse to go to the bathroom and quickly slipped away. It was the next PE class. Wan Shoutong, are you done yet? They've all left. Everyone dispersed like birds and beasts. However, there was still one person who did not give up. Zhang Kai, why aren't you leaving? When is Jiang Fuyue coming back? Why are you asking this? I have to confirm if she went out to cry secretly. 2 packets of spicy sticks, my heart hurts so much. Claw, Jiang Fuyue came out of the bathroom and planned to go down the stairs from the other side of the field. There were not many people because they had to take a detour. As soon as she left the teaching building, she bumped into ECI. The young man's colorful hair was dripping with sweat. His cheeks were flushed because of the exercise, which made his skin look even fairer. He was wearing the jersey he wore when they first met. The sweaty fabric clung to his skin and outlined the young man's lean chest. PE class? Yes. The two of them passed by each other. ECI suddenly reached out. Jiang Fuyue was prepared for this and retreated to avoid it. TSK, you got away again. Jiang Fuyue looked at him expressionlessly. It seems that the lesson last time wasn't enough. Don't. ECI walked closer and stood in front of her with an evil smile. Think about it. How about being my girlfriend? One of us is fierce, and the other is tough. We're a perfect match. Jiang Fuyue frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? TSK, you still don't want to admit it? I saw how you fought with Tai Zhuang just now. If you're not tough, then what are you? I don't mind. Do you know what you look like now? ECI, huh? That was a big jump. A morning glory swaying in the wind. After saying that, he strode away. ECI stood there and scratched the back of his head. What do you mean? TSK, I'm laughing at your wishful thinking, idiot. Zhongxiang was also wearing a jersey. He bounced the basketball in his hand. ECI narrowed his eyes and looked dangerous. Were you eavesdropping on our conversation? This is a public place, okay? Is that considered eavesdropping? I'm listening to you openly. You mother****, ECI rushed up and grabbed his collar. Xianxia's temper flared up. He did not want to be outdone. The two good-looking teenagers were in a remote corner of the school building. They were staring at each other with the same fierce eyes. They were at daggers drawn. They were like fire and water. Xianxia's mouth twitched. He looked at Eci mockingly. You just lost the game. Why, can't you afford to lose? Get lost, Eci pushed him away and clapped his hands. I can't afford to lose? You're the one who played dirty. If you're so good, why don't you fight like a man? Xianxia smoothed his collar. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Okay, this Saturday 9:30 a.m., downtown stadium. Whoever loses is a coward. Jiang Fuyue was a woman of her words. Jiang Han helped to distribute the flyers. After school, she spent half an hour watching them do their homework. Next time, change to another place. Huh? Jiang Han paused. He looked up. His nose was still stuffed with earplugs. Why? Do you plan to do your homework in the toilet all the time? Can't I? Jiang Han blinked. What's the saying? Anyway, it means that a bad environment can train one's mind, stimulate one's potential, and achieve success. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. What a weird taste. In the end, they switched to the ping-pong table. It was more spacious and tasteless. Jiang Han muttered, without the bad environment, can I still succeed? Jiang Fuyue smiled. You can run 5 laps before you start doing your homework. I don't think there's anything worse than that. No need. During this period, Jiang Han had a question that he did not know how to solve. She thought for a while and asked Jiang Fuyue. The latter glanced at it and added 2 auxiliary lines with a pen. Then, he returned it to her. Jiang Han looked at it silently for half a minute. Then, he suddenly understood. I understand. Jiang Fuyue continued to work on the questions. Jiang Han stole a glance. Those should be math papers. The reason why she used the word should was because she had never seen the questions on them. At least, she had never seen them in a normal high school math paper. In fact, she had always been curious. Jiang Fuyue was obviously very good. Why did she deliberately pretend to be a bad student and always get the last place in the grade? Why are you looking at me? Do your questions. His tone was cold. Jiang Han hurriedly looked away. She was very obedient. Coincidentally, it hit Jiang Fuyue's bag and left a black mark on it. Hey, throw the ball over. Mother asterisk cur, Jiang Han put down her pen, and her little universe burned with crackling sounds. She rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward. What's the hurry? Jiang Fuyue said coldly, the ball is here. They should be the ones who are anxious. Jiang Han's eyebrows twitched and he retreated. Sure enough, after getting no response from the other side, they started to get anxious. Brother Ong, I'll go over and take a look. Zhongxiang put down his water bottle and said, let's go together. The table tennis table was next to the basketball court. Zhongxiang and his group walked over. They were all tall and strong and looked quite imposing at first glance. Gaming swallowed and pulled Lu Sisi to stand behind Jiang Han. Jiang Han, on the other hand, stood behind Jiang Fuyue. She didn't know why, but by the time she reacted, the action had already been completed. Classmate, this ball is ours, Zhongxiang said with a smile and pointed at Jiang Fuyue's hand. He knew this girl. She was the one Eci wanted to pursue. They bumped into each other after the physical education class in the afternoon. At that time, they were far away and he only got a rough look. Now that he was looking at her up close, he didn't know that she was quite pretty. Her skin was the fairest among all the girls he had seen. He could even see the blue veins on her chin. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were cold and her pupils were black and bright. Standing in front of him, she didn't look short. She was at least 1.7 meters tall. Even though she was wearing a loose school uniform, he could still see the slender lines of her legs. Even though the little prince of the Zhong family had seen countless socialites and beauties in the capital, he rarely saw such a beauty. No wonder Eci was more eager to suck up to her than his son. While Zhongxiang was sizing up Jiang Fuyue was also sizing him up quietly. But she just glanced at him and looked away. This person had the aura of a rich playboy that she was used to seeing in her previous life. Whether it was his expression or his actions, they all carried the mark of that circle. And his status wasn't low either. Who would have thought that a small place like Linhui would have hidden dragons and crouching tigers? However, Jiang Fuyue was not weak. Back then, when she was playing around in the capital, this brat probably hadn't reincarnated yet. You said that the ball is yours. That's great. Apologize. Apologize? Before Xianxia could say anything, another boy behind him exploded. Jiang Han jumped out and pointed at Jiang Fuyue's bag. Shouldn't you apologize for smashing it? Oh, it's you, Jiang Han. These boys, including Xianxia, were all from class 7, and so was Jiang Han. We're all classmates. You can't side with outsiders. The boys in class 7 didn't have any bad feelings towards Jiang Han. At most, they would make fun of her fat and strong figure behind her back. Jiang Han rolled his eyes. I was almost hit too, okay? Which one of you did it? Come out and apologize, and this matter will be over. The boys glanced at Xianxia from time to time, but no one spoke. The ball just now was because he missed the shot and used too much force. But which of the rich second generation in class 7 wasn't smart? They already knew from their parents that Xianxia had an extraordinary background. They couldn't wait to flatter him. Who would be stupid enough to expose him? Xianxia was obviously used to this kind of treatment where he was treated like a proud son of heaven wherever he went. He wanted to see how this girl would get out of this situation if no one stood out. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue, who had been silent, suddenly looked up and stared at Xianxia. I saw it. You were the one who shot the ball. Oh? Xianxia smiled. Do you have any evidence? Jiang Fuyue couldn't be bothered with this rebellious teenager and went straight to the point. Apologize. TSK, the tip of Xianxia's tongue pushed against his cheek and popped out a loud bang. He tilted his head and his fine fringe covered half of his eyebrows. His pair of beautiful eyes suddenly gave birth to a sense of evilness. Coupled with the lazy smile at the corner of his mouth, he was handsome and roguish. Classmate, it's better to think carefully before you speak. It didn't sound like a reminder, but a warning. Jiang Han looked at his arrogant appearance and remembered the various rumors about this classmate. His eyes flashed and his heart was faintly afraid. Gameng and Lu Sisi were even more useless. When had they ever seen such a scene? The handsome teenager stood in front of them with an imposing manner. At first glance, he didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Who wouldn't be afraid, but there were still some. For example, Jiang Fuyue. She coldly watched him act cool and give a warning, but her heart didn't waver. Have you seen Balala Xiao Mo Xian? She asked. Xianxia? What you did just now was like the routine chanting of a demonic immortal when you transform. Coupled with a series of fancy movements, isn't it better to directly use a big move? You're so young and you're already so formal. You're not bad looking, but you're too silly. If you were my son, you would have been beaten and embarrassed. This was the first time Jiang Han heard Jiang Fuyue say so much in one breath. He originally thought that she wasn't good with words, but he didn't expect her to be so lethal. As soon as she unleashed her firepower, she directly blasted the guy surnamed Zhong into pieces. Xianxia froze in place. When he came to his senses, he was furious. You mother asterisk cur, watch your mouth. Jiang Fuyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. She smashed the basketball in her hand into his chest. Bang, Xianxia almost had internal bleeding. She had already used the rebound force to retrieve the ball back into her hand. She looked down at Xianxia, whose cheeks were red from coughing and his body was half bent. Well done. The teenager stood up straight, a sneer creeping up the corner of his mouth. I made a mistake. I met an expert. Jiang Fuyue's move just now was not weak, and the angle was tricky. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she knew how to play basketball. Xianxia, want to compete? Jiang Fuyue's expression was cold. Not interested. You're interested in a little bet, right? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Xianxia, if I lose, I'll apologize to you. If you lose, you'll call me daddy 3 times. Jiang Fuyue, add one more condition. If you lose, not only will you apologize, but you'll also let me punch you. Deal. 3 minutes later, on the basketball court, Jiang Fuyue and Zhongxiang stood in the middle. Their eyes met, ready to go. Jiang Han and the other two stood next to them. Directly opposite them were Zhongxiang and his friends. Sister Han, Gemeng leaned over. Will this work? Not to mention other things, Jiang Fuyue lost in terms of physique, and the rebound was so high. Lu Sisi, I don't think so. Men have a better jumping ability than women, and they have a natural advantage when it comes to basketball. Jiang Han, stop arguing, it's starting. The moment the ball was thrown out, Jiang Fuyue and Zhongxiang jumped at the same time. As expected, the latter got the ball first. When he was about to control it, Jiang Fuyue suddenly hit him. Zhongxiang did not panic. He did not even try to dodge. He planned to meet force with force and compete in strength. If everything went well, he would be able to press Jiang Fuyue to the ground and grind her until she couldn't get up. Unfortunately, he misjudged Jiang Fuyue's strength. It was not a misjudgment, because when he was hit on the chest, he already knew that she was strong, but he did not take it seriously. Think about it, no matter how strong a girl was, how strong could she be, but this girl was not human. The moment they met, Jiang Fuyue's sudden burst of strength made his arm numb. The ball slipped out of his hand. Zhongxiang chased after it, but he was half a beat behind Jiang Fuyue. The ball fell into her hands. What's she doing? She's not dribbling or making a layup. Is she going to shoot a three-pointer? What kind of joke is this? The three-point line is between 7 to 7, 25 meters. She's standing at least 9 or 10 meters away from the basket. Do you think she's Curry? As long as she dares to shoot, Brother Ong will get the ball in minutes and then make a dunk. Whoosh! Do these girls think they can play basketball after watching a few games? Naive. Brother Ong, beat her. Jiang Han was not to be outdone. Sister you're the best. The cheerleaders of both sides began to shout in the air, neither giving way to the other. However, the two people on the court turned a deaf ear. At this critical moment, any distraction could lead to an irreversible failure. You won't be able to score. Zhongxiang smiled, like a patient hunter appreciating the beauty of his prey's struggle. As long as he guarded the center circle, he could defeat Jiang Fuyue without taking the initiative to attack. Taking a step back, even if she lost the center circle, would she be able to score? Did she think everyone was a dunk master? In the face of the teenager's provocation, Jiang Fuyue did not retort from the beginning to the end. She did not even show a trace of anger. She only looked forward, her gaze firm and calm, with courage and determination. Then, with the ball in her hand, she quickly jumped to an astonishing height. With a twist of her wrist, the ball left her hand and drew a beautiful parabola in the air. A free throw. Zhongxiang was stunned. The group of brothers who were cheering for him suddenly fell silent. Jiang Han's heart had been in his throat for a long time. Now, it returned to his chest steadily. Then, it went in? It went in. Damn, Sister Yu is awesome. Three-pointer. Three-pointer. Oh my god. Gemeng's eyes were blank. Am I dreaming? Lu Sisi, then we might have dreamed the same thing. On the court, Jiang Fuyue walked up to Zhongxiang and said, I admit defeat. The young man gritted his teeth and his cheeks stiffened. You cheated. He deliberately hid his strength and pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. She laughed. Why don't you say that you underestimated him? Zhongxiang choked and glared at her. All right. Let's begin. Don't you want to apologize? Jiang Fuyue said calmly, I'm ready. She felt offended. What? You want to go back on your word? With so many people watching, you can't deny it. It was similar to Zhongxiang's previous sentence, you won't be able to score. Even his expression was extremely similar. This was revenge. Zhongxiang felt his scalp tighten. It had always been others apologizing to him. Since when was it his turn to be submissive? But, sorry. This woman was right about one thing. If you agree to a bet, you have to accept your loss. Jiang Fuyue nodded. I'm a magnanimous person. I won't be calculative with you. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Her. Thank you so much. The next second, a fist suddenly came. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he felt a sharp pain on his chin. He groaned, his eyes full of astonishment. D***mn. You're really hitting me? It's a bet. I have to honor it. Jiang Fuyue moved her wrist and neck as if she was relaxing her muscles. She felt uncomfortable from the reaction force. One could only imagine how much strength was put into that punch. Zhongxiang was about to cry. He had never been bullied like this even in kindergarten. He was the bully in primary and junior high school. Not to mention in high school. D***mn. How much strength did this woman put into that punch? The lower half of his face didn't even look like his. Jiang Fuyue paced and stopped beside his ear. Classmate, this punch is to teach you how to behave. Remember, don't be too arrogant in the future. With that, she reached out and patted him twice on the shoulder. Zhongxiang's body leaned forward, and his cheeks turned red. D***mn, did this woman grow up eating iron? Let's go. Jiang Fuyue picked up her school bag and left the field. Jiang Han put away the exercise book and chased after her. Wait for me, there's a question that I don't know. Gemeng looked at the homework in her hands. I also have one, no, 2 questions. Lu Sisi pulled a long face. Damn it, she didn't know any of the questions, it was so difficult to be a pile of feces. Wait for me. In the sunset, the 4 girls walked away one after another. Brother Ong, are you alright? Everyone surrounded him. Zhongxiang placed his hands on his knees. His chest rose and fell violently. He was so angry that he looked like this. Give me a hand, give me a hand. The group sat on the spectator stand. Zhongxiang unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and looked up. As soon as he opened his mouth, he pulled his chin and gasped in pain. F***ck, he smashed the bottle, and his eyes were dark. Everyone didn't dare to breathe too loudly and served him carefully. After a while, he opened another bottle. This time, his actions were much gentler. That girl, what's her background? Her name is Jiang Fuyue. She's from the 3rd class and is the last in the cohort. Zhongxiang frowned. What else? Her parents set up a pancake stall at the back door of the school. It was only exposed today. What happened? That person roughly explained how Jiang Fuyue gave out the flyers and how she confronted Zhao Tieshuang. This was not a secret. In just one afternoon, it had spread throughout the entire cohort. Zhongxiang grinned. She's a ruthless person. No wonder she was so fierce. Everyone, Zhongxiang asked again, she plays basketball? That 3-point shot, if she hadn't undergone professional training, she would definitely not be able to make it. I haven't heard of that, but she got into number 1 middle school because of sports. What sports? High jump, and shot put. According to the international standard, a woman's shot put weight was 4 kilograms. Her bounce and strength were perfectly controlled by her. F***ck. At the same time, in the cohort's office. Old Meng. Hiss. Old Su, you really came back? Meng Zhijian gasped. Is Zhao Taijun around? I'm going to look for him now. Hey, wait a minute, don't stop me. Jiang Fuyue can't be punished. Otherwise, this year's winter camp will be ruined. No. Listen to me first, we'll talk later. Old Su. Meng Zhijian raised his voice. Su Jing was stunned. Jiang Fuyue didn't get punished. Calm down first. That's not right. Su Jing was a little confused. Didn't you call me in the afternoon and say that Zhao Taijun went to look for her in class? Yes, he did. Meng Zhijian nodded. Seeing that Su Jing was about to get angry again, he quickly explained, but he didn't punish her. Impossible. How could he not know what kind of temper Zhao Taijun had? When students offended him, he would not let them off easily. This guy didn't give face to anyone. He was as stubborn as his name suggested. Why is it impossible? Meng Zhijian snorted softly. Student Jiang not only cleared herself of all blame, but she also checkmated old Zhao. Now, the entire grade has heard about it. They even gave her a nickname. What's it called again? Sister Hammer. Yu Wenzhou suddenly looked up. The page on his phone happened to be on the campus forums, today's hot post. The screen was full of Jiang Fuyue and 666. Su Jing, why? Meng Zhijian, to forge iron. Oh, right. Yu Wenzhou put down his phone and pulled out a paper from a stack of papers. He said casually, for this physics quiz, Jiang Fuyue got full marks. Su Jing, exclamation point. Meng Zhijian, exclamation point. TSK, what's with your expressions? You look like country bumpkins who have never seen the world. After saying that, he pursed his lips in disdain. Well, when it came to calculating the marks, he was also a country bumpkin. When he wrote 110 with a red pen, he trembled for a long time. Meng Zhijian, let me see the papers. What do you want? Meng Zhijian was reading so intently that Su Jing and Yu Wenzhou didn't dare to disturb him. After a while, he put down the test paper with a dazed look in his eyes. I really got full marks? Yu Wenzhou. So this guy didn't believe him. After dinner, Jiang Fuyue left Jiang Shaodi at home to do his homework while she went to the pancake stall. Yeye? Why are you here? Han Yunru was pleasantly surprised. Jantar also put down his teacup and stood up. It wasn't that busy at this time, but there were still customers occasionally, so the couple waited and sold as many pancakes as they could. I brought you food. Eat it while it's hot. Han Yunru took it from her and handed it to Jantar. Don't do it next time. It'll delay your homework. I'm already done. I see. Then you can watch TV at home and relax. Jiang Fuyue didn't argue anymore. As a mother, she had her reasons. While Jantar and Han Yunru were eating, she walked around and found a shop behind the stall, but it was closed and there was no sign. What does this place sell? Grain, oil, rice, non-staple foods, fruits, condiments, everything, but they closed last month. Han Yunru sighed casually. If the rent was cheaper, we could buy it. We wouldn't have to be afraid of wind and rain in the future. Jantar held his bowl and didn't say a word. How's business today? Jiang Fuyue asked at the right time. Speaking of this, Han Yunru and Jiang De both revealed joyful expressions. After school in the afternoon, many students from No. 1 middle school came over to buy pancakes. Someone even bought 20 pancakes in one go and gave him 2 more. Honey, we sold twice as much as usual today. Jantar grinned and looked at Han Yunru expectantly like a child asking for praise. The woman pinched his tight waist to remind him to pay attention to his image. Why are you so happy? It's all thanks to Yeye's flyers. Otherwise, how could so many students come? Yes, yes, yes. Yeye contributed the most. Jantar laughed foolishly. But Han Yunru looked worried. Does the school allow this? Did the teacher criticize you? Jiang Fuyue, no. Night, in the Imperial Heaven. Palace. The door of the villa was pushed open from the outside. Xie Dingyuan was wearing an iron gray shirt with a suit jacket in his arm as he walked in slowly. Auntie Lu went up to him and said, Sir, you're back. Yes. The food is ready. Do you want to eat now, or? The man raised his wrist and looked at the time. In half an hour. After saying that, he went straight upstairs. Today, not only did he participate in an academic conference, but he also soaked in the laboratory for half a day. His body smelled of disinfectant, and he couldn't eat without taking a shower. Half an hour later, the man appeared in the dining room on time. Auntie Lu quietly served him food and rice. The man had changed into home clothes. It was a soft polo shirt, and the buttons were buttoned to the last, tightly wrapped around his neck. Above it was a slightly protruding Adam's apple, which moved gently as he swallowed. His slender fingers held the wooden chopsticks, and there was a kind of gentle beauty to him. Sir, young master is back from school. Yes. Auntie Lu, he hid in his room as soon as he got home. He hasn't come out yet, and even locked the door. Also, I saw a bruise on his chin. Did someone bully him at school? The man's expression didn't change. I know. Auntie Lou hesitated for a while, but in the end, she didn't dare to say more. Sir was good in every way, but he was a little cold. This was his nephew. After dinner, Xie Dingyuan walked in the night breeze. The moonlight was hazy, and the street lights were dim. 20 minutes later, he returned to the villa. He first went to the study to get the spare key, then knocked on Xianxia's door. Auntie Lou, I already said that I'm not hungry. Don't send food, I'm full just looking at it. God knows, he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. Open the door, it's me. The man's deep voice clearly came through the door. Damn, why is he here? Zhongxiang was shocked and panicked. The more he didn't think of something, the more it came. What the F***ck? Uncle, what's the matter? Open the door. I'm going to sleep. If you're not in a hurry, we can talk tomorrow. Zhongxiang, don't make me repeat myself. Half a minute later, the door opened. Xie Dingyuan saw the scarf around his neck and frowned. It's summer, what's wrong with you? Ahem. Zhongxiang coughed and buried his chin in the scarf. The temperature of the air conditioner is too low. I caught a cold. The man looked at the sweat on his forehead and said expressionlessly, I'll call old Tang. Zhongxiang's expression changed. No. It's just a small cold. There's no need for Dr. Tang to come here. I'll be fine. You're sweating with the air conditioner on? It's cold, it's cool. Xie Dingyuan's eyes turned cold. Do you still remember what I said to you on your first day in Linhui? The teenager was stunned at first. Then, he thought of something and his face turned pale. Zhongxiang, don't ever lie to me. Can you do that? His voice was calm, but the undercurrent was terrifying. Uncle, haven't you always wanted to go back to the capital? I'll call Zhongyuni tomorrow and ask him to send someone to pick you up. After that, he turned and left. No, I'm not going back. The teenager pulled off the scarf. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Is that not enough? Xie Dingyuan turned around slowly. Okay. Uncle is too much. Sob, 10 minutes later. So, you were beaten up by a girl in your grade. Zhongxiang stomped his feet. It's not a beating, it's a bet. You were still beaten up. F***ck. It's rare for someone to beat you up. Xie Dingyuan nodded with a gratified expression. That's good. Are you still my uncle? His eyes were full of resentment. Unless you're not Xie Yunzao's biological son. I can't win. Zhongxiang said pitifully, I'm hungry. You said you don't want to eat, so you didn't stay for dinner. Nanny Lu is probably asleep by now. Zhongxiang felt like he had nothing to live for. Was there another young master in the world who was more pitiful than him? The next day, Yuan Zhou handed out the test papers during physics class. For a single subject quiz like this, the results and rankings were usually not announced. Wan Shoutong. What a pity. If everyone knew that you got full marks again, their eyes would probably pop out. It was just like the first time she saw Jiang Fuyue get full marks in the mathematics quiz. It doesn't matter. She didn't get full marks to make everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. Wan Shoutong loved her cold and indifferent expression to death. Her eyes immediately turned red. Another day where she was so infatuated with her deskmate that she couldn't extricate herself when the bell rang. Yuan Zhou walked past Jiang Fuyue. Come here for a second. Jiang Fuyue, ? As soon as she entered the office, several pairs of eyes simultaneously shot towards her. Jiang Fuyue didn't recognize some of them. It wasn't that the teachers were too idle, but that she had been going in and out of the office too frequently. When Su Jing saw Jiang Fuyue following behind Yuan Zhou, her heart skipped a beat. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, take these test papers back and do them. Yuan Zhou was embarrassed by Jiang Fuyue's cold gaze. He rubbed his nose and explained, you got full marks on the physics quiz. So? You're a talented child. You should be trained well. In the end, Jiang Fuyue left with a stack of test papers. Su Jing exploded. Old you, what do you mean? What do I mean? Yu Wenzhou played dumb. You clearly know that Jiang Fuyue is my student, yet you still gave her so many test papers. What do you want? She's still my student. How can you be so overbearing? I'm overbearing? Su Jing was so angry that he laughed, but his eyes were fierce. I don't have a problem with her completing her daily physics homework, but I don't agree with you giving her anything else. Why don't you agree? Yu Wenzhou put down his cup. Because I'm her homeroom teacher. But I'm also her subject teacher. Su Jing, don't think I don't know what you're planning. Yu Wenzhou's eyes flashed and he muttered, what could I be planning? Su Jing sneered. What's the big deal about getting full marks once? It's probably just luck. Besides, the quiz wasn't hard. I'm afraid you're celebrating too early. Yu Wenzhou frowned but didn't refute Su Jing's words. This quiz really was simple. Getting full marks wasn't impossible. Maybe. Jiang Fuyue really was just lucky? Old you should know that a person's energy is limited. If you do one thing well, you can't do another. Jiang Fuyue is now specializing in mathematical Olympiads. If you're counting on her to make a breakthrough in physics, or even reach the level of a competition, I advise you to give up. The more excited he was now, the more disappointed he would be in the future. Yu Wenzhou fell into deep thought. After a while, he finally compromised. Fine. Su Jing let out a long breath. He really was afraid that Yu Wenzhou would try to steal her. As for not believing that Jiang Fuyue had the ability to participate in the physics competition, it was not nonsense. After all, no matter how smart and powerful a person was, they were not omnipotent. The next day, after class, Yu Wenzhou asked Jiang Fuyue for the stack of test papers. You're in such a hurry? I'm only halfway done. Yu Wenzhou thought that half meant half of a paper. He asked casually, how long did it take? One afternoon and one evening. Sure enough, once the difficulty level increased, it became strenuous. It seemed that old Su was right. Getting full marks in the quiz did not mean that one could learn to compete well. This was not something that could be achieved through hard work alone. It still required talent. Even though he had been prepared, Yu Wenzhou couldn't help but feel disappointed. Jiang Fuyue looked at him strangely. This teacher was probably not very smart. Yu Wenzhou, who wasn't very smart, returned to his office. He casually tossed the test paper aside, sat down in his chair, and began to stare blankly. Why is it that the mathematical Olympiad is fine, but the physics Olympiad is not? Meng Zhijian also came back from class. Old you, have you finished reading the monthly exam questions? If you have any questions, just tell me. If not, I'll give it to the higher-ups to sign and send it to be printed. Yu Wenzhou waved his hand. Print it. Yo, what's with the frown? Did someone curse you on Weibo or did a student make a post about you on the school forum? Stop messing around. I'm depressed. Meng Zhijian saw that he was in a bad mood and asked seriously, what happened? Let me tell you, he told him about giving Jiang Fuyue the test paper and repeated Su Jing's limited energy theory. Do you think it was easy to find a good seedling for our competitive physics class? Meng Zhijian, it wasn't easy. Just this stack of test papers? He flipped through the papers. Yeah. I've thought it through. Since Jiang Fuyue isn't cut out for it, I won't fight with old Su over her. Otherwise, he won't have a good nose and a good eye. Old you. He looked up from the test papers with difficulty. Are you sure Jiang Fuyue isn't cut out for it? Yeah, she didn't even finish one test paper in one afternoon and one night. She only wrote half of it. Also, these aren't official competition questions. It's just entry-level training. At this speed, she won't even reach the provincial finals. Are you stupid? Meng Zhijian couldn't take it anymore. No. If you want to talk, then talk. Why are you scolding me? You can't attack me personally like this. You're really stupid. Meng Zhijian left after saying this. Hey. Where are you going? Class 3. Yu Wenzhou was confused. You're the head teacher of class 1 and 7. Why are you going to class 3? Of course, Meng Jijian was going to find Jiang Fuyue. She finished half of it. Maybe only that idiot Olji would think that it was only half of a test paper. But in reality, Jiang Fuyue had finished half of all the test papers. There were at least 10 papers. He didn't expect that not only was Jiang Fuyue amazing in mathematics, but she was also good at physics. He did a rough scan and didn't find a single mistake. Soon, Meng Jijian arrived in front of class 3. What greeted him was an empty space. Where are the students? He stopped a colleague. Class 3 is in the sports field for this PE class. Teacher Meng, what's the matter? Meng Jijian thanked him and walked to the sports field. The sports field was so big and there was more than one class for PE class. He searched for a long time before he found a few familiar faces in class 3. Good heavens, a group of people surrounded the basketball court. Lu Bowen. Who is it? Don't disturb me watching the game, Meng Jijian's mouth twitched. F***CK. It's going in. It's going in. Ah, I almost stole the ball. Press him. Press him on the floor, Lu Bowen. Who is it? Annoying, not annoying. Meng, teacher Meng. Lu Bowen was scared silly. Meng Jijian kept a straight face. He didn't expect the top student in class 3 and the top 10 in the cohort to be like this. Just watch the game. What do you mean press him on the floor? Pay attention to the unity and friendliness between students. Oh. Lu Bowen accepted the advice. Ahem, where's Jiang Fuyue from your class? On the court. Meng Jijian was stunned and looked over. Lu Bowen turned back to watch the game. Then, he said, F***CK, 3 points. It's in? It's in. How did she shoot? F***CK, she's so cool. Why didn't I realize Jiang Fuyue was so cool before? 10 minutes later. Meng Jijian stood at the outermost circle and stared at the court without blinking. He clenched one hand and punched the other palm. Dodge. Dodge again. Move. Lay up. Press him. Yes, just like that. Punch him to death. Beautiful. He clenched his teeth with great effort to prevent his shouts and cheers from escaping. Well, he still had to maintain his dignity as a teacher. He couldn't lose face. The others might not have heard it, but Lu Bowen was standing in front of Meng Jijian. Plus, he was on high alert and constantly paying attention to Meng Jijian's movements. No matter how soft the sound was, he could still hear it. In this regard, he really wanted to ask, press him? Punch him to death? Does your face hurt? Oh ho ho, well done. Another 3 points. Lu Bowen, you even called. Is there anything you don't know? On the court, the girl was wearing a jersey with a black shirt underneath. Under the sunlight, her arms were long and slender, and her collarbones were distinct. Her skin was cold and snow-white, but it was slightly red because of the exercise, as if it was carved out of warm jade. With every run and every attack, infinite vitality burst out from her body, attracting the attention of everyone from all directions. Some were amazed, some were stunned, and some were shocked. There were other people on the court, but everyone only looked at her. Beautiful and cool. We girls look better than you guys when we play basketball. The point is, Jiang Fuyue is still leading. This is F***king embarrassing. At that time, ECI and Zhongxiang were still in class. They received the news almost at the same time. They quickly logged into the school forum and clicked on the hot posts on the homepage. The screen was full of Jiang Fuyue. In addition to this name, there were also photos of her in a jersey. Running, dribbling, wrestling, jumping, shooting, the girl was sweating profusely, but she was breathtakingly beautiful. F***CK, who are you trying to impress by wearing so little? ECI cursed in a low voice. She grabbed her phone and walked out. Zhongxiang followed closely behind, not forgetting to bring his precious basketball. He looked eager to try. F***CK. Brother CI, are you crazy? We are still in class, you. The only response he got was the back of 2 people who swept away like the wind. Why is Xianxia also crazy? When they went down the stairs, they inevitably bumped into each other. ECI, why are you following me? Xianxia, don't talk nonsense if you don't know how to talk. Who is following you? ECI quickened her pace. Xianxia was not to be outdone. In the end, it developed into a sprint game. Unfortunately, when they arrived, the game was already over. A group of people was slowly dispersing, but they were still excitedly discussing this subversive game, the subversion of the gender, the peak of the score, and their established impression of Jiang Fuyue was overturned. However, the center of the discussion was not on the court. ECI casually grabbed a classmate and asked, "Where is Jiang Fuyue?" "I think she was called away by teacher Meng." "In the corner." "How about it? Are you willing?" Meng Zhijian was full of anticipation. He looked at the girl as if he was looking at a piece of delicious pork belly. Jiang Fuyue did not respond. Meng Zhijian said anxiously, "Let me tell you, it's not only the IMO that has a bright future. The IPO is just as good. Every year, more than 40 countries participate in the competition, and their influence extends across all 5 continents. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the recent ones. If you can win a prize, it won't be a problem for you to be recommended to top universities like B University or Q University. Even if you want to go abroad, you can easily get an Ivy League offer." No matter what he said, Jiang Fuyue remained calm from beginning to end. "I'll think about it." "No. What else is there to consider? I promise that as long as you come to the competitive physics class, I will give you the most comprehensive, scientific, and systematic training." But Jiang Fuyue still said the same thing. Meng Zhijian scratched his head. "Then tell me, what else are you dissatisfied with?" She lowered her eyes. "Then let me rephrase my question. You're already in the mathematical Olympiad class, so why can't you come to my competitive physics class?" Jiang Fuyue looked up. "There's a subsidy for the mathematical Olympiad class. 500 yuan every month. But there was no subsidy for the competitive physics class." Not long ago, Meng Zhijian had mocked Su Jing and Jiang Fuyue for not going to the mathematical Olympiad class for him, but for the monthly subsidy from the school. Now that it was his turn, he realized how. F***ck, the key point was that the school did not give subsidies to students in the competitive physics class. That was a treatment only available to students in the mathematical Olympiad class. No one had mentioned it before, so he did not care. Besides, which student in number 1 middle school did not have a background? Who would care about 300 to 500 yuan, to be able to be nurtured as a seated player, regardless of whether it was the students or their parents? They were overjoyed. No one took the initiative to ask the school for subsidies. Jiang Fuyue was an exception. The only exception. This is a bad habit. Not only does it not ensure fairness in the subject, but it also deprives students of the right to use knowledge to create wealth. It also discourages students from exploring the unknown and working hard! How could this be explained? One said after another. Meng Zhijian was already confused. He only reacted after Jiang Fuyue had walked far away. He promised her from behind, "I'll apply to the school right away." Jiang Fuyue did not stop walking, but a smile appeared on her face. She waved her hand. "Then we'll talk about it after the application is approved." Meng Zhijian, it was getting harder and harder to fool students these days. Jiang Fuyue picked up her coat and put it on. She was about to return to the classroom when ECI and Xianxia stopped her. She narrowed her eyes. "What's the matter?" "ECI, you know how to play basketball?" "Why didn't I know?" "Xianxia, let's have another bet." "Do you dare?" The two of them spoke at the same time. One was questioning and the other was provoking. No matter who it was, Jiang Fuyue would, not interested. After saying that, she turned and walked away. When she walked past the two of them, she did not even look at them. She was as light as the wind and could not be caught. Xianxia wanted to chase after her, but ECI stopped him. "What are you doing?" Xianxia frowned and looked unfriendly. "I'm warning you. Don't have any ideas about Jiang Fuyue. F***ck. Who do you think you are? Why do you care?" He said it as if he was interested in that girl. ECI saw the disdain in his eyes and felt relieved. She turned to look at Xianxia. Although this person was arrogant and was even more annoying than that little hypocrite Ling Xian, he was still quite good-looking. What did you bet with Jiang Fuyue just now? Xianxia heard this and sneered. Why should I tell you? His tone was arrogant, but unfortunately, there was a bruise on his chin. Not only was it not intimidating, but it also made him look funny. EC's expression was subtle. I heard that, you were beaten up 2 days ago? Zhongxiang's body stiffened. Could he have been beaten up by Jiang Fuyue? ECI laughed. You coward. You were beaten up by a woman, ha ha ha. He had completely forgotten that he had been pressed against the wall by Jiang Fuyue. Shut up. Zhongxiang's veins were bulging. Ha 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 ha, if you laugh again, believe it or not, ECI was not afraid. What about you? Are you going to eat me? I won't eat you. Zhongxiang smiled strangely. But I can chase Jiang Fuyue. The laughter stopped abruptly. You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Zhongxiang smiled lazily. I liked her first. Now I like her too. ECI, shameless. Did she say yes to you? It didn't seem like it just now. Don't tell me it's your wishful thinking? Humph. If I can't get her, you can forget about it. Zhongxiang thought of Jiang Fuyue's punch and the bruise on his chin began to hurt again. Why don't we make a bet? What are we betting on? Who can chase Jiang Fuyue first? ECI frowned. He subconsciously felt that this was not a good idea, but he could not tell what was wrong. Zhongxiang sneered. Don't tell me you don't dare to compete. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? The young man could not be provoked. Okay. Whoever loses will be the underling. They looked at each other, not giving in. After Meng Zhijian received Jiang Fuyue's conditional permission, he turned around and went to the principal's office. Xiao Meng, have a seat. Thank you. Why did you come looking for me in such a hurry? Yes. His expression turned serious. The principal sat up straight. It's like this, he roughly explained what had happened and emphasized Jiang Fuyue's talent in competitive physics. This is a good thing. The competitive physics class has been going downhill for the past few years. Finding a good seedling is like finding new hope. That's why I invited Jiang Fuyue to join the competitive physics class, but although Meng Zhijian was only a physics teacher, he knew the art of speaking. The principal asked, did she encounter any difficulties? This student's family isn't very well off, so I wanted to ask if you could give our competitive physics class some allowance every month, just like the mathematical Olympiad class. This? The principal frowned and looked troubled. It's not that I don't want to agree, but everyone has seen the results of the competitive physics class. It's neither good nor bad. The district's funding stopped 2 years ago. The Math Olympiad class still has it because the higher-ups gave it to us. If possible, I would like to take care of both sides, but the situation doesn't allow it. Meng Zhijian said seriously, this is not good. The principal, ? It's not fair and deprives students of the right to use their knowledge to create wealth. It also discourages students from exploring the unknown and working hard in the field of physics. It's that serious? The principal was shocked. Meng Zhijian nodded. It's very serious. But the competitive physics class did not give people hope. That's the truth. Jiang Fuyue is our hope. What proof do you have? Just based on what you said just now. How many papers did she do? How much time did she spend? Xiao Meng, you're an experienced teacher. You don't need me to teach you how to speak with results, right? Meng Zhijian fell silent. The principal's tone softened. The 3rd monthly exam is coming soon. If Jiang Fuyue can prove her ability, then everything can be discussed. If not, it's better for the competitive physics class to maintain the status quo. It was not that he did not trust Meng Zhijian, but the competitive physics class had tried all sorts of methods over the years, but nothing happened. What could Jiang Fuyue change? No matter what, the monthly test was still on schedule. At 9 a.m., the Chinese literature exam began. The reading questions were 70 marks, including modern literature reading and ancient poetry reading. The difficulty level was normal, and there was nothing out of the scope. Jiang Fuyue took half an hour to answer. Next was the expression part, which had a total of 80 marks. 20 marks for language and writing, and 60 marks for writing. Before she started writing, Jiang Fuyue had already seen the question when she browsed through the entire paper. Li Qingzhao, a hero in life and a hero in death. Wen Tianxiang, since ancient times, who has not died? My loyal heart shines through the annals. Tao Yuan Ming, a glass of wine and a plain cup of tea. Huang Jingyuan, looking for peace and tranquility in flourishing flowers, light clouds, and flowing water past this life. Some people said that life should be vigorous, while others said that ordinary life was also a kind of happiness. Write an essay of at least 800 words based on the content of the materials, choose the right angle, and choose the right topic. Write an essay of at least 800 words. Other than poems, choose the style of the essay. After thinking about the structure, Jiang Fuyue began to write. 40 minutes before the end of the exam, Jiang Fuyue raised her hand. Student, what's the matter? Handing in my paper. At 3 p.m., the mathematics exam began on time. 30 minutes later, Jiang Fuyue applied to hand in her paper. You. The invigilator was a little confused. Don't you want to check it? No need. I can't leave the exam room if I hand in my paper now. I know. In the end, the invigilator took the paper in disappointment. He thought to himself, she's used to being last, and now she's not even willing to hand in her paper. She's probably ready to go all out. Obviously, he knew Jiang Fuyue. He still remembered that when she first entered the first year of high school, her grades were not bad. How did she end up last in just a few months? He sighed as he flipped through Jiang Fuyue's paper. Wow, it must have been hard for her to fill in all the blanks. The steps to solve the questions were also very decent, especially the last question, which was densely packed with words. TSK, writing randomly is also a skill. He never thought that these answers might be correct, and he had no intention of verifying it. After all, he was just a history teacher. He sighed again and looked up at Jiang Fuyue, who was arranged to wait in the lounge area. Good Lord, she's sleeping so soundly. Jiang Fuyue was thinking that there were still 7 mathematical Olympiad papers left. She should be able to finish them before 9 p.m., so she didn't have to stay up all night. The next morning, the comprehensive science exam. Biology and chemistry were not difficult, and physics was not too bad. However, there was an optional question that took Jiang Fuyue 15 minutes to calculate even though it was only 5 points. After filling in the answers, she put the paper aside and went to sleep. The monthly exam was only officially over when the last English exam was finished in the afternoon. When she returned to the classroom, a group of people gathered together to compare the answers. Lu Bowen was surrounded in the middle, as if he was the moon surrounded by stars. Of course, that was if you ignored his crooked glasses. When he finally broke free, he went up to Jiang Fuyue and smiled. Boss, let's compare the answers? Others might not know, but as the person sitting in front of her, he knew better than anyone else about Jiang Fuyue's true ability. Not interested. Lu Bowen was hurt. He adjusted his glasses and touched his chest. See? Blood is dripping here. Jiang Fuyue, Wan Shoutong, pht. I'm only asking one question, really. Lu Bowen looked at her eagerly like a pug. What's the first free space for the physics exam? Is it 0? 88 meters per second? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Lu Bowen thought she didn't remember, so he reminded her, it's the small ball A hanging below the string L, and the other end of the string is fixed to the ceiling O point. Do you remember now? 0, 8m/s. Huh? Lu Bowen was stunned. Wan Shoutong pushed him. What are you doing? Jiang already said the answer. No. Are you sure you didn't miss an 8? Jiang Fuyue looked up. No. How can it be? It's clearly 0. 88. I calculated it for half an hour, and I even checked it again when I went back to check. It can't be wrong. Jiang Fuyue didn't have any intention to argue with him. She just said, "Oh," and didn't say anything else. Question mark. Why is she like this, so angry? Sujing came to the class and said a few words. Then, she announced that school was over. Everyone filed out, and even their footsteps were lighter than usual. In addition to being relieved that the exam was over, it was also because tomorrow was a Saturday and they didn't have to go to school. Sister Yu, do you want to go to the arcade tomorrow morning? Jiang Han chased after her, his fat jiggling. I'm not going. Relax a little. Anyway, the exams are over. Didn't the teacher say to strike a balance between work and rest, blah blah blah. Jiang Fuyue stopped, turned around, and said expressionlessly, "You're noisy." He immediately shut up. Also, speak human language. Don't beat around the bush. Jiang Han's eyes flashed, I didn't beat around the bush. Okay, I'll tell you. There's a shooting contest at that arcade, and the first prize is a limited edition Hulk figurine. You can't even buy it with money, so I thought, hee hee. You like the Hulk? Not me, it's Ling Xian. He likes to collect figurines, so I want to win it for him. So, you want me to help you win the prize and give it to Ling Xian? Can I? Jiang Han's eyes lit up. No. Jiang Fuyue kept walking while Jiang Han chased after her. When they reached the corner and turned down the stairs, Jiang Fuyue suddenly stopped. Jiang Han seemed to see hope and chased after her. Panting, he smiled brightly. Sister Yu, I knew you. He stopped abruptly. At the end of the stairs, a girl with long hair was leaning on the boy's chest and saying something shyly. From Jiang Han's angle, he could see her red neck, which seemed to be covered with a layer of rouge. The boy lowered his head slightly and held the girl's thin shoulders with both hands, his gaze gentle. Jiang Han pursed his lips and a faint sense of disappointment appeared in his eyes. The smile that was about to bloom gradually disappeared. You still want to give him a figurine now? Jiang Fuyue sneered and walked down the stairs. The sound of footsteps startled the two people who were hugging. The girl hurriedly looked up like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Ling Xian also looked over, and the moment his gaze met Jiang Fuyue's, it immediately became subtle. Jiang Fuyue, who had startled the pair of lovebirds, didn't look sideways and walked past the two of them, walking down the stairs. Jiang Han reacted and chased after her. When he brushed past Ling Xian, the suffocating feeling gradually disappeared. The two of them came and left in a hurry, and soon disappeared without a trace. Ling Xian and Lin Yao were left standing in the same place, maintaining an intimate position without speaking for a long time. Are you standing firm? The boy asked faintly. Yes, I'm standing firm. Lin Yao supported herself with one hand on the wall to stabilize herself, but her tightly knitted brows inadvertently revealed a trace of pain. Okay. Ling Xian retracted his hand and took half a step back. I've already called Uncle Lin, the driver should be here now. I'll go down and take a look, you wait here. After he finished speaking, he pretended to leave. Brother Xian. Ling Xian's footsteps stopped. Lin Yao looked at his handsome back and her eyes flashed. Thank you for sending me to the infirmary. What I said just now were all sincere words. You also have that kind of feeling for me, don't you? After he finished speaking, he strode Lin Yao's, Xian's. Lin Xian's had a look. It was clearly not like this before. Even before she was interrupted, the atmosphere between the two of them was still very good. Lin Yao was even 100% sure that Ling Xian would accept her confession. Why did things change in the blink of an eye? Ling Xian's gaze, his attitude. Thanks to this scene, Jiang Han finally gave up on the idea of asking her to participate in the shooting competition. Of course, Jiang Fuyue wouldn't agree either. On Saturday, she spent the day at the pancake stall, mainly in charge of collecting money. Jiang Shaodi was about to take his junior high school exams, so he stayed at home to study and prepare for the exams. At the same time, Ling Xian, who was practicing his piano in his room, kept playing wrong notes. He was a little annoyed as he closed the piano cover. Young master, before Madam left, she asked you to visit Miss Lin at the Lin residence today. The gift is already in the trunk. When do you want to leave? I'm not going. But, I said, I'm not going. Don't you understand? The servant's scalp went numb. Then if Madam asks, I'll explain to her. ECI was sitting in a well-decorated styling studio, looking left and right in front of the mirror, sizing her up in all sorts of ways. Are you done? Why are you taking so long? Young Master E, you've dyed your hair before, so you should know that this takes a long time. Fortunately, it's much easier to dye back to black this time, compared to the last time when I dyed 7 colors. Well, can you help me get a cooler hairstyle later? What do you mean by cool? ECI thought for a while. The kind that can make people like you. The elders like you? The stylist looked at his speechless face and suddenly had an idea. I get it. Make girls like you. ECI raised his chin in front of the mirror. She actually said that his hair was ugly. Humph, just wait, he'll go to school on Monday and look handsome. Xianxia slept until late in the morning when Mrs. Lu woke him up for lunch. Don't make so much noise, let me sleep a little longer. Just a little longer, young master, sir is waiting for you in the dining room! Xianxia sat up in shock. 5 minutes later, in the dining room. Xianxia adhered to the rule of don't talk while eating and only lowered his head to eat. Xie was sitting opposite him, neither too fast nor too slow. Even the way he held his chopsticks revealed a sense of elegance. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Until the end of the meal, his eyes were still glued to Xie Dingyuan. Xianxia thought of the crazy scene where the socialites in the capital flocked to his uncle and sized him up more and more attentively, as if he wanted to see a flower. Xie Dingyuan couldn't bear it anymore. It had been almost half an hour since the meal was over. What do you want? Uncle, let me ask you something. Go ahead. What kind of guy would a fierce and violent girl like her like? Xianxia shrank his neck. Why are you looking at me like that? Xie Dingyuan thought of the love affair he had in the capital and couldn't help but frown. His gaze suddenly turned cold. Who do you like? Xianxia didn't hear the coldness in his words. His mind was filled with the scene of Jiang Fuyue sweating while shooting the basketball. That small waist, those long legs, it was simply amazing. A smile slowly crept up the corner of his mouth. It's that, the one who beat me up last time. Xie Dingyuan, ? Uncle, I want to pursue her. Was there something wrong with his brain? Xianxia suddenly stood up. I want to go out and buy new clothes. Those fierce girls probably like gentle scum like you. Shirt, trousers, leather shoes, tie. Oh right, I also want a pair of gold-rimmed sunglasses. Perfect. After saying that, he rushed upstairs like the wind, changed his clothes, and rushed back down again. Xie Dingyuan sat on the sofa and rubbed his chin with one hand. His gaze was deep. A refined scum like him, huh? This Saturday, the students were relaxing to their heart's content, but the teachers were still working overtime. Old Sue, how many papers do you have left in your mathematics team? 4 stacks. Good, that's fast. Every time it's time to mark the papers, I always wonder why I'm not a mathematics teacher. Physics or chemistry would be fine too. But I'm a Chinese teacher. These essays make me dizzy. Chinese is normal. Su Jing looked at the time. It's almost 12. Let's go for lunch first. Old Meng, let's go. Wait, don't be noisy. Meng Zhijian didn't even look up. The red pen in his hand moved quickly. Su Jing walked over. What are you doing? You're so focused. Before she finished speaking, Meng Zhijian suddenly stood up. He looked excited and his eyes were shining. It's out. What's out? The huge office was eerily quiet for 2 seconds. Su Jing said, full marks, in comprehensive science? He wondered if Meng Zhijian had miscalculated or misread the results. The other teachers looked at each other. Full marks were rare enough, but it was for science. Full marks meant that all 3 subjects were correct. Chemistry shouldn't be that easy, right? Biology is not easy either. There's still one more question that's out of the syllabus. A group of teachers quickly surrounded Meng Zhijian, wanting to see this godly exam paper. Wow, it really is full marks. Who is it? It's sealed, I can't see the name. It's probably Ling Xian. Sun Qing is also good for science. Last time, he came first in biology and chemistry. It's not impossible for him to get full marks. Anyway, it's just the few from class 1. Teacher Song, quickly identify the handwriting and see who it is. Class 1's homeroom teacher was pushed to the front. She looked at it carefully, then looked again. She said with certainty, this isn't Ling Xian's handwriting. It doesn't look like Sun Cheng's either. Is it Zhao Qing? Sun Yu? Li Handong? A teacher called out the names of the top students in class 1. Song Xiaoxia shook her head again. That's strange, it can't be that he's not in class 1, guessing here and there, it's so complicated. Isn't it easy to find out? Yu Wenzhou tore the seal with his bare hands. Isn't this enough? You're still the smart one. Can't afford to offend you, goodbye. Jiang Fuyue? Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. Who? When Su Jing heard those 3 words, he turned around and pounced forward. But someone was faster than her. Meng Zhijian snatched the exam paper and after confirming the name, he was overjoyed. Hey! It's really her. Full marks for science. The principal would have nothing to say now. Su Jing looked at Meng Zhijian suspiciously. She wasn't even his student, why was he so excited? Jiang Fuyue, the one from class 3? There's no other Jiang Fuyue in our grade, right? Silence. It was suffocating. Why don't we go to the cafeteria for lunch first? Su Jing suggested softly in the dead silence. In the afternoon, the grading work continued. Song Xiaoxia sat in front of the computer. After entering the essay score, it was combined with the computer readout result. That was the final English score. Suddenly, eh? She was surprised to see something. What's wrong, Teacher Song? Did the computer crash again? No. There seems to be a mistake in the score, let me check. 2 minutes later. That's right, full marks. When everyone heard the words full marks, they were immediately energized. What full marks? Don't tell me there's a perfect score for English too? Let me see. Song Xiaoxia specially compared the serial number to the card reader. She first used the machine to read it once, then manually double-checked it. Out of the 115 points multiple-choice questions, ABCD, not a single one was correct. All correct. Looking at the essay, full marks, Song Xiaoxia had done it herself. Whether it was the paper or the content, it was impeccable. When she was reading this essay, she was wondering which student was so good. His choice of words and sentences were ridiculously accurate. At the same time, he also had a sense of humor. The humor of the English system was completely different from that of the Chinese system. If one had not personally immersed themselves in that kind of language environment, they would not be able to write it. Unfamiliar at first, familiar at second. This time, without Yu Wenzhou doing anything, she could not wait to tear open the seal. Then, Jiang Fuyue? The group of teachers looked at each other. At this moment, Su Jing suddenly laughed. What a coincidence, there's also a perfect score for mathematics. 2. Diagonally across from them, the language teacher who had been silent all this while quietly raised his head. Sorry, maybe. I'm also here to join in the fun. Crazy Ball, Monday, whether it was for office workers or students, was an extremely depressing day. Especially when the results were out. As per number 1 middle school's practice, there was no ranking for the quiz, but for the final exam, everyone would be on the list. No matter if it was first or last place, full marks, or 0, their names would eventually be announced on the grade's red roll. During class break, the second-year students came out in full force. The corridor was packed with people. They all swarmed to the front of the list, trying to find their names among the hundreds of names. Don't push me, with your results, what are you doing at the front? Let's look for it later. Did you see my name? I saw it. 37. What about me? Here. 16. The 2 girls were from class 1 and were about to leave after looking at the rankings. Wait a minute, let me see who's in first place. Is there a need to look? It must be Ling Xian. That's true. From the first year of high school until now, he has never gotten second place. Number 2? What happened? Oh my god, Xian is actually second? Ah? Then who is the first? Jiang. Jiang. Fuyu? And it's a full 750? Stop fooling around, what kind of international joke is this? Take a look if you don't believe me. At the very top, the first. Oh my god, you might not believe me, but I think I'm hallucinating. Then I must have been infected by you. Apart from the 2 girls, the others also saw it. The 3 words Jiang Fuyue were clearly hanging on the first row, with a space next to it, followed by a score of 750. No one was blind. Are you sure the rankings aren't inverted? Otherwise, how could the last place become the first place? The number is also wrong, right? How could it be 750? That's a full score. Could it be that Jiang Fuyue switched the name when no one was paying attention? Why don't you try switching the last place to first place? Idiot. In the past, everyone would look at the rankings and leave after memorizing their own ranking. Then, they would continue to look at the next batch. But this time everyone blocked the red rankings and didn't leave, chattering and discussing endlessly. Year 2, Class 1. Sunqing came back from the toilet. Let's go, Ah Xian, let's look at the rankings. Xian didn't even raise his head. After finishing the last step, he flipped the paper and continued to the next question. I'm not going. That's true. Anyway, you're always first. It doesn't make a difference whether you look or not. I'm going then. Okay. 2 minutes later, Sunqing ran back with a slightly dazed expression. Ah Xian, you should be mentally prepared. You're second this time. Xian was stunned. Sunqing said again, Jiang Fuyue is first. The teenager's eyebrows furrowed at a speed visible to the naked eye. And she scored full marks in all subjects. His eyebrows were twisted into a knot. Such a result not only caused an uproar among the Year 2 students, but also the whole school in just half a day. Did you hear? An amazing person appeared in the February exam. She scored full marks in all subjects, including language and math, with a total score of 750. Is that true? She scored full marks in language too? It's all posted. Go take a look if you don't believe me. Who is it? So amazing? Jiang Fuyue. At the same time, in the principal's office, Meng Zhijin stood there with a smile. He didn't need to say anything. When the news spread to Class 3, Jiang Fuyue was not there. You, say it again. Who's first? Jiang Fuyue. Impossible. Li Shui slammed the table and stood up. Her eyes were shocked and her expression was distorted. It's written on the list. Oh, right, you're last. Li Shui, just when everyone was exclaiming endlessly, Wan Shoutong's face was calm. It was as if she had expected this scene. At the same time, admiration and pride spontaneously arose. That feeling was like, my idol has finally been seen by the whole world. Everyone has discovered this big treasure. Where is she? Lu Bowen turned around and glanced at Jiang Fuyue's seat. After Wan Shoutong, he was the second calmest person. After all, he had already seen her score full marks on the mathematics and physics tests. More importantly, she had finished her work in advance and was sleeping on the table. Wasn't that infuriating? Wan Shoutong, she was called away by Teacher Meng. She's not back yet. Which Teacher Meng? The head teacher of Class 7. Lu Bowen's eyes darkened and he seemed to be deep in thought. In the morning, there was a discussion about the results, the advancement and decline of the rankings, and Jiang Fuyue's overwhelming victory over Xian. Logically speaking, Jiang Fuyue should be in the eye of the storm. However, she was eating, drinking, and sleeping as usual. She did not have the slightest awareness of being crowned a god. Facing those curious, inquisitive, and suspicious looks, she did not avoid them. You want to see? Sure, you can look as much as you want. It's not like you'll lose anything. Wan Shoutong, so cool. Lu Bowen, that's a true master. In the afternoon, some rumors began to spread. At first, it was very secretive. However, after a night of fermenting, It became a big snowball the next day. Jiang Fuyue cheated? That can't be. She got full marks. Who could she copy? I didn't see anyone else get full marks. You don't believe me when I say you're naive. She peeked at the papers in advance and already knew what was going to be tested. That can't be. Why did I hear that she stole the answers and memorized them to get full marks? But the forum clearly said that it was because the teacher leaked the questions. There were all kinds of guesses and countless slanders. Even sayings like raising a ghost and inviting the gods to test popped up. A huge discussion on how Jiang Fuyue had cheated began through various channels. From the beginning to the end, these people had never considered the possibility that she didn't cheat. Full marks for all subjects, not a single question was wrong, and not a single point was deducted. What did this mean? Even a blind cat's bumping into a dead rat, let's not talk about other things. How could she get a perfect score for something like the essay, which depended on the benevolence and wisdom of the benevolence and the wisdom of the wise? It's Chinese and English. Could it be that she had all the coincidences in the world? Li Shui secretly clenched her fists. Her nails dug into her palms, but she didn't feel it. Her lowered eyes locked onto the surging darkness, but the corners of her mouth slowly curved into a harmless smile. The more the rumors spread, the more ridiculous they became. Finally, the school was alarmed. Jiang Fuyue, come out for a moment. Zhao Taijun personally went to the door and called for her. At this time, she was in chemistry class. Everyone's eyes fell on her. The girl stood up calmly and walked out of the classroom. Zhao Taijun looked at her seriously. I know you have a sharp tongue, but you have to understand the situation. Don't act smart when you shouldn't be. With that, he strode in front of her. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. A trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. Was this person, reminding her, administrative building, principal's office? Jiang Fuyue thought that at most, she would let the grade handle it. She didn't expect the principal to step in. It seemed that things had indeed gotten out of hand. Student Jiang, do you know why you were called here? Who? Yongwei's old face was cold and inexplicably dignified. I guessed a little. Jiang Fuyue's expression was indifferent. She didn't fall for the other party's pressure tactic. Hu Yongwei looked at the little student in front of him, who was even more serious than him. He suddenly couldn't keep a straight face. Cough. Then what do you say? I didn't cheat. How do you prove it? Jiang Fuyue was expressionless. What do you think I need to prove? Some people say that you stole the test papers, some say that you stole the answers, and some say that the teacher leaked the questions. Jiang Fuyue laughed. The old principal felt offended and said in a cold tone, I don't think there's anything funny about what you said just now. Even with Zhao Tijuan's strong mental fortitude, he couldn't help but hold his breath. Jiang Fuyue didn't seem to be affected at all. Her smile didn't change. I think it's funny, she said. The funny part is that you didn't ask yourself before saying these words. Hu Yongwei was stunned. What do you mean? If it's so easy to steal test papers and answers, then shouldn't the school's security be changed? If the teacher can easily leak the questions, then shouldn't the teacher's ethics education be strengthened? No matter which one of these guesses was true, it would be accompanied by the school's dereliction of duty. When the time comes, it won't be a question of whether or not I cheated. Hu Yongwei's eyelids twitched. Zhao Taijun couldn't help but glance at Jiang Fuyue. Wow, the little girl's expression didn't change. She was calm and composed. Even the principal was speechless. Why was she suddenly being comforted? It's useless for us to believe you when you say that you didn't cheat. We have to make the whole school speechless. Do you understand? His tone was slightly slower. He changed his tone from questioning to negotiating. Zhao Taijun was secretly shocked. Was he lowering his head? Jiang Fuyue's expression softened a little. I can prove that I didn't cheat, but I have a condition. You say you're innocent, but you want to negotiate with the school? The old man narrowed his eyes. Student Jiang, this isn't appropriate, right? My innocence is the school's reputation. Fate grabbed him by the throat. Zhao Tiejuan's mouth twitched. How dare you say such shameless words? What condition? Thoroughly investigate the source of the rumors. And then? I want the initiator to apologize to me in front of the whole school. As for the subsequent punishment, it will be strictly carried out according to the school rules. Hu Yongwei pondered for a moment. Things like rumors were both difficult and easy to investigate. The key was the school's attitude. Did they really want to investigate or did they just go through the motions? Okay, I agree. Tell me how you want to clarify. Jiang Fuyue, post my test papers and the reference answers together. It'll be clear at a glance whether he copied or not. As for the leaked questions, even if he knew in advance what he would be tested on, who can guarantee that he would get full marks? If there is, then I'll accompany him to do a new test paper. He can choose any subject. She spoke extremely arrogant words in a calm tone, but she still looked calm and composed. After Jiang Fuyue left, Hu Yongwei, do you know what to do? Zhao Taijun nodded. During the class, Jiang Fuyue's test papers and the standard answers were posted under the red list for everyone to see. Zhao Taijun raised his hand and the surroundings quieted down. Amazing. This is the best refutation of a rumor I've ever seen. You said I cheated? Fine, then accompany me to take the exam again. 6666. The monthly exam is finally over. Who the hell wants the nightmare to repeat itself? Why don't you let Jiang Fuyue take the exam alone? Why should she take the exam alone? Oh, the one who started the rumor just moved his mouth and didn't have to pay the price? Isn't the cost a little too low? Stop arguing. Look at the exam paper first. I have to say, Jiang Fuyue's handwriting is pretty good. I was stunned at the beginning of the essay. Sure enough, it's easy to get high marks with parallel sentences. Why are the major questions at the end of the math reference answers all omitted? It's the same for physics. Chemistry isn't any better, It's all omitted. How can she copy it? There was silence. Even if there are detailed answers, she didn't copy it. Look at this question. The answer is a very traditional solution. First, put in the numbers and then solve it step by step. However, Jiang Fuyue proved this formula first and then directly applied it. She put in the numbers and solved it in one step, TSK. This saves a lot of steps. No wonder the exam paper looks so clean and refreshing. Look at the English essay. What do the words she wrote mean? And this. Why do I feel like it doesn't make sense? The meaning is also strange. Ling Xian, do you know? Beast, it means beast. This is a famous quote from Aristotle. Loner is either a beast or god, those who live in solitude are either beasts or gods. A famous quote. It feels so cultured. Why is she so outstanding when it's also compulsory education? Sun Qing put his arm on Ling Xian's shoulder and listened to the continuous sighs and exclamations around him. He chuckled and said, clear logic, smooth writing, and humorous quotations at the same time. I'll give her full marks. Am I right, Xian? Ling Xian brushed his hand away and turned to walk back. Sun Qing chased after him and grinned. Don't you have anything to say? Say what? He didn't stop walking. Jiang Fuyue didn't cheat. She got first place. Ling Xian raised his eyelids. So? She pinned you down. What the *CK are you talking about? Sun Qing, do you have a sense of crisis now? Ling Xian, shut up. Sun Qing, I suspect that you're angry out of humiliation. Ling Xian's forehead twitched. It won't happen again. Sun Qing, ? What next time, should she hear him say something like that again? Or, should he let Jiang Fuyue get first place next time? TSK, Jiang Fuyue's test paper and reference answers were posted on the campus forum in less than 5 minutes. Clarification post, I didn't steal the test paper or the answers. There are pictures to prove the truth. If you don't agree, feel free to challenge me. Those who spread rumors will suffer. OP, absolutely not. Based on the above analysis, Jiang Fuyue got full marks based on her ability. Let's see who still dares to slander her for cheating. 1st comment, Sister Han, I'm the best, I agree. Sister Yu is awesome. 2nd comment, Gidge doesn't dream, those who spread rumors are dead. 3RD comment, CC heartbeat, a bunch of green-eyed lunatics. The heavens are good, who will be spared? At that moment, Wan Shoutong, Jiang Han, Ge Meng, and Lu Cece gathered together and stared at their phones, their fingers flying. Jiang Han, there's an idiot on the 46th floor who's slandering Sister Yu. Beauties, let's go. Ge Meng, got it. Lu Cece, I'm scolding him. 2 minutes later, eh? Why isn't he reacting? Did we scold him to death? Wan Shoutong raised her hand weakly and shyly pursed her lips. I muted him. You're the OP. As long as you like it. In the great office. Old you, why are you still on your phone? Have you finished reading the questions I gave you? Right away. Yu Wenzhou didn't even look up as he typed. 296th comment, Melon Eater, Jiang Fuyue is a good classmate. 301st comment, Melon Eater, getting full marks isn't luck, it's ability, and more importantly, talent. 317th comment, Melon Eater, I suspect her IQ is 180. Do you believe me? Old you. Meng Zhijian threw the mouse and rushed to him. Yu Wenzhou flipped his hand and turned the screen down. Hee hee. I was just about to look at it. Right now, right now. Oh right, did Jiang Fuyue agree to come to the competitive physics class? I talked to her. It'll start this week. Then we really need to prepare well. Yu Wenzhou's eyes lit up and he rubbed his palms together as he thought of the perfect test paper. He couldn't wait to find out what Jiang Fuyue's limits were. I haven't met a seedling like her in a long time, Meng Zhijian raised his eyebrows. Then why don't you hurry up and look at the questions so I can print them out? We'll need them on Thursday. Then what about my lab class? He was in charge of the lab and Meng Zhijian was in charge of the written exam. Originally, the two classes were supposed to be held at the same time, but because No. 1 middle school's physics competition hadn't produced any results in the past few years, the lab class was suspended. The written exam that Meng Zhijian was originally in charge of was also lowered in difficulty. He no longer required students to compete in physics. Instead, he was only required to expand on the basis of the textbook. Instead of calling it a competitive physics class, it was better to call it an extracurricular physics class. Now that Jiang Fuyue had joined, Meng Zhijian and Yu Wenzhou both wanted to train this fine horse properly. They definitely couldn't let it stay at this level of difficulty. Therefore, Meng Zhijian reorganized the training schedule and stayed up late to look for new questions. However, he always felt that he had forgotten something important. Zhao Taijun still hadn't received any objections about Jiang Fuyue's exam results until after school. When they were spreading rumors, they were giving those people a chance to speak up. However, they were all scared again. He picked up the landline. Principal, it's all taken care of. Okay. Then investigate the source of the rumor. Go ahead. Student Jiang isn't easy to fool. Zhao Tijuan's scalp tightened. After hanging up the phone, he murmured softly, she's indeed not easy to fool. The school was only so big, and the second year of high school was even smaller. There were only a few hundred people going back and forth. It was impossible for them to withstand a thorough investigation. Moreover, there was still the black post that exposed Jiang Fuyue's cheating on the exam on the school forum. Although the poster used an anonymous mode, the IP address could be traced with a little trick. Naturally, the person behind the post would be exposed. Zhao Taijun looked at the investigation results in his hand and shook his head. He sighed, what an ignorant little brat. Li Shui panicked. From the moment she found out that the anonymous post could not be deleted, she was flustered. Why did the administrator lock her post? Did they suspect something, or were they tracking the investigation? Was that why they wanted to leave traces? She quickly erased her browsing history and deleted the account that posted the post. After returning home, she even changed her phone. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief and relax, Li Shui. Zhao Tijuan's voice was very recognizable. He stood at the door of the classroom. His tall and strong figure was like a towering hill. Come to the office. Why did Taizhuang call Li Shui? I guess it's because she got last place in the monthly exam. That's not right. When Jiang Fuyue got last place, why didn't Tai Zhuang call her to his office? Is it because Li Shui just got promoted? What do you mean by just got promoted? Why do you make it sound so glorious? Li Shui left for the entire class. When she came back, her eyes were red. When she passed by Jiang Fuyue, she stopped and glared at her. Just you wait. Wan Shoutong was furious. How can this person be like this? She's the one who started the rumor, yet she still has the face to say such harsh words? Jiang Fuyue calmly flipped to the next page. As she filled in the answers, she said, ignore her. She's just a clown. The next day, during class, Li Shui stood on the flag-raising stage with a microphone in her hand. In front of all the teachers and students, she read the self-reflection letter word by word. The last sentence was, I would like to apologize to Jiang Fuyue classmate. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spread rumors to smear your name. Her tone was filled with shame and resentment, but she had no choice but to restrain herself. Hearing this, Jiang Fuyue felt refreshed. Jiang, look at how she's enduring the humiliation. How does that look like an apology? Then what does it look like? She's been wronged, but she doesn't dare to say anything. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Very good. How is it good? You can't stand me, but you can't do anything to me. You can only hold it in. Is it not good, from getting full marks in all subjects to being accused of cheating, to finally clearing her name and finding out the mastermind behind the scenes, Jiang Fuyue became a god. In order to prove the authenticity of her full marks, Su Jing and Yu Wanzhou announced her results for both the mathematics and physics quizzes. She also got full marks. Everyone thought that she was possessed by the European king, but it was actually the inevitable result of good preparation. At noon that day, a post titled, We agreed to be slackers together, but you secretly got first place, appeared on the campus forum. The poster was full of tears as he recounted how he felt after seeing Jiang Fuyue soar to the top as a bad student. I'm a bad student, and so is she. I'm better than her because she's always at the bottom. She's always at the bottom. Then, she came in first place. And then, I died. Such a pitiful and funny passage seemed to have aroused the collective sympathy of the dregs of No. 1 middle school. In just 2 hours, the number of discussions soared rapidly. First floor, we were born from the same root, why are we in such a hurry to kill each other? Second comment, when she was still here, the teacher said that I was a burden to the class. Now that she's gone, I might have to tear down the underpants of the class. Third comment, we fell down together. We agreed to lie down and rest, but you quietly flew to the front. From then on, we were separated by a galaxy. 74th comment, Sister you, fly slowly. We don't want to chase after you. 75th comment, you can't catch up even if you want to. 101st comment, according to an insider, JFY joined both the Mathematical Olympiad and competitive physics classes. Key point, at the same time, 102nd comment, F*CK. You're too timing. Aren't you afraid of falling? 103rd comment, I remember that LX also joined these 2 classes. Later on, she had to choose one of the 2 classes, right? 104th comment, our school has been going downhill in the physics competition for the past few years. We're being trampled on by second high school. Don't tell me we're counting on Jiang Fuyue to redeem ourselves. 105th comment, monthly exams and competitions are 2 different concepts, okay? Full marks in monthly exams doesn't mean you can do well in competitions. Especially in the most difficult subjects, mathematics and physics. Nth comment, is the school praising her too much? You really joined the competitive physics class? Lu Bowen put down his phone and turned around abruptly. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyelids and said, yes. Didn't you already go to the Mathematical Olympiad class? Wan Shoutong said, can't I go to both classes? Of course not. What do you mean? Wan Shoutong pouted and looked dissatisfied. Who are you looking down on? Lu Bowen knew that she had misunderstood. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that both the Mathematical Olympiad and competitive physics classes are on Thursday afternoon. How is Jiang Fuyue going to attend? Split in half. Wan Shoutong was stunned. She turned to look at Jiang Fuyue. The latter was also stunned. At the same time, an ultimate showdown between mathematics and physics was taking place in the great office. Su Jing said, "Who told you to hit on Jiang Fuyue?" Meng Zhijian said, "What do you mean by that?" "I sent out an invitation and she agreed." "Why are you jumping out now?" Su Jing said, "You knew that she had already joined the mathematical Olympiad class, yet you still tried to poach her. Old Meng, you're really something. We've been colleagues for more than 10 years. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Meng Zhijian said, "Since when did your mathematical Olympiad class become a peace show that only allows people to enter and not leave? Anyway, she has already agreed to join the competitive physics class." Su Jing said, "You. Shameless." Meng Zhijian said, "You're domineering. You're unreasonable." Su Jing said, "Let me tell you, don't even think about poaching someone from under my watch." "So what if I poach her?" Originally, Meng Zhijian really did not consider the fact that Jiang Fuyue was still in the mathematical Olympiad class. No wonder he kept feeling like he had forgotten something important. When he came back to his senses, he wanted to discuss with Su Jing about how to resolve the matter. However, this guy rushed up and scolded him. Did he not want to be embarrassed? The two of them started arguing just like that. In the end, Zhao Taijun rushed over and stopped the two of them. "What are you doing? You've been a teacher for more than 10 years. Don't you feel ashamed? You came at the right time. Meng Zhijian wants to poach someone from my mathematical Olympiad class. What do you think? In any case, I will definitely not let Jiang Fuyue go." Su Jing was confident, but Meng Zhijian was not afraid either. "I think the school should fully respect the students' choice. This way, they can find the most suitable path for their development. IMO is the most suitable path for Jiang Fuyue. Bullsh *T, it's clearly IPO." Zhao Taijun felt a headache coming on. In the end, he really had no choice but to call the principal on the spot to explain the situation. "So, do you think Jiang Fuyue should continue to attend the mathematical Olympiad class or transfer her to the competitive physics class?" Su and Meng Zhijian pricked up their ears. Even the entire office quieted down. Then both classes will attend at the same time. As for the time conflict, it's not difficult to resolve. The competitive physics class will be changed to Wednesday afternoon. That's right. Why didn't they think of changing the time? At this point, there was one more legend about Jiang Fuyue. The competitive physics class that had been fixed on Thursday afternoon since its inception had changed the class schedule for her. Jiang Fuyue's glorious record of scoring full marks in all subjects and reaching the top of the red list not only made her famous in school, but also made the Jiangji restaurant's pancake stall popular. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Pancakes." "Jiangji restaurant?" "Hee, you know me. Let's eat together?" "Let's go. Even if I can't get first place, I should at least try the same pancakes as the first place. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to become a koi fish in the next exam." "Don't say, their pancakes are quite delicious." Yes. It's delicious. This is the first time I've eaten Liuxin eggs from a small stall like this. TSK. It's divine. I think this might be the closest I've ever come to getting full marks and first place in my life. When night fell, the entire street slowly quieted down. Jantar and his wife finally stopped working. "Honey, drink some water." Han Yunru took it, drank it, and handed it back to him. "You drink some too." Jantar gulped down a few mouthfuls. "Why is business so good today? There was a queue from the afternoon until 10 minutes ago. Especially when school was just over, the queue almost extended to the outside of the alley. It should be the effect of Yeya's flyers. Otherwise, why are all the students here from First High School? But, it's been almost a week. Isn't it a little too long for the flyers to take effect?" Han Yunru took out her phone to check today's sales and counted the cash. Then, she reported a number with a surprised expression. Jantar saw her happy expression and smiled. "Let's close the stall early today?" Jantar agreed. "You rest for a while. I'll go and pack first." Every month, Number 1 Middle School would issue a report card that detailed the results of each subject and the overall score. There was also a space for parents to sign. In order to prevent falsification, every report card was stamped with the official seal of the Academic Affairs Office. It could not be copied or tampered with. This was not the first time Han Yunru had received a report card, but it was the first time she stared at the numbers for so long. Then, she looked up blankly. "Hubby, am I seeing things?" Jantar was wiping his sweat with a wet towel. When he heard this, he paused. "What? Come here. Take a look at Yaya's scores for each subject. Isn't it written here? Chinese 150, Mathematics 150, English 150. It's pretty neat. Science 300. Total score." Jantar only realized that something was wrong when he reached the end of the report. His eyes were as blank as his wife's. Xianxia reacted quickly. He jumped up happily. "Sister got full marks. She got full marks for every subject. First place." The couple was completely stunned. "You look at me, I look at you." When Jiang Fuyue came out of the kitchen, Jantar said, "Yeah, you got first place this time?" "Yes." She was calm. Jiang Shaodi ran over and hugged her leg. He looked up at her with undisguised admiration and worship in his eyes. "Sister is the best. Have you finished the mathematical Olympiad test paper?" On Wednesday afternoon, when Jiang Fuyue stepped into the competitive physics class, she was the first to receive a wave of stares. Then, whispers began to ferment. She turned a deaf ear to them and walked in with her school bag. Lu Bowen waved at her. "Over here." Jiang Fuyue stopped in her tracks, walked over, and sat down next to him. Then, she took out the stack of test papers that Meng Ji had shoved into her hands 2 days ago. She had slept early last night, so there were still 2 papers left. She looked down and started to fill in the answers. Yes, from Lu Bowen's point of view, she looked like she was filling in the answers. She switched between questions seamlessly. After filling in one space, she moved on to the next. She flipped to the next page in 3 minutes. She did not even use her draft paper. It was no different from copying the answers. Although he had heard Wan Shoutong bragging about how amazing her deskmate was, it was another thing to see it with his own eyes. "You don't need to think?" "How do you know I don't?" "But you didn't even use your draft paper. Who said I have to use draft paper?" Lu Bowen, even Zhang's to Lu Bowen was to school Jiang Fuyue Lu Bowen. 8 minutes later, Lu Bowen watched her finish 2 test papers. Just as Meng Zijian stepped into the classroom, he put down his pen. At this point, his career as a top student had suffered an unprecedented blow. Meng Zijian stood on the podium and introduced Jiang Fuyue to the class. Then, he announced that the school would be giving out a monthly allowance of 500 yuan. "So, our competitive physics class can finally stand up and enjoy the same treatment as the mathematical Olympiad class? Since when did the school become so generous?" Meng Zijian did not waste any more time and started the class. 10 minutes later, everyone realized that something was wrong. "How come I don't understand anything today? Is this a physics question? How can Avogadro's law give rise to something that I've never heard of before?" Even Lu Bowen was a bit confused. "Does the difficulty level have to be this high?" Dozens of faces were all confused, except for Jiang Fuyue. She did not know the difficulty level before, so she thought this was the normal level. However, in her opinion, it was still a bit shallow. The physics system was huge and had many branches. Different research directions were a whole new field. For example, under mechanics were statics, dynamics, fluid mechanics, analytical mechanics, kinematics, solid mechanics, material mechanics, composite mechanics, rheology, etc. In high school physics, even if it was at the competition level, it would only be an overview. If one wanted to do in-depth research on a specific branch and achieve results, it would take a lifetime of time and energy. This was the greatness of a scientist. The first class ended and the atmosphere in the class was heavy. Before this, the competitive physics class was as difficult as the elite class. It was more complicated than the classroom content, but it was far from the competition level. Most people were able to keep up. However, Meng Zijian obviously did not want to continue like this. "I believe that after this class, everyone knows the difficulty of the training in the future. Those who want and have the confidence to stand on the IPO podium, stay." Those who don't want to keep up and don't have the ambition can go back to your original class. At first, no one moved. Then, one person stood up and walked away. What happened next was an avalanche. The class that originally had 40 to 50 people was now left with only 12 people. Lu Bowen did not leave. Instead, he looked at the podium with uncontrollable excitement. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Meng Zijian asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to leave?" He paused for 5 seconds and looked around the podium. "Okay, let's start." The test papers were handed out. Jiang Fuyue finished them in 15 minutes. When she handed them in, the other 11 people raised their heads at the same time. Then, they lowered their heads again. Their hands subconsciously tightened around their pens. Their palms were sweaty. Meng Zijian asked, "Did you finish the test papers I gave you the day before yesterday?" Jiang Fuyue handed him the stack of papers and turned to leave. There was still one more experimental class in the classroom downstairs. Lu Bowen was the second to hand in his paper. He finished a full 40 minutes after Jiang Fuyue. By the time he went down to the lab, Jiang Fuyue had already completed 2 experiments under Yu Wenzhou's guidance. The last one was also in the final stage. Lu Bowen quickly started. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Fuyue was done. Under Yu Wenzhou's satisfied gaze, she picked up her bag and walked away. "Focus. Why are your hands shaking?" Lu Bowen immediately restrained his thoughts. He didn't dare to think about anything else and focused fully on his work. Being down to earth and taking every step is the real deal. There's no need to envy those floating in the clouds. Yu Wenzhou's meaning was clear. Those in the clouds were gods, not humans. There was no point in being envious. Lu Bowen only said, "I'll do my best." Jiang Fuyue finished class early. She went to the field to wait for Jiang Han. She did 2 more test papers while she was there. Suddenly, a shadow covered her. She looked up. The youth's handsome face came into view. Her colorful hair was dyed back to pure black and cut short. Sweat flowed from the roots of her hair to her temples, passing through her cheeks that were flushed from the exercise. Finally, the sweat soaked into her clothes and disappeared. ECI felt uncomfortable under Jiang Fuyue's gaze. "What are you looking at?" She was fierce. She looked away and continued to do the questions. "Oh, then I won't look." ECI was even more unhappy. He raised his hand and took her test paper away, using his long reach to move it far away. Jiang Fuyue didn't plan on taking them back. She looked at him calmly. The corner of Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. This guy could barely be considered a campus prince charming if he didn't speak, but when he spoke, he had to add a classic at the end. This campus guy was crazy, which I of his saw her under the sun. There was a large area of shade here, so there was no sunlight at all. "Give it back to me." Jiang Fuyue stretched out her hand. The young man beamed with joy. "I won't give it back." Jiang Fuyue glanced at him coldly, packed her bag, and turned to leave. "Hey, why can't you take a joke? Take it, take it. It's as if someone wants to snatch it from you." Jiang Fuyue put away the test papers and hung her bag on her shoulder. "No. I've already returned it to you. Why are you leaving? What's the matter?" Jiang Fuyue looked up at him. The two of them were close to each other. ECI could smell the faint fragrance on her body, with the warmth of the sun and the freshness of the plants. The young man took half a step back, and his ears were quickly covered with a layer of red. However, he had just finished exercising, so it was not strange. "Look at me." ECI suddenly stood up straight. "What do you think?" There was a hint of expectation in his words. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. He took another half a step back and spread his hands so that he could appear more fully in front of her. The young man was anxious and his eyebrows were knitted together. "Why are you so stupid? Didn't you notice that I'm different today?" Jiang Fuyue glanced at his hair. ECI saw it and smiled. He stroked his hair back with one hand and looked up. He thought that he was handsome, but in fact, he was extremely showy. "What do you think? Am I handsome? Ugly?" Jiang Fuyue walked straight ahead. ECI caught up with him and stopped him. I've dyed my hair back to black. How can you say that I'm ugly? He was not convinced, and there was a slight grievance in his voice. Jiang Fuyue felt that this person was really interesting. Is my evaluation that important to you? Of course. I want to pursue you. If you think I'm ugly, how am I supposed to pursue her? Psycho. No. I'm serious. Look, I even dyed my hair back for you. Consider being my girlfriend. Jiang Fuyue couldn't be bothered with him. ECI still wanted to stop her, but she was nailed to the ground by the girl's warning gaze. F***ck, he didn't dare to chase after them. Jiang Fuyue sent a message to Jiang Han, asking them to meet up at the bookstore. After 5 minutes, there was still no response from the person she was used to. She raised her eyebrows, put away her phone, and walked out of the school gate. When she passed by an alley, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Jiang Fuyue paused and turned into the alley. At this moment, a one-sided eagle pouncing on a chick was going on in the alley. Trying to run? If we don't settle the score for beating up my brother today, don't even think about leaving. The man grabbed Lucici's long hair and forcefully pulled her back. Ah, she screamed out in pain from her scalp. Jiang Han and Gameng were about to run away when they saw the situation. In the blink of an eye, they were blocked by the other party. Sister Han, what should we do? Jiang Han looked at the big tattooed arms and felt her scalp go numb. These people were real hooligans. They didn't know when to stop. If they really fought, the three of them would only be at a disadvantage. Brother, let's talk nicely. There's no need to do this, right? What problem can't be solved? Jiang Han forced a smile and negotiated with him nicely. The man also smiled and let go of Lucici. He took half a step forward and said, Sister, if you had this awareness, we wouldn't have become bad guys. Ha ha ha. Jiang Han's eyelids twitched. A week ago, you were the one who led the group to beat up my brother at Hongguang Primary School? Good, you've got guts. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. The man's eyes turned sharp and he said coldly, what were you doing when you started the fight? You're only telling me now that it's a misunderstanding? Little sister, that's not the rule. Jiang Han's face turned pale and her legs trembled. I heard that there were 4 of you at that time. Where's the last one? Jiang Han looked confused. What do you mean by the last one? No. Brother, what are you talking about? Slap, the slap was loud and clear. Jiang Han's head was slapped to the side and she tasted rust in her mouth. Little sister, lying is not a good habit. The man moved his wrist and smiled gloomily. Jiang Han turned back with blood at the corner of her mouth. She ignored Gameng and Lucici's exclamations and said word by word, I really don't. No. King need to be taught a lesson. She raised her hand again. But it was stopped in midair. The man turned his eyes angrily. Who's the busybody? Ah. A scream like a pig being slaughtered was heard. My hand, the man's wrist was pinched and his whole arm was twisted into a strange angle. He couldn't break free and could only bend his body to accommodate. He looked like a curled-up shrimp. Sister you. Jiang Han's eyes flashed with surprise. Jiang Fuyue looked at her indifferently. Stupid. In this kind of situation, anyone with a brain would know that they should take care of themselves first. She was slapped in the face, but not only did she not learn her lesson, she even dared to continue lying. Jiang Han was not angry when she heard that. She just looked at Jiang Fuyue and smiled foolishly. The corner of her mouth was broken and stained with blood. 5 finger marks were still on her white and chubby cheeks. She looked pitiful and embarrassed. Jiang Fuyue's eyes darkened and she increased the strength of her hand. Ah, another blood-curdling scream rang out. Brother who, the underlings panicked. One of them wanted to rush forward to help but was kicked over by Jiang Fuyue. He couldn't get up for a long time. Gameng looked on in shock. She thought of the kick she got and compared it to the scene in front of her. She felt an inexplicable fear and was suddenly relieved. Tell your men to be sensible. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how long your arm will stay on your body. The girl's voice was soft and gentle. When one heard it, one would think that she was innocent and harmless. However, the reality was the complete opposite. At that moment, the man only felt a chill run down his spine and his hair stand on end. "Back off, all of you, back off. Do you hear me?" The underlings did as they were told. Jiang Fuyue pulled them out. "Why are you still in a daze? Why aren't you leaving?" Jiang Han! Exclamation point. "Go, go now." Gameng and Lu Sisi followed closely behind. Out of the alley was the main road. There were school security guards patrolling and traffic police on duty. They wouldn't dare to chase after them even if they had 100 guts. Seeing that they were about to get out of the alley, Jiang Fuyue suddenly stopped. The man's eyelids twitched. What else did she want? "Jiang Fuyue, which gang are you in? Who do you follow? What's your name?" The man, huh? He looked confused. Jiang Fuyue frowned. "You didn't go through the wedding ceremony?" "What? What ceremony?" It turned out that he was just for show. That's right. If he could be subdued by her single-handedly, how could he expect to have any status? With this kind of aptitude, he could only pave the way for others in the underworld as cannon fodder. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the tattoo on his arm. "It's fake. This is a sleeve," the man said and added, "the kind that sticks to the flesh." "Jiang Fuyue, the fatty who got beaten up is your brother?" The man nodded. "He deserves it. If you're not convinced, tomorrow at this time, you bring your underlings and I'll call my men. We'll settle it here." After that, she threw him aside and turned to leave. The man held his arm that was about to break and looked at Jiang Fuyue's back as she left. His brows were furrowed so tightly that they could kill mosquitoes. "Brother who?" A group of underlings surrounded him. "Should we chase after her?" "Chase after her? Call everyone up tomorrow." "What should we do? Are we really going to confront those people tomorrow?" Lu Sisi was so worried that her hair had turned white. She muttered to herself as she walked. Jiang Han and Gameng also had the same question. But none of them dared to ask Jiang Fuyue about it. When they finally parted ways, she said to the three of them, "You don't have to worry about this matter. I'll solve it." Jiang Han frowned. Lu Sisi complained softly, "Why is she like this? Even though we were beaten up, we didn't expose her. She didn't even say thank you." "Shut up." Jiang Han looked at her coldly. Lu Sisi pouted, feeling wronged. That was the truth. The next day, Jiang Fuyue went to school as usual. During class, Jiang Han came to look for her. "I've already asked around. That man is called Hu Ben. He works in the Tianyu Street area. He has a younger brother who works in Hongguang Primary School. He should be the fat boy we taught a lesson to." Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Jiang Han was inexplicably happy when he saw that she was listening. "Hu Ben has about 10 people working for him. We only brought half of them with us yesterday. Most of them are in their early 20s. After graduating from high school, they dropped out of school to work in the underworld. They have rich experience and might not be easy to deal with." It was more than not easy to deal with. Messing with these kinds of people was tantamount to a disaster for an ordinary high school student. "Why don't we call the police?" Jiang Fuyue said, "There's no hurry." Jiang Fuyue's treatment in the class skyrocketed after she became a god with full marks. From the gloomy girl who was ostracized by everyone to the goddess who was highly sought after, there was only a gap of 750 marks between them. She was also a person of few words. In the past, people called her dull and dull. Now, she was called cold and cool. Jiang Fuyue was among them and naturally felt it. First of all, the attitude of the teachers. In the past, they left her alone because they thought she was hopeless. Now, they still did so because they didn't dare to, or rather, they couldn't. Ask her to answer questions, sure, then be prepared to be questioned in front of everyone and not be able to answer. Stop her from doing physics papers in chemistry class or solving mathematical Olympiad problems in biology class, that was fine, if he wasn't afraid of being cursed at by Su Jing, Meng Zhijian, and Yuan Zhou. Then it should be fine to point out names, criticize, and face the wall as punishment, right? No problem, as long as you could withstand classmate John's impervious face and be mentally prepared for her to leave at any time and jump over the wall to skip class. In addition, you also had to give a reasonable explanation when the two competition maniacs, Su and Meng, came to ask for her. All the teachers exclaimed, "We can't afford to offend him." However, her grades were there for all to see. Whether it was homework or quizzes, she always maintained a perfect score. The teachers of all subjects, including Su Jing and Yu Wenzhou, reached a tacit understanding. Itgo Latitgo, perhaps the teachers were more subtle and reserved. Even if they had a preference for Jiang Fuyue, they did it secretly. However, the enthusiasm of the students was different. They were bright and naked, like the dazzling sun in the hot summer. If Jiang Fuyue didn't melt under the sun, she would lose. "Sister Yu, can you lend me your exercise book? Raise your hand. I want to see it too." Me. Third. Fourth, Sister Yu, can the steps of yesterday's. Final question, there's still the last fill-in-the-blank question. Is it the square root 3 or the square root 5? Sister Yu, Lu Bowen turned around from his desk and smiled. Sister Yu, Jiang Fuyue, she didn't know who started calling her Sister Yu. By the time she realized it, everyone was already used to it. During a math class, Su Jing asked people to do a math problem. The result was that everyone was stumped. Is there really no one who can solve it? Yes. Sister Yu, it was unknown who shouted this, but it was met with unanimous agreement from the entire class. Su Jing stood on the podium and smiled. Then, Sister Yu, please come up and explain it to everyone. At this point, the name Sister Yu was completely known. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Fuyue was now a famous person in No. 1 middle school. However, she didn't have this self-awareness. Every day, she went to school, finished school, listened in class, and slept as usual. She didn't indulge in the teacher's favoritism, and she didn't become arrogant or impatient in the pursuit of her classmates. In the eyes of some people, all of this was like a nail piercing into their flesh. They couldn't wait to get rid of it. Lin Min, I know how to solve this question. First, I'll calculate sinks, then cozy. Ah. How did you think of it? I just asked Sister Yu. She's really nice. There was something I didn't understand, so she explained it to me in a different way. I immediately understood. Also, she's really good looking. Her skin is so white and smooth that you can't see her pores. When she looked at me, I actually blushed. Would you believe it? My heart was thumping, one beat after another. Could this be the legendary butterflies in the stomach? Ah. I'm dead. Please, recognize your gender first. You're a woman, okay? So what if I'm a woman? I'm a woman, and I love Sister Yu too. Humph. You're crazy. I still have a question that I haven't done. I might as well ask her and experience that thumping feeling you're talking about. 5 minutes later, the female classmate came back. I'm dead too. Li Shui, who was lying on the table and pretending to be asleep, heard every single word of their conversation. She secretly retracted her fist. Jiang Fuyue, you won't be happy for long, Class 7's classroom. Everyone had already started their lunch break, but Jiang Han was not sleepy at all. Gameng, Sister Han, what did Sister Yu say when you went to look for her this morning? Did she think of a solution? Are we really going to fight those people head-on? Lu Sisi, we definitely won't be able to beat them. Jiang Han suddenly recalled Jiang Fuyue's amused smile and her confident no rush. She should have already thought of a solution. At the same time, in the third floor's female washroom, Jiang Fuyue, who said should have already thought of a solution, blocked Li Shui, who had just come out of the washroom. Li Shui snorted coldly and raised her chin. Don't you have eyes? How did you get first place in the grade? She emphasized the last 4 words. Jiang Fuyue didn't say anything. She even curled her lips slightly. The next second, she suddenly raised her hand and pushed Li Shui into the washroom. Li Shui didn't expect her to hit her without saying anything. She was caught off guard and there was a toilet behind her. Then, just like that, she sat down in the toilet bowl. The cold water penetrated the thin fabric of her school pants and soon came into contact with her skin. Li Shui was stunned. When she realized where she had fallen and what kind of water the water might be, she began to scream hysterically. Jiang Fuyue, UB*TCH, I'm going to kill you. As for the culprit, he had already clapped his hands and left without leaving behind a cloud of dust. Li Shui didn't attend the afternoon class. She didn't know if she was rushing home to take a shower and change her clothes or doing something else. Jiang Fuyue patiently finished 3 sets of mathematical Olympiad questions and 15 pages of material competition training. Then, she took out a book called Engineering Design and read it. During this time, Jiang Han came again. It was getting closer and closer to the end of school. She became anxious at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue was calm and composed, as if she didn't care at all. Jiang Han didn't understand and left with her tail between her legs. No matter how worried she was, what would come would come. Soon, it was time for school to end. Jiang Fuyue purposely dragged her feet for a quarter of an hour before walking out of the school gate. She smirked coldly when she sensed the shadow following her. She had purposely shaken the person off when she crossed the road, but she had left enough traces to expose her whereabouts. The only difference was that the person would find her and take a few more minutes to catch up. However, the difference of a few minutes was enough for her to set up a trap. Jiang Fuyue went back to the alley from yesterday and turned into it. Sister Han, are we really going? Lu Cece clenched the strap of her school bag. Didn't Jiang Fuyue say that she will solve it? She seems to be very confident. Let's not add to the trouble, right? Jiang Han frowned and a trace of seriousness flashed in her eyes. If you are afraid, you can leave now. I didn't force you to follow me. Then she turned to Gameng. You too. Gameng shook her head. I'm not going. Okay, then let's hurry up. Okay. Lu Cece stood still and stomped her feet angrily. What's so good about that Jiang Fuyue? Does she treat us as human beings? Both of them are so stupid. They actually treat her as a friend. What a fool. She deserves to be taught a lesson by those people and be taught a lesson by them. Zhongxiang was just passing by and casually listened. He didn't expect to hear a familiar name. Jiang Fuyue. Classmate, you seem to be scolding someone just now? The teenager crossed his arms and smiled evilly. When Jiang Fuyue turned into the alley, she saw Hu Ben and his men waiting for her. There were more than 10 people, twice as many as yesterday. They either dyed their hair or had tattoos. Some were tall, some were short, some were fat, and some were thin. Because of their advantage in numbers, they looked quite scary at first glance. I thought you didn't dare to come. Jiang Fuyue smiled. You have to keep your word. Aren't you here too? I, Hu Ben, have never hit a woman. But you bullied my brother. I can't let you go. Let's end it here today. No matter who wins or loses, you are not allowed to make trouble for each other in the future. Do you agree? Jiang Fuyue nodded. Of course. Where are your men? Why aren't they here? Jiang Fuyue calculated the time and her smile deepened. Soon. But before that, let's slap our palms together to make an oath. Whoever doesn't abide by the oath shall be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. This is not a wuxia film. Women are troublesome, however, Running Tiger had already taken the first 99 steps, so he didn't mind taking another step. Alright, let's do it. As he spoke, he raised his hand. The two of them were very close to each other. It didn't look like they had a grudge, but a good relationship. At this moment, the group of people that Jiang Fuyue had shaken off followed the tracks she left behind. Both sides met face to face. They were all stunned. Compared to Hu Ben's group, the men in black who rushed over were clearly more professional. They were all over 1.8 meters tall, wore suits, and had a cold expression. Go. Jiang Fuyue raised her hand. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as effective as a signal to charge. The curtains of a chaotic battle were raised. Hu Ben thought that Jiang Fuyue was calling the men in black to attack. When the men in black saw Jiang Fuyue standing together with the hooligans, they automatically grouped them together. A beautiful misunderstanding was created. Both sides thought that the other side was called over by Jiang Fuyue. What were they waiting for? Damn, By this time, Jiang Fuyue had already retreated 5 meters away to ensure that not a single spark would hit her. Then, she began to analyze the situation with interest. At first, the well-trained men in black had the absolute advantage. Although there were only 5 of them, they were strong. They won in terms of momentum. However, there was a limit to the number of people, and these hooligans were too difficult to deal with. After 10 minutes, their movements began to slow down and their strength was slowly exhausted. Sister you. Jiang Han, who had rushed over, saw the scene in front of him. His brain stopped for 5 seconds. What's going on? Why did they start fighting? Gameng was also stunned. She thought that she would see either Jiang Fuyue beating up Hu Ben or Hu Ben trampling Jiang Fuyue on the ground. She didn't expect that Jiang Fuyue would be standing while Hu Ben's group of hot-blooded men were fighting. So who was the one beating up Hu today? She was a little confused. Jiang Fuyue, who do you think has a higher chance of winning? Jiang Han, ? Gameng, ? Is it that hard to guess? She raised her eyebrows and rubbed her chin with her right index finger. It's not that it's hard to guess. It's that you're still in the mood to joke at this time. I can only say, Dad is awesome, Jiang Han. I think Hu Ben has more people. He has a chance. Gameng, the guy in black seems to have some skills too. Jiang Fuyue suggested, why don't I be the banker and make a bet? Dad begged for mercy. Sister you hired people? Jiang Han carefully probed. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. Then why are these people helping you fight Hu Ben? These men in black were obviously professionally trained. They were probably paid to do this. Jiang Fuyue, you have to ask Li Shui. Huh? What does this have to do with Li Shui? Of course there is. She's the one who hired these people. But Jiang Han was confused. Why would Li Shui hire these people? Jiang Fuyue thought for a while. Maybe she wants to teach me a lesson? After all, how could she vent her anger if she didn't do something? Then why did you fight with Hu Ben's people? They thought that I hired Hu Ben. Jiang Han was confused at first. After he figured out the twists and turns, he looked at Jiang Fuyue with admiration. Sure enough, your dad is still your dad. 3 minutes ago, Xianxia had stopped at the entrance of the alley to watch the show but was shocked to hear the secret. Am I going to be killed? After 5 minutes, Jiang Fuyue looked at her watch. It's almost time. Jiang Han, what do you mean by almost time? Didn't you say to call the police? Huh? Let's call the police now. She waved her hand casually. 10 minutes later, the police cars arrived. Hu Ben was dumbfounded. The men in black were stunned. Jiang Fuyue clapped and successfully attracted the attention of both parties. Are you tired? Why don't we go to the police station for a cup of tea and rest? *CK, nearly 20 people, including Jiang Fuyue, Jiang Han, and Gameng, were taken away by 3 police cars. Sister Han, it's my first time in a police car. Jiang Han stopped looking around, coughed lightly, and sat up straight. Calm down. But in his heart, he was screaming, wow. From now on, I'm also a person who has been to the police station. The auxiliary police officer next to him, ? Did he see wrongly or did they lose control of their expressions? Why did he see excitement on the faces of these 2 girls? His gaze moved slightly and swept past Jiang Fuyue. He saw that the girl's eyebrows were lowered and her side profile was indifferent. Although he couldn't see her expression clearly, she unconsciously exuded a peaceful and docile temperament. If Jiang Han knew what he was thinking at the moment, he would only sneer. Western District Police Station. Who called the police? Jiang Han raised her hand. Me. Why did you appear at the scene of the incident? I was passing by after school and heard a sound, so I went in to take a look. What a coincidence. The young policeman held a pen and looked at her with a faint smile. Jiang Han nodded seriously. Yes, I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. The young policeman's mouth twitched. Do you know those 2 groups? No. At this point, there was nothing else to ask about Jiang Han. The young policeman turned to look at Gameng. What about you? Were you also passing by? Meng felt that the question was not rigorous enough, so she added, I passed by with Sister Han. In the interrogation room next door, the same conversation was going on. Name? Jiang Fuyue. Why did you appear in that alley? After I left the school gate, I felt that someone was following me, so I wanted to find a secret place to hide. The policewoman raised her eyes and looked at her with a cold and serious expression. Her tone was slightly heavy. Do you know Xianxia? His nickname is Hu Ben. I don't know him. The interrogation did not last long. When Jiang Fuyue came out, Jiang Han and Meng were already sitting on the chairs outside waiting for her. Seeing that it was her, the two stood up at the same time. You know each other? The policewoman behind them asked with a smile, seemingly unintentional, but there was a look of scrutiny in her eyes. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Jiang Han said, we are from the same school. Not getting the information she wanted, the policewoman frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Follow me. The three of them were taken to a place similar to a conference room. A middle-aged policeman stood up and praised Jiang Han's action of calling the police immediately. Jiang Han almost floated. It was the first time in her life that she had been praised by a policeman. She silently gave herself a thumbs up and decided to engrave this incident in the depths of her memory as a lifetime treasure. When she was old, she would take it out and tell it to her descendants. Then, the middle-aged policeman warned them to go home early after school and not to stay outside. If they encountered a situation like today, they must find a place to hide first and wait until it was safe to call the police. They must not stand around and watch the show like just now. In the end, the affable policeman personally sent the three of them out of the gate. Master. The policewoman stood at the side, hesitating to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. I have a feeling that those three girls aren't telling the truth. Even if they are, they must be hiding something. Letting him go like this, isn't it too? Too what? Too hasty? The middle-aged policeman was not angry. Instead, he smiled gently. You've been in the criminal police force for too long, so you like to see the bad side of people. They're three high school students. Even if they have some ulterior motives, they can't be that bad. But, the real bad ones are still inside. Let's go and see how things are going. In the interrogation room. Hu Ben sat in a single chair with his hands cuffed behind his back, but his face was calm. He even bluntly ordered the young policeman to pour him a drink. It was as if he had returned to his own home. Newcomer? I haven't seen you before. Hu Ben looked at the young policeman and deliberately shook the handcuffs to make clanking sounds. It's not convenient for me here. I'll have to trouble you to feed me water later. Sorry. Hu Ben. Behave yourself, another policeman scolded. Eh? Old Wang? Weren't you in charge of eliminating prostitution in the North District? When did you get transferred to the West District? No wonder I haven't seen you at Vermilion Bird Street recently. This old fox. Hu Ben, you're here again? A smiling voice suddenly came from the door. It was the middle-aged policeman. Hu Ben subconsciously sat up straight and put away his teasing look. Captain Luo raised his chin. Little Zhou, pour him a glass of water. Yes. Old Luo, I knew it. You're still the most humane. Tell me, what's going on? Captain Luo was already sitting in front of him. It didn't seem like an interrogation, but more like a casual conversation. Hu Ben's eyes flashed. What's going on? You're just a street thug. Why did you pick a fight with those professional bodyguards? Don't tell me your brother's with them and are just playing around. To be honest, he did think of giving such an answer. However, are those people really bodyguards? Captain Luo knocked on the table. I'm the one asking you now, not the other way around. That's it, Hu Ben thought of Jiang Fuyue's half-smiling eyes and suddenly quivered. By the way, where are my brothers? Captain Luo, you still care about them? Why didn't you think about it when you brought them here? You're used to being caught, but some of them haven't been here before. Hu Ben frowned. Old Luo, tell me the truth. I'll deal with it as I see fit. TSK. It's actually nothing. He pulled his hair. I had an appointment with someone in an alley to talk about something, but that person didn't come. Instead, those people in black squatted down. They rushed up and attacked us without saying anything. We can't just let them beat us up like that, right? Captain Luo frowned and began to analyze quickly in his mind. First of all, Hu Ben did lead a group of men to guard the alley first. Second, the bodyguards in black made the first move. Finally, Hu Ben fought back. The details above were the same as what the bodyguards in black told them. As for the reason why they attacked, it was funny, they mistook them for someone else, so, the two groups of people just happened to meet in the alley and fight. To be honest, Captain Luo didn't quite believe it, but he couldn't find any loopholes. Okay, let them go. With that, he got up and left. Hu Ben was overjoyed. Jiang Fuyue didn't lie. This was the first time he successfully got away without being detained. Suddenly, Captain Luo stopped in his tracks and turned around abruptly. He happened to see the smug look on Hu Ben's face. Hu Ben. Huh? He quickly restrained himself. Are you happy? Of course I'm happy to get out, he replied. Captain Luo looked at him deeply. Do you know those 3 female students? I don't know them. By the way, remember to let my men go too. Old Wang couldn't stand it anymore. You don't need to remind me. Captain Luo has already let them go. Please, don't cause trouble in the future. You only know how to cause trouble. Hu Ben laughed out loud. Brother Hu. Here, when they left the police station, the sky was completely dark. Hu Ben walked over to his men waiting outside. How are the others? They're all flesh wounds. It's not a big problem. Hu Ben nodded and remembered Jiang Fuyue's instructions. Did our people follow them? Don't worry. 6 followed the bodyguards as soon as they came out. He turned on the GPS on his phone and is now near Qingfeng Street. Qingfeng Street? Wasn't that a wealthy area, but on second thought, only the rich had the spare money to hire bodyguards. However, how could a high school student like Jiang Fuyue get into such trouble? Let's go to Qingfeng Street. Brother Hu, you're finally here. Hu Ben stood in the shadows with a cigarette in his hand. He looked at the restaurant in front of him and asked, when did they go in? 6 took out his phone and looked at the time. Half an hour ago. Oh, these bastards, they can't wait to go to the restaurant. Another lackey scolded. He was still hungry, there were food stalls all around, and the smell of food entered his nostrils from all directions. He was so hungry that he wanted to cry. Hu Ben was also hungry, but he still owed Jiang Fuyue a favor. It wouldn't be too late to fill his stomach after finishing it. Yes, Jiang Fuyue called the police and taught him how to escape, but all of this had a price. Grow up. Keep your spirits up. When we enter the dark alley across the street, we'll directly take action and hold them down. 6. Don't worry, I've already asked my brothers to ambush them. Hu Ben, are the sacks and wooden sticks ready? 6 nodded. Everything is ready, and there's also the hemp rope. Good job. Hee hee, compared to 6's obedience, the other lackey was obviously more active. He thought for a while but still couldn't understand. Brother Hu, that female student is clearly playing with us. Those bodyguards were obviously coming for her, but she sneakily led them to our side and used us as thugs. In the end, she called the police like crazy. It's good enough that we didn't teach her a lesson, but why did we turn around and work for her? Hu Ben took a puff of the cigarette. White smoke came out of his mouth, just enough to cover a trace of depression between his eyebrows. He remembered that before the police rushed into the alley, Jiang Fuyue quietly whispered 2 sentences in his ear. The first sentence, don't forget our agreement. Once this is over, we'll be even. Subtext, even if you know I played tricks, so what? You still can't get even with me. The second sentence, if you don't want to be detained, do something for me. Hu Ben agreed. Even if he was unwilling, he could only grit his teeth and accept. Brother. They're coming out, go. In the pitch-black alley, the muffled sound of a stick hitting a solid object was accompanied by a few suppressed cries of pain. Finally, everything returned to silence. Brother, it's done. Hu Ben looked at the 5 sacks in front of him and kicked them one by one to vent his anger. Aren't you all quite arrogant? Chi, open the gunny sack. He casually pointed. 6 stepped forward and quickly released a bodyguard. However, his mouth was stuffed and he could only whimper. You still dare to shout? Hu Ben went up and gave him 2 punches. He wanted to beat him up first. Soon, the bodyguard gave in. Hu Ben winked at 6, and the latter pulled the thing out of his mouth. Hiss, whose socks were those? They were so smelly. I'll ask and you'll answer. If you dare to lie, don't even think about leaving this alley in one piece. Do you understand? The bodyguard was intimidated by his aura. I understand, Hu Ben, why are you following Jiang Fuyue? The bodyguard replied, it's Mrs. Orders. Hu Ben, what do you intend to do to her? The bodyguard's eyes flashed. Say it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Fuyue was on the 5th test paper. Xianxia had just finished the questions that she had assigned. Sister, I'm done. Jiang Fuyue lowered her head and glanced at the paper. His thoughts were clear, and his answers were correct. Not bad. Is it full marks? The young boy looked at her with bright eyes. Yes. He moved his head closer to her. Jiang Fuyue did not understand. He moved closer again with anticipation in his eyes. What are you doing? Sister, do you think my hair is long? I can't tell. After saying that, she realized that he was acting cute in disguise. A faint smile appeared in Jiang Fuyue's eyes as she reached out and rubbed his head. Xianxia was instantly satisfied. At this moment, the phone in her trouser pocket vibrated. Jiang Fuyue told him to revise by himself and got up to go to the living room. A message came in. The sender was a string of unknown numbers. She tapped on it. Those people are going to take nude photos of you and post them on the internet. Jiang Fuyue looked at the short message for 2 whole minutes. When she looked up again, her eyes were dark and full of cunning. Sister, are you going out? Yes. Jiang Fuyue put on her coat. Lend me your cap. Okay. Jiang Qinxing quickly took it out from the cabinet and passed it to her. Where are you going? I have something to do. Can I come along? No. Okay. Xianxia was listless. I'll bring you supper when I come back. Okay. He wagged his tail again. Jiang Fuyue went out of the house and went straight to the internet cafe in the dark. After taking off her school uniform, she was wearing a black top and black pants. The lowered cap covered half of her face. Because of her height, no one would think that she was a high school student. She paid 10 yuan to the internet cafe manager and went straight to the computer in the corner of the last row. With the sound of the keyboard clicking, a large number of codes appeared on the screen. Soon, the relevant information of a company called Charm Daily Chemicals appeared in front of her eyes. In addition to the information that could be found through various legal channels, there was also a lot of non-public information. For example, the boss behind the scenes of this company was surnamed Li. Another example was that this company's daily revenue was not proportional to its huge capital flow. After getting what she wanted, Jiang Fuyue cleaned up the traces, cleaned up the mess, and left quickly. Not too long, not too short, exactly 1 hour. On the way back, she passed by a private restaurant. Jiang Fuyue went in and came out empty-handed 10 minutes later. Sister, you're back. Before she took out her keys, Xianxia ran to open the door as if he had grown a tailwind. Yes. Have you finished your homework? Yes, I did a set of English questions and memorized the text for half an hour. After that, he looked at Jiang Fuyue eagerly like a puppy waiting for praise. Good boy. Xianxia lowered his head shyly, his cheeks red. Since you're so self-conscious, I'll reward you with a big meal. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Hello, the takeout is here. 10 minutes later, Jiang Qinxing looked at the food in front of him that was so exquisite that he didn't dare to touch it. Gulp, he swallowed with difficulty. Sister, supper. Is it very expensive? As long as it's delicious. After saving Jantar and Han Yunru's portions, the siblings began to eat. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fuyue put down her chopsticks. I'm full. I'll leave the rest to you. Xianxia pursed his lips cutely and then began to devour the food. Oh. This lobster is so big, this meatball is smooth and bouncy, and that plate of tofu, it's obviously a vegetarian dish, so why does it taste like meat? The blueberry yam is delicious. Jiang Fuyue sat at the side and watched with interest. She felt that she could eat more. That night, Jiang Xiaodi didn't feel hungry in his sleep. Jiang Fuyue also had a good night's sleep. The next day, she went to class feeling refreshed. As soon as she stepped into the classroom, she felt a gaze on her. She looked over and caught the resentment on Li Shue's face. Jiang Fuyue smiled at her emotionlessly. Li Shue frowned. What happened yesterday? Did the bodyguards succeed or not? Why didn't she reply to her messages? Jiang Fuyue's behavior was too normal, as if nothing had happened, but that smile was too strange, as if something was brewing and was about to explode. Li Shue was uneasy the whole morning. She tried to contact the bodyguards several times, but no matter whether it was the messages she sent or the calls she made, there was no response. She felt that something bad was going to happen. At first, it was a headline writer with 200,000 fans who posted a post on his official account. The title was revealing the truth behind the Linhui High School entrance examination scholar incident. Introduction. Do you still remember Zhang Yiting, the Linhui City High School entrance examination scholar from 2 years ago? If you have forgotten this name, it's okay. But you must remember the popular ice cream sister. In the summer of 2048, the Linhui High School entrance examination ended. The local station's reporters waited outside the examination hall, wanting to interview the first candidate who handed in her paper. That candidate was Zhang Yiting. She was wearing her school uniform, standing in front of the camera and patiently answering the reporters' questions, but her eyes would drift away from time to time. It turned out that her father had bought ice cream and was waiting for her. Seeing that the ice cream was about to melt, but the reporters kept asking questions. She was very anxious. In the end, she completed the interview. When she received the melted ice cream, her face was full of heartache. That day, the video was edited and posted on the local station's official Weibo. It was originally a very ordinary report, but it couldn't stand the fact that the sister was too beautiful and cute in her eagerness to eat ice cream. The number of clicks and shares skyrocketed, and it rushed to the top 3 trending searches. Now, the whole country knew this energetic girl and affectionately called her Ice Cream Sister. Half a month later, the results of the high school entrance examination were released. Ice Cream Sister had a total score of 744, with full marks for mathematics and English. The local station conducted another interview with her, and that night, she became a trending topic again. Such an outstanding girl would have a bright road paved with flowers waiting for her. Why did the lively and cheerful daughter make such a choice? What made her? Unfortunately, no one could tell them the answer. The only one who knew the truth, Yiting, was unable to speak. At that time, there were many speculations on the internet, but there was no sufficient evidence to prove it. The netizens could only feel pity. Now that 2 years had passed, the once sensational incident had been covered by countless fresh news, and no one cared about it anymore. But, the internet had memories. The truth might be late, but it would never be absent. The following video might be able to tell us the reason. In the video, a beautiful girl was in the corner, and another girl was holding a camera to take pictures of her. Because he was convulsing with laughter, the entire scene became unstable. She slowly walked closer, recording 360 degrees without any blind spots. The video was 12 minutes long. The post was sent out at 2 in the morning, a time that was not lively and could even be said to be extremely quiet. However, what was surprising was that in less than an hour, the number of people reading it had broken through the 100,000 mark. More than 60,000 people were reading it, and their WeChat moments were almost flooded. At 2:06 p.m., the first verified account uploaded the video to Weibo. At 2:10 p.m., more than 20 Big V accounts were furiously reposting, and crazily at a group of influential Big V followers. After more than 4 hours of fermenting, by 7 o'clock in the morning, the public opinion had already gathered momentum, but it still hadn't attracted widespread attention. At 8:02 in the morning, a famous blogger with tens of millions of fans, "Can't do it too brother," reposted the video and commented, "What breeds those of the same age may not be empathy or sympathy." Very soon, a large number of bloggers with millions and tens of millions of followers spoke up, pushing the situation to a climax. Then, the first news official Weibo account jumped out and made a statement. Many mainstream media outlets heard the news and acted. Celebrity accounts also began to pay attention to the situation. Their natural advantage in traffic allowed the video to spread quickly on a large scale. At 12:16 p.m., the truth about the ice cream sister incident, Xianxia, and Linhui High School entrance exam top scorer, climbed to the top of the hot search list at the same time. At 12:30 p.m., the truth about the ice cream sister incident topped the hot search list, followed by the tag explosive. At this point, the situation was pushed to a climax, and the netizens were angry. "I've never wanted a person to be killed so much. No, she's not a person. 1 minute, I want to know everything about this person. Such a beautiful and clean girl. The person who took the video should go to the 18th level of hell. Hell is empty, and the devil is in the human world. How desperate will Father Jean and Mother Jean be when they see this video? The daughter they doted on so much. I'm sorry to meet you in such a way. I hope you can now reap the joy of this life. We will definitely seek justice for you. I'm in the same year as Yiting. She was a goddess from the moment she entered school. She was beautiful, had good grades, and was warm and patient to all her classmates. However, some people didn't reciprocate her kindness at all. Instead, they hurt and humiliated her. Li Shui, you will get your retribution. Others might not recognize the person who took the video, but how could someone who was in the same junior high school as Zhang Yiting and Li Shui not recognize him? Under this shocking wave of public opinion, Li Shui's personal information was quickly dug up. Even her parents, relatives, and friends were not spared. The netizens were not surprised to find that this girl's family was indeed very well off. She was sent to and from school in a luxury car and lived in a well-known wealthy district in Linnan. The divergent thinking and associative ability of the netizens never let people down. When her sister committed suicide, she was able to escape unscathed. Did her family help to cover up the aftermath? How did they cover it up? It was nothing more than suppressing others with their power. How did they deal with the aftermath? It was probably a cover-up. If their daughter was so vicious, how could their parents be good people? Was their family business clean? In this world, there were many things that couldn't withstand in-depth investigation. Once it was taken seriously, the blow could be devastating. At 1400 hours in the afternoon, the class lunch break ended, and the bell for the first class was about to ring. The classroom was so quiet that only the sound of the English teacher's lecture could be heard. However, a vigorous exposé was unfolding on the internet. The first was Li Shui's father, Li Yongxing. When he was young, he committed 2 economic crimes and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. After being released from prison, he was involved in several murder cases, but he managed to escape in the end. The second was Li Shui's mother, Wei Xiaohong. She owned 5 KTVs and was notorious in Linhui. It was said that she was the focus of attention. Finally, Li Shui's grandparents were also jailed for fraud. Oh my God! What kind of demons are this family? I thought it was a good bamboo that produced bad bamboo shoots. I didn't expect the son of a rat to dig a hole. There must be something wrong with Li Yongxing and Wei Xiaohong. It turns out that bad and evil can really be inherited. All 3 generations of the family are villains. Only a family with a criminal record can raise a demon-like daughter. Soon, Li Shui, Li Yongxing, and third-generation villain appeared on the trending search list. At the same time, at Linhui Airport, Li Yongxing, who had just returned from a business trip, exited airplane mode and his phone began to vibrate crazily. Countless messages swarmed in. Before he could click on them, his wife, Wei Xiaohong, called him. "Hubby, what should we do? We're finished. We're really finished this time. What nonsense are you talking about? You've just gotten off the plane and you want to get drunk and find your gigolo. Don't *king mess with me. No, I didn't drink. Something happened to Schwerer. Schwerer. There are so many bodyguards watching. What could have happened to her? Go online. Ah. Who are you? Why did you barge into my house? Hello? Hello? No one responded. Li Yongxing's heart sank. It was as if something was going out of control. He clicked on the messages that he did not have time to check. He understood everything without going online. Suddenly, his face was as white as a sheet. The shocking news that the netizens dug up was not conclusive. It was fine for the public to watch, but it could not really convict Li Yongxing and his wife. However, the role of public opinion was never to judge. It was to push those who had the power to judge to the front. Juan online, this is a crime. Brother can't do it. Video Dark Blue V, being young is not an excuse or shield for committing a crime. Express V, the bottom line of the law is not to be crossed. The relevant media finally made a move. This wave of response is too timely. The moment I saw the repost, I burst into tears. This is a public execution 2 years late. It's a pity that Yuting can't see the murderer being punished with her own eyes. The netizens' urging was not in vain. Sisters, continue to charge, why only mention Li Shui? Don't we need to investigate her parents? I strongly suggest that we expose the background of this evil person. Maybe there will be a life. Some people are rotten to the core. They look like a bunch of flowers, but when you peel them open, it's all rotten meat. If the current hammer only hammered Li Shui, then the following 3 local media outlets in Linhui were enough to completely hammer Li Yongxing and his wife to death. Police Online, Linhui V, received a report from the public. Li Yongxing and Wei Yonghong may be related to a murder case 10 years ago. The police have sufficient evidence and are now officially arresting the two. Linhui Law Prosecutor V, this court will re-examine this case. Police Online, Linhui V, received a report from the public. Economic Investigation Brigade, Linhui V, received a report from the public. Charm Daily Chemicals cash flow is abnormal. The person in charge, Li Yongxing, is suspected of economic crimes. The office space has been sealed and the company's assets have been frozen. There's no escape this time. A family must be neat and tidy. Not a single person can be missing. Awesome, awesome. Someone actually dug up evidence of Li Yongxing and his wife's crimes? Is it to appease the public opinion? Is it for everyone to see? Once the limelight is over, they're going to let them out. Impossible. Pay attention to the words above, sufficient evidence, official arrest. They're serious. I'm just curious. Which enthusiastic person reported it? Linan First High School, sophomore year. It was originally an ordinary class, but because of the sound of the police sirens, it began to stir. Who is Li Shui? No. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't do those things. You've got the wrong person. A quarter of an hour ago, she opened Weibo and saw everything. That video, and those crusades and insults against her, she panicked and was out of her wits. Her first reaction was to call her parents. Yes, her parents would help her settle everything, just like how they settled Zhang Yuting's matter back then. But the only response she got was a cold, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable." Li Shui collapsed on the spot. At that moment, she felt as if she was in the wilderness, surrounded by wolves. What should she do? What should she do? Li Shui ran away. She was still so young. She could not go to jail. Unfortunately, there were 2 policemen present. Where could she run to? She was caught within 50 meters. Her arm was twisted and she was handcuffed. Her head was covered and she was escorted to the police car in front of the whole school. Number 1 middle school did not prohibit students from using mobile phones. Many people had already seen the news and trending searches. Although the form teachers tried their best to appease them and repeatedly emphasized that they were not allowed to talk about this matter, there was no way to control the mouth, especially when it belonged to someone else. Did Li Shui really do those things? The internet has already condemned her. What's there to doubt? No. I just find it hard to accept. I didn't expect to have such a pervert around me. She's too evil. They're all classmates. How could she do that? Talking about friendship with a criminal? Don't be ridiculous. I didn't think Li Shui was that kind of person. Oh, then you must be blind. She bullied Zhang Yunyu so blatantly before. She even tore Jiang Fuyue's homework and called Wan Shoutong a bookworm. Didn't you notice? Or are you afraid of getting into trouble, so you chose to ignore it? Jiang Yufei, why is your mouth so smelly? It's better than you pretending to be stupid and deceiving yourself. Enough, you too. Are you done yet? Are Li Shue's parents arrested? I saw the official media report it like this. Jiang Fuyue got up and left the classroom amidst the discussion. 10 minutes later, she appeared in the administrative building and stopped in front of the principal's office. Knock knock knock, please come in. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, the school will handle it properly and focus on the ideological education of the students. We will not let such a bad thing happen in number 1 middle school. Jiang Fuyue waited for half a minute before Hu Yongwei ended the call. Student Jiang, you're looking for me? Few students would come to him directly. Hu Yongwei could not help but show some surprise. I have something to report. It's about Li Shui. Principal who seemed to have realized something. His expression suddenly turned serious. He took out a recording pen from the drawer and put it on the table. He pressed the start button in front of Jiang Fuyue. I will record what you are going to say next. Okay, you can start now. During the first monthly exam of the first semester, Li Shui came in last place. In order to get rid of that ranking, she threatened that I would have to score worse than her in the second monthly exam, or else she would tell the whole class about my family's stall and give me an unforgettable lesson. To prove that she wasn't joking, she showed me a video. Hu Yongwei's eyelids twitched as she looked at the recording pen beside her. What video? It's the one that went viral on the internet today. She said that if I didn't behave, the same thing would happen to me. I was scared, so I handed in a blank paper for every subject. Since then, I've always been the last in the grade. Hu Yongwei's veins bulged as he listened. He never thought that such a heart-wrenching thing would happen to the school under his management. Student Jiang. He seemed to have made some kind of decision. He picked up the recording pen and said word by word, "Can you guarantee that every word you just said is absolutely true?" Jiang Fuyue, yes. Good. He pressed the end button and carefully locked the recording pen in the drawer. I will inform the police and ask them to come and take this recording. But I can't guarantee that it will work. Thank you. In addition, if necessary, you may be asked to testify later. I'm willing to cooperate. Hu Yongwei clearly explained what he needed to say. He then stood up, walked out from behind the desk, and stood in front of Jiang Fuyue. Then, he bent down and bowed deeply to her. I'm sorry. It's my dereliction of duty that caused innocent students to be hurt. I also couldn't pull the students back to the right path in time. Jiang Fuyue looked at the old man's white hair and stooped back. She took a step back to avoid the bow. A teacher teaches regardless of background. But not all students can become talents. Some of them can't even become people. Was the teacher wrong? Maybe it was an oversight, but it wasn't a big fault. In the world, some people choose to be good, and some choose to be evil. In the end, it was still one's own choice. Hu Yongwei looked at the girl's back as she left. He was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Jiang Fuyue walked out of the principal's office. She looked at the setting sun and slowly exhaled. Li Shui was the original owner's nightmare. Today, she would end it with her own hands. She would expose all the sins and pour out all the grievances in a reasonable and legal way within the ability of a high school student. As for the means that couldn't be announced to the public, she would leave it to the warm-hearted citizens. Jiang Fuyue walked through the corridor and strode towards the place where the sun shone. The light behind her followed closely. Li Shui's crime was conclusive. She instigated someone to intentionally harm others. The circumstances were serious. According to the 26th article of the criminal law of Xianxia, her actions were completely consistent with the characteristics of the main offender. She should be identified as the main offender and sentenced to 8 years in prison. Although Li Shui was underage, 10 years ago, Xianxia amended the second and third sections of the criminal law in the form of amendments, lowering the starting age for minors. Li Yongxing was convicted of intentional homicide and money laundering. The circumstances were serious. His illegal gains and profits were confiscated. He was also fined 15% of the money laundering amount. His death sentence was suspended for 1 year. Wei Xiaohong was convicted of intentional homicide. She conspired with her husband to kill a foreign customer of the KTV under her name. She was sentenced to life imprisonment and deprived of her political rights for life. The verdict was announced one after another. Due to the concern of the netizens, it was always on the hot search list. The heavens are good. Who will be spared? Sister, rest in peace. This family finally paid the price, but the girl who loved to smile will never come back. Sister, I wish you peace and happiness in your next life. In addition to the official Weibo announcement, they also published the verdict. In an old residential building, a middle-aged man with gray sideburns put down the newspaper, got up and walked to the portrait. He calmly lit an incense stick, tears rolling down his cheeks. Yuting, the murderer has been punished. You can rest in peace. If you can you come to my dreams to see me? Your mother and I miss you. At this moment, the door opened from the outside and Mother Jean came in with a basket. Old Jean, I'm back. Why are there so many flowers and candles outside? You gave me a scare. The man wiped his tears and took the basket. It should be the neighbors. You know, they have a flower shop and they need to stock up every day. Oh, is that so? I saw forget-me-nots inside. Our Tingting loves them the most. Buy her a bouquet and put it on the windowsill in the bedroom. Okay, I'll listen to you. The man choked. I'll go in to get the money. Let the neighbor know first. Don't worry, take your medicine first. Medicine? You don't remember? I remember. I have a cold. I'll take my medicine first so that I don't pass it to Tingting. While Mother Jean raised her head to drink water, the man turned his back and quickly wiped his tears. It was good that she had forgotten. It was enough for him to be the only one in the world without his daughter. For the rest of his life, he would live together with his daughter. Old Jean, the results of the monthly test are out today. You can't scold Tingting. Let's talk nicely, okay? After Li Shui's incident, the school realized the importance of ideological education. Not only did they invite relevant people to the school to hold an anti-campus violence lecture, but they also conducted a mental health survey of all the teachers and students. In addition, they also set up an anonymous reporting channel on the internet. They would not tolerate any violent behavior on campus and would deal with it seriously. They vowed to nip it in the bud. Jiang Fuyue was happy to see this happen. Those who had bullied their classmates were afraid of being reported, so they kept as low a profile as possible. This included Jiang Han, Gemeng, and Lu Sisi. Let me make it clear that I'm not as bad as Li Shui. At most, I'm just bluffing. Me too. Gemeng raised her hand. I'm weak. I'm the one who gets beaten up. Really? Needless to say, Lu Sisi exuded a weak aura from head to toe. She and Gemeng only knew how to intimidate others. Fortunately, the self-cultivation that the three of them had done some time ago was effective. In addition, they had made great progress in the monthly exam and were praised. Everyone saw hope in the three of them changing for the better. For a while, no one reported them. Jiang Han was in tears. She thanked everyone for giving her a chance to turn over a new leaf, especially those who had been bullied by her. I've decided. From now on, I'll study hard and improve myself every day. Then, I'll inherit the family business. She had improved by a full 60 places in the monthly exam. Her father had given her 2 apartments and 3 storefronts, one of which was near the school. Hee. Sister Yu, are you free after school today? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. What's up? Jiang Han nodded frantically. She had been preparing for more than half a month for today. The bell rang. Jiang Han rushed out of the classroom and met up with Jiang Fuyue at the back door of the school. Gemeng followed, but Lu Sisi was nowhere to be seen. 5 minutes later, the three of them stopped in front of a shop. Unfortunately, the door was closed and the steps in front were covered with dust. It was not hard to see that the shop had not been open for a long time. Jiang Han took out his keys and opened the shutter door. He then turned around and grinned at Jiang Fuyue. Sister Yu, please. As Jiang Fuyue stepped into the room, Jiang Han turned on the switch, and the room lit up instantly. Tables and chairs were neatly arranged in the middle of the hall. Inside was the kitchen, which was separated by a transparent glass in the middle. The situation inside could be clearly seen from the outside. Jiang Fuyue's eyebrows twitched slightly. Jiang Han grinned and said, "This used to be a noodle shop, but the business wasn't good. It closed down after half a year, and it still owes my dad 2 months' rent. We can only use these tables and chairs, as well as the pots and pans inside to pay for it. Now that this place belongs to me, I suddenly realized that it's very suitable to open a pancake shop. Sister Yu, what do you think?" Jiang Fuyue saw her winking and had already guessed what she meant, but she didn't say anything. Jiang Han's mouth tightened. No way, did she have to be so sure? Ahem. I've eaten Uncle's pancakes before. They're better than the ones I've eaten elsewhere. Jiang Han didn't lie at all. At first, she went to buy pancakes because of Jiang Fuyue. Later, it was purely for the sake of eating. She was now a loyal fan of Jiangji Restaurant's pancakes. She had to eat one for breakfast every day. When she was in a hurry, she didn't have time to go to the back door to buy one. She had to run out between classes to buy one. The tables and chairs here are all ready-made. The place is big and close to the school gate. If Uncle and Auntie move here, the business will definitely be better than it is now. Jiang Fuyue had to admit that Jiang Han's every word was like a tap dance to her heart. Okay, I'll rent it. Jiang Han, huh? Aren't you promoting the shop front? I said I'll rent it. No. I don't intend to rent it. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Jiang Han hurriedly said, what I mean is, I'll lend this place to Uncle and Auntie for free. I don't want to rent it. She knew that Sister Yu's family wasn't well off, so she didn't intend to ask for money from the beginning. Anyway, she didn't lack money. Besides, the shop front was empty anyway. Her father was too lazy to deal with these things, so he didn't rent it. It was a matter of convenience. Jiang Fuyue didn't intend to be a freeloader. Either rent it or don't rent it. Choose one. Jiang Han. Rent it. The rent for a shop front like this, which was spacious and in a good location, was about 3,000 yuan a month. Jiang Han generously gave her a 40% discount, so it was 1,800 yuan. Jiang Fuyue rented it for half a year and paid 60% for the deposit. The total was 12,600 yuan. Do you have any requirements for the payment method? Cash or transfer? No, both are fine. Jiang Fuyue took out her phone and transferred the money to her on the spot. Jiang Han was surprised. Was this the legendary not well off? That night, Jiang Fuyue told Jantar and his wife about the shop front. Rent it? Jantar's expression froze. Han Yunru was relatively calm. How much does it cost? Jiang Fuyue, the shop front belongs to my classmate's house. The rent is 1,000 yuan a month, and there's no deposit. I paid half a year's rent. That's still 6,000 yuan. Yeah, where did you get the money? The school gives me a subsidy of 1,000 yuan every month. I paid half a year's rent in advance. Han Yunru frowned. Isn't it only 500 yuan? She smiled. I also joined the competitive physics class. The couple looked at each other. Jantar, keep the money for yourself. We'll pay the rent. After that, he stood up to get the money. Dad, we're family. Do you have to be so formal? The tall man was stunned and looked at his wife helplessly. What did his daughter mean? Was she unhappy? Then, what should he do? Should he take the money or not? Han Yunru sighed helplessly. This father and daughter pair was really, okay, sit back down. Since our daughter said so, why are you still being stubborn? Oh, okay. Jantar nodded. He listened to his wife. Jiang Fuyue glanced at her beautiful mother. Sure enough, it was easy to communicate with smart people. But yeah. Han Yunru stroked the back of her hand gently. If you need money in school, you must tell us. Okay. Lack money? That was impossible. Jiang Fuyue had only kept 50,000 yuan out of the 200,000 yuan she earned from selling books in SNSA. The remaining 150,000 yuan was invested in the stock market. Now, it had more than doubled. It was a Saturday when the shop moved. Jiang Fuyue and Jiang Qinqing both went to help. Before that, Jantar and Han Yunru had already cleaned the new shop inside and out several times. They rearranged the tables and chairs and even made some decorations. For example, when they walked in, they saw two 1.8-meter tall pots of fortune trees. The cashier and air conditioner cabinets were also decorated with bamboo. The walls were painted light blue. A row of photo frames of different heights adorned the walls. The middle was separated by a string of dried flowers. It looked layered and beautiful. Jantar definitely wouldn't have thought of these. He only knew how to mix batter and pancakes. He didn't know anything about aesthetics. Han Yunru was different. She had foresight and a lot of ideas. To be honest, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the brand new restaurant. "How is it?" Han Yunru asked nervously. "Mom, you might be the legendary treasure girl." "What are you talking about? You're already a middle-aged woman, how can you call yourself a girl?" Jantar lifted the curtain and came out of the kitchen. His sweaty face was full of joy and excitement. "It's all cleaned up. You too, drink some water." The cups were left behind from the previous noodle restaurant and had been washed clean. "Dad, I've thrown away all the trash. It's so hot outside." Jiang Xiaodi walked in. "I want to drink water too." "Go get it yourself." "Why didn't Mom and sister do it themselves?" Jiang Xiaodi walked into the kitchen silently. After all, he was the one who shouldered everything. After cleaning up, Jantar directly cooked in the restaurant. The family of four sat together for lunch, which was rare. In the future, you two don't have to run around delivering food. The restaurant can cook. This was also the reason why Han Yunru had always wanted a restaurant. Jantar nodded. "We don't have to spend 40 minutes to close the stall at night. We can just close the door." It was indeed much more convenient. However, this restaurant is not only spacious, but the location is also good. The rent is 1,000 yuan. Are we taking advantage of your classmate? Will she be able to explain it to her parents? Don't worry, I know what to do. In the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue's custom-made signboard was delivered. When the red cloth was lifted, the words Jiangji Restaurant Jian being written in block letters appeared in front of their eyes. Wandering and tilting up, beautiful and elegant, firm and strong, charming like a silver hook. Jantar didn't know calligraphy, but it didn't affect his judgment of beauty and ugliness. "The handwriting is really beautiful." Han Yunru nodded. "The person who wrote it has at least 10 years of calligraphy experience." "Look at the tip of the brush." Jiang Fuyue's eyebrows moved slightly and she glanced at her beautiful mother with a slightly dark expression. Jiang Qinqing nodded vigorously. "Just like the signboard of a big hotel." "Sister, who wrote it?" "Oh, I just found a random person." "The effect is not bad." "Could she say that she wrote it herself?" "Of course not, the original owner didn't know calligraphy and didn't have more than 10 years of foundation." Jantar stepped on the stool and held the signboard in place with both hands. He turned around and asked, "Is this okay?" Jiang Fuyue said, "The left side is higher." He made some adjustments. "How about this?" "Jiang Qinqing, you seem to have gotten shorter again." While the father and daughter, son, were busy, a woman suddenly walked to Han Yunru with a smile. "I saw the shop open from afar. I thought the owner of the noodle shop had returned. I didn't expect it to be you, Sister Han." After that, he shouted at Jantar's back, "Brother Jiang." The two words were uttered by her in such a mellow and moving manner that it was soul-stirring. Jiang Fuyue saw her father's body sway and almost fall down. He was probably frightened. This was strange. She turned around and looked. She saw a plump woman standing beside Han Yunru with her arms crossed and a smile on her face. She was dressed very plainly and wore an apron on her face. She looked like she came from the shop next door, but her face had a different style. The powder was extremely thick and was the whitest color. Because it wasn't close enough, a layer of powder floated on the surface. Her eyebrows were carefully trimmed and drawn into the shape of willow leaves. The rose lipstick outlined her full lips. Perhaps it was applied too much, but she didn't even notice that her teeth were stained with it. Greasy and vulgar. With just a glance, Jiang Fuyue silently looked away. Jiang Qinqing whispered, "Why is she here again, little son? Don't you need to look after the shop? Why do you have time to come here?" Han Yunru maintained her smile, but her eyes were indifferent. "I asked Auntie Zhang next door to help me look after the shop. I'm not busy at this time, so I wanted to come and see the fun. I didn't expect to see an acquaintance." "You and brother Jiang have rented a shop and are moving here?" "Yes." The woman rolled her eyes and looked around. "This shop is not bad. The rent must be quite high, right?" "It's okay. Is there 3,000 yuan?" She continued to probe. Han Yunru turned her head and gave her a cup of water. "Herbal tea is for cooling down. Do you want some?" "Thank you." Seeing that she couldn't get anything useful out of her, the woman finished the tea and left with her hands on her waist. Originally, they thought it was just a small episode. Unexpectedly, rumors spread the next day. Jantar and his wife are moving their pancake stall. Where are they moving to? You don't know? It's the first shop on the street. It used to be a noodle shop. Wow. That place is in a good location. It's bright and transparent. The rent is a few thousand yuan, right? Can they earn back the money by selling pancakes? Where did Jantar get rich? In the past, no matter how we persuaded him, he was reluctant to rent a decent shop. Who would have thought that he rented the best one? Amazing. Isn't that shop Mr. Jiang's? Mr. Jiang? Which Mr. Jiang? That fat one. He smiles when he sees people. He comes with a bunch of keys to collect rent and wears a big flowery shirt. It's said that the nouveau riche has the most unique taste. He doesn't like young fruits and only eats ripe ones. After saying that, she laughed meaningfully. You're saying that Jantar's wife? Hey, don't say it out loud. It's fine as long as everyone understands. He, there were only a few shops on the street. Within 2 days, the rumors had spread to the owner's ears. It must be Sun Honghong. Han Yunru was so angry that her whole body trembled. Her eyes were red. Clang, a loud noise came from the kitchen. Immediately after, Jantar slammed the curtain and rushed out without saying anything. Han Yunru's expression changed. Oh no. Old Jiang. Don't be rash. In the math Olympiad class on Thursday afternoon, Su Jing only taught one class. She spent the rest of the time doing exercises. There are a total of 6 test papers. As usual, come to me when you're done and change to the next one. Jiang Fuyue only took 5 minutes to finish the first paper because they were all multiple-choice questions. The moment she got up and left her seat, the whole class looked up in unison. Sun Chen was speechless. Is she still human? Ling Xian looked down at the half-finished test paper in front of him and suddenly felt irritated. So this is what it feels like to be crushed. To be honest, it doesn't feel good. Especially when the person who crushed you is the person you used to look down on the most. Ah Xian, do you think Jiang Fuyue's brain has been blessed? How did it suddenly become bright? Ling Xian looked up coldly. I don't know if she's blessed or not, but I think you need to be blessed. Hey. I'm just kidding. Calm down, calm down. Shut up. Do the exercises properly. Sun Chen was surprised. Did this guy eat gunpowder today? Jiang Fuyue took 8 minutes to finish the second paper. The fill-in-the-blanks questions were not as fast as the multiple-choice questions, but she was still far ahead of everyone else. When she was halfway done with the third paper, Ling Xian went up to take the second one. When Jiang Fuyue was on the 5th paper, her phone rang. Because it was vibrating, only she knew. She took it out and glanced at it. There were 2 missed calls, both from Han Yunru. Calling her at this time, something must have happened. Jiang Fuyue quickly finished the last step. She took the test paper, grabbed her bag, and strode to the podium. Mr. Su, I have something urgent to attend to. Can I take the last paper back and do it? Of course. Su Jing had no reason to refuse. During this period, Jiang Fuyue's talent in math Olympiad surprised and amazed him. At the hospital. Sun Honghong was lying on the hospital bed with her head and hands wrapped in gauze. What kind of lunchbox did you buy? It's disgusting. After that, she slapped her chopsticks. Han Yunru stood in front of the bed and tried her best to endure. I bought it in the cafeteria. Doctors eat it too. Who told you to buy it in the cafeteria? Do I have to eat it too when doctors eat it? Now it's your husband who hurt. Me. The doctor said that I might have a concussion and asked me to rest well. Do you know what rest is? Eat and drink well and feel good in a good mood, but how did you take care of me? You actually gave me this kind of food, don't you feel ashamed? Han Yunru took a deep breath. Okay, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it now. That's right. I won't make it difficult for you. The doctor said to eat a light diet. I think Huashan Fu's fresh meat porridge is good. Sun Honghong, don't push your luck. Huashan Fu was a famous restaurant for the rich in Linhuai. A bowl of porridge was not something a family like the Jiang family could afford. Why, are you worried about the money? Sister Han, let me remind you that brother Jiang is still in the police station. If I don't give in, will he go to jail? You. Sun Honghong turned her head and pretended to yawn elegantly. I'm sleepy. Hurry up and buy it. It'll be dark soon. You want to eat Huashan Fu's fresh meat porridge? Suddenly, a faint smile came from the door. Jiang Fuyue stepped in and stopped in front of the bed condescendingly. Do you think you're worthy? Yeah, you're here. Han Yunru forced a smile. Jiang Fuyue gave her a reassuring look. Oh, Sister Han, you even called your daughter here? Sun Honghong pinched her throat and sneered. What, are you planning to gang up with your daughter to bully me, a patient? Don't blame me for talking too much, but your daughter doesn't seem to be very polite. You have to teach her well in the future, or her life will be ruined. Han Yunru was like an angry old hen. You're already a few decades old. If you want to say something, just say it. You don't have to be so weird and disgusting. It didn't matter if she was wronged, but if anyone wanted to make things difficult for her daughter, it was not enough. Sun Honghong hurriedly said, What are you doing? Didn't I just say it casually? You're taking it so seriously. Really? Nowadays, no one listens to the truth. Han Yunru gritted her teeth in anger. Suddenly, she felt a warm sensation on the back of her hand. She turned around and met her daughter's calm gaze. Jiang Fuyue gently patted her twice. Mom, you go out first. Let me talk to this auntie alone for a while. But, don't worry. After Han Yunru left, the ward fell into a strange silence. Sun Honghong suddenly felt a chill at the back of her neck. She shifted her body uncomfortably and soon lost her cool. What do you want to tell me? I heard what you said just now. Jiang Fuyue said in a flat tone. That's good. I don't have to waste my breath. If you really love your mom and don't want her to go back and forth, then you can go and pack it for me. Remember to add an extra serving of fresh prawns. No onions and ginger. It seems that Auntie Sun is determined to blackmail my family. Ha ha ha. The woman laughed. Don't say it so harshly. What blackmail? You're just like your mom. I don't want to think about anything now. I just want to recuperate. If I'm happy one day, I'll go to the police station and tell them to let your dad out. But if I'm not happy, then... Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Is this a threat? Sun Honghong was ignorant and fearless. If you say so. It seems that you'll only talk properly if Mrs. Feng comes out. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded and turned to leave. Stop. The woman's hands and feet were cold, but she still pretended to be calm. What Mrs. Feng, Mrs. Yu? I don't understand what you're talking about. Jiang Fuyue smiled. If you really don't understand, you won't ask me to stop. Sun Honghong's face changed. Jiang Fuyue walked back to the bed. You said you don't know Mrs. Feng. Then you should know Feng Juansheng, right? I'm sorry. I've never heard of her. Although she said so, her hands unconsciously clenched the bed sheet. Then your memory is really bad. He was your benefactor. You worked for him for 5 years and took away half of his money. How can you not even remember his name? Sun Honghong's face was pale and cold sweat poured down. She suddenly raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Fuyue coldly. Who the hell are you? How did she know those things? Jiang Fuyue did not care about her roar. Her voice was still so calm that it did not stir up a single ripple. After you took away Feng Juanxiang's money, he got into a car accident and became a penniless pauper who even lost an arm. It was Mrs. Feng who stayed by his side. Now the two of them have buried the hatchet and are as loving as before. Speaking of which, you're a great contributor. However, this couple is petty and vengeful. You should know that best. Especially Mrs. Feng. When she was young, she relied on her father's fierce reputation and did whatever she wanted in the Northwest. Later, she learned to restrain herself, but that ruthlessness is still there. Say, if I tell her that you're in Linhuai. No. Please don't tell her. Sun Honghong's entire body trembled. Her face no longer had the arrogance and complacency from before, only fear and pleading remained. You mustn't tell her, or I'll be dead for sure. Jiang Fuyue was unmoved. The woman immediately rolled off the bed and knelt on the ground. She kept kowtowing. Please, I'll die. I'll really die, whether Mrs. Feng knows or not depends on whether your next actions can satisfy me. After saying that, he strode away and did not look at the woman again. That night, Sun Honghong paid the medical bills and was discharged. The next day, she went to the police station and admitted that she was the one who attacked first. Jantar accidentally hurt her in order to protect his wife. Moreover, her injuries were not serious at all. She did not intend to pursue Jantar's responsibility and hoped that the police could be magnanimous. Soon, Jantar was released. Sun Honghong ran after him and begged. Brother Jiang, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have spread rumors about sister-in-law, and I shouldn't have hit her. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Jantar's face was cold as he walked forward. It's okay if you don't forgive me, but I beg you to plead with Yeye for me. Ask her not to be so ruthless. I'll be grateful to her for the rest of my life. Yeye? Jantar stopped and looked at the woman in confusion. What does this have to do with her? Sun Honghong's expression was complicated. After a while, she said. Anyway, just put in a good word for me. I promise I won't cause trouble for you and sister-in-law in the future. Even if I see you, I'll avoid you. Jantar went home in confusion. Han Yunru was anxiously pacing around the house. When she saw him, she was shocked. Hubby, why are you back? Is the police station willing to let her go? How much do we have to pay? Did Sun Honghong ask for too much? She thought that since Jantar could be released, the matter of compensation must have been discussed. Otherwise, how could a profit-seeking person like Sun Honghong relent? But in fact, Sun Honghong went to the police station to explain. She didn't ask for compensation. How is that possible? Han Yunru frowned. Sun Honghong's attitude in the hospital yesterday was not like this. At school. What's wrong? Jantar was silent for a moment. Han Yunru couldn't help but push him. Finish your sentence. Why did you suddenly bring up your daughter? It's not me. It's Sun Honghong. Jantar roughly repeated what the other party said. What do you think she meant? She wanted Yeye not to be so ruthless. What did Yeye do? She actually made a female hooligan beg for mercy. Jantar couldn't understand. Han Yunru, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Yesterday at the hospital, it was also after Yeye came out of the ward that Sun Honghong stopped clamoring for fresh meat porridge from Huashan Fu. Honey, do you know something? Let's talk about it when Yeye comes back. Hurry up and take a shower. You smell, do I? Whoosh, smell? Hurry up. In the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue came home from school. The moment she entered the house, she saw Jantar and Han Yunru. Dad, you're out. She wasn't surprised. Yes. Jantar's expression was complicated. Han Yunru waved at her. Come, try this sour plum juice. Jiang Fuyue took 2 sips and instantly felt cold. How is it? She nodded. It's delicious. Although it was sweeter than ordinary sour plum juice, the fragrance of jasmine just diluted the greasy taste. If it's 5 yuan a cup, do you think anyone will buy it? Jiang Fuyue put down the cup and slowly looked up. If it's made into sour plum juice shaved ice, or sour plum juice ice powder, cold cakes, with some crushed hawthorn, crushed peanuts, raisins, and the like, it can be sold for 10 to 15 yuan a serving. Han Yunru's eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? After that, she rushed into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of ice breaking in the kitchen could be heard. Jantar? Didn't she say she would ask her daughter? Dad, is there anything else? No, then I'll go back to my room. Yeah, Jiang Fuyue turned around with a questioning look. Looking at the pair of peach blossom eyes that were exactly the same as his wife's, Jantar's heart softened. It's nothing. Sun Honghong just said something to me. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows, thinking that he would continue to ask. But Jantar didn't. He only said, don't do anything illegal. You have to protect yourself. Jiang Fuyue's eyebrows slightly warmed, and she nodded with a smile. Don't worry. Night fell. After Jantar and Han Yunru finished washing up, they stayed in the room. One of them did the accounting while the other studied the drinks on her phone. Honey, did you do it on purpose today? Jantar suddenly asked. What do you mean? Han Yunru put down her phone and looked at him. You said to ask Yaya when she comes back. The man said in a muffled voice. I wanted to ask at first, but when the words came to my mouth, I felt that it was unnecessary. Why? Han Yunru patted the edge of the bed and motioned for Jantar to sit over. I always feel that Yaya is more like an adult than us. Look at how orderly she speaks and does things. She knows everything. If we ask too much, it'll be a burden to her. I'm just worried. I know you're worried, but you have to give her some space. Now that the child has grown up, you can't be too strict. Jantar reluctantly agreed, but he was still worried. Before going to bed, he decided to ask Sun Honghong about the details tomorrow. However, the next day, all that awaited him was a bun shop that was about to be emptied. Hey, brother, what are you guys doing? Jantar was stunned as he watched a group of workers move in and out. This shop is closed. The owner wants to empty it today and has to sign a contract to rent it out tomorrow. They're fast and seamless. But in this area, there's really no need to worry about rent. Where's the previous lady boss of this shop? Jantar asked. I'm not sure. The man shook his head. I'm just a mover. Jantar came excitedly and returned in a daze. When he saw Han Yunru, he told her everything. She'll be fine, right? Han Yunru pursed her lips. Are you worried? Then go and look for her. I won't stop you. What are you talking about? The man blushed and his tanned face flushed red. He was anxious. Why should I be worried about her? Who is she to me? Why should I be worried about her? You're digging a hole for me to jump into again. Anyway, I won't admit to a single word. Han Yunru pursed her lips to hide her smile. Just talk. Why are you so anxious? Jantar muttered, you're the one who's talking nonsense. Sun Honghong left quietly. Even her two closest friends on this street did not receive the slightest bit of news. What's wrong with Ah Hong? The buns were selling well. Why did she leave just like that? It's too sudden. Yeah, I didn't hear her mention it when we had dinner together last week. Did she get into trouble and run away? Do you think it has anything to do with the pancake stall? That's not very likely. With Ah Hong's ability, only Jantar and his wife would be at a disadvantage. How could she run away with her tail between her legs? At night, Jantar went back home and told his daughter about it. Jiang Fuyue replied calmly and did not say anything else. Of course, Sun Honghong had to run away. Otherwise, when Feng Juanxian's wife came looking for her, she would have to give up her life in Linhuai. With the person fanning the flames gone, the rumors about Han Yunru completely subsided. The Jiang couple started to run this small shop seriously. First, it was the expansion of the business scope. In addition to the original pancakes, they introduced buns, steamed buns, soy milk and youtiao for breakfast. Jantar knew how to make all of these, and the taste was no worse than his best pancakes. In the past, the stall was narrow and there were few tools, so he did not have room to show off. Now that the shop was spacious and the kitchen was big enough, it was convenient for him to show off. Han Yunru, however, was worried about the customer flow. No matter how good the food was, it was useless if there were no customers. Jiang Fuyue smiled confidently. There are so many students in number 1 middle school. We don't have to worry about sales. Han Yunru thought to herself, there are so many students, but this is not the only breakfast shop nearby. In the end, she slapped herself in the face within 2 days. Auntie, 2 youtiao and a bowl of soy milk. Takeaway, thank you. Uncle, I don't want fruit for my pancakes. Give me more sauce. Is this the shop opened by Jiang Fuyue's parents? It should be. You can tell by looking at the line. They all want to suck the luck of the genius student. Let's go, let's hurry up. Suddenly, the Jiang family's breakfast shop became popular in number 1 middle school. How popular was it? Whoever said that they had never eaten Jiangji restaurant's pancakes would immediately receive a "you are already out of date" baptism. Then, a wave of Jiang boasting would jump out and crazily recommend it, plus a critical hit of saliva. Even if you didn't want to eat it, you would still be hungry after hearing it. Lin Xiao was a student of class 2 and 2. Her seat was diagonally in front of Jiang Fuyue and in front of Wan Shoutong. Although she was thin and had no meat on her face, she was actually a foodie. Because her family was well off, she had tasted a lot of delicacies. She had not eaten all over the world, but she had dabbled in them. Speaking of pancakes, the best she had ever eaten was the 10-full fortune from Chaoji restaurant. The skin was thin and the stuffing was rich, and the plate was exquisite. When she bit into it, the softness of the meat floss and the crispness of the fruit burst out at the same time. Together with the secret sauce, it was salty, spicy, and fresh. It was like a tap dance on the tip of the tongue. She still remembered the taste. In comparison, the Jiangji restaurant's pancakes that was praised by the whole school was probably just so. She didn't even want to try it herself. After all, who would want to eat vermicelli after eating shark's fin? After school in the afternoon, she and her friend walked together as usual. Chow chow, let's go through the back door. Why? They usually went through the front door. Her friend smiled shyly. I'm going to buy a pancake. Jiangji restaurant? Lin Xiao frowned. Yes, yes. I'll treat you. Their pancakes are delicious and their fried dough sticks are fragrant. I went there this morning and only had meat buns left. I didn't even get pancakes and fried dough sticks. I'm so depressed. Anyway, I must eat one of them today. Otherwise, I'll be sorry for the saliva I swallowed. Pfft. Is it that exaggerated? It's just a pancake. Her friend said seriously, believe me, it's really, really delicious. Okay, let's go. I'll accompany you. Although she said so, Lin Xiao still disagreed. The restaurant was not far. After exiting the school's back door, it was only a few steps away. At this moment, there was already a long line. Her friend looked desperate. Oh my God. Why are there still so many people? Am I late again? In addition to the students in school uniforms, there were also some office workers and the elderly. Hurry! Let's hurry over. Before Lin Xiao could react, she was dragged forward. Chow chow. I'm sorry. I might have to trouble you to wait for me for a few more minutes. Her friend looked apologetic. It's okay. Then what do you want to eat? It's my treat. I heard that the recently released Blizzard sour plum juice is very delicious. Do you want to try it? No, thank you. Lin Xiao's picky eyes swept across the store. Apart from the signboard that stayed for more than 2 seconds, nothing else caught her eye. After about 10 minutes, it was their turn. 2 pancakes for the family, thank you. During the process, her friend stared at it without blinking and swallowed her saliva. Lin Xiao did not even look up and only focused on playing with her phone. Okay, be careful. It's hot. Thank you, uncle. Hey, you're welcome. On the way home, her friend gave a pancake to Lin Xiao. although you said you didn't want it, I still suggest you try it. Anyway, you've already bought it. If you really don't like it, you can throw it away. Since the conversation had already reached this point, and since her friend had good intentions, Lin Xiao didn't refuse anymore. As soon as he took it, he felt a scalding sensation on his palm. Following that, a domineering fragrance wafted into his nostrils. It was the fragrance of the sauce that had been baked at high temperatures, as well as the refreshing smell of vegetables. It was rich but not greasy, and the color was distinct. Lin Xiao subconsciously swallowed her saliva, then opened her mouth and bit down. Unlike the Sherman Fu, which was full of ingredients and meticulously wrapped, this was just an ordinary pancake. It used the simplest ingredients and dipped in the most ordinary sauce, but it made people feel that it was the most delicious thing in the world. If the crust was a little too soft, it would crumble, and if it was a little too hard, it would dry. The heat was just right, between the softness and hardness of the crust. The stuffing had 3 layers of texture. The first layer was the crispness of the fruit, the second layer was the chewiness of the meat floss, and the third layer was the smoothness of the bacon. Lin Xiao was stunned. Then, she sped up her eating. What Chao's ji? What 10 full blessings? At this moment, all of them were thrown to the back of her mind, leaving only the delicious taste rolling on the tip of her tongue. Ugh, his friend was dumbfounded. Don't eat so fast. Be careful not to burn your mouth. N. Wu Jidao, I know, however, his speed did not slow down at all. His friend was quite happy. See, I didn't lie to you, right? His pancakes are delicious. At the same time, you can also absorb the luck of the god of Jianghai University. You can have both grades and food, blah blah blah. N. We went the wrong way. This is the way back. We should go this way. We didn't go the wrong way. Lin Xiao threw away the empty bag in her hand. Accompany me back to buy another one. His friend, ? I was shocked at that time. From then on, Lin Xiao officially became a member of the Jiang Fuyue Club. However, she only bragged about Jiangji Restaurant's pancakes, not Jiang Fuyue. Alright, even though there were many times when she unintentionally and unknowingly bragged, please leave some dignity for her as a fellow top student. Thank you. After Lin Xiao fell in love with the Jiangji Restaurant's pancakes, she conveniently ordered soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, porridge, and various other drinks. Burp. Lu Bowen classmate, please help me. If you continue eating, you will become a pig. Lin Xiao glanced at the half-preserved vegetable pancake in his hand and sneered. You speak as if you didn't eat it. Lu Bowen, this is a new pancake from Jiangji Restaurant, right? Is it delicious? It's delicious. The friendship between deskmates was so plastic and strong. Lin Xiao not only ate it, but she also wrote her thoughts after eating. Especially under the influence of her father, a food blogger with 3 million gold coins, her writing style was excellent. She opened her personal Weibo account when she was in elementary school. She didn't post about her daily life, nor did she make funny posts. Almost every original post was used to record food. Due to the beautiful pictures and good reviews, her fans slowly accumulated. Now, she had a little over 100,000, and most of them were active fans. Today, the account that hadn't posted for more than a month suddenly updated. Xiao is a little foodie v. Sisters, promise me that you must go to this immortal pancake restaurant. Picture. The 4 palace-long picture was full of good food and was full of sincerity. Little Lindsay, Sister Xiao is even more famous. Beauties, please appear quickly. Loudspeaker, big-faced cat doesn't love fish, leave a comment first and save the picture. I am a professional at snatching the hot topic crab, already dead Catty Tiao, the person above is excellent. Urine is a big beauty, the decoration of this restaurant is very special. Are the hemp rope picture frames and dried flower pendants on the wall purely handmade? Urine gao zigue, there are only pancakes? I don't want to eat it in the summer. Urine show you duo leave a message, there is drink. The color of the sour plum juice is so good. I'm already drooling. Does it really have the fragrance of camellias? Reader doesn't follow text. I'm begging for the restaurant's address with my blood. Catch up to ba. Someone in the picture is wearing Lin Hui First Middle School's uniform. It should be near the school. Humble author Xianxia, I am from First Middle School. This Jiangji restaurant's pancakes are really popular recently. It is said that if you eat their food, you will be possessed by the god of examination. Lin Xiao scrolled through the messages for a while and then looked at the private messages. Almost all of them were asking for the address. She left the address in the comment section, turned off the screen, and prepared to take a nap. When she woke up and found that her phone was boiling hot, she was shocked. It turned out that her father had used his main account, gluttonous old Lin, to repost her Weibo. A few uncles and aunties had also reposted and liked it. That was why there was such a big commotion. Gluttonous old Lin v. A year ago, when I sent my little girl to high school, I ate this pancake. But at that time it was still a small roadside stall. Finally, it has changed. Congratulations, scatter flowers, / Chow Chow is a little foodie v. Sisters, this wave of online celebrities brought many new customers to the Jiang family's restaurant. Anyway, Jantar and Han Yunru were getting busier by the day. Of course, their income was also increasing by the day. There's only half a month left. Meng Zhijin's tone was heavy. This year's time is too early. It's not good for us. Yu Wenzhou had a rare serious expression on his face. Previously, the competitive physics class had been in a state of relaxation. The two of them were prepared to not participate in this year's National League. Who would have thought that a dark horse like Jiang Fuyue would suddenly appear and reignite their fighting spirit? The two of them had been sparing no effort these past few days. They were getting better and better, but now they were suddenly told that they were running out of time. If it weren't for the fact that they were still in school, they would have cursed on the spot. Yu Wenzhou, weren't the preliminaries in the middle of August in the past? What's the situation this year? Meng Zhijin pondered for a moment. If I'm not wrong, the higher-ups want to give the national team time to train. After all, last year, the results weren't good. It wasn't just not good. Last year's Ipo Huaxia didn't even get a single gold medal. Yu Wenzhou clicked his tongue. It seems that the higher-ups want to reinvigorate the national team. It was easy to imagine the competition between the contestants. The current situation isn't optimistic for us, Meng Zhijin's eyes flashed. I think that opportunities and challenges coexist. What opportunities? Don't you want to know where Jiang Fuyue's limits are? How much talent does she have left? Yu Wenzhou was stunned. Every time she hands in a test paper, she gets it all right. She also never makes a mistake during her practice. Some of these questions were difficult, some were easy, and some were not uniform, but her answers were always correct. Then, what kind of difficult questions could make her rack her brains, or not be so confident in solving them? Aren't you curious? That afternoon, Meng Zhijin and Yu Wenzhou called for a last-minute meeting with the 12 members of the competitive physics class. There are 2 things I need to inform everyone. First, the preliminary exam for this year's national physics competition has been set. July 12th. Huh? So early? My experiment hasn't even started yet. It's over. There's still half a month left. It's not even enough time to prepare. It's too sudden. There's no preparation at all. Quiet. Let me finish. Meng Zhijin's dignified voice traveled to everyone's ears. Soon, the classroom returned to silence, but the atmosphere was a bit more solemn than before. Due to the lack of time, with our current progress, we won't be able to finish learning all the content before the preliminaries. Therefore, after discussing with Teacher Yu, we have decided to conduct intensive training for everyone for the next half a month. As the name suggests, centralized training means that it has to be centralized. Other than the centralized personnel, the teaching content also has to be centralized. To put it simply, it means that you have to spend all your time during the day learning how to compete. You don't have to panic about the experiment because the preliminaries won't be tested. The main part is still the theoretical part. Because it involves the suspension of classes, I've already reported it to the school, and the grade has also agreed. However, based on the principle of voluntary participation, I won't force it. You can choose between the daily classes and the training. Go back tonight and discuss with your parents. Give me an answer by tomorrow at the latest. At this point, he had already made himself very clear. The right to choose was in the hands of the students. Jiang Fuyue was the first to stand up and say, "I'm fine with it." Another 5 people agreed on the spot. The remaining 6 also brought back the feedback from their parents the next day. All of them had joined, and no one had left. At this point, the vigorous competition training began. In the first 2 classes in the morning, Meng Zhijian would analyze the new knowledge points, and in the last 3 classes, he would test them in class and comment on them on the spot. At noon, they would rest as usual. In the afternoon, they would test their mastery of the knowledge points in the morning. Usually, they would do test papers. The minimum would be 2 sets, and the maximum would be 4 sets. The intensity was so great that it made them doubt their life. However, this was just the beginning. As the knowledge points they grasped continued to increase, the difficulty of the questions also increased visibly. Firstly, the overlapping of multiple knowledge points had a strong comprehensive effect. Secondly, the training standards were getting closer and closer to the preliminaries. In just 3 days, there were students who directly vomited in class. They were sent to the school doctor's office, and the diagnosis was as follows, or physiological rejection caused by high mental stress. However, in the afternoon, this student returned to class and continued with class. "Student Jiang, can I sit next to you?" Jiang Fuyue and Lu Bowen sat together, but there was an empty seat next to her. Lu Bowen smiled. "Ho Siyuan, you just vomited this morning. Do you still want to continue looking for abuse?" It was originally a joke, but Ho Siyuan nodded seriously. "The doctor said that I have to take the initiative to adapt in order to overcome the psychological barrier. Otherwise, it will always be like this." That was why he came to find the great demon Jiang Fuyue. He wanted to experience the feeling of tyrannical suppression up close. "Young man, you have a good idea." Lu Bowen gave him a thumbs up. Ho Siyuan's gaze fell on Jiang Fuyue. He swallowed nervously. "Can I?" "Yes." The seat wasn't hers, so she could do whatever she wanted. While the 3 of them were talking, Jiang Fuyue's pen didn't stop moving. When the bell rang, she had already finished the entire test paper and casually tossed it aside. Needless to say, it was definitely all right again. Lu Bowen was fine. He was already used to this. However, Ho Siyuan didn't know this. He stared blankly, his whole person dumbfounded. After class, Jiang Fuyue went to the bathroom. Lu Bowen took the opportunity to lean over and snapped his fingers in front of this little bro. "Hey, come back to your senses." Ho Siyuan moved his eyes with difficulty. After a while, he focused. She, doesn't she look like an emotionless test paper machine?" Ho Siyuan nodded fiercely. "It's too scary. Doesn't she use draft paper? I even suspect that she doesn't even need to look at the questions. She can directly write the answers." Student Ho's worldview was attacked and destroyed like a storm. How did she do it? Lu Bowen spread his hands and shrugged. "Maybe God knows." "Know what?" Jiang Fuyue came back. Lu Bowen immediately retracted his hand. Ho Siyuan also subconsciously sat up straight with his back straight. Meng Zhijian's so-called intensive training was, to put it bluntly, a high-intensity, sea of questions tactic. Don't worry about anything else. Doing questions is the way to go. Jiang Fuyue didn't have any objections to this. She was originally an expert and also liked this kind of direct approach. No matter how much she listened or talked, in the end, she had to do it. There were many people who understood but couldn't answer the questions. Since that was the case, why not enjoy the pleasure of actual combat? She was like a fish in water, but the others seemed to have lost half their lives. Even Lu Bowen, who had a solid foundation and a quick mind, almost couldn't bear it, let alone a weakling like Ho Siyuan. That's right, he vomited again. Fortunately, he had prepared a disposable plastic bag in advance to avoid that unspeakable scene. "I'm sorry. I tried, but I couldn't control it." He had no doubt that if he hadn't vomited into the plastic bag this time, and instead, Jiang Fuyue definitely wouldn't have been willing to continue being his deskmate. "Old Meng, we can't go on like this." Yu Wenzhou looked away and turned to Meng Zhijian. "The intensity is too high, And the students in the class are all uneven. If we run too fast in front, those behind us will only be dragged to death. If he can't keep up, then quit. Otherwise, if he met someone like Ho Si-yuan, who caused psychological problems for a child just because of a competition, the losses would outweigh the gains. It's no use. Yu Wenzhou shook his head. Look at him. Do you think he'll quit? He went to the infirmary in the morning, then ran back to class in the afternoon. He even took the initiative to switch to Jiang Fuyue's side. Meng Zhijian frowned. I'll call his parents. Let's wait and see. Maybe he can keep up? Ho Si-yuan definitely wasn't the only one who felt the strain under the high-intensity training. It was only because his reaction was too big that he attracted special attention. This also showed that there was a problem with the current training. But they couldn't think of a good solution in a short period of time. They could only take it one step at a time. If only there were a few more students like Jiang Fuyue. Meng Zhijian sighed. Yu Wenzhou followed his gaze and saw the girl's thin but straight back. He couldn't help but laugh. Do you think geniuses are radishes in the ground? You can pluck as many as you want. What kind of daydream are you having? Come on. You dare say you don't think that way? Yu Wenzhou shook his head seriously. Absolutely not. Meng Zhijian curled his lips. Like hell I'd believe you. On the 5th day of training, a new person joined the class. Ling Xian, find a seat first. Thank you, Teacher Meng. Lu Bowen hissed. Why is he here? As he spoke, his gaze locked onto Jiang Fuyue. Cough. Back then, Ling, the cutest guy in school, had come to their class to publicly reject Jiang Fuyue. In the end, he'd been checkmated. He'd seen the whole thing with his own eyes. Lu Bowen didn't believe that these two had nothing to do with each other. But their specific relationship was mysterious and wonderful. Even with his fiery eyes, he couldn't see through it. For example, Ling Xian's gaze was glued to Jiang Fuyue as soon as he entered the classroom. But Jiang Fuyue? The school hunk wasn't as good-looking as the test paper in her hands. From today onwards, we have one more member in our team. In the near future, Ling Xian will join us in the examination. Welcome, Student Ling, sit here. I have an empty seat here too. It wasn't hard to see that Ling Xian was very popular in the whole grade and even in the whole school. However, he refused all of them and walked straight to Jiang Fuyue. Then, he sat down in front of her, leaving the back of his head to her. Lu Bowen, ? Why did he choose the front row, Ho Si-yuan, ? I suspected that he wanted my position, but I didn't know how to ask. Jiang Fuyue had already finished filling in the blanks and making choices. She was ready to tackle the big questions. As for Ling Xian, perhaps in her eyes, it was equivalent to air. After class, the reason why Ling Xian was in the competitive physics class was exposed. Sure enough, the school hunk was popular no matter where he went. I heard that he applied for it himself. You guys don't know, right? When Ling, the cutest guy in school, first entered high school, he was in both the math Olympiad and competitive physics classes. However, due to limited energy, he gave up on competitive physics because he wanted to specialize in one subject. Teacher Meng regretted it for a long time. Then why did he come back now? Who knows? Maybe there was a conflict between the two classes before, so he couldn't attend at the same time. Now that the schedule has been adjusted and someone has set a precedent, Ling, the cutest guy in school, probably couldn't bear to give up on competitive physics, so he came back. Oh right, he's also in the math Olympiad class. Isn't that the same as Jiang Fuyue? Everyone looked in a certain direction at the same time. Actually, they rarely mentioned Jiang Fuyue in their conversations. For some reason, they all subconsciously avoided her. Perhaps her solitary ways had created a gap between herself and the others, or perhaps she was already standing on a different plane from the others, or perhaps outstanding people often found it difficult to accept the existence of someone more outstanding than them. In short, Jiang Fuyue was high above everyone else and had a sense of distance. This feeling was even stronger than that of Ling Xian. Otherwise, why would they talk about the school hunk without any pressure, but keep Jiang Fuyue a secret? Here, the competitive physics training was in full swing. On the other hand, the math Olympiad class wasn't very happy. To be precise, Su Jing was unhappy. Meng Zhijian and Yuan Zhou, those two wolves, first snatched Jiang Fuyue from him, then used some unknown method to trick Ling Xian into leaving. Old Zhao, as the head of the grade, are you going to do something about it? Zhao Taijun slowly sipped his tea. How do you want me to do something about it? Of course you want me to get her back. Is the student willing to do that? Su Jing didn't say anything. Jiang Fuyue already works 2 classes. Now that Ling Xian has applied, I can't stop him. How can I treat him differently? Besides, he has the ability to take care of both. Su Jing's displeasure was written all over his face. So you want to sacrifice the math Olympiad for the physics competition? You can't do that. Old Su, don't be so anxious. Don't talk about sacrifice. When the preliminaries for the physics competition are over, Jiang Fuyue and Ling Xian will still be yours. You only need half a month. Half a month is too little? You'll regress if you don't practice for even a day. Is that so? Zhao Taijun glanced at him coldly, but I heard that although Jiang Fuyue and Ling Xian didn't go to class, they always finished their homework on time and almost all of them were correct. Su Jing choked. Zhao Taijun patted him on the shoulder. Old Su, you can't be so stingy. Be more generous. Don't you want to test the potential of these 2 kids? Go away. Don't give me that. His actions were disdainful, but his eyes were thoughtful. After this conversation, Su Jing reluctantly accepted the fact that his beloved disciple had been snatched away. However, he turned around and handed Jiang Fuyue and Ling Xian the papers without hesitation. A total of 7 sets of questions, 28 pages. Finish it this week. Any problems? Jiang Fuyue's expression was indifferent. No. If she wanted to, she could finish 17 sets, let alone 7. Ling Xian paused for a moment before nodding. He had already started to plan the time in his mind. There were 4 days left in the week. 28 pages. On average, he had to finish at least 7 pages a day. With his current speed, it would take him about 3 to 4 hours. He could only use the time after school. Therefore, all the training for the physics competition class had to be completed during the day. Otherwise, he would have to stay up late. After leaving the office, Jiang Fuyue walked in front of him. Ling Xian had already silently planned his upcoming study plan. He looked up and his gaze fell on the girl's back. She seemed to be slimmer than ordinary girls, but her back was straighter. She had an indescribable temperament, or rather, an aura. Jiang Fuyue, wait. Ling Xian chased after her. What's the matter? She turned around. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were shining. When their eyes met, Ling Xian subconsciously avoided her gaze. However, he felt that it was too cowardly. He forced himself to look at her in the eyes. Let's do the test papers together this weekend? No need. I don't mean anything else. You and I are the only ones in the school who participated in the physics competition and mathematical Olympiad at the same time. If we work together, we'll get twice the result with half the effort. I don't think I need to explain this to you. Jiang Fuyue smiled. I don't mean anything else. I just don't think it's necessary. Ling Xian, ? Ling Xian stood rooted to the ground. Jiang Fuyue had already walked some distance away. It seemed that she had only given him the view of her back. Ling Xian was agitated by this scene and shouted at her. Jiang Fuyue, I won't always be left behind by you. The figure continued to walk forward without stopping. Reality proved that words alone were useless. When the disparity in strength was too great, it was normal for the gap to widen. Jiang Fuyue's 28 pages were all completed and handed over to Su Jing on Friday. This was under the premise that the training progress was not delayed, and the accuracy rate was as high as 100%. Ling Xian, on the other hand, was on the last day of the deadline. Although the accuracy rate was not bad, it was far from Jiang Fuyue's mythical level of full marks. The slightest mistake could lead to a huge difference. Although the difference between 99 and 100 was only 1, this one was enough to create a huge gap. Su Jing did not say anything. In his opinion, it was not that Ling Xian was not good enough. On the contrary, he was already very outstanding. It was just that he was unlucky to meet Jiang Fuyue, who was not human. There was no harm without comparison. When two people stood together, there would always be one who was taller. Why are you sighing? Meng Zhijian was marking papers and could not help but look up when he heard the sound. Su Jing did not answer. Instead, she asked him, "How's Xian doing recently?" "Pretty good. Other than Jiang Fuyue, he's the first to hand in his paper. Although he hasn't studied for a year, his foundation is solid and he's willing to work hard." Su Jing's brows did not relax after hearing this. Instead, they furrowed even tighter. Meng Zhijian found it strange. The student has the awareness. Why are you still worried? I'm just worried that the bow will break easily if it's too tight. You mean? Su Jing glanced at him. I don't believe that you can't see that Xian applied to return to the competitive physics class to compete with Jiang Fuyue. Only with competition can there be improvement. I don't think there's a problem. Jiang Fuyue is a catfish, and the remaining sardines are being chased by her. That's a good thing. Think about Xian's attitude towards learning in the past, and what is his attitude now? In the past, because he was confident enough, he was neither too fast nor too slow, and every step he took was easy. Now that he was anxious, it was hard to guarantee that his rhythm would not be disrupted. For an outstanding student, this kind of competition was too risky. The slightest carelessness would cause their mentality to collapse. Meng Zhijian understood his concerns, but he also had his own opinion. Don't underestimate Xian. Jiang Fuyue worked in 3 places every day, which was dull but fulfilling. Occasionally, she would go to the previous bookstore to take a look. However, such a good thing like picking up a bargain would only happen once in a blue moon, so she did not have much hope. After browsing through the old book section as usual, he didn't find anything good. Turning around, he went to the computer technology and construction engineering section. There was almost no one here, so it was a good place to be alone. Jiang Fuyue found the book that she hadn't finished last time at the fixed position and continued to flip through the book. She stayed there for 2 hours. Because she handed in her paper early, she left school early. It was just the normal end of school for number 1 middle school. She put the book back in its original position, and when she pushed the door open, she brushed past an old man. Jiang Fuyue didn't pay much attention to him. Su Kaiqing walked to the front desk of the bookstore. "Excuse me, do you sell old books here?" The owner nodded. Yes. He was secretly puzzled. What's going on recently? Everyone doesn't want new books and is buying old books. Su Kaiqing's old eyes lit up. Can I go take a look? Of course. Go straight this way until you reach the end and turn left. It's all over the place. Thank you. This was the 3rd time Su Kaiqing came to Huai this month. The first 2 times, he was in a hurry and didn't have time to look for worry before the school called him back to the capital several times. When old Peter found out, he was so anxious in California that he wanted to grow wings and fly over to look for him. Su Kaiqing was also anxious. He used the fastest time to arrange the things at hand to ensure that he wouldn't be called back to school because of trivial matters in the short term. Then, he used his identity as the director of the National Physics Competition Committee to go south to Huai to inspect the situation of the questions. Only then did he get a week's leave. It was too difficult for him. Sir, what books are you looking for? I can help. The shop assistant saw him standing in front of the bookshelf for a long time and kindly asked him. Are there any manuscripts in these old books? Manuscripts? The shop assistant was puzzled. Are they handwritten manuscripts? Su Kaiqing waved his hand. They look like notebooks, but the contents are in English. It's not the common printed font, but handwritten. There are a total of 7 books, and they talk about physics. The shop assistant thought for a moment. I don't understand English, so I don't know if the contents are related to physics. But there are indeed 7 notebooks in this pile of old books. They have dark green covers and look exactly the same. Only the numbers on the covers are different. Yes, yes, yes. Su Kaiqing had just casually entered a bookstore and casually asked if there were any old books for sale. He didn't expect to find the right one by accident, he was excited, like a dried-up tree meeting a rain, or a traveler meeting an oasis. The shop assistant was shocked. "But sir, this set of books has already been bought." I know. Can you tell me who bought it?" "This." The shop assistant was a little embarrassed. "I don't know that person." Su Kaiqing suppressed the excitement in his heart. "Do you have any impression of what the other party looks like?" "Tall, short, fat, thin, approximate age, and appearance characteristics." "Yes." How could he not have any impression? "That girl is tall, thin, and very beautiful. She's also wearing a school uniform. She should be a middle school student." "Wait." Before the shop assistant finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Kaiqing. "A girl? Wearing a school uniform? Are you sure? How could it be? How could Cho be a girl? Even if she was a girl, she shouldn't be wearing a school uniform," the shop assistant said seriously. "I remember very clearly that she bought it." "Maybe it was first bought by this girl, and then fell into the hands of Cho." Yes, this was the only possibility. In other words, this girl had direct contact with Cho. As long as they could find her, Su Kaiqing's dimmed eyes suddenly brightened. "Can you find that girl?" "Ah. She just left." Jiang Fuyue knew nothing about this. She walked through the familiar streets, and not far away was the apartment building where she lived. Suddenly, she stopped and narrowed her eyes. "Brother Hu," she stopped. "Did she find us?" Six stuck his head against the wall and looked around. "Impossible." Jiang Fuyue suddenly turned around and her eyes fell on the place where they were hiding. "You've been following us for so long. Don't you want to come out and have a chat?" 3 seconds of dead silence. Then, 2 people slowly walked out from the corner. "It's you?" Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. "What's the matter?" Jiang Fuyue went straight to the point. Hu Ben's prepared opening speech was stuck in his throat. He had no choice but to swallow it back down. "There's something," he said. "Speak. Do you want me to treat you to a meal? Let's chat while drinking?" Jiang Fuyue glanced at him with a faint smile. "Do you think it's appropriate?" Hu Ben glanced at her school uniform and her overly young face. It was indeed not appropriate. 8 p.m., Spring Wind Street, Mrs. Nyo's food stall. After that, Jiang Fuyue turned around and left. Hu Ben did not follow her. Night, 8 p.m. Spring Wind Street was experiencing a peak flow of customers. Food stalls could be seen everywhere. People from all walks of life gathered here. Hu Ben sat on a plastic chair with a small square table in front of him. There was a plate of salted peanuts on the table. "What time is it now?" He peeled one and threw it into his mouth. Six took out his phone. 7:50 p.m. "Brother Hu, do you think she's playing with us?" "Doesn't look like it. But it's already so late and she's still not here. What's the hurry? Let's wait a little longer." After a few minutes, Jiang Fuyue still did not appear. Six pursed his lips. Women talk like farts. Hu Ben frowned and his expression was ugly. Just as the 2 of them were about to get up and leave, a pair of long legs stopped beside them. They looked up and met the girl's cold eyes under the cap. Hu Ben was shocked. He wanted to retreat but almost fell. Six looked down at his phone. The time was exactly 20:00 p.m. Come, sit." Hu Ben forced a smile and gestured for Six to make way for Jiang Fuyue. "Don't bother." She walked to the opposite side and sat down. Hu Ben ordered the dishes. When he asked for wine, Jiang Fuyue said she did not drink. "Okay, lady boss, give me a drink." This time, Jiang Fuyue didn't wear her school uniform. Instead, she wore a pure-colored cotton t-shirt and cropped jeans, revealing her snow-white and slender ankles. It had completely blended into the surroundings. At first glance, it was not conspicuous. But from Hu Ben's angle, he could still see that her back was straighter than a normal person's. Although the brim of the hat covered most of her face, the exposed skin was as white as snow. Whether it was her figure, temperament, or behavior, she didn't look like a high school student. "You only have 20 minutes, Jiang Fuyue said calmly. "If you have something to say, say it." The moment he looked up, Hu Ben hurriedly retracted his gaze. Cough. Last time, my brother and I were tricked by you. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and leaned back in her chair. So, you're here to settle accounts with me today? Don't be so hostile. We're friends after all, Jiang Fuyue did not reply. Hu Ben continued shamelessly, it was fate that brought us together. As the saying goes, 100 years of cultivation is enough to sail the same boat, 1,000 years. Jiang Fuyue's eyes turned cold. No. I'm just giving an example, an example. You still have 15 minutes, Yu reminded him. Hu Ben gritted his teeth. Since you're so powerful, you shouldn't mind showing us a way to make money. What do you mean? My men were beaten up because of you. Now, 2 of them are lying in bed. Hu Ben's tone suddenly deepened. How do you think we should solve this? Jiang Fuyue understood. The so-called way to make money, to put it bluntly, was extortion. And she, unfortunately, was being extorted. How do you want to solve it? Running Tiger looked into the pair of black and white eyes and felt an indescribable sense of guilt. You should at least pay for the medicine. As expected, Jiang Fuyue asked him, you used to lead a group of men to fight with others. If you were injured, would the other party compensate you? I'm afraid there's no such rule in the entire world. Why, are you planning to establish a sect and become a founder? Hu Ben's face twitched. It's not a problem for you to be a founder, but it's not good for you to pick on me. What's not good? Jiang Fuyue got up. It's not good for you. Little Six immediately stood up as well. UB*TCH, why are you? The next second, he looked into Jiang Fuyue's cold eyes and suddenly lost his voice. It was as if an invisible hand was strangling his neck. Jiang Fuyue said, we agreed that no matter who wins or loses, you're not allowed to find trouble with the other party in the future. You agreed and even swore. If you go back on your words, you'll be struck by lightning. Think carefully. It doesn't count. You set up a trap and deliberately led me into it. Then did you do it? Hu Ben, you're stupid and you're blaming others for being too smart. That's not right, right? Hu Ben, who was nailed to the word stupid, oh my god. She's too good at humiliating people, F***ck. Okay. Jiang Fuyue raised her hand. It's exactly 20 minutes. We won't see each other again. Stop right there, Six rushed out and said in a fierce tone. Hu Ben didn't say anything and tacitly agreed with Six's behavior. Jiang Fuyue turned around and smiled mysteriously in the night. Why? Do you want to use force? Six's eyes flickered. He was indeed thinking of doing so. If they really fought, 2 grown men wouldn't be afraid that they couldn't control a little girl. You can try. Jiang Fuyue stood still and faced the 2 of them with a distance of 3 meters between them. However, please be mentally prepared to bear the consequences. As for the consequences, she didn't say it, but the 2 of them felt their hair stand on end. They thought about how she had set up a fight between the 2 parties and benefited from it. She had also used a few words of advice to get them out of detention and successfully got them out of the police station. In the end, she had used him to put the other party's people in gunny sacks. No one knew what happened to those bodyguards now. Hu Ben was terrified. Moreover, since she dared to go alone in the middle of the night, she most likely had a backup plan. 6. Let her go. Brother Hu. In the end, the 2 of them could only watch Jiang Fuyue leave. Brother. Are we just going to let it go? What else can we do? Anyway, we only want money. Why don't we go to her parents? Hu Ben fell into deep thought. Obviously, he was a little tempted by this suggestion. They were a group of hooligans. Whether it was fighting or fighting, in the end, it was all for money. Let me think about it first. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Early the next morning, Six ran to Hu Ben excitedly. Brother, we can go now. Hu Ben had just woken up and his brain was a little slow. What? Go to the pancake stall and ask that stinky girl's parents for money. I've already prepared the weapons. If they don't give it to us, we'll smash the shop. Hu Ben frowned and hesitated. Brother, the medical fees at the clinic can't be delayed any longer. Otherwise, Ah Kai and Ah Zhuang will be kicked out. Okay. I'll go. This guy only takes what's convenient. He can't take what's sharpened. I know. We're only after money, not lives. After leaving the house, the two of them didn't go directly to the pancake shop. Instead, they settled down at a noodle stall downstairs. There was today's Morning Post on the table. Hu Ben picked it up and read it as he ate. Then, the more he read, the slower his movements became. In the end, he stopped chewing and his eyes widened. 6. Brother? Brother? Look at Li Shui and the Li family. Are they the group of people who fought with us the other day? After that fight, Hu Ben specifically asked Six to investigate the group of bodyguards. They belonged to a local security company and were now employed by the Li family. Naturally, he had a rough idea of the Li family's background. Combined with the information he got from the bodyguard that day, he seemed to understand why Jiang Fuyue wanted him to block the Li family. But what happened after that? What would she do? This thought only flashed through Hu Ben's mind for a moment before it disappeared. He thought that he must be possessed. Jiang Fuyue was just a high school student. Even if she was a little smart, what could she do to the Li family? They could kill you with a stomp of their feet. In the end, you could only swallow your anger. But just 3 minutes ago, when Hu Ben read the contents of the newspaper and confirmed it again, he was shocked and his face hurt. Behind Zhang Yating's suicide, the consequences of a school bullying and the arrest of 2 murder suspects, the headline was printed very large, so it was particularly eye-catching. The main article used a long paragraph to describe the whole incident in detail, from the exposure of the bullying video to the frenzy of public opinion, and finally the sentencing of the Li couple. The once unshakable tree was uprooted just like that. Hu Ben's scalp went numb. He had a strong intuition that this incident had something to do with Jiang Fuyue. There was no reason or basis. It was just an instinctive reaction to danger and the unknown. Hey! Brother, why are you leaving just like that? Aren't you going to ask for money? He turned back and sneered, if you're not afraid of death, then go ahead. No. It's just asking for money. Why does it matter if I die or not? Hu Ben rushed home in one breath. Without saying anything, he poured 2 large glasses of cold water. When his mother saw this, she couldn't help but nag, don't drink unboiled water, don't drink unboiled water. She said countless times, but neither of you listened. Usually, Hu Ben would say a few words, but now he didn't say anything. His hands were on the table as he panted. Fear, lingering fear, panic, all kinds of emotions flooded him like a tide. After an unknown amount of time, he finally managed to calm down. He turned around and walked out of the living room. He sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened from the inside, and a sleepy-eyed fat boy walked out. When he saw the big brother he admired the most, his eyes lit up. Brother! You didn't go out? Okay. Hu Ben put out his cigarette and stood up. Hurry up and wash your face. I'll send you to school after breakfast. Yay! Big brother, can you help me teach Jiang Qinqing a lesson? He's too hateful. He only knows how to complain, causing me to be punished by the teacher. Hu Ben's casual response was nothing more than a warning and intimidation, which were all routine operations. However, this name, Hu Ben found the name familiar. Who did you say he was going to teach a lesson to? Jiang Qinqing. Last time, it was her sister who brought people to beat me up. Little Fatty came up and tugged at his trousers, his eyes bright. Brother, have you already taught her a lesson? Hu Ben wanted to faint on the spot. In the end, little Fatty went out crying. He had a big question, why did his brother suddenly flip out? He even warned him not to bully Jiang Qinqing in the future, or else he would beat him up. Ugh, was life finally going to make a move on his little Juju, Xing Yonglin? Why do you keep looking at Jiang Qinqing? The girl at the same table blinked curiously. Little Fatty retracted his gaze, pursed his lips, and didn't say anything. Oh. I know, do you want to beat him up again? No, the teacher said that we can't fight, or else we'll call the parents. If we call the parents, we'll be scolded and may even be beaten up. Little Fatty ignored his deskmate's chatter, stared at his chubby little fists, and fell into deep thought. To beat or not to beat, Jiang Fuyue and her brother knew nothing about Hu Ben's dilemma. Seeing that half of the physical competition training had passed, the pressure on everyone was increasing. After Ho Siyuan vomited, another student fainted in the classroom. The school doctor pointed at Meng Jijian. Every day, if you don't make these kids sick, as teachers, you won't feel comfortable, right? Cough. It's a special situation. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Are you the doctor, or am I the doctor? Meng Jijian was embarrassed. You are, old Meng. The school doctor's tone suddenly lowered and said seriously, this can't go on. Back in the office, he repeated the same words to Yu Wenzhou. The latter sighed deeply. It's not a good idea to rush things to help them grow. We have to think of another way. It's easy for you to say, why don't you think about it? There are still 7 days left, but the overall progress is a quarter slower than expected. If we want to catch up, we have to hurry. No. Meng Jijian interrupted. It's already hard enough now. Hurry up? Do you really want the whole class to go to the infirmary? What's the hurry? I haven't finished speaking. It won't work if we hurry up. Biting off more than you can chew won't work. Even if we catch up, the final result won't be good. The two of them discussed but still couldn't come up with a plan. Forget it, I'll go to class first. Meng Jijian stepped into the classroom just as the bell rang. When he passed by Ho Siyuan, he stopped and wanted to ask him how he was adapting. However, he saw the kid holding a notebook and madly copying. Cough. Teacher Meng? Student Ho looked up. Are you still vomiting? Can you keep up with the progress? I can keep up, and I'm not vomiting anymore. Well, that's good. What are you copying? Ho Siyuan, important test points and predictions of compulsory exam questions. Huh? Did he and old you summarize such things? Meng Jijian came over to take a look. Then, his eyes became deeper and deeper. Who did this? Lu Bowen. Ho Siyuan pointed to his left. Meng Jijian's eyes followed closely. Lu Bowen, sister, you highlighted the key points and checked the questions. I'm only responsible for organizing them in the notebook. At this time, Jiang Fuyue came in from outside and was about to return to her seat. Meng Jijian suddenly had a bold and crazy idea. 5 minutes later. What? Jiang Fuyue is a substitute teacher? Can she do it? When Meng Jijian finished speaking, the same question popped up in everyone's minds. It wasn't that they had any opinions about Jiang Fuyue. Of course, she was very strong. She was the first to hand in the papers every time, and she got all the questions correct. However, doing and teaching were two different things. Meng Jijian guessed their concerns and didn't say much. He only said, there's a teaching and research conference in the city. Your teacher you will also be there, so we'll arrange it like this for today. Otherwise, you won't be able to make any progress even if you study by yourselves. Competition was difficult. Unless they were geniuses, self-studying was nonsense. Okay, it's decided then. Jiang Fuyue, come up. He made the final decision. After Meng Jijian left, Jiang Fuyue stood on the podium and stared at the students below. The atmosphere was inexplicably awkward. Even Ling Xian, who had been immersed in doing questions, couldn't help but lift his eyelids to look at her. Jiang Fuyue sighed. Well, with the current training method, there were a lot of problems. Why not change it? After leaving the class to Jiang Fuyue, Meng Jijian left without looking back. As soon as he entered the office, he bumped into Yu Wenzhou. Yu Wenzhou was surprised. Aren't you in class? Why are you back? I was just about to send some papers over. No need. Meng Jijian waved his hand. Put the things back. Yu Wenzhou was puzzled. What's going on? You don't have class? I asked Jiang Fuyue to substitute. Meng Jijian smiled like an old fox. Let's go out for a bit. Who did you ask to substitute? Jiang Fuyue. Old Meng, do you have a fever? What's wrong with your brain? You want a student to teach another student? Hey, don't get so excited. Listen to me first. Jiang Fuyue and Lu Bowen wrote a notebook. It's full of, the two old buddies talked as they walked, farther and farther away, early the next morning, before class started. See you, and ran to the great office. At that time, Meng Zijian was using Jiang Fuyue to annoy Su Jing. His posture was just short of saying that he was the first wife. Su Jing, who was the second wife, was also not to be trifled with. It's in your hands now, but it doesn't mean it will be in the future. Should I come back later? Ho Siyuan stood at the door, not knowing whether to enter or leave. He was at a loss. Ahem. The two of them immediately straightened their faces and regained their dignity. Across from them, Yuanzhou curled his lips in disdain. Come in. Meng Zijian slowly lifted the lid of his cup and took a sip of hot tea. What's the matter? Are you still going to the meeting today? He was surprised. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just that if you're going, can you let Jiang Fuyue continue to substitute? Meng Zijian's eyebrows twitched, but he said, why? I originally wanted to let Ling Xian. No, Jiang Fuyue is fine. There's no need to change. Is this your opinion alone, or, we all have a share? Suddenly, a dozen heads popped out from the doorframe. Meng Zijian! Exclamation point. Seeing this, Su Jing could not help but chuckle. Old Meng, it seems that you can't do it. Because the opinions of the masses were too unified, Meng Zijian, who originally hadn't had a meeting, went out for a meeting. He also called Yuanzhou along. Jiang Fuyue didn't expect that she would have to be a teacher for another day. But since she had already done it, it wouldn't make a difference even if she did it once or twice. Then, continue with the main points? All right. Everyone's eyes lit up, and their laptops were on standby. Sister Yu's class was so ordinary. She marked the main points in the morning and checked the questions in the afternoon. This knowledge, everyone pricked up their ears. Jiang Fuyue, no. For the next topic, there is a 50% chance that you will be tested this year. 2 years ago, it was combined with the unit circle. Last year, it was covered with trigonometric functions. This year, if I am not mistaken, it should be a sequence of numbers. Among them, the difficulty of equivalence is higher than the sequence of numbers. You can refer to example 9. After 2 days of trimming and combing, Jiang Fuyue reduced the knowledge points to 1/3 of the original. She also cut the example questions by half. Lu Bowen, on the other hand, made a list of the 68 compulsory physics exam questions based on the probability she said from high to low. At the beginning, someone asked, how do you know if you will be tested or not? What if you guessed wrong? That's why I mentioned the probability of each question. To put it more professionally, it is probability. That person asked again, where did your so-called probability come from? Did you just randomly fabricate it based on your imagination? Based on a comprehensive analysis of the physics Olympiad questions from all provinces and autonomous regions in the past 5 years, is this data source convincing? If not, there is a longitudinal comparison of the physics Olympiad questions from Linhui City in the past 10 years, as well as an analysis of all the original physics questions from Professor Zhang Zhongwei in the past 3 years. Do you have any questions? No. They didn't dare to, even someone as arrogant as Ling Xian couldn't help but be shocked. She actually finished so many questions without a word and even considered the question setter. It was simply, he was insane. Inhumane, Meng Zijian and Yuanzhou, who were eavesdropping outside the classroom, were also shocked. Old Meng, why are you trembling? You are the one trembling. Yuanzhou swallowed. If this continues, do you think we will lose our jobs? Meng Zijian thought about it seriously and answered. It is very possible. In order to avoid going home early and eating their own food, Meng Zijian and Yuanzhou, who had been in meetings for 2 days, finally stopped on the 3rd day. But when they picked up their lesson plans and stood on the podium conscientiously, ready to express their enthusiasm and become gardeners again, they bitterly realized that the flowers they had painstakingly planted were no longer the same flowers they used to be. Teacher Meng, are we going to test this? What is the probability? What knowledge points are usually combined with? Is the difficulty of the question high or low? Will it appear more often in fill-in-the-blank questions or difficult questions? Is it possible for it to be the finale? Meng Zhijin, question mark. Jiang Fuyue, what did you do to my flowers? The class continued to progress, but the private notes were being copied. Lu Bowen took advantage of the fact that he was deskmate with a prodigy and added to the content from time to time. In less than half a day, the notes were serialized. Ho Siyuan stopped vomiting, and the other students stopped fainting. The anxious atmosphere in the class gradually calmed down. It was as if the notes were the foundation. With one in hand, the world was mine. The most direct change was the spirit of the competitive physics class. It was more than just a new look. It was not an exaggeration to say that the world had been turned upside down. Meng Zhijian and Yu Wenzhou saw this and felt both emotional and ashamed. After all this time, the two of them added together were not as useful as Jiang Fuyue. After Su Jing found out, she criticized Meng Zhijian and praised Jiang Fuyue. You are worthy of being called a good seedling that I found myself. Meng Zhijian, shameless. Praising others is one thing, but you even praised yourself. However, Zhao Taijun had a different opinion. Guessing the questions? That's easy for you to say. Look at all the famous teachers on the internet every year. How many of them have guessed correctly? The office suddenly fell silent. You're so young, yet you're not down to earth and learning. You're so good at guessing. Are you talking about me, head Zhao? Jiang Fuyue stood at the door with her backpack on her right shoulder. She held it tightly with one hand. Her eyes were slightly curved as she smiled faintly. Cough, Zhao Taijun clenched his fist and almost choked. Actually, he did not really want to argue. He just said it casually. Who would have thought? Jiang Fuyue looked straight ahead and walked straight to Su Jing's desk. Teacher, I'm here to get the papers. Oh. Here, there are 2 papers. Envelope A is yours, and envelope B is Ling Xian's. You can give it to him. Okay. I'll be leaving first. When she walked past Zhao Taijun, she paused. Head Zhao, have you heard of a saying? What? When he met the girl's clear eyes, Zhao Taijun felt a little guilty. Actually, she was quite a good kid. He was just used to being serious and did not know how to praise others. Jiang Fuyue tilted her head and smiled at him. This saying is, no matter if it's black or white, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Oh yes, how many questions do you think I guessed correctly? It's okay. I'll ask Teacher Meng to tell you when the papers are out. She was innocent and harmless. Okay. Meng Zhijian immediately replied. Zhao Taijun, what a good kid, I'll take it back. Take it all back. Humph. On the day of the exam, the sun was shining brightly, and everyone's mood was bright. The exam venue was number 2 high school. Jiang Fuyue entered the exam venue on time. Lu Bowen and Ho Siyuan were in the same room as her, but their seats were separated. Half an hour before the exam, the two of them came to find Jiang Fuyue. Lu Bowen put his hands together and said, Goddess, please give me the strength to get all the questions right. Ho Siyuan closed his eyes and said, Amen. Jiang Fuyue, a sneer came from the back seat. The girl covered her mouth and thought, where did these 3 lunatics come from? At 8:40, the invigilator entered the exam venue. At 9 o'clock, the exam officially began. After Jiang Fuyue got the exam paper, she didn't rush to start writing. Instead, she skimmed through it from beginning to end. Out of 200 points, mechanics accounted for the most, nearly 50%. Electricity accounted for 25%. Heat and optics accounted for about 10%. The rest was modern physics. The questions were divided into 3 categories: choice, fill in the blanks, and calculation. For the multiple choice questions, you could get 6 points if you got all the questions right, 3 points if you didn't get all the questions right, and 0 points if you didn't answer correctly. There were a total of 5 questions. Jiang Fuyue finished the questions in 3 minutes. Next was the fill in the blanks. There were a total of 5 questions, and each question was worth 10 points. The questions weren't complicated, about 3 or 4 lines of words. The questions weren't difficult to understand either. The only tricky part was the amount of calculation. Lu Bowen was stuck on the 3rd question. In the first step, he got an infinite non-recurring decimal. In order to ensure the accuracy of the final result, he used a fraction. In the next step, he encountered an infinite non-recurring result. It was as if he was under the infinite non-recurring curse. Since he gave up on keeping 3 decimal places at the beginning and used a fraction, the numerator and denominator became larger and larger. Lu Bowen looked at the final result of the calculation and his vision darkened. He began to wonder if he had made a mistake in the previous step. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. After 2 minutes of hesitation, he decided to overturn everything and start over again. But this time, he kept the decimal. While Lu Bowen was still immersed in his calculations, Jiang Fuyue had already completed half of the calculations. Compared to choice and filling in the blanks, calculation was not on the same level in terms of the complexity of the questions and the application of comprehensive knowledge. The only consolation was that the numbers were not complicated and the amount of calculation was moderate. At the very least, it was better than filling in the blanks. 6 major questions, each worth 20 points, the difficulty increasing. However, for Jiang Fuyue, there was no such thing as an increase or decrease. There was only the difference between knowing and not knowing. Zhang Ju was the person in charge of No. 2 high school's physics competition training. Over the years, she had won many honors for No. 2 high school with her outstanding teaching and rich competition experience. She easily crushed her old rival, No. 1 high school. In the past 2 years, No. 1 high school's physics competition had been declining day by day. However, No. 2 high school had advanced triumphantly under her leadership. Zhang Ju stood in the middle of the classroom and looked around with a cold gaze. When her gaze swept past a certain seat, she couldn't help but soften. Originally, she shouldn't have appeared in this examination room. However, her daughter was also participating in this preliminary examination. She was worried and swapped seats with her colleague. From the moment her hair was curled until now, her daughter's condition was obviously good. Her rhythm was also within her control. She had a calm and unhurried manner. Zhang Ju was satisfied. After all, she was her biological daughter and had taught her for so many years. Suddenly, the woman's eyes froze. The candidate sitting in front of her daughter suddenly raised his hand. Zhang Ju walked over and unconsciously spoke with a bit of sternness. "What's the matter?" "Jiang Fuyue, I want to hand in my paper." She had finished 10 minutes ago, but the exam had a rule that she could only hand in her paper after 40 minutes. That was why she had waited until now. Zhang Ju suppressed the astonishment in her eyes and raised her wrist to look at her watch. It was exactly 40 minutes. "Are you sure you want to hand in your paper?" Jiang Fuyue nodded. "I'm sure." At that moment, the sound of answering questions in the entire examination room seemed to pause for a moment. Many people raised their heads and looked in this direction. Zhang Ju glanced at the seat behind her and found that her daughter was also distracted like the others. She couldn't help but frown. "Tidy up your paper and put the draft paper on it. Then get up and leave quietly." Jiang Fuyue did as she was told and left the classroom. Another invigilator led her to the rest area. Zhang Ju didn't look at the paper. Although she wanted to, the rules didn't allow it. All the papers had to wait until the bell rang and all the candidates left the examination room in an orderly manner. Only when at least 2 invigilators were present could one touch the candidates' papers, including the draft paper. Otherwise, it would be a serious violation of the rules. However, Zhang Ju couldn't help but glance at the 2 draft papers on the top. Other than 2 simple formulas, the rest were blank. They were probably sent by some school to make up the numbers. No wonder they had to leave as soon as the time was up. Zhang Ju shook her head and didn't take it to heart. Jiang Fuyue was brought to the rest area. There were invigilators here as well and all 4 cameras were turned on. She asked for a glass of water and 5 draft papers. First, she took a sip to moisten her lips. Then, she took out the pen she used for the exam and started to write on the paper. The invigilator sat not far away and looked at her curiously from time to time. Finally, he couldn't help but walk up to Jiang Fuyue. "What are you writing?" "A question." "What question?" "Jiang Fuyue, the question for this exam." The male teacher was stunned and instinctively felt that it was impossible. Just then, Jiang Fuyue raised her head and revealed the paper that was originally covered. Naturally, it was clear what was written on it. Then, the male teacher was stunned. Jiang Fuyue ignored him and continued to write. Soon, the second draft paper was filled up, followed by the third, the fourth. The male teacher stood at the side and watched silently. He went from "I don't believe it" to "how is it possible" to "this is amazing" and finally "this genius is awesome." He experienced a lot of changes in his mentality. Halfway through, he wanted to ask a few questions, but he restrained himself. He didn't want to disturb Jiang Fuyue. Finally, when she finished writing and put down the pen, he couldn't wait to ask, "You memorized all the questions? How did you do it?" Jiang Fuyue thought for a while. Seeing that this young teacher was polite and easy to talk to, she answered seriously, "I have a good memory." Wasn't that obvious? Do you have any special memory method? I heard that people with excellent memory have tricks that others don't know about. I don't know if others have it, but I don't. The male teacher believed her and asked again, "Which school are you from?" "Number 1 high school." "Which year?" "Second year." The male teacher nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes lit up. "I heard that there's a weirdo in your year who scored full marks in all subjects. Do you know her?" "Weirdo Jiang Fuyue, I think so," she knew herself. Well, there was nothing wrong with that. The male teacher wanted to ask more, but unfortunately, the bell rang and the exam ended. Jiang Fuyue gathered the draft paper and folded it again and again. After a few times, she folded it into a square the size of a mahjong tile. She held it in her palm and said goodbye to him. "Hey," the male teacher suddenly got up and chased after her. "What's your name?" Just then, a group of candidates rushed out of the examination hall and the noise drowned out his question. In the end, he only saw a back view gradually walking away and disappearing around the corner. Digression. Sister Yu wishes everyone good health during the Dragon Boat Festival. When Jiang Fuyue went out, Lu Bowen and Ho Siyuan had already met up with Meng Zhijian, who was waiting outside. "You don't know how awesome she is." She handed in her paper and left after 40 minutes. All the candidates were stunned. The one next to me almost dropped his pen when he heard that she was handing in her paper. His hand kept shaking as he answered the questions. Lu Bowen said, "The one in front of me was almost the same. Fortunately, we're used to it and have a stable mentality." At this moment, Jiang Fuyue walked over. Meng Zhijian asked her, "How do you feel?" "It's okay." "Is it difficult?" "It's not difficult." Lu Bowen's mouth twitched. Ho Siyuan looked at the sky speechlessly. However, the more exciting part was yet to come. Jiang Fuyue took out 5 pieces of draft paper and handed them to Meng Zhijian. "These are the exam questions. You can take a look." "Exam questions?" Meng Zhijian was dumbfounded. "Where did you get them?" "I memorized them," she said casually. The physics Olympiad was not like the college entrance exam. After the exam, one could see the exam papers the next day. On the contrary, in order to protect the originality of the exam questions, the exam papers would be kept confidential for a long time after the exam. Of course, one could still get the exam papers through connections, but it would take at least a week. Lu Bowen was the fastest. He jumped to Meng Zhijian's side and looked at the exam papers with him. "Damn. It's exactly the same. I suspect that you even memorized the punctuation marks." Jiang Fuyue said. "Not really. She was not a photocopier." Ho Siyuan could not hold back his curiosity and ran to the other side of Meng Zhijian. 5 seconds later, his blank gaze landed on Jiang Fuyue's face. "Are you the devil?" The preliminary exam was over. There was no need to continue the training. Jiang Fuyue's campus life was back on track. However, it was different from before because there were 2 more annoying people. "Are you hungry? I'll treat you to sushi." As soon as his voice fell, a delicate and small lunchbox appeared in front of Jiang Fuyue. She looked up and caught his smug smile before she could retract it. "Is it fun?" It's okay." "No." The young man suddenly reacted. "I'm not playing around. I'm serious." Jiang Fuyue didn't comment. She reached into the table and took out 2 bags of nuts, 3 bottles of cola, 4 cups of milk tea, 5 boxes of chocolate, and pushed the sushi in front of him. Take it back. I don't want it. Hey, why didn't you eat anything? You don't like it? Alright, I'll send something else over tomorrow. ECI didn't seem to understand her rejection. She stood by the side and stared at the girl's cold face. The corners of her mouth rose higher and higher. How could there be such a beautiful girl in this world? Even the curvature of her eyelashes accurately stepped on his aesthetic point. It was just that, he was a little cold and fierce. For example, at this moment, I don't know what tricks you're playing, and I don't want to know. But I still want to remind you, don't mess with me, or else. At that moment, EC's heart trembled. He didn't know if it was because he was frightened by Jiang Fuyue or because he was satisfied with scolding her. The young man's eyes flashed and he whispered, "What tricks can I play? You're framing me." He felt wronged. Jiang Fuyue nodded. That better be the case. She was fierce. Ahem. ECI clenched his fist and coughed softly. His long and narrow eyes were filled with affection. He looked at Jiang Fuyue affectionately and seductively. It was like ripples on the surface of a lake. I thought I was obvious enough, he said word by word. I'm chasing after you. Can't you see? Jiang Fuyue heard him and her expression didn't change. She said calmly, oh. Then, there was no then. ECI scratched his head. Why didn't he follow the script? The interaction between the two of them had long been seen by the entire class. Some of them were winking and some were winking at each other. Jiang Fuyue was sitting in the corner of the last row, and ECI sneaked in from the back door. Plus, they weren't talking loudly. How could they be the center of attention? It was because they were too famous. One was a genius, and the other was a handsome Prince Charming. In particular, ECI had dyed his rainbow hair back to black. His body was long, his legs were long, and his skin was fair. He looked like a basketball player who had walked out of a manga. Classmate Jiang, will you consider me? He didn't give her a chance to speak and continued, you don't have to reply immediately. I'll wait for you to nod. He winked at her and walked away like a gust of wind. It was as if he would lose if he was a second slower. Jiang Fuyue was left in the classroom with an expressionless face and a group of gossipy onlookers. ECI? Jiang Fuyue? These two. What's going on? Why can't I understand them? When did it start? Is it because my village doesn't have internet? Maybe I can't get it either. I think I can get it, but it's still 2G signal. That wasn't all. In the afternoon, after Jiang Fuyue asked Jiang Han to bring everything back to ECI, Xianxia came. Compared to ECI, who had sneaked into the third class brazenly, he was much more low-key. First, he asked someone to call Jiang Fuyue out. Then, like magic, he took out a bag of dried roses from behind him. It was the most common kind in the supermarket. It was cheap, delicious, and could be used to make tea. Here, 999 roses for you. Jiang Fuyue looked at the flowers and then at him. She slowly spat out 2 words. Idiot. Xianxia, ? Before he could react, Jiang Fuyue had already turned around and went back to the classroom. He stood there and scratched his head. Did his uncle's method not work? After school, Xianxia ran into the villa angrily. Xie Dingyuan was having a meeting with a group of people in lab coats using the video and audio equipment in the living room. He ignored Xianxia's anger and said what he wanted to say before he turned off the video. He stood up from the sofa and adjusted his collar and front. Every step was done in a neat and orderly manner. What's the matter? You can tell me now. Xianxia, who had been ignored for nearly half an hour, was speechless. He was not in the mood. What else could he say? You don't want to say? Okay. The man nodded and did not ask. I'll go upstairs first. Wait. Xie Dingyuan turned around and looked at him. Xianxia took out a plastic bag from his bag and threw it in front of him angrily. You tricked me. This is useless. The bag did not open and the dried roses spilled all over the floor. The man raised his eyebrows. You brought it to school? He paused for a moment and seemed to understand something. you took it to give it to someone? To confess to a female classmate? Xianxia's eyes flashed and two red clouds appeared on his cheeks. He muttered, anyway, you did it on purpose. You made me lose face in front of her. The faint smile on Jiang Fuyue's beautiful face quickly flashed in his mind. At that time, he did not understand what it meant. Now that he thought about it, Zhongxiang understood. That smile was saying to him, let's see how silly you can be. He, the young master of the capital, was actually looked down on by a local girl from Linhui? His confession failed. Okay, it did not matter. But he could not tolerate being treated as a silly girl. Her? Xie Dingyuan caught the key words. Who? You won't know her even if I tell you, Xie Dingyuan frowned. Zhongxiang was afraid that he would fly into a rage. I know you listen to my mom and keep a close eye on me. But you can't trick me like this. Trick you? That's right. Look, you came up with a bad idea. 999 roses, and I actually believed it? What the hell? Xie Dingyuan said in a low voice, first, you only asked me where I can buy as many roses as possible with the least amount of money. I told you that there are dried roses in the supermarket, right? The roses scattered all over the floor were indeed roses. Second, you didn't tell me what they were for. How would I know if you're buying them as gifts or to make tea? Last but not least, even if you use these to confess to her, I don't think it's rude. Compared to flashy flowers, these dried flowers have more practical value than the former. If she doesn't accept it, there are only two possibilities. Zhongxiang was stunned. What, two kinds? Either she doesn't like flowers or she doesn't like you. Xie Dingyuan looked at him from head to toe. Which one do you think it is? The young master was at a loss. Which one, flowers or people? I don't know, Xie Dingyuan pondered for a moment. How did she respond when you sent her flowers? Zhongxiang's face turned pale. She scolded me. What did she scold you about? Idiot. Xie Dingyuan, cough. I know you want to laugh. He gritted his teeth. Don't pretend. Cough. The man looked calm and patted his nephew's shoulder. It seems like it's the second possibility. You. He paused for a moment. Don't worry. After that, he turned around and went upstairs. Suddenly, he slowed down. Auntie Lu is not around. Remember to clean the living room. Zhongxiang, ? Uncle, please be more considerate. Although Jiang Fuyue had been cold, Eci and Zhongxiang did not give up so easily. On the contrary, the colder she was, the more energetic they became. It didn't matter if the snacks were returned because they could be stuffed again the next day. It didn't matter if he got scolded for sending dried flowers, he would send fresh flowers instead. Every morning, as soon as Jiang Fuyue arrived at the classroom, she would take out a bouquet of flowers and some snacks from the hole in her desk. From perfume lilies to daisies, beef cubes to fried dough twists, she would have different snacks every day. Jiang Fuyue ignored all of this. The flowers were placed on the windowsill, pleasing the whole class. The snacks were divided between Wan Shoutong and Lu Boan. Later, Lin Xiao joined in. She didn't eat much, but she was greedy and wanted to try a little of everything. Thanks to the great charm of snacks, Jiang Fuyue had an unprecedentedly harmonious relationship with her deskmates. Eci is handsome, and Zhongxiang is handsome. They are about the same height, and they both know how to play basketball. Wan Shoutong rested her chin on her hand and compared them with a silly smile on her face. Jiang, who do you think is better? Jiang Fuyue, they are both average. Compared to the men around her in her previous life, Eci and Zhongxiang were nothing. Wan Shoutong, ? Sorry to disturb you. In the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue went to the mathematical Olympiad class. After easily finishing 3 sets of test papers, Su Jing waved her hand in satisfaction and allowed her to leave school early. Student Jiang, I'll walk you out. Eci was leaning against the wall at the corner with one hand, smiling brightly. Jiang Fuyue walked around him. Don't bother. Hey, he caught up with her and followed behind. Don't be so polite. Even if we can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, we can still be friends, right? Jiang Fuyue stopped and looked back. First of all, we don't know each other well. Second of all, I don't want to be friends with you. Lastly, no matter what tricks you and Xianxia are playing, you better not provoke me, or else. The girl's beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed, revealing a piercing coldness. Isi's heart turned cold. In the end, he could only stand there and watch her walk away, not daring to follow her. Unexpectedly, after getting rid of one, there was another waiting at the school gate. Zhongxiang blocked the way with his hands in his pockets, laughing like a rascal. Jiang Fuyue also smiled, but her eyes were completely cold. Hi, student Jiang, we meet again. Do you like today's bellflower? Teacher Yu likes it very much. Zhongxiang clutched his chest. It hurts here if you give me the gift so heartlessly. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. How much does it hurt? It hurts like hell. Then why aren't you dead yet? Zhongxiang's expression changed. Do you understand me? Don't be so shameless. His words were full of the rich playboy style of the capital. If it weren't for that bet, he wouldn't waste his time on an ungrateful woman. Jiang Fuyue was indeed beautiful, Zhongxiang had to admit. Slender waist, long legs, fair skin, red lips, but she had a bad temper. It wasn't just a little bad, it was extremely bad. Zhongxiang could have any beautiful woman he wanted, why would he fight with her here? TSK, in Xie Yunza's words, her son was spoiled by a woman, and one day he would be taught a lesson by a woman. She didn't need to say one day, she could do it now. Jiang Fuyue said, I don't know if you've given me face or not, but I'm not going to give you face today. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned forward with a strange smile on her lips. Zhongxiang didn't have time to react before his shoulders were locked and an irresistible force pushed him back. Bang, his back smashed into the wall with a heavy thud. Zhongxiang's expression was distorted, cold sweat dripping down. Just as he opened his mouth to say a word, Jiang Fuyue grabbed his throat. He instinctively began to struggle, his cheeks turning into the color of pig's liver, and his breathing gradually became difficult. Soon, there were only muffled sounds left in his mouth, as if he was gasping for breath, but also as if he was asking for help. Where was the arrogance from before? Since the last punch didn't teach you a lesson, this time I'll leave a deep impression on you. Zhongxiang's face was filled with anger, but there was a trace of undetectable fear in his eyes. She can't be serious, right? Jiang Fuyue seemed to have seen through his thoughts and smiled. Before you decided to chase me, you should have investigated my personal information, right? From my height, weight, measurements, blood type, constellation, personality, HM? Zhongxiang's eyes flashed. Then you should know that I'm a person of few words, and I don't have the habit of joking. In other words, I'm serious. Cough 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 cough. Aware of the danger, Zhongxiang began to struggle with all his might. But the girl's hand was like a rusty iron clamp, firmly clamping his throat. No matter how he pulled and pulled, it didn't move an inch. Just as he was about to fall into despair, his gaze stagnated, and he stared fixedly behind Jiang Fuyue. The unforeseen event happened in an instant. When Jiang Fuyue realized that there was someone behind her, and it was very likely that the person would help Zhongxiang, it was already too late. The other party's strength was tyrannical, and the hand holding her right shoulder tightened, as if he wanted to crush her bones, with absolute strength and dominance. In an instant, a sharp pain attacked, and Jiang Fuyue's face turned pale. Before she could try to break free, her feet were suddenly lifted off the ground, and then she was pulled up like a radish by the other party, and ruthlessly thrown out. Digression, ding. Xia 99's wife-chasing crematorium is being arranged. The moment he landed on the ground, Xia Dingyuan realized that he had landed on a girl. He should have realized it a long time ago. After all, she had long hair and her figure was obviously slender. However, he did not have time to think before he made a move. Because their backs were facing each other, he could not see the expression on the girl's face. However, he could see that Zhongxiang's cheeks were abnormally red and he looked like he was about to suffocate. He did not dare to delay. Cough, 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 cough. After escaping death, Zhongxiang slid down the wall and sat on the ground. He covered his chest and gasped for air, followed by a series of heart-wrenching coughs. Are you okay? Xie Dingyuan frowned and looked at him. Zhongxiang could not say anything and just waved his hand at him. The man did not ask any more questions and looked at the figure not far away. The girl was curled up on the ground motionlessly. Her face was turned to one side, and her ponytail and long hair were scattered. However, Xie Dingyuan knew that she was not unconscious. Her thin back was moving up and down due to the different breathing rates. She was adjusting her breathing. The moment she fell, Jiang Fuyue was in a daze for 2 seconds. However, the pain from her arm and the side of her face woke her up. She wanted to get up, but she did not have the strength to do so. She could only take deep breaths and wait for the pain to pass. When she regained her strength, she got up slowly. Xie Dingyuan saw that her body was swaying slightly as if she was going to fall back in the next second. However, in fact, she was standing very steadily and her back was habitually straight. Then, she slowly turned around and their eyes met. The girl had a pair of beautiful eyes. Her skin was cold and snow-white. There was a scratch on her left cheekbone and blood was oozing out. At first glance, it looked like a drop of red tear. Against the contrast of her fair skin and long black hair, it looked even scarier. However, there was a hint of inexplicable seductiveness and beauty. She looked at Xie Dingyuan coldly. There was anger and ruthlessness in her eyes. However, she was smart enough not to act rashly. Xie Dingyuan was also looking at her. His expression was calm, and his gaze was calm. However, the fingers of his right hand that were hanging by his side unconsciously moved slightly, occasionally brushing against the seam of his pants. Once, twice. Jiang Fuyue raised her hand to wipe off the blood on her face and said faintly, "Take care of your child. Otherwise, I'll beat him every time I see him." Xie Dingyuan frowned. He really didn't like the way this girl spoke. She was extreme, stubborn, and reckless. It didn't match her gentle and weak appearance at all. But he didn't know whether he liked or disliked her. After Jiang Fuyue finished speaking, she turned around and left. She knew very well that she was no match for that man. The slender figure walked further and further away, but her back remained perfectly straight, as if she would never bend to meet him. Xie Dingyuan retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and glanced at Zhong Xiang expressionlessly. "Get up if you're not dead." It was rare for him to be so obedient. He leaned against the wall and stood properly. "Uncle, Xie Dingyuan did not intend to continue listening. "Let's go home first." After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhong Xiang hurriedly followed. Imperial Heaven Residence. "Speak." Xie Dingyuan sat on the sofa with a cold expression. Zhong Xiang lowered his eyes. He couldn't give the explanation that he had prepared. "Fine, if you don't want to talk, I'll ask. If you lie, I'll ask Zhong Yuni to personally bring you back to the capital tomorrow." Zhong Xiang's expression changed slightly. "I'm not going back." Xie Dingyuan had already started asking, "Who's that girl?" "Jiang Fuyue." "What does that have to do with you?" "It doesn't matter. Think carefully before you answer. This isn't a game. There's no second chance." Zhong Xiang pursed his lips and said in a muffled voice. "We should be classmates." "Should be?" The man raised his eyebrows. "Not in the same class, but in the same year." "Xie Dingyuan, why did she hit you?" Zhong Xiang remained silent. "Speak." "I stopped her on the way home from school." "That's it? You even said that she didn't want face." Xie Dingyuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Tell me, how did she not want face?" Zhong Xiang choked. "Are you mute?" He gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. "I pursued her, but she didn't accept it. She even asked me why I didn't die. How can there be a woman like her in the world? She's cold-hearted and doesn't know what's good for her. What's wrong with me teaching her a lesson? I didn't hit her. She almost strangled me to death. Didn't you see it? I'm already very merciful that I didn't call the police to arrest her and send her to jail." "So you're saying that you're right?" Xie Dingyuan sneered. "If she's a girl, she has to accept your pursuit. If she doesn't accept it, she doesn't know what's good for her and should be taught a lesson by you." "Zhong Xiang, I didn't know that you're so thick-skinned. You're even more arrogant than your biological father. Your mother didn't send you to Huai County for you to talk about love. What pursuit and confession?" Stop it now. Focus on your studies from now on. Your total score for the final exam is less than 400. I'm warning you. Xianxia's neck shrank. Xie Dingyuan, did you hear that? Yes. After teaching him a lesson, the man got up and was about to go upstairs. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. This Zhongxiang, Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue. Xie Dingyuan, is she the one who punched you the other time? Zhongxiang. What happened to not hitting someone in the face and not exposing someone's shortcomings when scolding them? Xie Dingyuan, is she the rose? Zhongxiang, no wonder, when he thought of the girl's cold eyes, it was not strange that Zhongxiang was defeated. Jiang Fuyue went to a small clinic nearby to treat her wound after she left. The cut on her face was caused by a stone. Fortunately, it was not deep and would not leave a scar if she took good care of it. The injury on her elbow was more serious. A large piece of skin had been scraped off and the flesh was full of dirt. She had to clean it with hydrogen peroxide. It might be a little painful. Bear with it. Jiang Fuyue nodded. After that, she did not say anything. Okay. The doctor patted her shoulder. I didn't know that a young girl like you could endure it. Jiang Fuyue paid the doctor and turned to leave. When she got home, Jiang Xiaodi had already prepared dinner. He was doing his homework while waiting for her. Sister, what happened to your face? I accidentally scratched it. Jiang Xiaodi frowned and ran into the bedroom. After about 10 seconds, he ran out again and handed her a tube of ointment. This is good. It won't leave a scar. Half a year ago, Jiang Qinqing had injured his head in school. Han Yunru specially bought some ointment for external injuries from an old Chinese doctor. It should be this ointment. Jiang Fuyue took it and rubbed his fluffy head. Thank you. Jiang Xiaodi blushed again. He lowered his head shyly and his eyelashes fluttered. The next day, Jiang Fuyue did not see any more flowers or snacks in her drawer. She went to class and did her homework as usual. She did not seem to be surprised by this, or perhaps, she never cared. Lu Bowen and Lin Qiao were not used to it. After all, the free snacks were gone. Wan Shoutong quietly leaned in front of Jiang Fuyue and smiled, revealing 2 small dimples. Jiang, I went back yesterday and thought about it seriously. You're right. The 2 of them are too ordinary. Neither of them is good enough for you. Who would be good enough for her in the future? She stared at Jiang Fuyue's fair side profile in a daze. Even if there was a scratch, it did not detract from her beauty. Ahem, it was another day of falling head over heels for her deskmate. After school, Jiang Fuyue explained math problems to Jiang Han and Gameng for 20 minutes before going to the small clinic to change her dressing. There were not many people, so it was done quickly. When she came out, she suddenly stopped and looked up coldly at the street across. Xie Dingyuan was looking at her as well. He had been waiting at the school gate, but when he saw her rushing into a small clinic, he fell silent. His fingers, which were hanging by his side, twitched subconsciously. She was a high school student after all. It was his fault, for being too cruel. Hello, my surname is Xia. I'm Zhongxiang's uncle. He crossed the road, stopped in front of Jiang Fuyue, and introduced himself gently. He seemed to be different from the violent man who had picked her up and left her behind yesterday. Jiang Fuyue stared at him with the same cold expression. Looking closer, Xie Dingyuan realized that her eyes were more beautiful than yesterday. They were like 2 swirling whirlpools that could suck people in at any time. After I went back yesterday, I asked Xiang what happened. He was in the wrong first, so. I'm very sorry. The man's half-closed eyelids expressed his humility silently. His tone was flat and slow, deep and steady, and he looked very serious. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and looked at him from head to toe. There was no doubt that the man was very handsome. There was a strict solemnity between his eyebrows, and his gestures showed that he was well educated. From the first sentence he spoke, his attitude was gentle, his etiquette was thorough, and even his expression was flawless. Other than perfect, Jiang Fuyue could not find a second word to describe him. Unfortunately, his seemingly peaceful eyes hid a snowy mountain, and his gentle and humble attitude was just on the surface. Zhongxiang's uncle, and his surname was Xia. Jiang Fuyue could almost guess his background. Speaking of which, she and the Xia family, forget it. Her previous life was like smoke, and it should have been over long ago. In this life, she was Jiang Fuyue. She was just Jiang Fuyue. Mr. Xia, are you apologizing for yourself, or are you apologizing for Xianxia? The man paused and smiled. Both. That's too simple. There's no sincerity at all. What do you think? Xie Dingyuan nodded. It's my mistake. What do you mean by sincerity? Jiang Fuyue, why don't both of you apologize to me at the same time? The man declined to comment, only saying, I heard that your grades are very good, but in addition to studying hard, you have to look up at the world occasionally. This is a little token of my appreciation, as an apology to you. As he spoke, he handed Jiang Fuyue a paper bag with both hands. Even with such a small gesture, he still maintained his courtesy and upbringing. However, the invisible pressure was definitely not something that Jiang Fuyue, a rookie at her age, could handle. The group of people in the upper-class circle in the capital seemed to like to play this game. To put it nicely, it was called reserved and noble. To put it bluntly, it was pretentious. The inadvertent gap between them could easily make the other party feel inferior and timid. What a great psychological tactic. Unfortunately, he met Jiang Fuyue, a legendary figure in that circle who had been at the top of the pyramid for a long time. Who could make her feel inferior, who had the right to make her afraid? As expected, Jiang Fuyue's calmness attracted the man's attention several times. Her action of not taking the bag also made him raise his eyebrows playfully. Don't you want to take a look? Xie Dingyuan asked. The latest fruit notebook. If I'm not wrong, it's a high-end model. The estimated price is more than 20,000 yuan. Mr. Xie is really generous. Unfortunately, the price is not equal to sincerity. The smile on the man's face faded until it completely disappeared, turning into a silent deep sea. He thought that he could somewhat understand Zhongxiang's feelings. He was giving him face, but he didn't want it, he didn't know what was good for him. He was right. Xie Dingyuan withdrew his hand naturally and smoothed out the wrinkles on his sleeves. He raised his chin slightly and his distant and cold gaze fell on Jiang Fuyue's face. It seems that we can't come to an agreement today. Is it that difficult to make you and Zhongxiang apologize at the same time? Jiang Fuyue laughed. Huh. You just want an apology? The man sneered. It was just a disguised humiliation. He just didn't expect that a high school girl would have such complicated thoughts. Between her and Zhongxiang, perhaps it wasn't a one-sided pursuit. Who knew if she was playing hard to get? Was she keeping him in suspense? If she was, then Zhongxiang really couldn't win against her. The man's eyes revealed 30% examination and 70% contempt. Jiang Fuyue didn't know what he was thinking, but her intuition told her that it couldn't be a good thing. She immediately restrained her smile and met his gaze. If Zhongxiang wasn't in the wrong first, I don't think you would have come here. Your apology was just out of courtesy and not from your heart. In other words, you said you were sorry, but in your heart, you didn't think you were in the wrong. At least, you shouldn't take full responsibility. Xie Dingyuan remained calm and collected. His chin was slightly raised with a bit of awe-inspiring nobility and arrogance. Because I attacked Zhongxiang, in order to save him, you attacked me. In the end, I'm in the wrong. Since your actions were based on this premise, then your original mistake became pardonable. The reason why you came here and humbled yourself to apologize to me is only because you're willing, benevolent, and magnanimous. Jiang Fuyue hit the nail on the head and exposed his true colors. Finally, she asked, since you're not sincere, why should I be serious? Xie Dingyuan looked at her seriously for the first time. She was a very young girl, still wearing her school uniform. She was not even in her 20s, but her words were sarcastic. And her blabbering had indeed hurt him. You're biased against me, he said. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and said casually, maybe. That's not right. The man was serious and serious like a scholar. She was a little interested. So? You want to teach me how to be a person? He raised his chin unconsciously and looked at her with disdain in his eyes. Please take back your prejudice, he said word by word. Sure, let's talk about it after you put down your arrogance. The conversation ended on a sour note. Xie Dingyuan got into the car. The car window was half lowered, revealing the man's cold side profile. Old Zhang, drive. Jiang Fuyue turned around calmly and straightened her back. A hypocrite who put himself in a box and wanted to be perfect was talking about prejudice with her. What a joke. Zhongxiang took the day off and did not go to class. In the morning, Dr. Tang came over to check on him. Other than the ugly bruises on his neck, there were no problems with his trachea, heart, and lungs. She left with a tube of ointment to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Zhongxiang applied the ointment in front of the mirror and looked left and right. The more he looked, the more he felt like a dog with a collar. F*ck. He threw the ointment away and lay on the bed angrily. When he woke up, the sun was setting outside the window. Knock, 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 who is it? He was impatient. Young master, sir is back. He wants you to go to the living room. It was Nanny Lu. Zhongxiang did not dare to delay. He simply washed his face and went to the living room. Uncle. Xie Dingyuan was sitting on the sofa. He was dressed meticulously in his shirt and trousers. Has Dr. Tang been here? He asked Nanny Lu. Yes, she came early this morning. She said that young master only has superficial injuries and will recover in a few days. Xie Dingyuan nodded slightly. You can go back to work. Okay. Nanny Lu turned and left. His gaze fell on Zhong Xiang and paused for a moment. Half an hour ago, I saw Jiang Fuyue. Zhongxiang was stunned. Digression, this chapter is full of antagonists. The straightforward version of Pride and Prejudice would eventually become Pride and Prejudice. It all depended on who would lower their noble head first. Immediately after, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he exploded. Why are you looking for her? Why are you looking for her? Has she apologized? Anyway, I will never forgive her. Xie Dingyuan sneered. You still want her to apologize? She should have apologized. Zhongxiang lifted his chin and pointed at his neck. Did you see that? She did this. There's a bruise. Ridiculous. The man scolded coldly. You provoked her first. You deserve to be taught a lesson. What's going on now? You're the one complaining? You're taking advantage of her? Zhongxiang was in disbelief. Are you my uncle or her uncle? Xie Dingyuan said softly, do you need me to call Xie Yunzao to confirm? No need. From now on, don't provoke her again. Xie Dingyuan warned coldly. Why should I? Then my injury, should I just suffer for nothing? What else do you want? Giving him a taste of his own medicine? Choking him back? Or call the police and put her in jail for a few days? Or ask for money as compensation? Either way, it would be a disgrace. I'm not convinced. Xie Dingyuan sneered. You're not as good as her. What's there to be convinced about? Me? Not as good as her? The man narrowed his eyes. Zhongxiang swallowed the word fart that was about to come out of his mouth. He snorted and said, I was careless this time. That's why I fell into her trap. Next time, I'll make her kneel and call me daddy. Ha, you still want a next time? You won't even know how you died. Zhongxiang did not think much of it. Jiang Fuyue's grip strength was stronger and her jumping ability was stronger than ordinary people. But so what, no matter how arrogant she was still a woman. Was he, Zhongxiang, afraid of a woman? That was impossible. Xie Dingyuan saw his eyes darting around and knew what he was thinking. Jiang Fuyue is not as simple as you think. TSK, how difficult could it be? Zhongxiang pursed his lips. There was no point in saying more. Some people only knew how to feel pain after kicking an iron plate. Let him be. Xie Dingyuan said no more. He got up and went upstairs. Uncle, it's okay if you don't have time for the parent-teacher conference next week. You can ask old Zhang to go. Otherwise, Nanny Lu can do it too. Zhongxiang thought to himself, you better not have the time. Got it. His footsteps were steady. At this moment, Mrs. Lu came in with a paper bag in her hand. Young master, where's sir? She went upstairs. I see, what's the matter? Xianxia turned his head and his gaze fell on the paper bag in her hand. What is it? I don't know. Old John gave it to me just now. He said that you left it in the car and asked me to bring it back. Let me see, it was too late for Nanny Lu to stop her. The next second, she heard him exclaim, the latest high-end model. It feels amazing. He even bought a Bluetooth mouse and a laser keyboard. Xianxia was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He thought that his uncle still had him in his heart. Although he said that he was not allowed to do this or that, he had already prepared it in secret. Mrs. Lu hesitated. Young master, should I go and ask? What if there's a mistake? No, no, no. Xianxia hurriedly waved his hand. How could there be a mistake? It's obvious that it's for me. Besides, who else in this world is worthy of such a cool and domineering notebook other than me? Mrs. Lu was speechless. If you want something, just ask for it. You don't have to praise yourself like that. On Saturday, Jiang Fuyue went to the pancake shop to help after lunch. Thanks to Lin Qiao and Mr. Lin's promotion, the netizens who came after hearing about the pancake shop became the mainstream customers. Fortunately, most of these people came out in the afternoon. There was almost no one in the morning. They were perfectly separated from the students and office workers. However, because of this, Jantar and Han Yunru were even busier. In particular, the shop was constantly releasing new products. The more varieties there were, the more complicated Han Yunru's preparation work was. In the past, they only sold pancakes. Later, they added buns, porridge, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. Recently, they were also working on small noodles, dumplings, and rice noodles. Mom, it's not necessarily a good thing to have too many things. Jiang Fuyue reminded her tactfully. I know. Han Yunru smiled. Quality is more important than quantity. When she smiled, her pair of peach blossom eyes sparkled. It was not transparent and clear like Jiang Fuyue's, nor was it simple and cute like Jiang Qinxing's. Instead, it was a kind of gentleness that came with the gift of time. Inadvertently, it flowed to the corners of her eyes and the tip of her eyebrows, spreading out along with the smile lines. She was like an elegant orchid, calm and peaceful, faintly emitting fragrance. She was so beautiful that she was not aggressive at all. She could easily make people let down their guard. But every customer who came to the shop, who didn't praise the lady boss for being beautiful and kind, once, a tourist who was checking in took a picture of Han Yunru and Jantar and posted it on Weibo. The man was dark and tall, while the woman was beautiful and slim. The visual impact of the contrast was too strong. And the comment with the most likes in the comment section was as follows: frowny face, real beauty and the beast. After Jiang Qinxing saw it, he immediately ran to tell Jantar. Then, he complained in a low voice, those people are talking nonsense. Dad is not a beast. Jantar was not angry at all. He grinned with his big white teeth and said in a silly manner, people are praising your mom for being beautiful. No matter how red a flower is, it must be accompanied by green leaves to stand out. I'm that green leaf, specially complimenting your mom's beauty. Besides, I'm not good enough for your mom. It's she who doesn't dislike me. What are you talking to the child about? Watch your mouth. Han Yunru glanced at him. Jantar immediately shut up. You two talk. I'm going to wash the dishes. In less than 2 minutes, Han Yunru followed him into the kitchen. Let's do it together. Sis, what are you looking at? Jiang Fuyue looked away. The scene she had just seen surfaced in her mind. The couple stood in front of the sink with their backs against each other. The man washed the dishes while the woman dried them with a towel and put them in the cupboard. There was no need for words. They had a tacit understanding. She thought, this is really good. Sister. Little brother Jiang looked at her blankly and muttered softly, you look really good when you smile. No matter how many times he had seen Jiang Fuyue, he would be stunned every time she smiled. Are you done with your homework? Jiang Fuyue's lips flattened and she suddenly stopped smiling. I'm done. What about the math Olympiad questions? I'm done too. Okay, then let's do a few more ? Little question mark, do you have a lot of friends? Xianxia restaurant's business was booming. In addition to the amazing customer flow, the rapid development of the takeout business was also reflected in the rapid development of the restaurant. Jiang Fuyue used Janter's mobile phone number to apply for a business establishment. After filling in the relevant information and uploading the qualification certificate, she applied for a real name authentication. The next day, it was approved. As long as she had a good start, everything else would go smoothly. Seeing that the restaurant's monthly sales were constantly increasing, new problems soon followed. In fact, it was not new because this problem had been there since the restaurant moved. Mom, you and Dad are too busy. We can't go on like this. Then what should we do? Han Yunru looked up at her. Her eyes were full of fatigue. Jantar also looked at his daughter. Unknowingly, Jiang Fuyue had become their backbone. Hire people. Of course, it was not easy to hire someone. However, with this idea, it should not be too difficult to find someone. That afternoon, Jantar posted the recruitment notice. The next day, someone came to apply for the job. It was a middle-aged woman. She was straightforward and nimble, but Han Yunru found that she was not very hygienic. Her fingernails were full of black dust, and she liked to wipe the table with the towel used to wipe the cutting board. Jantar said, "These are all small problems. Just remind her to be careful next time." Han Yunru rolled her eyes at him. What do you know? Small details can best reflect a person's living habits. Is it so easy to change? I was not very hygienic in the past, but I've changed now, haven't I? Han Yunru pouted. I spent more than 10 or 20 years to correct you. How much time do you want me to spend to change an outsider? No. I didn't mean that. What do you think we should do? In the end, Han Yunru paid her a day's salary and sent her away. No hurry. Let's take our time. We'll find someone suitable. Jantar sighed. I'm just worried that you'll work too hard. If we hire someone later, you'll be tired for another day. I'm fine. Like what Yaya said, I'd rather be troublesome now than hire an unreliable person and cause trouble in the future. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's eat, the dishes are cold. On Sunday, Jiang Fuyue did not go to the restaurant, so she did not know about the difficulties in hiring. At that time, she received a phone call. The person on the other end seemed to have the potential to be a chatterbox. Jiang Fuyue's expression was cold, and there were only 2 sentences during the whole conversation. Okay. Okay. After the call, she went into the bedroom to change her clothes and was ready to go out. Sister. Jiang Shaodi saw her and ran over. Are you going out? Yes. Where are you going? The bookstore. Little brother Jiang blinked, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Then, can I join you? No. Oh wow, she shut up. Lend me your cap. I'll bring you delicious food when I come back. Jiang Shaodi raised his head, his eyes shining. The conversation seemed to have happened not too long ago. Jiang Fuyue wasn't lying when she said she was going to the bookstore. She did go there, but she didn't find the information she wanted. She closed the Engineering Physics, 2nd edition, in her hand, put it back in its original position, and turned to leave. TSK. Hong Hong, aren't you looking for the girl who came to the shop to buy old books? Yes. The clerk called Hong Hong, put a stack of books on the counter and nodded. I'm keeping an eye out for an old gentleman. He probably wants to buy those old books. What happened? Just now. His colleague was a little hesitant. I saw a woman in the innermost row of bookshelves. It's just that she's wearing a cap, so I can't see her face clearly. I'll go take a look. Don't. Her colleague pulled her back. He's already gone. Hong Hong looked disappointed. Don't be like that. What if I'm wrong? Also, she doesn't dress like a high school student at all. I'd better give that old gentleman a call. He's been here several times. No matter whether it's her or not, I have to tell him. Hong Hong turned around and took out her phone. She clicked on the contact list and found the number. Hello, Mr. Su? I'm an employee of Begonia Bookstore. After Jiang Fuyue left the bookstore, she walked to Spring Wind Street. Night fell, and the lights were on. Mrs. Niu's food stall had customers coming and going. It was very lively. Jiang Fuyue glanced around and found Hu Ben and his lackey. She walked over. It was the same place, the same people, even the same cap. Jiang Fuyue's condescending gaze was exactly the same as the other day. She was cold and arrogant, high and mighty. The only difference was the attitude of Hu Ben and Six. You're here. Have a seat. Hu Ben stretched out his long arm and pulled a stool over with a smile on his face. The other diligently wiped the stool for her several times and even blew at the non-existent dust on it. He was extremely obsequious. This seat was directly facing the door. It was the upper part. In a traditional banquet, it was the seat of honor. Looking at the two of them, they were sitting obediently at the lower part. One of them was smiling brighter than the other, and there was even a hint of flattery. The last time they met, their impatience and irritation were written all over their faces. What's the matter? Jiang Fuyue went straight to the point. Hu Ben and Six looked at each other. Just then, the lady boss served the grilled skewers. Please enjoy. Would you like something to drink? Hu Ben said, a can of beer and a glass of juice. Jiang Fuyue said, I don't need juice. I'll drink. But last time, the girl looked up and her clear eyes fell on his face. Is there a problem? Hu Ben swallowed with difficulty and said to the lady boss, listen to her. Mrs. Niu looked at Jiang Fuyue with slight surprise. However, she only saw the top of her head covered by a cap. The skin on her neck was so fair that it was glowing. Under the camisole, her frame was slender and her shoulders were thin. Okay. She answered with a smile. Soon, 12 bottles of beer were placed on the table. Hu Ben opened a bottle and tried to pass it to Jiang Fuyue. The latter took it and sipped the beer and the skewers. She was quite satisfied. What do you think of the taste? Hu Ben looked at her expectantly. Jiang Fuyue's expression did not change. It's okay. That's good, that's good. He breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his palms together. Actually, I didn't ask you to come out today for any other reason. I just want to apologize in person. Last time, we didn't recognize Mount Tai and offended you with our words. Please, forgive us. After he finished speaking, he raised the bottle. He saw that Six was still in a daze and quickly gave him a look. The latter immediately did as he was told. We'll drink first. Then, he began to drink from the bottle. Jiang Fuyue calmly watched and did not say anything. Hu Ben's heart suddenly sank. He gritted his teeth and began to drink from the second bottle. Six did not understand the twists and turns in the story and could not figure out Jiang Fuyue's attitude. However, he was very clear about one thing, no matter what brother Hu did, he would do it. For a moment, in the noisy food stall, the two men were drinking like crazy. They did not take a break in between. There was a woman at the same table. Half of her face was covered by a cap and her expression could not be seen clearly. However, it was not difficult to see that she was in a good mood at the moment from the leisurely way she tasted the skewers. The man painfully drank while the woman calmly ate and drank. Under the contrast, there was an indescribable strangeness. After the fifth bottle, Hu Ben felt that his stomach was about to explode. However, without Jiang Fuyue's permission, he did not dare to stop. He could only clench his teeth and continue to be an emotionless drinking machine. Just as he was about to open the sixth bottle, Jiang Fuyue spoke. You're just drinking and not eating? Hu Ben and Six stopped at the same time. Two pairs of red drunk eyes looked at her. Jiang Fuyue lifted her eyelids and looked back at Six expressionlessly. Did I ask you to stop? Six was dumbfounded. He was originally hovering on the edge of being drunk. Hearing this, he stared at Jiang Fuyue without moving his eyes and didn't react for a long time. But Running Tiger understood and stuffed the last bottle of beer into Liu Zilong's hand. Liuzi, drink. Six vaguely said, oh, and began to drink from the bottle with difficulty. Perhaps he had already reached his limit. He drank this bottle slower than the previous ones. His cheeks were swollen to the color of pig liver, as if he would bleed in the next second. His eyes were bulging from the discomfort. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with physiological tears. Hu Ben's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't bear it and glanced at Jiang Fuyue from the corner of his eyes. She was also looking at Six, but her beautiful face didn't change at all. It was as if she was used to seeing strong winds and heavy rains, and everything that happened in front of her was just a small matter, not worthy of her pity at all. This realization made Hu Ben's scalp tingle. Even when he looked at Jiang Fuyue, he couldn't help but have a psychology called fear. This made him completely dispel the idea of helping Six. Hu Ben vaguely guessed Jiang Fuyue's purpose. One was to punish, and the other was to warn. She still remembered the grudge from last time. It wasn't something that could be written off with a few words and humility. Without some sincerity, it was impossible to move her. And these bottles of beer were sincerity. The more they drank, the more sincerity they had. Hu Ben had 5 bottles. Jiang Fuyue felt that it was enough and asked him to stop. As for Six, last time, he was extremely rude and even wanted to use force, so he could only bitterly continue. Although Jiang Fuyue didn't say it out loud, she remembered everything clearly in her heart. Reward and punishment, severity, how much, everything had a limit and was clear in her heart. The more he thought about it, the more Hu Ben couldn't help but feel cold all over. Brother Hu. Really, can't drink anymore. Six was sweating profusely as if he had just been fished out of the water. His fingertips, which were gripping the bottleneck, turned white from exerting too much force. Blue veins appeared on the back of his hand, and his body began to twitch slightly. Six, wake up. Can you hear me? Brother, I don't feel good. His alcohol tolerance was not as good as Hu Ben's. Moreover, he drank 1 more bottle. Hu Ben gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Fuyue pleadingly. My brother can't take it anymore. He only has 2 mouthfuls left. Can I finish it on his behalf? Jiang Fuyue remained unmoved. Her glass-like eyes stared straight ahead, pretending to be cold and emotionless. You've gone too far, Hu Ben almost blurted out. Jiang Fuyue glanced over. Their eyes met, and he felt as if he was looking into a bottomless abyss and a wasteland. It was as mysterious as death. The man's pupils shook violently. His throat felt as if it was blocked by a cotton ball. He no longer had the courage to say those words. Sorry. He lowered his eyelids. I didn't know the rules. After saying that, he held Six and forced the remaining 2 mouthfuls of beer into his mouth. Perhaps because he had rested for a while, Six's reaction was not so big, and he was much more sober. If he still couldn't see Jiang Fuyue's dissatisfaction with him, then he should poke his own eyes and pretend to be blind. Clang, the beer bottle was placed heavily on the table. Six resisted the churning in his stomach, clenched his teeth, and said word by word, I apologize to you. Unfortunately, he was so drunk that when he opened his mouth, he was tongue-tied. However, it didn't affect the meaning he wanted to express. It was only then that Jiang Fuyue looked him up and down. Oh, she said nonchalantly. Hu Ben let out a long sigh. His heart, which had been in his throat all night, finally calmed down. Huayu Road was only a wall away from Spring Wind Street. This road led directly to the central business district. There were many restaurants and clubs on both sides of the road. It was the famous consumption area for the rich in Linhui. Minghui Tang was a high-end restaurant that specialized in northern cuisine. The exterior of the building was retro octagonal cornices. The interior of the building was richly ornamented and antique. It stood in a graceful posture in the prime area of Huayu Road. The inside was divided into the main hall and the private rooms upstairs. Of course, the price was very different. The seats were open to everyone, but the private rooms were only for VIP customers. It was said that it was difficult to find a private room here. In addition to being able to enjoy better quality dishes and absolutely considerate service, every private room here was connected to a viewing platform. Different private rooms, different orientations, and different perspectives brought about different sensory experiences. Among them, the proud Snow Plum Blossom viewing platform was the best and had the best view. It was said that standing on it, not only could one have a panoramic view of Spring Wind Street next to Huayu Road, but one could also overlook the DNA building of Hongqing Biopharmaceutical in the city center. At that time, Xianxia had eaten and drunk to his heart's content. He was standing on the platform, leaning on the railing, enjoying the cool night breeze while admiring the night scenery. Xie Dingyuan stood in the other direction, facing Spring Wind Street and looking down at the traffic below. This meal was requested by Xianxia. He was not used to Lin Hui cuisine and had been clamoring to eat Imperial Capital roast duck at home all day long. He did not even like Nanny Lu's cooking. Xie Dingyuan had to put down his work and bring him here. Because it was just the uncle and nephew coming out for a meal and not a drinking party, the man was dressed more casually. He changed his white shirt into a polo shirt and khaki casual pants replaced his original suit pants. The only thing that remained unchanged was his neckline that had to be buttoned up and his neatly ironed clothes without a single wrinkle. Even though he had eaten halfway, he was still as straight and neat as before. Suddenly, the man's gaze paused and stopped at a corner of an open-air food stall on Spring Wind Street. There was a person sitting on a cheap rubber stool with her back facing him. It was a woman. Of course, this was not strange. There were many women on this street, but Xie Dingyuan only noticed one, Jiang Fuyue. Even though she was sitting, she habitually straightened her back. Her thin shoulders were exposed with only two thin shoulder straps hanging on them. Her long neck and her left and right shoulder blades were at a 90-degree angle. Her two shoulder blades opened and closed gracefully with the movement of her arms. This back view, Xie Dingyuan frowned. Other than that day when she had strangled Zhongxiang and he had stepped forward to stop her, it seemed that she had left an impression on other occasions as well. A sling, the man's eyes lit up and suddenly became clear. In the hallway of the school, the girl who was leaning against the railing, writing and drawing with her back facing him, was also wearing a spaghetti strap top. Her exposed skin was white and dazzling. Just a second before she turned to look back, he retracted his gaze and pushed open the office door. So it was her, the man chuckled softly. Suddenly, a beer bottle entered his line of sight. Xie Dingyuan then noticed that there were two young men sitting opposite her. Just by looking at their clothes, he knew that they were not decent people. They did not sit properly and behaved coarsely. She even accepted the beer that the other party handed over. Birds of a feather flocked together. They were not good people. Uncle, what are you looking at? Zhongxiang appeared beside him and followed his line of sight to look at the street next door. The next second, his eyes widened. Isn't that Jiang Fuyue? At that moment, she had already poured a full glass and was drinking with the food. Since her back was facing them, her expression couldn't be seen. However, the way she raised her glass from time to time and the relaxed lines of her back showed how relaxed and comfortable she was at the moment. However, the two people opposite her didn't have it easy. Beer after beer went down their stomachs. Their expressions became more and more forced. In the end, it could even be said that they were rejecting the beer, but their hands didn't stop moving. What are they doing? Zhongxiang was at a loss. Two big men were pouring beer down Jiang Fuyue's throat. And they weren't pouring it down her throat, but themselves? It was as if they were possessed and didn't know how to stop. I'll go down and take a look. Spring Wind Street, inside the food stall. After Little Six finished apologizing, he fell to the ground with a thud. Hu Ben was still sober. He stared at Jiang Fuyue with a pair of black eyes. His emotions were surging, but he couldn't speak. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Jiang Fuyue pretended to leave. Wait. Hu Ben immediately got up and chased after her. Under his eagerness, there was a trace of nervousness that even he himself didn't notice. Jiang Fuyue turned back. What can I do for you? He asked. Under the light, his dark pupils reflected a shocking light. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. I'm still of value, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have agreed to meet me. Hu Ben spoke his guess. It was like that last time, and it's the same this time. For someone like Jiang Fuyue, if she didn't have any ulterior motives, she would never waste her precious time to listen to the apology of two insignificant people in person. She would directly ignore him and Six as if they were air. After that, Hu Ben didn't speak anymore. His burning eyes fell on Jiang Fuyue's face, not letting go of any expression. Soon, the woman's eyebrows moved slightly. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, revealing a trace of mystery. "You're smarter than I thought." Her tone was very light, like a murmur. The content was even more confusing, but it made Hu Ben's heart skip a beat. The feeling that he was about to see through the mystery became even stronger. Jiang Fuyue looked him up and down a few times, as if she was getting to know this person all over again. After a while, her red lips opened slightly. "Then what do you think you can do?" "Hu Ben, things that you can't do or don't have the time to do." As for him, he could do anything. Jiang Fuyue's smile deepened. Hu Ben had a flash of inspiration. It was as if all the wisdom he had accumulated in the first half of his life had exploded at this moment. He heard his own calm voice, "Why don't we sit down and talk?" "Okay," Jiang Fuyue replied. In the same corner, at the same small table, there were originally 3 people. One was drunk and unconscious, while the other 2 were sober, but the atmosphere was inexplicably solemn. "Jiang Fuyue, aren't you going to ask me what I want you to do?" Hu Ben was very calm. "You'll know when it's time." Jiang Fuyue smiled. "It seems that you're going to take on my business?" Hu Ben shook his head. "I don't think this is business." "Oh? Then what is it?" "To prove my allegiance." Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and looked up sternly. "I want to work for you." Hu Ben's blazing eyes seemed to be burning with 2 clusters of flames. "Working for you is to show my sincerity, just like today's wine is to apologize." He had offended Jiang Fuyue too much before. Just now, after drinking so much, he had written off the previous grudge. However, if he wanted to work for her in the future, he had to show enough ability to prove that he was useful. Hu Ben was very clear about this point. Jiang Fuyue sneered, a little careless and a little disapproving. Such an attitude was infuriating. However, Hu Ben's expression did not change. He stared at her with a pair of black eyes, silently expressing his determination. "Follow me? Do you know what you're saying? Have you thought about it?" Jiang Fuyue said coldly, "I'm a high school student." "Why? Do you want to go back to school and take the college entrance examination?" "No, no, no." Hu Ben quickly shook his head with a horrified expression. "I'm not cut out for studying." "Then why do you want to work for me?" As soon as she said this, both of them fell silent. One was calm and the other was serious. After a while, Hu Ben said, "I don't believe that you're just a high school student." Jiang Fuyue was interested. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. "Oh? Then tell me, what else can I be?" "It's not that simple." "How so?" "It can be seen everywhere." Jiang Fuyue pulled the corners of her mouth into a half-smile. "You don't even know what's going on, and you're here to express your loyalty to me. Isn't it too hasty?" "I thought about it for a long time before deciding." Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes. "Aren't you afraid that I'll ask you to commit murder and arson?" Hu Ben suddenly froze. His eyes flickered as if he was really considering this possibility. After a long time. "I can work for you, but the premise is that you're worthy of me doing it." This was not Jiang Fuyue choosing him, but he was choosing his master. After saying this, Hu Ben scratched his head and added, "I don't think you'll do it, so naturally, I won't ask others to do it." For example, he believed that if Jiang Fuyue wanted to, she had many more direct and cruel ways to deal with Li Shui. But she didn't. She only dug up the Zhan Yiting incident and became the informant behind the scenes. She added fuel to the fire and let public opinion reveal the truth. She used the most honorable and righteous method. Perhaps it was because of this that Hu Ben acted like a hothead and wanted to follow her regardless of the consequences. Subconsciously, he felt that this person was not dangerous, so he let down his guard and let her get close to him. Interesting. Jiang Fuyue sat up straight and smiled. "Don't you want to show your allegiance?" "Listen carefully." Hu Ben suddenly sat up straight and his eyes lit up. "Find me a bar. This bar has 3 characteristics. First, a blue signboard, a golden door, and 7 fortune trees lined up at the entrance, 3 on the left and 4 on the right. Second, the bar counter is not the main entrance, the cashier is waterproof, and there are at least 2 side or back doors. Third, 49 booths, 81 lamps in the hall, and the built-in Tai Chi 8 trigrams elements. If you find a bar that meets these 3 conditions, inform me. Hu Ben went through Jiang Fuyue's words in his mind and said with a strange expression, "Why does it sound like a feng shui layout?" Jiang Fuyue was slightly surprised. "You know feng shui? My aunt is a flower-observing woman. I heard her mention it before, so I have some impression." "Yes." Hu Ben thought for a while. "Is there a specific area for this bar? Was it the province or the whole country?" He had to have a general idea before he could start. "Jiang Fuyue, it's in Linhui City." After her rebirth, she had been looking for a bar, but she couldn't get away. Hu Ben was a good candidate, but before that, Jiang Fuyue didn't dare to use him. She didn't expect this person to come to her door himself. 1 month. "I want to see the results." "Okay." Hu Ben nodded and then raised his glass. "From now on, you're my boss." "Jiang Fuyue, I don't mix in the underworld, so you don't need to call me that. You can call me by my name." "How can I do that?" Hu Ben refused. What did the subordinates in the TV series call their mistresses? Mistress, no. Mississippi who? Ben lowered his eyes and his posture was respectful. Jiang Fuyue followed him and put a black plastic bag on the table. "Keep it well." Hu Ben opened the bag in confusion and the next second, he gasped. Money, stacks of $100 bills were neatly stacked into a pile. Hu Ben had never seen so much money before. His eyes widened like copper bells. When he came to his senses, he quickly tied up the bag. "I don't want it." Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. He was anxious. "Didn't we agree that this isn't a business deal?" I don't want money." He felt wronged. "You don't have to pay to enter the bar? You don't have to pay for the order?" Hu Ben was embarrassed. Jiang Fuyue pushed the bag in front of him. "This isn't a reward, it's a fee. The total is 100,000 yuan. Don't forget to keep it in the tab." "Okay." Hu Ben nodded repeatedly. "Call me if you have any news." After that, Jiang Fuyue got up and left. After watching her leave, Hu Ben retracted his gaze. The next second, he quickly hugged the money in his arms and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, he paused, lowered his head, and looked at the black plastic bag in his arms in a daze. He felt the heavy weight of the 100,000 yuan, but his eyes were suddenly filled with confusion. If he remembered correctly, Jiang Fuyue had been carrying this plastic bag when she came. After sitting down, she casually placed it beside her feet like trash. Who would have thought that it contained money? Of course, this was not important. The important thing was, why did she carry so much cash with her? It was as if he knew that it would be useful. The night wind blew and poured into his neck. Hu Ben shivered. When he came back to his senses, he realized that his back was already soaked. It was not that Jiang Fuyue did not recognize Zhong Xiang when he brushed past her, but she still did not look at him. "Zhong?" ? What did she mean? "Jiang Fuyue, stop." She did not stop and turned a deaf ear to him. Zhong Xiang was excited. He chased after her and blocked her way. This time, she had to stop even if she didn't want to. "Get out of my way." His voice suddenly became cold. Under the street lamp, his black pupils reflected a cold light. "I won't." The young man laughed arrogantly, full of roguishness. He raised his chin with innate arrogance. "Let's see what you can do to me." He was handsome and cool, but he was especially asking for a beating. Jiang Fuyue's fingertips twitched. Her hands were itchy. When Zhong Xiang saw her clenching her fists, he immediately became alert. He resisted the urge to retreat and shouted loudly, "I'm warning you, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. If you continue to be like this, I won't hold back anymore. First of all, I've never said that I'm a gentleman. Secondly, I didn't intend to make a move, but your words have successfully piqued my curiosity. I want to see just how impolite you are." After that, before Zhong Xiang could react, he threw out a punch. Bang, fast and accurate. Even when Jiang Fuyue stopped and left, he still hadn't reacted. His eyes were still in a daze. After a long while, "Did I get hit? F***ck, did she hit me again? Oh my god, Lin Huai is too tricky. I want to go back to the capital." Jiang Fuyue, on the other hand, left the scene without any burden after personally teaching him how to behave. The main road was just around the corner. She wasn't worried that Zhong Xiang would catch up with her. Even if he caught up, she could just teach him another lesson. Anyway, she had plenty of time. All of a sudden, Jiang Fuyue's footsteps came to a halt. She stopped where she was, and her sharp gaze landed not far ahead. She saw a tall figure turn the corner. The dim street lights shone on the man's cold and handsome face. There was a hazy texture, adding to the mystery. "Miss Jiang, is it appropriate for you to hit my nephew again and again?" His calm voice and indifferent eyes did not contain any anger, but it made people's shoulders sink. Jiang Fuyue slowly looked up. Even though there was a natural height difference between the two of them, her aura was not inferior. "I think, Mr. Xia, you should ask your nephew first. Is it appropriate for him to block me again and again?" Xia Dingyuan furrowed his brows. Jiang Fuyue walked straight ahead. When she brushed past him, she suddenly said, "Life is incomplete if you haven't been beaten. So, I don't mind letting you have a taste of it, you." After saying that, Jiang Fuyue did not give the other party any time to react. She grabbed the man's wrist with her left hand and his biceps with the other hand. Her legs were parallel and slightly wider than her shoulders. Then, she suddenly pushed forward. Xie Dingyuan could only feel a fragrant scent assaulting his nostrils. The woman's breath was right in front of him. Separated by the thin fabric of her clothes, a strange and novel sensation washed over his brain. He was so shocked that he was rooted to the ground, unable to move. Suddenly, his body became light. Then, the scene in front of him spun. When he came to his senses, he was already on the ground. The woman was standing beside him, looking at him condescendingly. Her eyes were full of smiles. "Do you feel it? Uncle Zhong Xiang." At that moment, Xie Dingyuan's eyes were the same as his nephew's not long ago. Last time, you hit me. This time, I'll hit you." Jiang Fuyue interrupted him. "We're going back and forth. It's fair, isn't it?" After saying that, she did not care about the other party's reaction and left. 2 minutes later. Zhong Xiang ran out of the alley, holding his chin. When he saw Xie Dingyuan, he immediately stopped and put down his hands. "Ahem. Uncle, when did you follow me?" "Just arrived." Then, he should not have seen him being beaten up by Jiang Fuyue, right? Zhong Xiang's palms were pressed against his trousers. He began to rub them back and forth secretly, trying to get rid of the mud on them. At the same time, Xie Dingyuan calmly smoothed out the creases on his sleeves. Then, "Uncle, did you see Jiang Fuyue leave from here?" "No." "Oh." Suddenly, Zhong Xiang's eyes paused and fell on Xie Dingyuan's shoulder. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Xie Dingyuan looked at himself. The next second, he frowned. Zhong Xiang swallowed and said uncertainly, "Uncle, your shoulder seems to be covered with dust?" To be honest, he did not believe it. Xie Dingyuan's obsession with cleanliness had reached the extent that even Xie Yunzhao, who was used to being tolerant, could not accept it. Usually, there would not be a single crease on his shirt and trousers. How could he allow his shoulder to be covered with dust? "Yes." Xie Dingyuan's expression did not change. "I didn't notice. It's dirty." Zhong Xiang nodded. He was stunned again. Why was there dust on his trousers too? "Let's go home." Xie Dingyuan lifted his chin and motioned for him to walk in front. Zhong Xiang was full of doubts as he walked forward with his head lowered like a cloud drifting in the fog. Xie Dingyuan was half a step behind. He looked calm. If Zhong Xiang went behind him at this time, he would find that not only his shoulders and trousers, but his entire back was covered with dust. It was wrinkled and looked like a lump of oil residue. Unfortunately, young Master Zhong did not have this awareness. He only had one thought: "I have a little secret. I must not let anyone know." Xie Dingyuan, cough. "I also have a little secret." At this time, the secret creator Jiang Fuyue had swaggered across the road and stopped in front of a barbecue stall. 10 pounds of crayfish, 50 skewers of palm treasures, 40 skewers of squid tentacles, 30 pieces of grilled tofu, 20 pieces of garlic eggplant, 10 chicken wings, takeaway. The boss, ? He was stunned. The diners, ! How bold, Jiang Fuyue, remember to grill it. Well. Don't make it too spicy. Oh okay. Digression, Jiang Fuyue, you may not believe it, but this uncle and niece were beaten by me. It was nighttime. Xianxia, who had eaten his fill, was lying on the upper bunk with a small quilt on his round belly. Sis, are you asleep? I know you're not asleep. I heard you moving just now. Oh. Sis. Xianxia scratched the quilt with his right index finger and stared at the ceiling in the dark. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. If you have something to say, just say it. Are you humming and hawing again? No. Xianxia was embarrassed. Yes. Sis, I feel so happy. The child's soft and timid voice was full of happiness and contentment. In the dark, Jiang Fuyue was obviously stunned. Happy? You'll be happy after eating? This requirement was too low. Xianxia, besides this, there's more. Jiang Fuyue, what? There's you, Mom and Dad. We're a family. After that, he asked again, Sis, do you feel happy? In the dark, there was no reply. Xianxia also quieted down. After a while, a faint sound came from the lower bunk. Yes. But Jiang was already sound asleep. Under the same night sky, the Imperial Heaven residence in Linnan district was bathed in moonlight and fell into silence. In a detached villa in the northeast corner, the bedroom on the second floor was still lit. Xie Dingyuan looked at the bruises on his back in the mirror, then put on his pajamas and slowly buttoned it to the last button. As his hands moved higher and higher, he suddenly pulled on a certain muscle and a dull pain came from the inside of his back arm. He paused and continued to smooth out the creases on his lapel until the fabric was unfolded. Then, he put his hands down and hung them by his side. During this time, the man's eyebrows did not move and his face was expressionless. The place where the pain came from was where Jiang Fuyue had grabbed him earlier. A high school girl who weighed less than 100 pounds was strong. The next day, Xianxia went downstairs with a scarf wrapped around his neck. Of course, his chin could also be buried in it. Xie Dingyuan looked down and did not say anything. Nanny Lu's bewildered gaze alternated back and forth between her nephew and uncle. Finally, she poked her head out of the window and looked up at the sky. The scorching sun was indeed the height of summer. Then, why was one wearing long sleeves and the other a scarf? Mrs. Lu, I suspect that I'm still dreaming. On July 27th, half a month had passed since the first round of the physical competition. The rankings and results were out. There were 13 students from No. 1 middle school who took the exam, and the total score was 200. All of them had passed the passing line of 120. Among them, there were as many as 9 people in the 150 to 200 range. Ho Siyuan, who had been vomiting during the training, scored 162. When he heard the score, he was dumbfounded. When he finally came back to his senses, he tugged at Meng Zhijian and confirmed with him, Meng Laosher, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Are you not wearing your glasses? Or else, they might have mixed up my name with someone else's? How can I get 162? How could I get 162? I don't deserve it. The corner of Meng Zhijian's mouth twitched. He slapped the report card in front of him and said, take it and get lost. Ho Siyuan picked it up and looked at it dizzily. Then, he left with a smile on his face. Lu Bowen made a mistake on the last question and only scored 185. However, it was still within his expectations. Therefore, he accepted the result very calmly. Meng Zhijian, keep up the good work. Your future is promising. Lu Bowen smiled and nodded. Thank you, teacher. I'll do my best. As for Ling Xian, there was no need to say anything. A high score of 196 was rare. Meng Zhijian. Congratulations, third place in the city. If you can maintain this level in the semifinals and finals, then this year's winter camp is in the bag. Xianxia nodded and looked at the report card in his hand. However, there was no joy in his eyes. What's wrong? Do you have any questions? Asked Meng Zhijian when he saw that there was something wrong with his expression. I can't figure out where the 4 points are. According to the rules, you can't look up the competition papers. However, I suggest you ask Jiang Fuyue. Ask her? Ling Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, ask her. There are 2 students in the city who scored full marks this year. She's one of them. She's tied with Feng Kaixian from 2nd middle school. Although it was said that they were tied, the news had spread throughout the few middle schools. Jiang Fuyue had handed in her paper and left after 40 minutes, while Feng Kaixian had studied from start to finish and only put down his pen when the bell rang. Who was better and who was worse could be seen immediately. Ling Xian's expression became more complicated after he heard this. Thank you, Teacher Meng. I know what to do. That's good. Jiang Fuyue, she. Ling Xian paused and his eyes flashed. Is she here? Meng Zhijian shook his head. She said she's busy and will come back on Monday to get her report card. Ling Xian looked down and smiled, but his eyes were full of mockery. They couldn't wait to know the results. Even if it was a Saturday, they would still rush back to school. She, on the other hand, she was calm and unhurried, as if she didn't care at all. Even if she scored full marks, she probably didn't think much of it. When Ling Xian heard about Jiang Fuyue's results, he didn't think that he had lost. However, he now realized that he might not even be qualified to lose. This was because Jiang Fuyue had never competed with him. It had always been a one-sided competition. You treated her as an opponent, an enemy, but she didn't even know who you were. This kind of feeling, it was more frustrating than losing. As soon as Ling Xian stepped out of the office, Sun Cheng's arm came over. He was there to accompany Ling Xian to get his report card. In the afternoon, they had agreed to race martens in the mountains. 196, bro, you haven't competed for more than a year. I didn't expect you to still be so impressive. You're amazing. Before Ling Xian came out, he had heard about the results from others. Ling Xian's reaction was flat. Sun Chen couldn't help but look at him. What's going on? You got close to full marks, but you're still unhappy? Ling Xian's eyes darkened. It's just close. It's not full marks. What's there to be happy about? Tisk, have you been trying to get full marks recently? I didn't see you being so strict with yourself before. Sun Chen was stunned. He suddenly thought of something. Could it be because of Jiang? Shut up. TSK. You're just giving yourself away. Ling Xian, by the way, how many marks did Jiang Fuyue get this time? It can't be full again. Let's split it? Ling Xian grinned. What do you think? F***CK. Sun Chen was shocked. She really got full marks? Ling Xian strode forward, leaving him with the back of his head. Sun Chen, what? You don't want to hear it, but you don't want others to say it. However, he still had to shout, Goddess, you're awesome. Ling Xian turned back coldly. Are you leaving or not? You're not running your marten this afternoon? Sun Chen snorted. Keep pretending. Admit it, you're just jealous. Yuanzhou was also shocked. He had rushed from home to the office. How many marks? I didn't hear it clearly on the phone. Can you say it again? Meng Zhijian, 200. Full marks. Then, he handed over the results slip. Yuanzhou looked at it once, blinked, and looked at it a second time. After a few times, he finally clutched his chest in an exaggerated manner. After a while, he said, Say, this child. How did she do so well? Wasn't this hard work? No one from number 1 middle school had entered the finals for 3 years in a row. Not only did the school lose all confidence, but even Meng Zhijian and Yuanzhou couldn't help but doubt themselves. While number 1 middle school gradually fell silent, number 2 middle school continued to show its strength. In recent years, number 1 middle school's competitive physics level had led more than 100 middle schools in the city. Because of this, some students who originally wanted to go to number 1 middle school ran to number 2 middle school. Once the number of students became worse, the competitive physics class had no hope. This was like a vicious cycle. Everyone was aware of the seriousness of the consequences, but no one had the ability to break the cycle and change the outcome. Until Jiangfu appeared. I guess Zhangju's eyeballs are going to fall out this time. Meng Zhijian picked up his teacup and leaned back in his chair. He tilted his head and took a sip of tea pretentiously. Yuanzhou had already put on an alias and rushed into number 2 middle school's campus forum to look for discussion posts about the results of the physics competition. In fact, it didn't take much effort to find them. Because the home page was red and labeled with the hot tag. It was hard to pretend not to see it. The results of the National Physics Competition for middle school students are announced. Number 2 middle school is leading again. Number 1 middle school is miles ahead. Number 1, as the title, number 2 middle school's physics competition results have reached a new high. Out of 116 participants, 30 passed the passing line, and 13 scored more than 160 points. Here comes the main point. Among them, Feng Kaixian got full marks, first in the city. Number 2, F***CK. Full marks. Godfeng never disappoints anyone. Number 3, congratulations on trampling number 1 middle school on the ground again, like the devil's footsteps. Number 4, number 1 middle school really can't do it. Fortunately, we chose number 2 middle school. Number 5, in the future, our school will be the top high school in the city. Number 16, everyone is talking bad about number 1 middle school. If you have the ability, why don't you show off number 1 middle school's physics competition results? Very quickly, the original poster jumped out, so be it. 13 people passed, and only 5 scored more than 160 points. How about it? Are you convinced? Number 18, weak. Number 19, face-slapping. Number 20, sweat. Number 38, awkward. Yuanzhou looked at the screen full of expressions and was furious. He immediately put on his armor and went to battle. 39th floor Uimi Air, please have some shame, OP. Cutting out the beginning and the end, taking things out of context. You're pretty good. Future paparazzi talent, inverting black and white seated players. Middle finger, 40th floor Yui Buer. Next up is the real results of the number 1 high school's physics competition preliminary test. 13 people took the test, and the passing rate is 100%. 9 people scored more than 150 points. Among them, Jiangfu Yue scored full marks and ranked first in the city, Ling Xian scored 196 and ranked second, Lu Boan scored 185 and ranked 16th in the city. 41st floor Uimi Air, number 2 high school had 116 students taking the exam, but only 30 of them made it out. Number 1 high school only had 13 students, but all of them made it out alive. OP, it's better if you don't come out and make a fool of yourself. As a member of 2nd middle school, even I feel embarrassed for you. Yuanzhou's last sentence didn't forget to protect his little vest. As a teacher of number 1 middle school, you have the nerve to pretend to be a student of number 2 middle school and slander number 2 middle school. Yuanzhou, I'm very embarrassed. Thank you. When he wanted to send another message, the system prompted, you have been banned by the administrator for 30 days. Please click here to appeal. Yuanzhou. His mouth was full. Even if he was banned, it still couldn't extinguish the enthusiasm of this middle-aged internet addict. With Yuanzhou taking the lead, soon many students who knew about the situation jumped out to express their opinions. The curtains of a heated discussion began. 92nd floor, saying that number 1 high school can't do. Is there something wrong with your brain? A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Besides, she hasn't even lost weight, and your horse is already jumping around. Be more humble. 93rd floor, you're already starting. I suspect that the person above is doing something, but I have no evidence. 94th floor, I'm not interested in the competition between schools. I just want to know who this Jiangfu Yue is. Do you have any friends? 95th floor, raise your hand. Me, 96th floor, look here. I've never heard of this name before. Who is it? A transfer student? 122 ND floor, actually, everyone should have heard of it. In the last monthly exam, it was this sister surnamed Jiang who scored full marks in all subjects and took first place in the second year. She became the strongest person in the history of number 1 high school, 123 RD floor, damn. So it's her, 124th floor, my dog eyes were blinded by her full marks in all subjects again. 136 TH floor, do you have a picture? Please. 137th floor, plus 1138th floor, plus 2, 141 ST floor, picture, take it, you're welcome. Finally, I'm not the only one who's crying for such a godly beauty, 142 ND floor, why do I feel like this brother above is being sarcastic, 143 RD floor, the internet is bad, the picture hasn't loaded yet. Sarcastic words +1. Just don't be like sister phone. It hurts my eyes. When the two pictures appeared on the screen one after the other, the whole forum had a moment of pause and dead silence. In the first picture, the girl was sitting in the classroom wearing a school uniform that looked like a sack. Her back was straight, her neck was long, and a simple high ponytail was tied behind her head. A light breeze entered the window and lifted the hair hanging down by her temples. A bunch of hair stuck to her lips, but she didn't feel it at all. A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes were straight and focused in front of her. Hibiscus from clear water, naturally carved. In the second picture, the background was a basketball court. The girl was dribbling with one hand. The moment she raised her head to look at the basket, she was caught with sweat rolling down her cheeks. She was no longer wearing a loose school uniform. She was wearing a cool basketball jersey with a black spaghetti strap underneath, revealing her snow-white arms and collarbones. The lines of her shoulders and neck were almost perfect. Her slender waist and long legs were even more eye-catching. 157th floor, OMG. What kind of fairy is this? 158th floor, the brother who posted the picture, please forgive my ignorance and accept my tears. 159th floor, A4 waist, right angle shoulders, swan neck, butterfly back. Goddess, kill me 10,000 times. 160th floor, this appearance, this figure, it's amazing. 161st floor, I'm a girl and I'm already looking at why. 211th floor, 1 minute, I want all her information, including her contact information. 212th floor, let's expose another piece of news. Although this sister and God phone both got full marks, she handed in her paper and left 40 minutes after the exam started. 213th floor, I already picked up my chin and fixed it. Why did you let it fall back to the ground? 214th floor, is it because I'm not standing high enough? Why can't I understand? 215th floor, it turns out that God is really unfair. He gave her a beautiful face and body, but he also gave her an IQ and brain that could kill everyone in seconds. 255th floor, it's time to change the school bell of number 1 middle school. 256th floor, I think number 2 middle school can also change. Never underestimate the power of people with good looks. Not only would they shout and post comments, but they would also do all kinds of fancy things. Originally, there were only a few hundred posts, but after waves of people with good looks joined in, the number of posts soared to over 1,000 in just an hour. It looked like it would continue to grow. As for the discussion about the results of the preliminary exam, after the two pictures were posted, it became the scene of Jiang Fuyue personally slaughtering the forum. Towards the end, there were even a number of number 1 middle school students who followed the network cable to show off their girl smugly. 4563rd comment, my sister you doesn't like to talk. She only uses her fists. She's good at hitting people and playing basketball. 5631st comment, my sister you is a genius. She kills without spilling blood. 5632 ND comment, I've never seen a campus at 1 o'clock in the morning, but I've seen a campus goddess who makes people toss and turn in bed at 1 o'clock in the morning. There were too many discussions on the post, and its popularity remained high. The direct result was, the forum collapsed. It was the weekend, and the technology was not online. There was no way to fix it. Fortunately, most of the fans had saved the pictures. A group of people immediately changed their positions and went to Weibo to show off. At this point, Jiang Fuyue was completely famous. Whether it was in number 1 middle school or number 2 middle school, she had become synonymous with genius and goddess. The only difference was that the students of number 1 high school could openly lick her boots and praise her without any scruples. They could praise her as much as they could, while the students of number 2 high school could only secretly fall head over heels for the goddess's beauty and secretly cheer for the genius' powerful brain. Xianxia was sent to a famous school in the capital for exchange 3 days ago. She only returned to Linhui at 11 o'clock on Saturday night. When she reached home, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Exhausted, she fell asleep immediately. When she woke up again, it was already noon the next day. After lunch, she went to the study to prepare for class. However, she kept feeling that she had left something important behind. When her daughter came back from the cram school in the afternoon, she suddenly remembered that the results of the physics competition's preliminary test should have been released yesterday. Xiao. Did Mr. Liu inform everyone about the preliminary test results? He informed us yesterday. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. That's good. I've been so busy these days that I almost forgot. How did you do? How many points did you get? The girl's expression suddenly sank, and a trace of gloom appeared in her eyes. 192, Xianxia frowned subconsciously. It wasn't difficult this time. With your ability, it's definitely not a problem to get full marks. What happened? Huang Yanqiu did not speak. Xianxia thought of something. Was it because of the person who handed in the paper early? The girl pursed her lips. It was more than just being affected. Her originally smooth thinking became bumpy after that person handed in the paper. It took her a long time to adjust and recover. Although she recovered later, she wasted too much time, causing her to not finish the last question and miss the full marks. I told you before the exam that you have to be completely focused when answering the questions. No matter what happens in the outside world, you can't be affected. You've trained so many times. Why don't you learn from your mistakes? Facing her daughter, Xianxia subconsciously brought out her teacher's style. Being strict had become a habit, but she didn't realize it. Huang Yanqiu was obviously used to this mode of interaction between mother and daughter. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, "It won't happen again. This week's experimental classes will be doubled. The semi-finals are coming up soon. Train hard during this period and don't get distracted. I don't want to see any more mistakes." Yes. Xiangju's expression softened. Go back to your room and do your homework. I'll call Teacher Liu to ask about everyone's grades. Huang Yanqiu nodded and went back to her room. When she closed the door, the pretense of obedience on her face completely disappeared, leaving only malice and resentment in her eyes. She took out her phone and logged into Second High School's campus forum. The page was blank except for a small line of words in the middle that said, "Server is under repair. Please try again later." Huang Yanqiu had witnessed the whole process of the paralysis incident yesterday, so not only did she know why the forum collapsed, she also knew who it collapsed for: Jiang. Fu. You. That idiot who handed in her paper early. She didn't get full marks because of her, but she got full marks. Now, she was even recognized as the top student goddess. Who did she think she was? Huang Yanqiu was so angry that her whole body trembled. She clenched her hands into fists, but she didn't feel her nails digging into her palms. Qiu, I've already told Wang Peng. Once the forum recovers, he'll delete that post immediately. A WeChat message came in. It was from her best friend. Then, there were a few more messages. That you is just SOSO. I don't think she's very pretty. The boys in our grade are probably blind. What about changing the school bell? Bah. You're the school bell of Second High forever. Rose, Qiu? Are you there? I just met God Feng. He asked me how many marks you got. Huang Yanqiu saw the 2 words God Feng and her eyes lit up. She immediately replied, You met Feng Kaixian? Where is he? Best friend, I met him when the 2 classes ended at the same time. Huang Yanqiu, other than grades, did he say anything else? Best friend, he also asked about the bulletin board and the attendance test. That's all. Huang Yanqiu immediately lost interest. She threw her phone away and no matter how it rang, she didn't reply. In the living room, Xianxia dialed Teacher Lu's phone number. Before the call went through, she wasn't too worried about the preliminary test results. After all, the strength of second high in the past few years was obvious to all. If nothing went wrong, it shouldn't be too different from the previous years. Sure enough, out of 116 students, 30 passed the line. That was 2 more than last year. The top scorer in the city was also in her class. Xianxia was quite satisfied with this. After expressing her gratitude to Teacher Lu, she began to arrange the next training plan. Compared to the theory, we practiced less in the experiment. Although we only scored 40 points, a single point in the competition can make a difference. So, in the next week, we'll focus on this area. The call lasted for 40 minutes. Xianxia was basically the only one talking. The other end listened quietly and occasionally agreed. When she was about to hang up, she asked, "How did number 1 middle school do this year?" The other end was stunned. It was abnormally quiet. "Teacher Lu? Are you still there?" "Number 1 middle school this year. 13 passed the line." Xianxia snorted. "They're better than last year." But they still couldn't beat second high. The difference between 30 and 13 was huge. The next second, the other end added with some difficulty. But only 13 people from number 1 middle school participated in the preliminary test. Xianxia was stunned. "What did you say?" The surprise wasn't over yet. What Teacher Lu said next really stunned her. For example, there wasn't much difference in the number of students in the advanced section of the two schools. Second high had Feng Kaixian. Number 1 middle school also had Jiang Fuyue. Number 1 middle school also had number 1 middle school. How could this be? Xianxia suddenly understood. Number 1 middle school's physics Olympiad had declined a few years ago. In the past 2 years, all the good students had rushed to second high. Number 1 middle school had no chance to make a comeback. How could this time, Teacher Lu? I heard that 2 weeks before the preliminary test, Meng Zhijian and Yu Wenzhou organized a training session. Could this be the reason? It's just a last-minute preparation. The foundation that was lost before can't be picked up in just half a month. Was Physics Olympiad child's play? Teacher Lu was silent. Xianxia also didn't say anything. In the silence, the atmosphere was inexplicably heavy. After a while. What's the background of that Jiang Fuyue from number 1 middle school? I've never heard of her before. Teacher Lu, I'm not too sure about the specifics. Apparently, she's a dark horse that suddenly appeared in the second year of high school. Before this, she even got full marks in the monthly exam. Full marks in all subjects? Xiangju's tone changed. Digression, today's the college entrance exam. As an important exam that will test the results of more than 10 years of hard work of China's students, I hope that the majority of examinees won't panic and deal with it calmly. If your mentality is stable, then you've already won half the battle. Next, read the questions seriously, carefully examine them, and perform to the best of your ability. If you don't know how to do it, then be smart and bold as an experienced person. I wish my juniors a triumphant return and live up to their youth. Yes, language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, 6 subjects. If there were special effects in real life, Xianxia would have a huge question mark on her head. Full marks for language too? She confirmed again. Teacher Lu sighed and gave an affirmative answer. How is that possible? Xianxia was in disbelief. Are the graders crazy? He didn't know if she was talking about marking the monthly test papers or the competition papers. After ending the call, Xianxia paced back and forth in the living room. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she felt. After 15 minutes, she decided to call Meng Zhijian. Both of them were physics teachers and were in the opposing camp of number 1 high school and number 2 high school. They were also named advanced teachers in the same year, so their rivalry was self-evident. Although they were secretly competing with each other, they were still able to get along on the surface. Usually, they would be polite to each other when they met during meetings. As for what they were thinking, only the two of them knew. Hello, Teacher Zhang, why did you suddenly think of calling me? I heard that you were sent to Beijing for an exchange study. This is a rare opportunity. The district will probably invite you to give a speech at the next subject discussion. Excellent. At this time, Meng Zhijian was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. He was drinking tea while answering the phone. The compliment was sincere and not pretentious at all. Zhang smiled and said naturally, "What are you talking about, Teacher Meng? As for me, I'm used to working hard and running around. I'm used to it. This trip wasn't in vain. I've learned a lot." "Teacher Meng, you didn't slack off in Linhuai, right?" Meng Zhijian laughed. "I couldn't slack off. I have to keep an eye on the competitive physics class, right? Luckily, those brats did not disappoint me. My tiredness was not in vain. But then again, as teachers, aren't we supposed to worry about this? It's our duty, so it doesn't matter if it's tiring." His words were extremely sarcastic. Zhang Ju's teeth were about to fall out, but the person who said it didn't feel anything. His skin was unimaginably thick. "Ah, right," Meng Zhijian suddenly thought of something and said casually, "The preliminary exam results were released yesterday. Number 2 high school once again led the district in the number of people who passed. Congratulations, Zhang Ju." Her heart felt stifled. "Hi, look at how I've been talking nonstop. I haven't even asked Teacher Zhang the reason for this call." The woman forced a smile. Even if the other end couldn't see it, she still did it subconsciously. "Didn't the results come out? I heard that you did well in the senior high school entrance exam this year, Tisk. What's not bad? It's a far cry from second high." Zhang Ju started to have a toothache again. She couldn't help but sneer, "Teacher Meng, you're too modest. You have a 100% passing rate. Not to mention Lin Hui, even if you look at the entire country, you won't be able to find a second case like that. Luck, it's all luck." His tone was gentle, and his posture was so humble that he didn't have any friends. Instead of calming down, Zhang Ju became even angrier. "If this is luck, then full marks can't be first place, right? Why not?" Meng Zhijian immediately retorted, "That's great luck. Handing in the paper 40 minutes after the start of the exam, not checking, not even bothering to use the draft paper, and in the end, scoring full marks? Don't you think it's too much? Zhang Ju, ? You're the worst." There was no way to continue this conversation. If this continued, she might vomit 3 liters of blood on the spot. "But Teacher Zhang, don't worry. I've already harshly criticized student Jiang. I told her that although you're smart, strong, and capable, you shouldn't be so honest. You should at least hold back a little and give others a way out." But guess what she told me? Zhang Ju. No, I don't want to guess. She actually told me that this is the result of holding back. And it's not a little, but a lot. Sigh, I met a genius. What do you think I can do? I can't do anything about it. Zhang Ju. You immortal, this was the first time she saw a teacher helping a student act cool. And it was so natural and flawless. Meng Zhijian, I've already asked Jiang Fuyue to learn from second high's Feng Kaixin. No matter how big or small the exam is, it must be done until the end. Make full use of every second. It's better to be safe than sorry. Zhang Ju couldn't take it anymore and hung up before vomiting blood. Crooked? Meng Zhijian said into the phone, "Teacher Zhang, are you still listening? Why did you hang up? We were chatting quite well." Meng Zhijian's wife was leaning against the doorframe. When she heard that, her mouth twitched. "Take it easy. Don't make her too angry. What do you know? This is called giving her a taste of her own medicine. How did she flaunt her prowess in front of me in the past? Oh, I'm just telling the truth now and she can't stand it? What kind of person is she?" Meng Zhijian's wife couldn't be bothered to argue with him. "Fine, as long as you're happy." After that, she turned around and left. Meng Zhijian pulled her back and laughed. "Dear, was I cool just now? Was I cool or not?" Her eyes were eager and expectant. "It's alright, but it feels a little different from usual. Especially that weird tone," it gave her goosebumps. "Of course." The man suddenly became serious. "I wasn't Meng Zhijian just now, but Nianhielu Zhijian. Nianhilu Zijian's wife, ? She was very confused. After hanging up the phone, Zhangju didn't stop jumping around. After thinking for 2 minutes, she called another person. Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Xiaoju. Hey, it's been good recently. Chocho is also very obedient. Yes, I'll definitely go back to visit my parents next week. I have something to ask you. After hearing what the other party said, Zhangju immediately beamed with joy. You're the best. I want to investigate a student. Not second high, but first high. Don't worry, I can't do anything to her. I just feel that this child is very talented and I want to see if there's a chance to train her under me. You know that I'm in charge of competitions. Good seedlings are like fine horses, they can only be found by chance. After much persuasion, the other party finally agreed. Zhangju reminded her. Family information, address, contact information, all these are needed. Jiang Fuyue didn't know about the competition between the schools, the discussions on the forum, and the undercurrent between the two teachers. As soon as the results were out on Saturday, Meng Zijian called her to tell her about it, and she casually told Jiang Shaodi about it. Soon, Jantar and Han Yunru also found out. The two of them specially rushed home from the shop and cooked a sumptuous dinner for the siblings. If this were 2 months ago, Jiang Shaodi wouldn't have dared to imagine that there would be chicken, duck, fish, and pork and beef on his table at the same time. Jantar and Han Yunru didn't dare to think about it either. Now that the small stall had become a small shop, business was getting better and better, and the family finally had some hope. They had to work harder and earn more money, therefore, after the two of them finished eating, they raced against time to rush back to the shop. Jiang Chenxing kept the bowls in the kitchen. Just as he was about to take the apron, a hand beat him to it. Jiang Fuyue said, I'll wash it. Huh? Jiang Shaodi looked up in a daze. Why? Is it difficult to understand what I said? You don't understand? Jiang Fuyue crossed her arms and smiled faintly. Jiang Shaodi blushed. Sister, go and watch TV. I'll be done soon. Jiang Fuyue ignored him and put on her apron. She stood in front of the sink and said, Go and revise. There's a math exam tomorrow. That's right. Jiang Chenxing's junior high school exams were in the next 2 days. He had a language and English exam today and a math exam tomorrow morning. However, this was not a reason for Jiang Fuyue to wash the dishes. At least, Jiang Chenxing did not think so. I'm done revising, he said as he stood behind his sister with wide eyes. He wanted to take over the task but was afraid that Jiang Fuyue would be angry. He could only test the waters on the edge of advancing and retreating, like a confused little squirrel. How about the interview? Are you ready? Jiang Fuyue mixed hot water and poured in detergent. After the math exam tomorrow morning, there would be an interview for the junior high school students in the afternoon. Jiang Shaodi's head drooped as soon as he heard this. Jiang Fuyue washed the dishes and continued to wash the dishes. Why aren't you talking? Her tone was calm. I'm afraid. Jiang Shaodi mumbled softly as he pursed his lips. What are you afraid of? There are a lot of teachers. They want to ask questions, you can't answer them? Jiang Shaodi shook his head and nodded. When he was done, he remembered that Jiang Fuyue's back was facing him and she could not see him. Fortunately, otherwise, she would say that his old habit was acting up again. If I can't answer because I don't know how to do it, I'm not afraid, he said clearly. But if I'm nervous, I'm afraid. Jiang Fuyue put the clean dishes aside and turned to look at him. Then don't be nervous. But I can't help it, that's easy. 10 minutes later, downstairs. Jiang Fuyue sat on the bench while Jiang Chenxing stood nervously in front of her. Not far away was the plaza dancing army and there were many neighbors walking around. Sis, Jiang Fuyue, introduce yourself in English first. Ah? The squirrel was dumbfounded. Is there a problem? Asked Squirrel's sister. Now? Yes. H here? That's right. My name is Jiang Chenxing from class 2. Jiang Fuyue, stop. Where's the greeting? Oh. Good afternoon teachers, my name is. Jiang Fuyue listened quietly and did not interrupt again. She frowned a few times in the middle and then took out her phone to start recording. Xianxia visibly tensed up. His speech, which was not smooth to begin with, instantly became stuttering. Jiang Fuyue didn't tell him to stop, so he had no choice but to continue. Finally. Thank you. You for listening? Sis, I'm done. Who wrote it? She asked. Xianxia, myself. There's no problem with the grammar, and the logic is clear enough. For a primary school student, it was already quite good. Therefore, the content didn't need to be changed, but the accent is too heavy, and the emotions are lacking. Xianxia understood the first point, but the second point. His big eyes blinked, and he looked confused. What you said just now didn't seem like a self-introduction. It was more like a recitation. The so-called interview is a way to show yourself. Language is only the most basic and common expression. If you want to stand out, you need more advanced things, such as your demeanor, expression, and body movements. Of course, you can't exaggerate, or it will be awkward. Xianxia understood, but he still didn't know how to do it. Sis, teach me. The squirrel was no longer confused. He held one of his sister's fingers and shook it, his eyes sparkling. Next, Jiang Fuyue picked out all the points in his self-introduction that could be added with advanced expressions and explained in detail. For example, when talking about interests and hobbies, his tone could be raised, and his expression could be richer. Then, the state he presented would be very sunny, full of vigor and vitality. Another example was when introducing family members, his liveliness could be restrained. He could use a decent smile to express his faint happiness. This meant that he grew up in a warm and cultured family. This was also valued by many teachers. Finally, and also the most overlooked point, politeness. Say hello when you enter the door. Bow when you leave. Xianxia nodded. Got it. Then, there was his anxious spoken language. The main reason was that he was too used to being a mute and didn't practice enough. There was no way to solve the problem at the source in a short time. He could only correct it word by word. Fortunately, Xianxia was smart and had a strong ability to adapt. There was no problem in copying. Sis. He jumped around Jiang Fuyue's legs. You said it so well. It's better than the foreigners on TV. Really? Jiang Fuyue smiled. You can wake up 20 minutes earlier every day to practice speaking. Xianxia, ? Little question mark, do you have a lot of friends, Jiang Fuyue, why? You don't want to? Xianxia. I'm willing. In the end, I'm the one who shouldered everything. After the self-introduction, Jiang Fuyue pointed to a stone platform on the right rear. Stand on it. He did as he was told. Let's start, ? Xianxia was confused. Start what? Introduce yourself louder. But, there are so many people here. He was nervous and his face turned red. This time, he was really scared. Even his ears and neck were red. Jiang Fuyue's expression was calm and her tone was cold. I said start. Don't you understand? Xianxia's heart trembled. Sis, he was a little afraid of Jiang Fuyue now. Unfortunately, the latter was unmoved. I'll count to 3. If you still don't speak, I won't care about you anymore. I mean it. 1. Sis. He was about to cry. 2. Minimize. Wrong. Start again. Good afternoon. The first time, he was sobbing. He stuttered and forgot the words, let alone being emotional. He even forgot the pronunciation that he had just corrected. Jiang Fuyue was expressionless. Continue. The second time, he stopped crying. However, he still stuttered and forgot the words because of nervousness. His accent improved. The third time, he recited it smoothly. His voice was still soft, but he began to pay attention to his expression and body movements. Jiang Fuyue, louder. Good afternoon. Not enough. Louder. Good. Still not enough. Last chance. Good afternoon. This time, he was almost shouting. Jiang Fuyue, very good. Keep it up. He repeated it countless times. Along the way, he attracted a lot of people to come forward and watch, accompanied by whispers and pointing fingers. Xianxia went from being helpless and panicked to wanting to run away. He forced himself to accept it and pretended to be calm. Finally, he calmed down and spoke smoothly. The whole process was like being reborn from a cocoon. Sister? This time, he looked at Jiang Fuyue without avoiding her gaze. There was a faint sense of anticipation in his eyes. He was like a lost night traveler looking at a distant lighthouse in the dark, trying to get guidance. Finally, yes, you pass. At that moment, 2 clusters of flames ignited in the young boy's eyes. An indescribable force sprouted and began to grow wildly. Digression, the introduction said that the female lead was eternal light, guiding light, and faith. In addition, the summary of the interview material that he had summarized was not very comprehensive and not necessarily suitable for all occasions. However, there was one thing that was common. The overall image and mental appearance that he presented to the interviewer was whether he met the requirements of the position. Of course, just meeting the requirements was not enough. He had to surpass or be competent. Sis, apart from what I just said, is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Jiang Fuyue was comparing the 2 versions of the recording. When she heard that, she looked away from the phone screen and looked at his face. Instead of answering immediately, she asked, "What do you think?" A good guide is not someone who walks in front of you one step at a time, while he follows behind without using his head. Sometimes, it was better to let him judge the direction by himself. Xianxia thought for a while. The interviewer will definitely ask other questions. So, I have to give them a good impression of me in order to pass, right? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Sis, did I say something wrong? No, it's good that you can see that. She was just a little surprised. Jiang Qinxing's words just now already had a hint of establishing a persona. The next day, Jantar and Han Yunru went to the restaurant as usual. Jiang Fuyue sent them to the exam. The exam ended at 11 o'clock a.m. Jiang Qinxing walked out briskly. His small school bag drooped on his back. It seemed that he did well in the exam. Let's go eat first. Jiang Fuyue had booked a private restaurant nearby. It was a 5-minute walk away from the restaurant. Welcome. Do you have a reservation? I booked a private room. The waiter was stunned. Miss Jiang? That's me. I'm sorry, but I booked all the private rooms. Do you think the main hall is okay? It's by the window and the environment is very comfortable. Jiang Fuyue frowned. They had clearly booked a private room over the phone, but the main hall was fine too. It was just that, I want a bigger table. No problem, please. It was Jiang Qinxing's first time in such a high-end private restaurant. He followed Jiang Fuyue and looked around curiously. Sis, is it expensive here? It's okay. Then. He licked his lips and his eyes were bright. Can I eat as much as I want? No. There's an interview. You'll be 80% full at most. Yes, yes. He was listless in the first half of his sentence, but came back to life in the second half. After the siblings sat down, the waiter served them the menu. Jiang Fuyue quickly scanned through the menu. This, and this, he flipped it over and continued, this, as she pointed, the waiter took notes. In the end, Jiang Fuyue said, I don't want any of them. Give me one of each. The waiter's pen paused, and he was dumbfounded. Jiang Fuyue handed the menu back to her. Only then did the waiter react. Miss, the amount of food in our restaurant is not bad. Will you be able to finish all of this? Jiang Fuyue turned to look at Jiang Qinxing. The latter nodded solemnly. I can finish it. All right, then let's do it as soon as possible. The waiter went to the kitchen in confusion. Soon, a man who claimed to be the manager came to confirm the menu. After Jiang Fuyue nodded her head in confirmation and said, no problem, the other party left with a smile. Manager, what's going on? Did the customer order the wrong thing? Yes, tell the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Hurry up. Yes. He didn't dare to ask or say anything. When the large and small plates were served one after another, the waiter finally understood why the other party specifically asked for a bigger table. This can't be big enough. Jiang Fuyue picked up a pair of chopsticks and handed a pair to Xianxia. Eat. When she ordered the dishes, she specifically removed the raw, cold, and spicy dishes that could cause diarrhea. She also only chose 2 kinds of soup. She was afraid that if he drank too much, he would have to go to the bathroom during the interview. Jiang Qinxing had no objection to this. He liked it when Jiang Fuyue arranged everything clearly. This feeling was hard to describe, but one would know how happy it was after experiencing it. As the two of them ate, new dishes were continuously served from the kitchen, and several empty plates were collected. The waiter and the surrounding diners were stunned. However, Jiang Qinxing didn't hear anything. He lowered his head and focused on the food in front of him. This stir-fried meat smells so good, that plate of tofu soup is soft and smooth, and that dish that I don't know the name of. How can it be so crispy? Is that little brother a big eater? He can eat too much. Professional food streaming? Why don't I see a tripod and a camera? I'm checking in. This is my first time watching a live broadcast. I think he's really eating and didn't vomit. Tisk, that little brother is so handsome. But, he looks a little familiar. Be a human. You won't even let go of such a young flower. You're crazy. No. I'm serious. Look, doesn't he look like the one you saw on TikTok and Weibo? Which one? It's just a table of dishes, and you even left a comment calling him Little D and praising his peach blossom eyes. Do you remember now? Ah. It's actually him. Why are you still standing there? Take out your phone and take a picture. He's an internet celebrity. At the same time, in the private room. Elder Su, how's the taste? Su Kaiqing nodded. The fish is meaty but not fishy, and the tofu is soft but not scattered. It still tastes the same as before. As long as you like it. The man nodded slightly. Don't just focus on me. You eat too. Xie Dingyuan finally picked up his chopsticks. I heard from the teacher that you came to Hawaii for this year's Ipo winter camp selection? You can say that. Xie Dingyuan's eyes flickered. Do you have other considerations? Su Kaiqing didn't answer. He only ordered him, eat. Xie Dingyuan didn't pursue the matter. He picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and put them into his bowl. He casually said, last month, I bought 10 out-of-print books on the SSA internet for $20. Su Kaiqing's ears perked up, and he unconsciously slowed down the speed of his chewing. The seller is very mysterious. Not only does he require a virtual account for the transaction, but even the delivery is by air. He doesn't leave any useful information. But, Xie Dingyuan's tone changed abruptly, and Elder Su's heart instantly jumped to his throat. From the time the package was sent to the time I signed for it, the delivery time was only 1 day. To be able to achieve this speed, I have ample reason to suspect that the delivery was from the same city. In other words, the mysterious seller is also in Linhuai. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Su Kaiqing nodded. It is indeed a coincidence. There's something even more coincidental. Xie Dingyuan's tone was relaxed, and his expression was calm. On the same day, electronic fireworks suddenly appeared on the website, followed by a large field of iris blooming. Old Shin told you? Su Kaiqing suddenly looked up. The teacher only said that such an effect would appear when the founder logs in, but the website founder hasn't appeared for 20 years. Yes. Su Kaiqing sighed. Since Old Shin has told you, then I have nothing to hide. This time, I came to Linhuai to pick people for this year's winter camp, and also to find Cho. Xie Dingyuan, Cho? My Cho Xian, the founder of SSA. Has he really disappeared for 20 years? Yes. Xie Dingyuan seemed to have understood something. That mysterious seller, that's right, it's him. Su Kaiqing said with certainty. Do you have any clues now? Those 10 out-of-print books were sold at a cheap price in the second-hand book section of a bookstore. Later, they were bought by a high school student on the day of the transaction. In other words, the books were sold almost at the same time. Xie Dingyuan caught the key information. a high school student? Yes, I saw the surveillance video in the store and even took a picture. Look. He handed the phone over. Xie Dingyuan looked over, and his eyes suddenly froze. Digression, did you recognize it? Did you recognize it? P.S. I suddenly want to tell everyone something from the bottom of my heart. Actually, I'm not a writer who is particularly good at expressing my feelings. Maybe my feelings are all written in the book. Usually, my digressions are mostly about sharing the plot or complaining about the dog male protagonist. Asking for votes and comments is very Buddhist, and I've never asked for tips before. I just want to update properly and let everyone read my story happily. But to be honest, every time I see a pool of stagnant water in the comments section, I can't help but wonder if my writing is very trashy. Anyway, I'll just doubt myself 100 times every day. Currently, the text has reached 150,000 words, and it's at the stage where the quality of the results can be seen. Previously, the editor said that it's not very good, so it's quite sad. Next, there's a PK opportunity. I want to fight for it. I hope that everyone can follow the story, leave comments, and vote. Even if it's just a punch card, leaving a 12,345 comment is more than enough. As for tips, there's no need. Many students don't need to spend this money. Save it for eating 2 more pieces of pork belly to grow tall and strong every time I start a new book. I'll write this book as the last one. I'll try my best to finish my writing career, so no matter what the result is, I won't give up. It's just like raising a child. Although the conditions are a little bad, I still have to do my best to raise him. But if possible, I still hope that this child can have more love and support from everyone, and let him grow up to be a good young man. Thank you for reading my nagging. The photo was taken against the display screen. The image quality was not very clear to begin with. It could not withstand the damage from the phone's camera and became even more blurry. However, Xie Dingyuan still recognized the girl in the photo at a glance. Superior body proportions, familiar silhouette, and the extremely recognizable No. 1 middle school uniform. Yuan, you know her? Su Kaiqing's eyes lit up. Xie Dingyuan placed his hands under the table and touched his knees. Then, he smiled and said, I know her. His first shoulder throw in his life was thanks to her. How could he not know her? Su Kaiqing suddenly stood up and said, she might have had direct contact with Worry. Take me to her. Don't worry. It's the weekend. No. 1 middle school doesn't have classes. You'll only be missing if you go now. Yes. Su Kaiqing calmed down and sat back down. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, don't you know her? Are you familiar with her? Why don't you call her and ask her out? A trace of coldness appeared in the man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He said, no, I'm not familiar with her. Su Kaiqing did not suspect anything and said, oh. He felt that it was a pity. Yuan, what's the girl's name? Jiang Fuyue. Hiss. Why does this name sound so familiar? Su Kaiqing was puzzled. After the meal, the two of them left the private room and went to the hall. Xie Dingyuan was a VIP customer. He paid directly and did not need to go to the cashier to pay. Su Kaiqing had to go to the city to review the semi-final questions in the afternoon. The competition committee's car was already waiting at the door. Xie Dingyuan opened the car door for him. His etiquette was impeccable. Yuan, don't forget about Monday. I postponed everything else. Don't worry. Xie Dingyuan stood there and watched the car until it disappeared from his sight. Then, he turned around and got into another car. The driver said, Master Zhou. Back to the office. 20 minutes ago, Miss Zhou called. She didn't say what it was about. She only asked you to call her back when you're free. Xie Yunzao's phone calls always had one topic, and that was her son. Otherwise, he would beat around the bush and urge them to get married on behalf of the old master. Unfortunately, he was not interested in either of them. Xie Dingyuan took out his tablet and opened an encrypted file. Soon, a large amount of data appeared on the screen. He quickly browsed through it. Tell her that I'm out of the lab and won't be free for the next 2 days. The driver nodded respectfully. Xianxia, who was full, stood on the steps in front of the restaurant with a glass of juice in his hand. He stared at an expensive car that he couldn't name. Then he saw an uncle who was tall and handsome but had a very cold face. "Uncle." After sending off an old man, he bent over and sat down. Then, the car drove away. When would he be as tall as that uncle? He had already eaten a lot and was never a picky eater. Even if he didn't grow taller, he could still grow fatter. This way, he wouldn't be afraid that Jing Yonglin would bully him, but he couldn't be as fat as Jing Yonglin. Like a little fat pig, Jiang Fuyue paid the bill, left the cashier, and turned to leave the restaurant. "Jiang Qinqing, let's go." "Okay." 2:00 in the afternoon, first middle school. Jiang Qinqing held a number plate and was brought into a classroom with a group of elementary school students of the same age. "Everyone, rest here first. In a while, whoever the teacher outside calls, come out with me. Do you understand?" Jiang Qinqing was number 6, a number that was very close to the front. Sure enough, it was his turn in less than 20 minutes. In an empty classroom, only the first row was filled with people. There were a total of 10 teachers, both male and female. The moment Jiang Qinqing pushed open the door and entered, 10 pairs of eyes fell on him. At that moment, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. But he remembered that last night downstairs, in front of so many people, including many neighbors who knew him, he could speak English loudly. Now, there were only 10 people, and not scary. Not scary at all. "Jiang Qinqing? Hello teachers." He stood in the middle, bowed 90 degrees, then straightened up, raised his head and smiled, "I am Jiang Qinqing." The teachers immediately exchanged glances. Sister said that this was called interest. When one person was interested in another person, the latter's opportunity to show off came. "Let's introduce ourselves first." Jiang Qinqing almost blurted out a string of English. Fortunately, he remembered the last sentence that his sister reminded him before they separated, carefully examined the questions. No matter how perfect the answer was, if it didn't match, it would be useless. "Good afternoon teachers, my name is Jiang Qinqing, a 6th grade student of Hongguang Primary School. Can you introduce yourself again in English?" "Sure. My name is." The 2 self-introductions added up to less than a minute. His enunciation was clear, and his pronunciation was standard. Compared to the previous few, it really made people's eyes light up. "Jiang Qinqing, why did you choose number 1 middle school? What are your interests and hobbies? Tell me about the most unforgettable thing. What are your expectations and plans for your upcoming junior high school life?" He was prepared for these 4 questions, so it wasn't difficult for him to answer them. There was only one question left. It was the unconventional and finale question that his sister had mentioned. It was also the key to whether he could leave a deep impression on the interviewer and widen the gap between him and the others, Jiang Fuyue. This kind of question is quite random. It depends on the other party's thinking and mood at the time. There's no way to prepare, so you can only improvise. Xianxia took a deep breath. The teacher opposite him had already started speaking slowly. "In the plan just now, you mentioned exploring the world of physics. However, as far as I know, there are no physics classes in primary school. Many of your peers don't even know the concept of physics. May I ask, how did you learn about this subject? What is your understanding and opinion of it?" These were 2 questions, it wasn't difficult to answer them. Books, the internet, daily observation, and thinking could all be used as answers. The difficult part was the second question. Asking a primary school student what their understanding and opinion of physics was like putting an ant on a playground and asking it if the area under its feet was round or square, and what was its length, width, or radius. Ahem. Some teachers realized that this question was too difficult and couldn't help but remind him. However, the teacher who threw out the question was unmoved. He looked straight at Jiang Qinqing with encouragement and expectation in his eyes. Of course, there were also some teachers who were just watching the show. This student had performed with ease since he came in. Whether he was really skilled or just an embroidered pillow that looked good but was useless, this question would immediately reveal the result. Jiang Qinqing didn't answer immediately like the previous questions. It was as if he was thinking, but also as if he was in a daze. Or, He was at his wit's end and was powerless to reverse the situation. Just as the expectation in the teacher's eyes gradually faded and turned into disappointment, he opened his mouth. Digression, Jiu Yi, what did you call me? Xianxia, uncle, Jiu Yi, good boy, call me brother-in-law. Xianxia, sis, there's a strange uncle here. The next chapter squatting Xianxia's stunning final blow made all the teachers stunned. P.S. I received a lot of comments yesterday. They were all encouraging me, the disappointing author. I'm very happy because there are still people reading Wenwen. I'm also very grateful because I have the motivation to continue writing this story because of you. Although I can't reply to them one by one, I read every one of them seriously. I have nothing to repay you with, but I will unconditionally satisfy everyone's request to chase their wives to the crematorium. Do you know about impurity atoms, gravitational constant, curved spacetime, PQ theory, Floquet, pi mode, Lorentz covariance, Dirac equation, topological photonics, light field regulation, artificial intelligence nanophotonic chip? Do you know about ideal experiment method, extreme thinking method, equivalent substitution method, microamplification method, scientific hypothesis, control variable method, infinitesimal method? Do you know about monolayer copper-based superconductors, scanning tunneling microscopy and spectroscopy research, as well as superconducting state, pseudo-energy gap state, charge density wave state, model insulation state? Can you answer what dark energy and dark matter are? Why is there an arrow of time? Why is there more ordinary matter than antimatter? Why is God left-handed? Do parallel universes exist? Xianxia finished 3 paragraphs in one breath. When he looked at all the teachers in front of him, they were already dumbfounded. After a while. We are the ones asking you. Why are you asking the teachers? Alright, the teachers didn't know either. The teachers were also very confused. Because. The young boy smiled shyly. There was a hint of embarrassment in his beautiful peach blossom eyes, but it was inexplicably cute. I don't know, I don't understand, and I can't answer. Zhuangzi said, judge the beauty of heaven and earth, analyze the reason of all things. Alexander Pope once said, nature and the laws of nature are hidden in the darkness. God said, let Newton go. Thus, everything was illuminated. Russell insisted, all science is either physics or stamp collecting. These are all other people's understanding and views of physics, but there is no physics curriculum in primary school. I don't know how to study it, so. I can't say my own views. He scratched his head. The teachers were stunned again. You can't say it? Then where did you learn about the theories, equations, conductors, and so on that you just talked about? You can't just make it up, right? Xianxia, my sister has a lot of books, and she often goes to bookstores and libraries. She has a USB flash drive full of papers. I only read the Chinese ones and memorized a small part of them. The teacher who asked the question was interested. Is your sister a researcher in the field of physics? No. Xianxia shook his head. She is a high school student. High school student? Reading academic papers? Are you kidding me? What Xianxia said just now already involved quantum field theory, string theory, quantum gravity, cosmology, and so on. If he wasn't a professional researcher, why would he bother gnawing on these hard bones? Most of the time, the knowledge contained in a thesis was more abundant than a dozen books. It was definitely not something a high school student could digest, unless. Your sister is in the junior class? Xianxia looked confused. What's the junior class? Does number 1 middle school have it? The teacher shook his head. Not in number 1 middle school. Then my sister definitely isn't. She is from number 1 middle school. The teachers were collectively shocked. What's your sister's name? Jiang Fuyue? Meng Zijian, who had just come out of the office, paused. Why are you here? Didn't he say that he would come to pick up his report card on Monday? Oh, the door has just been locked. I have to go to Director Zhao's place to get the key. Wait a moment. Teacher Meng, Jiang Fuyue closed her book and stood up straight. There's no need. I can get my report card tomorrow. Then why did you come to school? To accompany my brother to the junior high school interview. Oh, I see. Meng Zijian nodded. Suddenly, his eyes froze and stopped on her hand. To be precise, it was on the book in her hand. New quantum computing? Yeah. Jiang Fuyue nodded and picked up the book with the cover facing up. You're interested in quantum computing? Meng Zhijian was surprised. Because this was already involved in the specific research field of physics, it was not knowledge that high school students needed to master. Of course, it was not that easy to master. Jiang Fuyue's tone was calm, but her eyes were faintly shining. Teacher Meng, you know about this field? Without waiting for Meng Zhijian to answer, she continued, do you know the adiabatic quantum search algorithm? The time complexity of the quantum circuit algorithm was much lower than that of the corresponding classical algorithms in large integer factorization, out-of-order search, optimization, etc. However, for some specific problems, it was very difficult to design a quantum circuit algorithm using the characteristics of quantum. Until 2000, the adiabatic quantum computing model was proposed, which greatly reduced the design difficulty of quantum algorithms. The model only needed to consider the design of the solution of the specific problem as the final state of the system, and the initial state of the system as the superposition state of the solution and non-solution of the problem. Meng Zhijian, ? If we compare the adiabatic quantum search algorithm, the Grover search algorithm, quantum circuit algorithm, and the adiabatic quantum search algorithm, is there sufficient experimental data to prove that the adiabatic quantum search algorithm is more flexible and adaptable? Meng Zhijian was dumbfounded. Teacher Meng? Are you okay? Ahem. What you just said. Jiang Fuyue looked at him expectantly. It's very profound. Lu Zhou said seriously, but I don't know much about physics. So, please let me go. Oh my god. This is too scary. Meng Zhijian ran away. Jiang Fuyue stood where she was and frowned slightly. Was the coverage of the thesis not comprehensive enough? Or had the field of quantum computing developed to a level that was completely unimaginable? Her intuition told her that the latter was more likely. His fingertips brushed past the almost faded printing date on the spine of the book. It was 2037, the 7th year after her death, which was 13 years ago. For scientific research that could change every day, the contents of the book obviously could not keep up with the pace of the times. From 2030 to 2050, in the blink of an eye, she had missed out on 20 years. In the vast development of science, 20 years was indeed insignificant. However, in terms of subdivision research, it was enough to create a qualitative leap. Jiang Fuyue knew very well that in order to make up for the 20 years she had missed, she needed more and more new theses. They were not limited to domestic and foreign papers, but they covered theories and research methods, as well as relevant practical applications. Previously, she would take a USB drive to an internet cafe to download, then copy it to the cloud and browse it on her phone. However, it was very difficult to search for relevant theses in real time during the browsing process. Going to the library could solve this problem, but it was nearly 2 hours away from No. 1 middle school. Other than Saturdays and Sundays, it was impossible to do so. Therefore, the most important thing now was, I have to buy a computer. As soon as Jiang Qinxing came out, Jiang Fuyue dragged him to the computer city ? The kid had a lot of questions. Sister, aren't you going to ask me how I answered the questions? Jiang Fuyue stopped in front of a maintenance shop on the 5th floor. When she heard what he said, she did not even look at him. What's done can't be undone. What's done is done. Will you get an extra point if I ask? No. Digression, Zhangjigang, Adiabatic Quantum Search Algorithm and its Performance Research, D. Huazhong University of Science and Technology, 2018. Sister, do you want to buy a computer? Yes. Why don't you buy it on the 1st floor? I saw a lot of branded stores there. Jiang Fuyue, there's nothing I want. Jiang Qinxing thought for a while. You can buy it online. You can find it with a search. There's everything. You can't buy it online either. Soon, Jiang Shaodi knew the reason. Because Jiang Fuyue wanted to assemble a computer, the boss asked, base, LCD, motherboard, processor, hard disk, optical drive, which do you want? Which do you want to keep? Jiang Fuyue, dismantle everything. The boss looked at her. Young lady, it's not cheap to dismantle everything. In other words, can you afford it? Don't worry, as long as there's nothing wrong with it, you won't lose anything. Heh, she's young, but she's arrogant. Soon, the boss had to stop looking down on her. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. Jiang Fuyue, processor Intel Core i9-9980HK, 2. 4 GHz/L316M, hard disk capacity 3 by 512 GB SSD, independent graphics card GeForce RTX 2080 USB Type-C, 3 USB 3. 1 Gen 2, 1 Gen 1. Obviously, she came prepared. Boss, I want at least 64 gigabytes of memory. Are you sure this thing in your hand can reach the speed I want? The boss's hand froze in midair. I'm sorry, I took the wrong one. Jiang Fuyue didn't say anything. She just smiled as he put the thing back and took out a new one from the cabinet. After checking and confirming the parameters, he carefully put it in. Young lady, I'm telling you, I have to do business with my conscience. I didn't do it on purpose. Don't misunderstand. No matter how eloquent he was, Jiang Fuyue ignored him. Towards the end, the boss probably felt bored, so he focused on his work and stopped talking. Of course, he didn't dare to fool her with a low-quality product anymore. Xianxia saw everything and was deep in thought. An hour later, the assembly was completed. Jiang Fuyue checked the computer and pointed out 2 areas for the boss to improve. After one last check to make sure there were no problems, he swiped his card to pay the bill. After Jiang Fuyue gave a number, the boss thought for 2 seconds and nodded in agreement. He could tell that this person was an expert. Don't even think about extorting him. However, he was still kind enough to let him earn something. Are all little girls these days so awesome? Jiang Xianxia, who was half a step behind, happened to hear the murmur. He turned around and flashed a friendly smile at the boss. Uncle, it's not little girls nowadays. Only my sister is so awesome. After leaving the computer city, the siblings looked for a place to eat. Aren't you going home? Xianxia sat on the chair, his 2 little legs swinging back and forth. Jiang Fuyue ordered the dishes and closed the menu under the surprised gaze of the waiter. You want to go back to eat? I have no objections. Let's go. No. I didn't. Her face was flushed red. Her adorable look attracted the attention of the waiter. You've worked hard today. This is your reward. Xianxia smiled shyly and buried his chin in his collar. Happy, please add 2 more sets of bowls and chopsticks. Eh? Is there anyone else? Xianxia was curious. Yes, your classmate. Speak of the devil. Hu Ben led the chubby boy in and nodded at Jiang Fuyue with a smile. Then, he pressed his chubby brother to sit on the chair opposite Jiang Xianxia. When their eyes met, the 2 children were dumbfounded. Sister. Xianxia turned around and grabbed Jiang Fuyue's clothes. His eyes were timid. Why is he here? Hu Ben coughed softly. Xingyonglin, why are you in a daze? Why aren't you apologizing? I won't. Say it again? Hu Ben glared at him. The chubby boy was instantly terrified. He looked at Jiang Xianxia bitterly and said pitifully. I'm sorry. Jiang Xianxia was shocked and looked at his sister questioningly. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue did not even look at him. She meant that it was up to her whether she accepted or not. After a while, she said. It's okay. The chubby boy was beaming with joy. But his smile only lasted for 2 seconds before he heard Jiang Xianxia say, You can't bully me in the future. You can't let me help you with your homework. He thought for a while and added weakly, No one else can either. The chubby boy who secretly swore to get back at him, ? I suspect you're living in my heart. Ahem. Hu Ben coughed loudly. The chubby boy quickly nodded. I won't bully you. But in his heart, he was crying like a tiger. Soon, the dishes were served. They did not stop for the next 10 minutes. Can we finish it? Hu Ben was doubtful. Younger brother Jiang said in an extremely serious tone, I can finish it. Why did everyone ask the same question? The chubby boy had another question mark in his heart. Finally, your dishes are all here. There are 28 dishes in total. Please enjoy. The two kids could not wait to dig in. Jiang Fuyue took a sip of tea and asked calmly, "How's the investigation?" Hu Ben's eyes turned cold. Six and I have done a preliminary search online these days. Currently, there are about 2,000 bars in Linhui City that can be searched. Among them, there are about 1,000 bars that obviously do not meet the requirements. The rest can only be searched in person. Okay. At least she was smart enough to do a preliminary search first. Yesterday, Six and I went to all 16 bars in Linan district. 2 of them met the requirements of blue signboards, golden doors, and 7 fortune trees. I took photos. Hu Ben handed his phone over. If we can confirm it further, I plan to take 6 to count the booths and lights tonight. Jiang Fuyue took the photo and zoomed in. 5 seconds later, she shook her head. None of them. This, the blue and gold, are obviously. Hu Ben was tongue-tied. The one at the door is a luck bamboo, not a fortune tree. It was very awkward. While the siblings were chatting, the two kids were not idle either. They were competing to see who could eat more. Little fatty, look at my size, you will know how fierce I am. The fierce kind, Jiang Qinxing, do you think you are very fierce? I am fiercer than you, the foodie competition silently began. When Jiang Fuyue and Hu Ben finished chatting and were ready to eat, most of the dishes on the table were gone. Little fatty held his stomach with both hands and could not open his eyes. Brother, I, am so full, Jiang Qinxing gave him a contemptuous look. Are you still fierce? Little fatty shrunk his neck and was terrified. You are fierce, you are the fiercest. Sister, for you. Jiang Xiaodi picked up 2 pieces of sweet and sour pork ribs and put them in Jiang Fuyue's bowl. Fortunately, he was smart and secretly kept 2 pieces. Otherwise, Jing Yonglin would have finished them all. Hu Ben looked at his empty bowl and compared it to Jiang Fuyue's. They were both younger brothers, but why was the difference so big? After eating, Jiang Fuyue paid the bill and went back to their respective homes at the entrance of the restaurant. Sister, do you know Jing Yonglin's older brother? Jiang Xiaodi asked. Yes. But the classmates in class all said that Jing Yonglin's older brother is a bad guy. Jiang Fuyue patted his fluffy head. Are you worried about me? Yes. Jiang Xiaodi nodded. If Jing Yonglin's older brother is a bad guy, let's not eat with him in the future, okay? Do you think he is a good or bad guy? I don't know. Then we will wait until you judge whether he is a good or bad guy, then we will decide whether to eat with him or not. Okay. But, why did it feel like something was wrong? Jiang Fuyue did not hide the fact that she had bought a new computer. That night, she told Jantar and Han Yunru about it. Where did you get the money? Jiang Fuyue, I saved it up. Is it enough? Not enough for Dad to give you more? It's enough. The two of them did not ask any more questions. Subconsciously, they had already treated Jiang Fuyue as a little adult. After all, their daughter's excellence and ability were obvious to the naked eye. On the other hand, Jiang Xiaodi was envious. When could he be like his sister? Monday, back to school. Early in the morning, the news of Jiang Fuyue scoring full marks in the preliminary physics Olympiad spread throughout the entire grade. In the office, Su Jing's nose was not nose, and his eyes were not eyes. My dear brother, Meng Zhijian put down his teacup helplessly. Since I came in, you've snorted at me at least 10 times. Do you have to be like this? Humph. My math Olympiad seedling hasn't even blossomed in my field, and I've already fattened your physics Olympiad soil. How can I not have to be like this? I have to be like this. Tisk, you're stingy. I'm stingy? Su Jing felt offended. Fine, then return Jiang Fuyue. No, how can I return her? Meng Zhijian could not remain calm. The semifinals are coming up. Oh, old Meng, you're here. That's great. Zhao Taijun walked in. There's an old man named Su looking for you. He says he's from the competition committee. Competition committee? Meng Zhijian paused. He's looking for me? Yes. But there's no one named Su in the competition committee. Forget it, where is he? I'll go take a look. In the reception room. The moment Meng Zijian pushed the door open, the figure in front of the window also turned around. When their eyes met, he froze on the spot. He was completely dumbfounded. Old Meng. Why are you here? I'm really surprised. Please have a seat. Xiao Meng, I hope I didn't disturb your class? No. Su Kaiqing sat down on the sofa. Come, have a seat too. Meng Zijian walked over and carefully sat beside him. He didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Even though he had been a teacher for many years, he was still as nervous as a primary school student in front of this leading academic figure. Elder Su, are there any changes to the competition rules? I'm really ashamed to trouble you to come here personally. Actually, you could have just called to inform me. It's not about the competition. Su Kaiqing waved his hand. Don't worry. I'm not nervous. As if. Little Meng, you're teaching grade 2 now. You're also taking care of the competition class, right? The old man smiled kindly. Meng Zijian was flattered. Oh, that's right. We'll be in year 3 this September. Su Kaiqing was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. Then do you know a student in your grade named Jiang Fuyue? Ah? Jiang Fuyue. Su Kaiqing thought he didn't hear him clearly and repeated it again. Meng Zijian's expression suddenly became complicated. I didn't expect you to hear about her getting full marks in the preliminary exam. Actually, it's not necessary. Although this student is indeed outstanding and handed in her paper 2 hours and 20 minutes early and got full marks effortlessly, I didn't expect you to make such a big fuss and even make you come here personally. His modesty was insincere. Meng Zijian, I'm the teacher who got first place with full marks. I'm proud. I'm Jiang Fuyue's gardener. I'm proud. At first, Su Kaiqing was confused. As he listened, he suddenly had an epiphany. Jiang Fuyue, yes, no wonder he found this name familiar. Wasn't she the student who got full marks in the preliminary exam of Linhui's physics competition this year? Of course, it wasn't rare to get full marks in the preliminary exam. There was never a lack of geniuses in the competition field. But there were 2 things that were rare. First, she was a girl. Second, she handed in her paper too early. And the reason why Su Kaiqing had an impression of her was because the people at the competition committee had been talking about her for the past 2 days. No matter how much he didn't pay attention, he couldn't help but overhear it. He didn't expect it to be her. Grade 2, Class 3. Is Jiang Fuyue here? Teacher Meng is outside looking for her. Jiang Fuyue got up and walked out. At first glance, she noticed that Meng Zijian's expression was not right. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes, but at the same time, he was also suppressing a sense of anxiety. So, what could make him happy and worried at the same time? Meng, tell me honestly, what's your relationship with Professor Su? Jiang Fuyue was stunned. Professor Su? Meng Zijian raised his eyebrows. You don't know him? She found it funny. Should I know him? That's not right. If they didn't know each other, why would Elder Su ask to talk to her alone? If it was because he liked Jiang Fuyue's potential and wanted to be a talent scout, he wouldn't have asked the school and him, the trainer, to leave her alone. Forget it, come with me. No matter what the reason was, Elder Su was still waiting. Since he had personally come here, she couldn't stop him from seeing her. The 2 of them walked through the corridor. Jiang Fuyue was 1 step behind Meng Zijian. Her eyelids were half closed, and no one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, she asked, Teacher Meng, what's Professor Su's full name? Su Kaiqing. Jiang Fuyue's gaze was subtle for a moment. When they reached the door of the reception room, Meng Zijian stopped. Go in, Elder Su is inside. Okay. She nodded slightly and was as calm as she could be. But when she opened the door, the first person Jiang Fuyue saw was not Su Kaiqing. A tall man stood with his hands by his side. His meticulous white shirt was buttoned to the end, revealing his slightly protruding Adam's apple. Under his black suit pants, his long legs were straight, as if they were cut by a knife. Cold and ascetic. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Really, she met him everywhere. Her gaze shifted slightly and fell on the sofa. A figure was sitting there. His sideburns were white and he was covered in wrinkles, but his old eyes were unusually bright. Especially when he looked at Jiang Fuyue, it was as if he was a gold digger who had discovered a mountain of gold. His excitement and fanaticism were overflowing. "Student Jiang, hello." He was the first to speak. His posture was very low. Even Xie Dingyuan couldn't help but be surprised. However, Jiang Fuyue's gaze was calm and she responded naturally. "Hello, Professor Su. Last month, did you buy 10 old books from Haitang bookstore?" Jiang Fuyue didn't speak. Su Kaiqing gestured. "About this wide and this thick. They were all English manuscripts. Do you remember?" At the same time, Xie Dingyuan's gaze was firmly fixed on her. Like two hooks, he spared no effort to dig deep into the girl's calm emotions. "I remember." She nodded. Her bright and beautiful face didn't reveal the slightest bit of suspicion. Xie Dingyuan frowned, but soon the slight wrinkle was forcibly smoothed out by him, and there was no trace of it. "What about those old books? Are they still in your hands?" Su Kaiqing's tone was anxious, but he still wanted to test her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Jiang Fuyue this question when he knew that those books had already been sold. "No." She told him the truth. Su Kaiqing's eyes shone brightly. "Who did you give them to?" Jiang Fuyue's calm gaze swept past him, and then lightly swept past Xie Dingyuan. Both of them stopped breathing. "Is that important?" she asked instead of answering. Su Kaiqing answered without thinking, "Of course it's important." Jiang Fuyue thought to herself, was she that close to old Su in her previous life? "I can tell you, but," she changed her tone. "I can only tell you. As for Xie Dingyuan, just stay where it's cool." "Ahem. Ah Yuan, look at this." The man was very self-aware, so he was not annoyed or angry. "I'll wait outside." After that, he walked away, not forgetting to close the door. "Classmate Jiang, can you tell me now?" "Yes," Jiang Fuyue nodded. "But before that, I have 2 questions." Su Kaiqing said seriously, "Go ahead. What's your relationship with the other party?" The old man was stunned. "He and Cho, a like-minded friend, a confidant who appreciates each other." Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. "The second question, why are you looking for him?" "I'm ashamed to say that another old partner and I haven't been able to prove the experimental conjecture he left behind. Only by finding him can we break through the bottleneck and get new inspiration." Jiang Fuyue remembered. Back then, she had only mentioned it by chance during an online conversation with Su and Peter. She didn't expect that the two of them had really spent 20 years researching it. Since it's just a conjecture, there's a possibility that it's wrong. "You don't have to, no." Su Kaiqing stood up suddenly, and a solemn light flashed in his eyes. As if he was talking about his faith, he said word by word, "He can't be wrong, and he can't be wrong." Jiang Fuyue was in a daze for a moment. "Little classmate, I can see that you're in a difficult position. Although I don't know the reason, if possible, I still hope that you can reveal more or less. Even if it's just a little clue, at least we can continue to investigate. To tell you the truth, we've been looking for him for 20 years, and we haven't heard from him at all. It's really..." Su Kaiqing's throat was dry. "We can't wait another 20 years. Jiang Fuyue lowered her eyes and restrained the ripples in her eyes. "The two of you haven't even met, so how did you become close friends?" She muttered in a low voice that was mixed with a wisp of ridicule and disdain. She was mocking herself, not Su Kaiqing. What did Lu Mingyue do to deserve this? "You can't say that, although we didn't..." "Wait," Su Kaiqing suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes trembled, and his lips trembled. How do you know that we haven't met before?" Xie Dingyuan waited outside for a full 20 minutes. During this time, the door was tightly shut, and no sound came from the reception room. He stood ramrod straight in the corridor, his gaze cast into the distance. His expression was still indifferent, and it was difficult to discern his emotions. 20 minutes later, the door opened from the inside. The old man walked out with a smile, and Jiang Fuyue followed beside him. The distance between the two of them had obviously broken the boundary of strangers, and they were even closer than Xia Dingyuan. Keep in touch, you must keep in touch. Su Kaiqing urged Jiang Fuyue eagerly before he left. He was not a long-winded person, and he had always been concise and comprehensive when guiding graduate students and doctoral students. But now, in front of Jiang Fuyue, he became an ordinary long-winded old man. Xia Dingyuan saw this, and his expression did not change, but his eyes were deep. It seemed that this Jiang Fuyue was indeed not simple. In addition to attracting jealousy from young boys, she was also good at coaxing old people. He did not know what the two of them talked about, but the smile on Su Kaiqing's face could not be faked. Okay, you can go back to class. Don't send me off, I can go back by myself. Although I'm not as old as, but I'm still strong and vigorous. Okay, then I'll go back, take care. Jiang Fuyue really did not send him off, and her tone was casual. She even avoided the honorifics. Su Kaiqing acted as if nothing had happened. Not only did he not mind, but he also agreed readily. This tactful tone, what did she say? Xia Dingyuan actually heard a hint of flattery in her voice. No, he must have heard wrongly. Jiang Fuyue turned to leave, and Su Kaiqing watched her back as she walked away. His eyes were kind, and his smile was like the spring sunshine. Xia Dingyuan. Maybe I didn't hear wrongly, it was very strange. That night, Su Kaiqing logged into SSA's backend at the agreed time, and did nothing but stare at the computer screen, unwilling to even blink. Half a minute later, he indeed found it. He saw with his own eyes the profile picture of My Worry Heart turned from black and white to a bright color, but there was an additional lock symbol at the bottom right corner, indicating that the other party was in stealth mode. Therefore, there were no electronic fireworks or irises this time. It was calm as usual, except for Su Kaiqing's heart that was beating wildly due to excitement. Su, Worry, it's really you. It's amazing. My Worry Heart, I said before, we'll meet again. Su Kaiqing stared at the word goodbye in the chat box with a complicated expression. He never expected that the person who reached the top of the academic world would be a woman. Take note, it was the academic world. Not the physics world. Worry's breadth of knowledge was already unfathomable 20 years ago. Also, she could not even be considered a woman, she could only be considered a girl. At that moment, Su Kaiqing did not believe it. His brain was not damaged. Worry had already become famous 20 years ago, and Jiang Fuyue was only 17 years old this year, a high school student who had not even reached the academic threshold. It was ridiculous to the extreme. How could she be Worry? How could she be Worry? But when she accurately mentioned the Lapland experiment, Turin's conjecture, and Holder curve, Su Kaiqing had no choice but to believe it. Because these experimental results had never been published to the public, they were just casually used names for convenience when they were discussing online. For example, the Lapland experiment was named because it involved the discussion of poles, extremes, and limits, and because the city of Lapland happened to be located in the Arctic Circle. Other than old Peter and Su Kaiqing himself, the only person in the world who knew this term was Worry. Don't ask anything, you won't have an answer even if you ask, Jiang Fuyue said to his confusion. Although Su Kaiqing was curious, he did not dwell on it. In his opinion, the purpose of finding Worry was to find him. Now that he had found him, there was no need to dwell on who Worry was. Gender, age, and on the path of scientific research, they were all floating clouds. Only strength could speak. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't know the mysteries that might exist. But Einstein said that at the end of science was theology. Therefore, no matter what happened to Worry, he did not find it strange. After all, she, was a scientific research genius, the light of the academic world. It was not only the martial arts world that admired strength, it was the same in the academic world. Su, I've already informed old Peter. He can't wait to fly over, but this year's BCI exchange conference has just started. He was invited to participate and can't leave for the time being. Su, also, I've already prepared the recommendation letter. You can directly report to Q University when school starts in September. Do you plan to start as a graduate student or do you plan on getting a PhD? Su, with your ability, I think the starting point for a graduate student is too low. You should get a PhD. Actually, a PhD is not appropriate, it's too time-consuming. How about you enter a postdoctoral research center? Jiang Fuyue, who was sitting in front of the computer, was confused. Although you are the dean of the physics department at Q University and a national treasure academician, do you have to be so arrogant? In the end, Jiang Fuyue rejected him. Su Kaiqing didn't understand. She only replied, I'm still young. My future is limitless. Q University and scientific research weren't the only path. Su Kaiqing respected her decision, he did not dare to disrespect her, and promised to keep the recommendation letter for her. If Jiang Fuyue was willing one day, the doors of Q University's physics department would always be open for her. In addition, Jiang Fuyue asked him to keep her identity a secret, especially not to tell Xie Dingyuan. Su Kaiqing was slightly surprised. Su, you know Xie Dingyuan? Would Jicho Xian, I'm not familiar with him. Su, do you have a grudge? Would Jicho Xian, yes. Su Kaiqing understood. At this moment, the conversation ended and the two of them went offline. In the blink of an eye, Xie Dingyuan called. The old man said, hey, and picked up. Xie Dingyuan asked about his well-being, showing his consideration and thoughtfulness as a junior. You'll get used to it. Did you find out the whereabouts of Cho from that student? Su Kaiqing's old eyes flashed and then sighed. I don't know the exact whereabouts, but it's not like I didn't find anything. Half-truths and half-lies were the easiest to believe. Oh? Xie Dingyuan's voice was steady. What do you mean? Su Kaiqing, after she bought those old books, she sold them to a young man. A young man? Xie Dingyuan raised his eyebrows. Judging from her age, she shouldn't be Cho. If we want to continue investigating, we have to find that young man. Xie Dingyuan grasped the key point. The surveillance of the transaction location. With the surveillance video and some connections, as long as that person was still in Linhuai, it wouldn't be difficult to find her. Su Kaiqing sighed again. I went to take a look. It's a private street. There are no surveillance cameras. And a private street meant that it was impossible to get surveillance footage from the opposite side or the surroundings. So, they had walked into a dead end? Ah Yuan, I've troubled you for the past 2 days. I'll take care of the rest. Xie Dingyuan replied, it's no trouble at all. He also said that he could help with the search. There's no need for that. This is a private matter between me and him. I heard from old Shen that you've been preparing for an SCI paper. The experiment is at a critical stage, so don't get distracted. At this point, Xie Dingyuan could not force him. However, he had a feeling that things were not that simple. He even felt that it had something to do with Jiang Fuyue, Chu. Sis, do you have a cold? Jiang Shaodi ran to the living room and quickly came back with a cup of warm water. Jiang Fuyue rubbed her nose. This was the nth time she had sneezed tonight. Thank you. She took the cup and drank 2 mouthfuls. Jiang Shaodi looked at her with bright eyes. Jiang Fuyue understood and raised her hand to rub the top of his head. Her gentle strength was warm to the touch. The young boy lowered his head shyly. His eyelashes fluttered and his cheeks turned pink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yes, Coco love. The next day, Jiang Fuyue went to class as usual. Meng Zijian was very curious about what Jiang Fuyue and Su Kaiqing talked about yesterday, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Therefore, he looked at Jiang Fuyue and hesitated a few times. However, Jiang Fuyue did not respond to him. After the physics competition training ended, Jiang Fuyue and Ling Xian returned to the mathematical Olympiad class and went to class as usual. Su Jing seemed to want to make up for all the lessons that the two of them had missed. She gave the two of them piles of test papers as if they were free. Jiang Fuyue did not mind. This was not a burden to her. On the contrary, she found pleasure in the sea of test papers. However, Ling Xian was not so relaxed. He prided himself on being smart. Before Jiang Fuyue's rise, he was the unshakable number 1 in the 2nd year of high school. He was synonymous with the top student. Therefore, when it came to studying, no matter what subject it was, even sports, he could handle it with ease. However, Jiang Fuyue's meteoric rise completely changed everything. He went from number 1 to number 2. Although everyone continued to call him a top student, Jiang Fuyue was called a prodigy. The difference of one word was often the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how good a top student was, he was still a human. However, a prodigy was a god. Ling Xian slowly felt the pressure. The competitive factor in his blood was completely stimulated. He began to secretly compete with Jiang Fuyue. Since she was participating in 2 competitions at the same time, he also applied to return to the competitive physics class. Since she could hand in her paper early, he also had to speed up and race against time. Since she had a 100% correct rate, he also demanded that he did not make any mistakes. However, every time he compared himself, he was frustrated. Ling Xian fell into a vicious circle called Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue finished the same paper much earlier than him. In the same amount of time, Jiang Fuyue's accuracy rate was more than 2 times higher than his. Even in the first round of the competitive physics exam, which he was quite confident about, he ended up with a difference of 4 points behind Jiang Fuyue. Ling Xian was depressed for 2 whole days. He could not figure out how Jiang Fuyue's brain worked. He also could not figure out why he cared so much. He did not have to be number 1, but he could not tolerate Jiang Fuyue. Why, suddenly, the image of the girl holding the love letter and handing it to him flashed in his mind. Her eyes were lowered and her eyelashes were trembling. In the image, the girl's shy and timid black eyes turned cold and hard. She looked at him as if she was looking at a stranger. Her red lips parted slightly and she said word by word, "It was just a bet. I didn't expect you to believe it." So, her confession to him was just a bet. Ling Xian took a deep breath and his wandering thoughts slowly came back to him. He raised his hand to cover his chest. In a trance, he heard a voice from the depths of his consciousness. "You're just unwilling to accept it." But that voice did not tell him whether he was unwilling to accept being number 1 in his grade or unwilling to accept Jiang Fuyue's joking confession. If it was the former, he could do his best to regain number 1. But if it was the latter, what should he do? Yes, he should make Jiang Fuyue pay the price for humiliating him. But, what price? He should let her write another confession letter and show a nervous and shy expression to him. He should turn this confession, which was used as a bet, into a real confession. Then, he nodded and agreed. They would officially become boyfriend and girlfriend. The moment this idea came to him, Ling Xian was stunned. He could not believe that he would have such a fantasy. The sudden shock and astonishment made him freeze on the spot. He could not come back to his senses for a long time. In the silence, he could hear his thunderous heartbeat. Thump, 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 Xian? Zhou Qin's concerned voice came. Ling Xian suddenly came back to his senses. His gaze was still sluggish. "Mom. Why are you sweating?" Zhou Qin touched his neck and could not help but frown. Ling Xian turned sideways to avoid her. "It's nothing. It's just a little hot." Zhou Qin paused and smiled as she withdrew her hand. "Go down. The teacher is already here." "Okay." He had a personal tutor team. Today was the day for physics. At night, the sound of a car engine came from the front door. Zhou Qin, who was sitting on the sofa and reading a magazine, immediately stood up. She tidied her hair and looked down to check her clothes. After making sure that there were no problems, she walked to the entrance and greeted her late husband with a gentle smile. Ling Qingzhou was on the phone. He handed his briefcase to Zhou Qin and changed into the slippers she had prepared for him. He said as he walked in. His words were laced with anger. "No matter how much that guy pays, I'll donate double. The Science and Technology building in number 1 middle school must be called Bright Moon Building. Do you understand?" Zhou Qin, who was following behind her husband, heard the words Bright Moon Building. Her smile froze and her rosy face turned pale. Ling Qingzhou sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. He couldn't hide his annoyance. Clearly, the person on the other end of the line made him unhappy. "Don't talk to me about first come first serve. We were the ones who contacted the school first and agreed to build Bright Moon Building. But what happened in the end? He, Hanqing, had played dirty and caused the Bright Moon Tower to rise from the ground. No matter what, you have to take over number 1 middle school. If you can't do it, you can pack your things and get lost now. The fund manager was about to cry. After so many years, he still didn't understand why the Ling and Yi families turned a good charity into a business war. Donating buildings to middle schools was a good thing, but for some reason, the Ling and Yi families got involved and couldn't pull it out. It wasn't easy to set up a charity fund. The manpower and money spent were immeasurable. Other than donating buildings to middle schools, there were many other good projects to do. But the two families were at odds with each other. Today, the Ling family built a technology building in Lin'an 3rd Middle School. Tomorrow, the Yi family donated a laboratory building to Linbei 7th Middle School. Even the names were similar. The Ling family called it Bright Moon Building and the Yi family called it Bright Moon Building. Moreover, the kings of the two buildings didn't see each other. A high school with Bright Moon Building wouldn't see Bright Moon Building. A high school with Bright Moon Building wouldn't have Bright Moon Building. Not only was the fund manager confused, but the other high schools in Linhui were also confused. In the past few years, the two families had almost gone through all the high schools in Linhui in order to encircle the schools. The conflict had always been there and the friction was constantly escalating. Now, it was over the right to build a building in Lin'an 1st Middle School. Initially, the Yi family had contacted the school first. They had already reached an agreement, but the paperwork hadn't been completed so they didn't announce it to the public. But Ling Qingzhou still found out. He asked someone familiar to check the paperwork and sent an assistant to negotiate with the school. He planned to squeeze out the Yi family and even doubled the budget as a bargaining chip. Sure enough, the school was moved. They hadn't signed the contract to begin with. Now that there was a better option, why wouldn't they accept it? Moreover, Ling Qingzhou had promised to build another cafeteria. The reason was that his son was also in number 1 middle school and he wanted him to eat better. Of course, Yi Hanqing was not someone to be trifled with. Ling Qingzhou's behavior was tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Whether it was for the sake of his inner strength or his face, he could not be a coward. A tug-of-war ensued. As the saying goes, when the immortals fight, the immortals suffer. The two big bosses naturally didn't need to show up, but the errand boys had to suffer. Thinking of this, the head of the fund was so worried that his hair turned white, but he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of anxiety. He still had to promise firmly, "Don't worry. I'll take care of it." After ending the call, he let out a long sigh of relief. His legs went soft, and he fell into the chair, trembling as he wiped away his sweat. "Manager Kai, here is the information you requested." "Yes." The secretary put down the document and turned to leave. The man sat up straight and flipped to the first page. The contact information of the Yi family's new fund manager was in the most prominent position on the first row. He picked up his phone and dialed. After chatting for a while, he realized that it was an alumnus. The distance between them narrowed a lot, but invisible smoke still filled the air. Manager Kai said, "Senior brother, President Ling's offer is quite generous. It's obvious that he's determined to get number 1 middle school. Why are you so stubborn? As the saying goes, take a step back and you'll see the world. If Lin'an Middle School doesn't exist, there's still number 2 middle school and number 3 middle school, right? What a coincidence, President Yi is also confident. After all, the contract is in our hands now. Although the procedures haven't been completed yet, it'll happen sooner or later. We can afford to wait." Manager Kai's voice turned cold. "Is there really no room for negotiation?" The other person sighed softly. "Since you call me senior brother, I might as well tell you the truth. I can't give in. It's not that I want to target anyone, but President Yi has made his stance clear. I can't go against him. Junior brother, don't be fooled by the fact that we have a fund with a turnover of hundreds of millions in our hands. We dress well and everyone calls us manager or director. To put it bluntly, we're just high-class workers. We do whatever the boss says. We don't have any decision-making power on important matters. So, don't make things difficult for me." His words immediately evoked bitterness in both of them. Manager Kai gritted his teeth. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time. "I don't understand. Do these two families have nothing better to do? They're donating to number 1 middle school like crazy. Not only are they not earning a single cent, but they're also paying for it. Do you think there's something wrong with these rich people's brains? What are they after? Wasn't money good? Wasn't it good to buy a car and a house? Maybe this is the meaning of charity? Manager Kai was silent for a while. Do you think these two families are doing charity? The other person didn't say anything. After a long time. Is there a possibility of cooperation? Manager Kai smiled. If it was the previous person in charge, he wouldn't have asked such a stupid question. Unless it rains red everywhere. How do you know if you haven't fought for it? Number 1 middle school won't complain about having too many buildings. As long as both Ling and Yi agree. The key is that these two big shots don't get along. They can't wait to strangle each other when they see each other. How can they agree? Senior brother was very surprised. Why? There were no eternal enemies in the business world, only eternal interests. Even children knew this sentence. Big shots like Ling Qingzhou and Yi Hanqing couldn't possibly not understand it. Manager Kai shrugged. I heard it's an old grudge. It was formed more than 20 years ago. How much hatred did they have that they couldn't let it go even now? The other person pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. Did you notice a very strange phenomenon? Manager Kai, what? After I took over the foundation, I looked through the project records of the past 10 years. I also studied the execution of the Ling family. I found that when it comes to donating buildings, the competition between the two families is as high as 100%. In other words, if the Ling family wanted something, the Yi family would fight for it. If the Yi family wanted something, the Ling family would fight for it. Overall, it was a mixed bag. This isn't the strangest thing. The strangest thing is the naming of the buildings. Bright Moon Building, Bright Moon Building. They only changed the order of Bright and Moon. Could there be a certain connection? If there was a blood feud between the two families, they would definitely spare no effort to draw a clear line with the other party, let alone something as important as naming. Someone once did a small survey. 95% of the high school students surveyed said that they couldn't distinguish between Bright Moon Building and Bright Moon Building. They were more used to distinguishing the buildings by their functions. The former was mainly for science and technology exhibitions and had a grand architectural style, so it was called the Science and Technology Building. The latter was divided into various laboratories and provided all kinds of experimental equipment, so it was called the Laboratory Building. Don't you think that this name is commemorating something? Bright Moon, Digression, Ling Qingzhou and Yi Hanqing were two of the big shots 1 to N in the introduction. Yes, that's right. End of chapter 79. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.